programs with one simple application, and it costs nothing to apply.
At Lendsek.com, you can receive business funding with no collateral, no prepayment penalties, and no restrictions on how you use the funds. Whatever your funding needs are, seek no more. Our AI lending marketplace has you covered. If you've been in business at least 1 year with annual revenue of at least $250,000, you could get the funding your business needs in as little as 24 hours. There's no obligation, so apply today at Lendsek.com. That's Lendsek.com.
Walking into the building for the first time after the shooting, it was crippling, but it had to be preserved.
In response to the Pulse nightclub shooting that affected the LGBTQ community, Barbara Poma, owner of Pulse, founded the One Pulse Foundation to honor Pulse victims and survivors.
If you're an ally of this community, speak out. There are more of us together than apart. It is the power of love in its rawest form.
Join the fight for LGBTQ acceptance. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7 so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
I bet you folks are glad to be done with your shopping. Hopefully, all your gifts went well. But there's one last store to visit, this time just for yourself. Your chance to get one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony TVs at a crazy low price. Where? At Video Only's year-end clearance sale. A great way to end the year. If you don't check out these deals at Video Only, you'll be sorry.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
Guys, thanks for helping me carry my Christmas tree.
Zoe, this thing weighs a ton.
Drewski, lift with your legs, man.
Santa! Did you get my letter?
He's talking to you, Bridges.
I'm not that.
Of course he did. Right, Santa?
You know, my elf Drewski here, he handles the nice list.
An elf? I'm 6'3". What everyone wants is iPhone 17. And at T-Mobile, you can get it on them. That center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies. Right, Mrs. Claus?
I'm Mrs. Claus's much younger sister. And at T-Mobile, there's no trade-in needed when you switch. So you can keep your old phone.
Or give it as a gift.
And the best part? You can make the switch to T-Mobile from your phone in just 15 minutes.
Guys, my side of the tree is slipping.
Timber!
The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Switch in just 15 minutes and get iPhone 17 on us with no trade-in needed.
With 24 monthly bill credits for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Finance agreement 256 gigs, $830. Eligible port in a new line. $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Check out in 15 minutes or less per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Hey, Dad, I gotta come clean about something.
Okay.
I only paid for a brand new Hyundai Tucson.
Oh, you might be on the naughty list.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid models. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends January 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
In San Francisco, wind, clouds, occasional rain, and a high of 61.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Rise. Wake up.
It's time to wake on up.
Wake up, wake up, wake up.
With a nice cup of Joe.
What's up, Joe, bro?
Featuring Joe Spadoni.
He's an Italian.
And Joe, the Butcher Boy Shasky.
I am slippery.
Oh! The best part of waking up is morning roast in your cup.
It is the Morning Roast, man, on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, hello there, and good morning on this wonderful Friday morning, the second day of 2026. And we are here, and we have got a big one, Niner fans. At home at Levi Stadium tomorrow, the 49ers welcome those water birds from up north. That scummy team in Seattle that we all hate with those stupid blue and neon green uniforms. Got that ugly little seagull on the side.
So stupid.
Oh, we have got a big one. This might be the biggest regular season game. No. Check that. This is, capital I-S, the biggest regular season game in the history of Levi Stadium. We got your Niners. We got Brock Purdy. He's the hot hand. Christian McCaffrey. He's running through people right now. Juwan Jennings is catching everything that's coming his way. George Kittle looking like he's going to be playing. Trent Williams, we will see about that. The 49ers defense. And then they're going to be welcoming that Seahawks team. And Sam Darnold, we all know how he is. We all know what to expect from him, and it's not much is what we're expecting from him. Oh, we got a big one here. Sam Lubman here on the Morning Roast. I'm usually producing the show today. I will be your driver. Keep your hands and feet inside the vehicle while we do that. We are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Good morning to all the Niner fans out there. Bad morning to all the Seahawks fans out there. Good morning to all the other workers out there who had to work on New Year's Day or working today on January 2nd. It is kind of lame. We are working too, and you know what? we're happy to be here because we got this incredibly fun game to talk about. There's a lot of other fun games to talk about, too. There's an even more fun game on Wednesday night. We'll be talking about that in just a moment. But good morning to all the workers out there. Good morning to all the cops, doctors, firefighters, overnight workers, street cleaners, the overnight dancers. Yeah, you know they're popping off on New Year's Eve and New Year's Day. Good morning to our guy, Ken Luttrell. He's going to be pressing all the buttons on the board this morning, keeping us on air and doing all that fun stuff. If you want to call in, 888-957-9570 is the number. You can talk to Ken, tell him what you want to talk about with us, and then he'll put you on. You chat with us. That is how that works. And the most important good morning of the show is the last one. That's good morning to you, Carter Chickering.
Morning,
rocking the
Lovey.
13 today, man. I love it.
Of course. I've got to support my guy, Brock Purdy, today. I mean, look, Sam, we saw all the rain this week, you know? Well, that's what we're expecting in Levi's on Saturday. So, look, this is Purdy's time. I mean, look, you've been great. You've been great. But can you do it in the rain? The daunted rain that has been so harsh to him in the past.
Can you do it in the rain?
I'll be out at Levi's on Saturday. If anyone sees me out there, please come up and say hello.
You're not hard to miss.
Yeah, I'm just could not be more fired up for a game ever.
Keith Aura.
I've got a little issue going on, Sammy. Maybe you have some advice for
Already,
me.
right off the bat, too.
Yeah.
We're 5 minutes into this we're the first show of the new year, 2026, here at 95.7 The Game, by the way, Carter.
That's big stuff.
Yeah, we are kicking off the year. We are going to set the tone for the entire year for this station.
For sure.
So let's definitely start off with a problem right off the bat.
All right, let me give you my problem here. So I've obviously got my media credential, right? Going to be up in the media box. But now I have a friend reaching out to me. He's like, hey, I've got an extra ticket. You know, you should come sit with me. And I'm like, dude, it's like pouring rain outside.
Well, that's my first question is going to be, where was the ticket?
It's a really nice seat. It's a very nice seat. It's on the 50-yard line. But, I mean, I'm kind of inside in the media box, you know what I mean? It's like, going to be in the pouring rain or up in the comfy media box with the warm food and hot cocoa up there. I don't know. It's a first world problem, I admit. But
well, again, it depends where the seat is. If your seat is covered, then if the ticket is being given to you, then yeah, I think you have a valid case to accept it. But the media box at Levi's, they do spoil you up there.
They do. And the Niners are great about that, everyone, by the way. They treat the media just as well as possible.
Our listeners
honestly.
love hearing that.
Yeah.
The listeners love hearing how we get really good free food. But then again, you and I myself, I'm a broke radio worker. I don't have that oil money that some people get to sit on or piano money. But so that is for me, you know, that's just eating for me is going to that thing. But the best part, though, if you go and sit in the media box, Carter, is we can sit together and watch the game together.
Are you going, Sammy?
I will be there.
Wow.
Yeah, as soon as things went final last week against the Bears, I texted Lucas. It's like, yeah, you need to get Lucas Alexander, director of sports, provider of credentials. Texted him, was like, you know, hey man, can I get on that credential list? He's like, yeah, sure thing, Sammy. And I was like, all right, I appreciate you. It was not at all a stressful conversation at all. Made it very, very easy. But yeah, no, this is one of the big ones here. And so I just want to ask Niner fans, 888-957-9570 is the number to call. You can also text us on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Hit us up. I want to know.
Are you worried?
What has you feeling confident about this game tomorrow night between the Niners and the Seahawks? Or are you not confident? Are you a little concerned? Is there something about this matchup that worries you? Is there something about this matchup that's going to have you going in with just lots of angst, just sweating hard, not worrying what's going to happen? What has you not confident? Or maybe that's just the kind of fan you are. Maybe you're the kind of fan that you could be a 20-point favorite, but you're still going to be nervous about that upset. So right off the rip, Carter, when you look at the Seahawks team that's coming into town tomorrow night, what gives you confidence in this Niners team?
First of all, I'm cautiously concerned. I'll be honest. And the reason obviously being is this team has been incredible on the road this year. I mean, the Seahawks have put up points in bunches on the road this year. I want to say they've put up 30 before halftime in multiple games on the road this year, which is just incredible. I think that the Niners are obviously panning on the implosion of Sam Darnold, right? So I think this game, we're going to see them sell out on the run. You cannot let Charbonnet and Kenneth Walker, bust this game open for you. You just can't. And I think you're going to see Diamador Lenore the entire time shadow JSN. The entire game. I do not want to see anyone else on JSN. Not one other person. He should follow him the whole game. Man coverage right in his grill. And I think Demo's ready for this challenge, too. This is why you pay a guy, right, Sam?
No, this is why he needs to be
exactly why
your
you pay
number
him.
one corner. And he's been a good job shutting down his half the field of late. I mean, you're watching these games. It's kind of like, I always remember Nnamdi Asomugha when he was on the Raiders, one of the best corners in the league, but you wouldn't know it because the ball never went his way. And we think about cornerbacks. A great corner is a guy who, makes great plays to knock a pass away or, gets the interception and returns it down the field. But the other hallmark of a great corner is just we're not talking about you. Because if we're not talking about you, it means you're not involved in the action. If you're not involved in the action, it means the ball's not going your way. If the ball isn't going your way, it's because the quarterback is looking over there seeing, well, that guy's covered. I'm not throwing that way. And you just did your job.
It's like an O-lineman.
Exactly.
Right? Yeah.
Exactly. The reason I have not thought about the offensive line the last couple weeks, they have been blocking very, very well.
Unbelievable.
And you're not thinking about it because they're not doing anything to make you think about them. Diamador Lenore is not really doing a whole lot to make you think about him, and that's a good thing. And so, yeah, I agree with you, Carter. I would like to see him shadow JSN. He has said that he wants to shadow JSN. Kyle Shanahan talked to the media after practice. This was on today's Friday, right? These random days off in the middle of the week, they always throw me off here.
I thought yesterday was Sunday, and I was just had the Sunday
yesterday felt like such a Sunday.
Yeah, it was awful. I obviously had too much to drink the night before because it was New Year's Eve.
Oh, of course, yeah.
Yesterday
like
was
two beers.
like the Sunday scaries.
I had a little bit of Prosecco. That was, but I don't drink that much anymore. Yeah, it's not as fun anymore.
I should hop on that train.
There's other ways to enjoy New Year's. But Kyle Shanahan talked to the media on, I want to say it was Tuesday after practice. He was asked about Diamador Lenore shadowing Jackson Smith and Jigba, the wide receiver out of Ohio State. Ohio State. I'll get to that in a second. Here's what Shanahan had to say, though, about Lenore making the case to cover JSN.
I mean, I know Dima well enough to know that's what he wants every week. So him lobbying for it really hard just makes me like him more. But it would have to do with what was the best for our team and schematically what we're going to do.
So that's a whole lot of nothing right there from Kyle Shanahan. But you would probably expect that, though. So I want to hear from all the roasters on that. We'll be talking about this game all morning long. We'll talk about some other things as well. Hear from the 415 on the Boxer and Gerson work injuries attorneys text line. Concern level is an 8 out of 10 due to our lack of pass rush. That's a very fair concern to have there. The pass rush is going to have to be a massive difference maker in this game for the 49ers. If they're going to have a chance. Seahawks pass protection is not that great. So there is a little bit of a worst on worst unit going against you. Usually talk about best on best. It's kind of the opposite, though, with this matchup.
Yeah, I that's the best way to get to Sam Darnold, everyone knows, right? Is if you can close that pocket in on him. This guy does not go outside the tackles to make throws. He stands in that pocket, whether he's going down or whether he's making the pass. So it's going to be critical that the edges can get around, make him step up, and then let the D tackles do their job. That's where the 49ers have gotten the most pressures up the middle, really, this year.
Yeah, and that's big shout out to Alfred Collins, Kalia Davis, and co for making that happen. I do look. So I went back. I didn't watch the full Week 1 game because I don't have. How am I going to find 3.5 hours out of my day to do that? But I did go back and you watched the highlights, and I went over all the notes that I took when I was watching that game. And when it comes to the pass rush, the entire pass rush that day was one Nicholas John Bosa.
Yeah,
he was the difference maker in the first quarter. He got to Sam Darnold early, and he was the difference maker in that fourth quarter when he pretty much called game in that fourth quarter. The pressure he brought, culminating with the forced fumble on the Seahawks' last play of the game to actually ice it away. Niners came on, took a knee, ball game over. We're all 1-0 and feeling great about the season. Yeah, that was a Nick Bosa's finest hour. And we saw last year, Carter, when the Seahawks came to town with Geno Smith, what happened in that game? Nick Bosa went down in the fourth quarter. Geno Smith drove down on the Niners, went night-night on them. The Niners season kind of spiraled after that. How they replaced the production of Nick Bosa, it's been a subject conversation all year long since he blew out his ACL. It's even more so in this game because we saw how much he dominated in that first game. This is going to have to be a game where either it's Bryce Huff, whether it's Sam O, whether it's Keon White, they are going to have to elevate their game and find within themselves to really take over on the line of scrimmage here. If one of those three guys could pop off and get into the backfield and, set up camp back there and make Sam Darnold's life miserable, it's going to go a long way to Niner fans leaving Levi Stadium with that 1 seed in hand.
Yeah, honestly, Sam, I don't even think you need to get sacks. It's to me, it's just pressure. And whether that's like, you're one of your DNs pushing his guy all the way into Sam Darnold and just making him move basically back there and not allowing his eyes to be downfield the whole time is going to be critical to this game. I just think that if he gets comfortable at all, he doesn't need to get on the ground is the bottom line. He just needs the pressure. And we've seen it. Like, this guy is not Trinidad Chambliss from last night. You know what I mean? Like,
he was slinging it. The Ole Miss quarterback, for those who don't know.
Yeah, the Ole Miss quarterback last night, if you watched the game, I mean, he just, they were chasing this guy in the backfield and just had no chance. I mean, they just couldn't get him down and he would make a play. It was very Patrick Mahomes-esque, and I hate to do that, but it really was.
It's like Chris Collinsworth over there.
Yeah, in that fourth quarter. I mean, that's what it looked like. And so we know that Sam Darnold's not going to do that. Okay, once he's out of that pocket, the play's dead. I mean, it's like in basketball when you see Mo Bamba shooting a three. You know what I mean? It's just, that doesn't fit what he does. So it's basically just letting him know you're there. I don't think you need to get him on the ground to make him really struggle in this game. But you know what can't happen in this game, Sam?
What cannot happen in this game?
Brock Purdy cannot throw 2 picks in this game.
No, and that is what he did in the Week 1 game against the Seahawks. One of those picks coming in the fourth quarter as well.
Yeah, and this team is too good to win that way. Like, you are not going to beat this Seattle Seahawks team throwing 2 picks again. I'm not going to say they got lucky in the first game. A lot of people are saying that. It's ridiculous if you look at the stats. The total yards, they had about 150 more total yards. Beat them in passing, rushing, yards per play. First downs, we had 10 more first downs than they did. The time of possession just jumps off the charts to you. The Seahawks had 22 minutes of possession in the first game. The Niners had 37. So anyone that tells me, well, they should have lost that game, you're as wrong as it gets. I mean, you could not be more wrong. Just look at the statistics. So, look, Purdy's got to step up in the rain. And Sam Darnold, you got to make him completely uncomfortable back there, or he is going to dice you apart, regardless of Diamador Lenore being on JSN or not.
Yeah, no, you make up a good point there about Brock. Got to take care of the ball. He's been doing that for the most part since he came back. 16 touchdowns, 5 interceptions, of course. 3 of those interceptions coming in that debacle of the first half against Carolina on Monday night. And the fact that is the only outlier performance that we've seen from Brock since he came back. And you had to know that when Brock did come back, there was going to be that rust factor element at some point. Now, he got a great cushiony return against the Cardinals. That was a great team for him to come back against. The Panthers, they've shown that they are, again, they're an 8-8 team. They're going to be battling for a division title right before that game. But the Panthers show they're a team that, they're not awful. They're not that awful, crappy Panthers team we've seen over the last couple of years that sent Christian McCaffrey over to the 49ers a couple of years ago. 3 interceptions and a half is bad, but if you're going to limit your worst performance to just those 2 quarters since you came back, you're willing to look at that spot and be like, you know what? That was just a bit of an outlier here. The real Brock Purdy is the guy who has thrown 16 touchdowns and 2 interceptions outside of those 2 quarters. And even the 2 picks that Brock has thrown, there was the one that was at the end of that Colts game that bounced off of, who was my guy? It bounced off his hands. Did it go through Juwan Jennings' hands or Kendrick Bourne's hands?
I think it was Juwan Jennings, right?
Yeah, Juwan. I think it was off Juwan Jennings' hands. Doesn't really matter off top in that sense.
My memory's shot, Sam.
It's early. It's the first day of the year. We're still working on that. And then, of course, there's the pick last week against the Bears that also, was off of Juwan Jennings' hands. And just, again, DB's making a good play on that one. Unfortunate pick 6 there. You could basically do a but with these other 2 interceptions on Brock. This is all to say that Brock Purdy is playing probably the best football of his career outside that 2023 year right now going into this matchup tomorrow night.
Yeah, there's no doubt, Sam. And, they need him to continue to play. The 49ers are at a point right now where we have seen them have what people call the Avengers around them, right? And this year, no more, really.
Oh, it's the Thunderbolts out there right now, the new Avengers.
Compared to what we saw in 2023, this is not the Avengers, right? But I think that, the criticism of Brock Purdy has been that he can't step up and win you a game and be one of those elite quarterbacks like the Joe Burrows, Lamar Jacksons, the Josh Allens and Patrick Mahomes. This year he's shown that he's winning games, though, the way those guys win games, which is them stepping up and not relying on, all the studs around them.
The defense is not not picking up Brock. Yeah.
It's Brock Purdy winning these games. I mean, really it is. And so if you're a believer that the Niners can go to the Super Bowl and win the Super Bowl, it means you're a believer in Brock Purdy, because they're not going to be able to get it done unless he's really just rocking the way he's rocking right now.
I do choose to believe, shout out those who watched the end of the Stranger Things finale. They know what that line means. You didn't watch Stranger Things. You're not one of those people.
Absolutely not.
I wanted to... you better be careful. I wanted to complain a little bit about it, but Ken has not started season 5 yet, so I guess I'm kind of shot. That takes away half of my talking points for this morning. Half the show is really just going to be me talking about the Stranger Things finale, but oh well.
And
I guess 3
hours of Miami football.
How about them Canes? How about them Canes? We'll get into that on the other side. We got Dick Fan joining us this morning at 8:50, part of the Softy and Dick show on a 93.3 KJR radio up in Seattle. They are the Seattle Seahawks flagship station. They are not very good. They do a good job up there covering a team that everybody hates. But yeah, Dick is going to join us, tell us all about this Seahawks team. How are they viewing this matchup up in Seattle? He has a good pulse of that fan base. We'll talk to him at 8:50. We got the crossover coming up today. Oh, we got a special edition of the crossover today. Oh, baby, are you going to want to hear that one? A lot more coming up on the Game Plus. College football stuff? Yeah, I'm talking about that. I'm wearing my Cane sweatshirt today. We're definitely getting into that beatdown that we put on Ohio State on Wednesday night.
I owe you an apology, Sam.
Plus the other games that, I might owe some apologies too. Yeah. Plus the other games that happened yesterday. A lot of fun there. And there's some Warriors stuff going on too. The Mavericks hit up the Warriors. What's going on there? We'll talk about that as well. What's coming up in the game is brought to you by the Inn at the Tides in Bodega Bay. Picture yourself in a cozy room by the fire, enjoying breathtaking views of Bodega Bay. This time of year is magical at the Inn at the Tides. Special midweek rates start at just $199 per night. Book your escape now at inatthetides.com.
Presenting a Gain Flings love story. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
And we're out, back in 60.
Hey, what are you eating? Chimichurri filet mignon. It's a Factor meal.
Oh, nice. Wait, they let you eat like that in the pros?
Oh, they insist on it. A pro's work starts on the plate.
Oh, man, that does look good. Let me have a taste?
Get your own.
All right. Where do I find this? Is it factormeals.com?
Yep, and they've got a deal going on.
Oh, love a deal. I am so in.
Smart move. Pro move.
All right. Factor. Eat like a pro.
Thinking about selling your house but hesitant to move during the holidays? Imagine finalizing your sale now, enjoying the holidays, and move later. Call Wedgewood Homes to discuss your options. Do you want to downsize, relocate, or selling an inherited property? Does your house need repairs or updates? Wedgewood Homes buys homes as is. No repairs, no commissions, no hassle. Secure your future plans and move forward with a no-obligation, all-cash offer from Wedgewood Homes. Close in as little as 3 days. Or enjoy the holiday season and move after the new year. Skip the stress of a traditional listing that can be slow and unpredictable. Lock in your sale now with a firm offer from Wedgewood Homes with no last-minute price drops like other cash buyers. Call 415-888-9432 for your no-obligation all-cash offer. 415-888-9432. 415-888-9432 or wedgwoodhomes.com, the Bay Area's trusted home buyer.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you feel embarrassed, trapped, maybe even ashamed just because you own a timeshare? Well, I'm here to tell you you're not alone. Chuck McDowell here, the timeshare cancellation guy. I get over 3,000 complaints a week from all kinds of folks that feel the same way you do. Honest people, teachers, veterans, grandparents, all losing sleep over a timeshare they can't get rid of. That's why 15 years ago, I founded Wesley Financial Group to help people take their lives back. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family business. treating every client and every employee like we would want our own family to be treated. That mindset has helped us cancel over 50,000 timeshares from people just like you. So if you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-981-4455. That's 800-981-4455. 800-981-4455.
He's the best interview in the Bay Area.
He looked like Steph Curry always has, so he still got it. I mean, I think the biggest thing when you're 37 is maintaining the level over the course of 82 games.
And he joins Willard and Dibbs every week during the NBA season.
We have a blueprint that everybody's feeling confident with.
Steve Kerr is presented by Great Clips. In sports, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
It's the RV Mega Show and Sale, January 2nd through 11th at Cordelia RV Center. All 2025 models must go. All reasonable offers considered. Family-owned, top brands, and the best deals of the year. CordeliaRV.com. We do business with a handshake.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Red and Gold Game Day starts at Laughing Monk Brewing. Park for free. Enjoy amazing food, ice-cold beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show. Then hop on the free shuttle straight to the stadium. Sign up now at 957thegame.com.
After the loss of 6, another pass play that's intercepted! Taking it back is Keontae Scott! He'll go all the way! Touchdown, Miami!
Hey, this your boy Frank Gore, now back to 95.7 The Game.
Oh, hell of a rejoin there, Ken. Dave Pash on the call. Keontae Scott picking off Julian Sayed on the screen, taking it to the house. And in that moment, Carter, something I did not think was possible suddenly became very, very real. After 23 long years, Miami exercising the demon of the worst pass interference call in the history of sports. 24-14, Canes beat the Buckeyes. Wow, I was completely stunned at the result. I was loving it. I was happy. I was watching with a smile on my face. That was, and here I thought, man, stick this on New Year's Eve. You're doing us dirty with that one. Could not have been a better way to close the book on 2025 than to see that performance. Carson Beck, oh, let me just say it right now. My bad, man. I shouldn't have doubted you. You are that guy.
I was going to say, he had that
3rd and 11 run. It was on the second to last drive that Miami had. He had that 3rd and 11 run for the first down there after getting absolutely screwed on a previous first down run he had in the first half. Got that 3rd and 11 run, lowered the shoulder, ran right into Caleb Downs, the very talented corner from Ohio State. And I was like, oh, okay, Carson, you're that dude. Yeah. My bad. I'm sorry. You're not Sid the Sloth anymore. He looked damn good. 19 of 26 for him. Probably one of his best games in his career, actually. I mean, again, 138 yards passing. Did not need to throw that ball that much, but when you got Mark Fletcher just running through everybody on that Ohio State defensive line, you don't need to throw it that much. And again, Mario Cristobal kind of said this last week. I'm saying it now. We're good, man. I'm all on board. You sold me. That was, oh, man, that was such a fun one to watch, Carter.
Julian Sayans sucks.
He really is not good.
I'll say.
Jeremiah Smith is that dude, but Julian Sayans is
Julian
not.
Sayans sucks. The fact that he was in consideration for the Heisman is embarrassing, I think. I mean, the guy floats balls. He just has, I've never seen a quarterback be so unwilling to just use his feet a little bit. He would not cross the line of scrimmage and even pick up a yard or 2 yards. Instead, refused and would get sacked. And it's just the quarterback play in that game from him was just mind-boggling to me.
Again, I like to attribute it to the pressure that he had to face. And again, it's, we complain about the 49ers pass rush all the time, and then it's so refreshing to be able to watch Miami and see an actual pass rush.
Yeah.
Ruben Bay and Akeem Mesidor were absolutely dominating in that backfield all game long, and that is just how disruptive a pass rush can be. That was incredibly fun to watch. And
number 4, who's number 4? Which one was that on Miami?
Bain is number 4, Mesidor is number 3.
Bain, he's a real player.
He's going to be a top 5 pick.
Yeah,
in the draft.
He's a hell of a player.
Well, it's again, you look at the talent. Again, Ohio State, I thought they were going to repeat this year.
Yeah.
Because that is a stupid good team. Even though they lost, that is a stupid good team. But I'm watching this game, and I'm thinking, like, how many future NFL players are playing on this field right now?
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, Jeremiah Smith is one. Caleb Downs is one. They got a lot of other talented guys in that Ohio State team. They're going to be in the league someday. Miami's got a lot of talent, whether it's Maui Noah, whether it's Bain, whether it's Mesidor. That entire secondary, Keontae Scott, who you heard on the rejoin there, one of the best defensive backs in college football. That was one of those games, Carter. And a great way to look at it is Jeremiah Smith, guy from South Florida but chose to go to Ohio State. That has been the story of Miami football over the last 20 plus years.
Not getting the kids around.
Not getting your local kids. I'm talking about, Lamar Jackson was a South Florida kid. He went to Louisville. I watched Miami get bodied 2 games in a row by Teddy Bridgewater at one point. He was a South Florida guy. Amari Cooper, South Florida guy.
That's as good a region in the country as there is.
It is
seriously.
the best talent pool
no doubt.
in the region. And, after the game, we have some time to kill between, the end of the game and we watch Stranger Things and obviously the end of the year. The first U was on. Yeah. Put that on for a little bit and they get to the whole recruiting plan, the state of Miami, everything south of Tampa. If you're going to be a recruit in that area, you are going to Miami. That is how Miami built their success.
Yeah.
And they got away from that because they had to go out of the region to get, a lot of these kids to come play. And that is where you saw the Miami really start to dip in performance. What made this game so huge, Carter, and people always say, is Miami back? Is Miami back? And I would always say, let's hold off. Let's win an ACC title first. Let's get in a position to win a national championship first. What that win did yesterday for Miami, and we're going to get back to the Niners and everything else here in just a moment, but that's going to make it a lot harder for these South Florida kids to leave South Florida and go elsewhere to play their college football. The boost that's going to give Mario Cristobal, who's already an incredible recruiter, to bring in more talent around there, the Jeremiah Smiths of the world, they're not going to be venturing north to some other school at this point.
Yeah.
They are going to stay home, and that is how you get back as a program. So, is Miami back? This is where I'm going to officially start saying, yeah, the Miami is back era is officially upon us. That is like whatever happens against Ole Miss. I mean, I feel very good against Ole Miss right now. However this season ends, whether it ends against Ole Miss or ends against, God, I do not want to lose to Indiana or Oregon. I do not want to have to hear from Zach or Grandy at this station about that.
Grandy's pretty quiet about it, though. I don't think he'll give you anything.
I can see we got this picture of him at winning his knockout championship here. I could see something like that meeting me in the studio.
Yeah.
On the next day, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. But however the season ends for Miami, the groundwork for the future has been set. This is the new era of Canes football that we have been waiting for. Thank you, Mario. I've always been pissed at Mario Cristobal ever since the fumble against Georgia Tech 2 years ago, where rather than take a knee, he tried to stat pad, ended up blowing the game. I hate losing to Georgia Tech.
Yeah, of course.
And he was like, you are dead to me until you do otherwise. Mario did otherwise. So
I think
I'm pivoting, not panicking.
Yeah, I think you got a shot, Sammy. I think that of everyone who works at this station, Zach Green probably should be feeling the best. I think that
I don't even think he slept last night after that win.
I wouldn't have. I think that they look just unbelievable. We had an inkling that they were this good. I think hopefully now everyone realizes that they are this good. I mean, Indiana is for real. That was really impressive yesterday.
Yeah, and so for those who don't know, Zach Green, Caddy Zach, as we like to call him, he's our Indiana alumni here in the building. He drove down to the Rose Bowl to watch that game, and you talk about you drinking too much. He was.
Yeah,
he probably had a shot for every point that Indiana had yesterday. 38-3 over Alabama. Carter, never in a million years would you tell me that Indiana is going to body Alabama 38-3 in the Rose Bowl? I would think that you are high on something that's not even invented yet.
Well, I am going to tell you this, Sammy, because you're a Raider fan, is I think that your boys out in Vegas should be calling Mr. Kurt Cignetti, firing their coach, getting Kurt in there and picking Mendoza number 1 overall for them to work together. I think that this guy is a culture changer. I mean, it's just insane to me.
That is the most unhappy looking man on the sideline, by the way. The scowls that he had.
I love it. And they showed,
he looked like the villain of like the HOA or something.
Yeah. They showed, we brought this up before the show in the green room, is they showed his introductory presser and they asked him, like, what do you do well? I think it was the question. And he said, I just win, which I love as a coach. It's just like, wow. That's what more can you ask for, I don't care if it's sexy. I don't care what it looks like. Just win, So,
yeah, I mean, honestly, that is kind of Big Ten football. It's never all that sexy. But yesterday was about as sexy of a blowout as you could possibly ask for. Again, it's again a great win for Indiana. It's a win that no one in that program ever saw coming. They are the only team, Carter, in the 2-year history of the college football playoff to go through that month-long bye, which I want to get your thoughts on that on the other side, and actually come out with a win.
Yeah.
And the way they I don't know what's more shocking. It's the way that they won or the way that once mighty Alabama just got absolutely eviscerated. I mean, we thought that they were, back on track after the way they beat Oklahoma, but Indiana just shut down that run game right away, and Ty Simpson had absolutely nothing to work with before he eventually got knocked out of the game. That Austin Mack kid, he kind of lit a spark there for a second. I was like, oh, are we going to have action? No, we did not have action.
Imagine 5 years ago saying that Indiana would beat Alabama.
Imagine 5 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Honestly,
yes,
Carter,
right.
You could have said it to me 5 days ago, and I would have problems believing it. Is Caleb DeBoer, man. He might be in trouble down there because you're always going to get talent in Alabama just because it's the SEC, because Bama has that brand name. And DeBoer, I mean, he had success in Washington. He has shown that he can have success, but oof, man, he does not look like he is ready for the expectations that Alabama has.
Yeah, I think it's very hard to walk in after Nick Saban, though.
No, that was never a fun guy to replace.
Yeah, I just think like people are going to look at him and compare him to Nick Saban. So, you don't have Nick Saban anymore. And finding the next Nick Saban is what everyone else wants to do, too. So they come, once a generation. So it's very hard for me to hop on that train. I am not a Caleb DeBoer guy. I just never liked him for that job. It just didn't. Washington, Alabama doesn't really make sense to me. But I just think that the comparison of, well, this isn't good enough for Alabama is also unfair because he's following up one of the best college football coaches in the history of the sport.
Yep. That voice there is Carter Chickering. I am Sam Lumman. We are covering for the Joes this morning on this January 2nd, the first day of shows here at 95.7 of the year 2026. At some point this year, I'm kind of curious. We can take some predictions as to what this year might bring for us, but we are going to be breaking down, getting into what to expect from this 49ers game tomorrow night. Niners-Seahawks at Levi Stadium, 5 o'clock. Is when the ball will kick off. Will it be raining? Will it not be raining? We'll be talking about that. We'll put a bow on some of these college football conversations as well. Plus, Warriors AD rumors. There's always some sort of Warriors talk. We'll get into that. Warriors do host the Oklahoma City Thunder. Let's say words right, Sam. They host the OKC Thunder tonight at 7 o'clock. Tune in for Warriors Live today, presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that. Warriors Live starts at 6 o'clock with one of Grandy or Evan, probably Grandy. That's my guess. What's coming up on the game, though, is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you. Here for good.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free, and you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800-894-7722.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for exclusive and exciting live play-by-play Warriors action brought to you by Toyota. Class-leading MPG and more hybrid models than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
Straight Talk presents the math of more. Here's how it works. When you say yes to more with Straight Talk, you're left with more for all the other good stuff. So getting an unlimited plan starting at just $25 a month equals more savings for your family's weekend adventures. And with a network covered by Verizon, you can share more from wherever you go. It's simple math, really. More equals more with Straight Talk. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. The $25 plan requires a compatible unlocked device and a new line of service. Additional terms apply.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel. Sounds like you need Vick's VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast!
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vick's VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take DayQuil Intense flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the DayQuil.
Undo your flu symptoms with DayQuil Intense Flu. DayQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
DayQuil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu medicine. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This is San Jose Jazz fan, and I wake up with the Morning Joes, Spadoni and Shasky on 95.7 The Game. They're doing a great job.
Thanks, Jazz fan, but it's actually Sam Lubman and Carter Chickering on this edition of the Morning Roast this morning. But hey, appreciate that, the kind words. Anyway, I think we are doing a pretty good job. You know who else been doing a pretty good job this year, Carter? Slow Neal and Evan Giddings. And when it's the biggest game of the year is on Saturday, you know the place to be and to watch it is at Laughing Monk Brewery, hanging out with Evan Giddings and Lorenzo Neal for the kickoff show, which is right down the street from the stadium. And of course, if you're going to the game, we have that free shuttle back and forth to and from Levi's, but you better hurry up and sign up on 957thegame.com. Sign up, claim your seat. Better do it quick because seats on the shuttle are going quick. That's 957thegame.com. Join us at Laughing Monk Brewery. Be there for the kickoff show. Hang out with us, eat food, drink beer. and just have a good old time before we head over to Levi Stadium, where you might see Carter and I wandering around on the concourse. You go to Laughing Monkey, you going straight to the studio, or sorry, straight to the stadium.
I'll probably stop by. I stopped by last week. It was fun with Evan there, and yeah, we had a good time. They did post-game, I think, for the Warriors, and then right into pre-game for the 49ers there, too. So, little 2-for-1. It was nice.
We make Evan do a lot at this station, actually. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, that guy that's our little Swiss Army knife walking around.
Evan. It's pretty, I mean, again,
shut up, Evan.
When you don't have to wake up at 3:30 in the morning, I guess you have more time to do things. You know, I'm sure you and I would be busy running around doing all sorts of stuff, but we get the short stick here, having to wake up early on our 5.5 hours of sleep. So, actually, last night, I got to bed pretty early last night. I got to bed like 9.
Oh, yeah, no, not me.
It's disgusting to say. Oh, my God. All this is being brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. We were just recapping on the previous side of this break, the Miami win over Ohio State. Oh, we're all loving that this morning. All about the U, baby. As well as that Indiana beatdown over Alabama. And you're seeing almost a changing of the guard of college football, in a sense, with the way that Alabama is fading. We'll see what Ole Miss is able to do beyond this season. How about that one, Carter? Ole Miss, Georgia. We all were convinced that was going to be the worst game of the quarterfinal, and it probably was the best game of the quarterfinal.
Yeah.
Watching Ole Miss shock Georgia. That quarterback, Chambliss, man, he had some just and ridiculously incredible throws.
So good.
What was the one play? It was almost like a straight-up Madden play where he takes the snap, starts running back. He's got 3 defensive linemen coming down. You know that like in Madden where like you have the quarterback run like 30 yards behind the line of scrimmage, and then like he cuts up field and then you make a play?
Yeah.
He had one of those plays there, and it was just like you're watching. It's like this is literally what some jerk in Madden does just to piss you off. He ended up getting the first down. In that moment, I realized, like, oh my God, Ole Miss is actually probably going to pull this off.
Yeah, when you're getting pressure like that and he's still making plays, you're done. I mean, just in any football game. We've seen it in the Super Bowls, against the Chiefs. So he was just incredible last night. I mean, what a name, too. I mean, Trinidad Chambliss, that's incredible name.
So the guy on defense, too, Centurion Perkins.
Wow, I didn't hear that one.
He forced a really big fumble at one point as well. That's just such an awesome name. Not awful, but
awesome
Georgia looked pretty awful against him. But awesome name there, Centurion Perkins.
I said this to you and Cam when I walked in. I could not believe the speed that Georgia has on the field. I mean, honestly, they had a couple guys, I swear, that were the fastest 2 football players I've ever seen. That kid, number 1, Branch, I think his name was. That kid is insanely fast.
Zach Branch.
Yeah, I mean, the speed that they had.
Branch,
no excuse to lose that game. So, and Georgia always has such a good front 7. I mean, I'm sure that that someone, maybe 1 or 2 players on that front 7 is going to go in the top 20 this year. Absolutely. I'd be willing to bet that, and I have no idea.
I mean, Georgia, they always bring on the defensive side of the line, too. We've seen how much, I mean, it's just, and honestly, what makes the Ole Miss thing so incredible, again, Carter, is just the way Lane Kiffin abandoned them for LSU, which, again, a lot of people like to shake a stick at Lane Kiffin over this one. This is the ugliness of college football. Sometimes you have to jump ship to go and get things started. Tosh Lupoy hanging out with Oregon before he comes to Cal, that's a little bit different because it's just the expectations from Cal are not as high as they are at LSU. Like Lane Kiffin is expected to be in the national championship conversation with LSU right off the bat, and recruiting is going on during the playoff here. Kiffin has to go and get things started with LSU. It sucks. It would have been nice if he could have stayed and finished the job here with Ole Miss. But the realities of college football kind of prevent him from being able to do that.
Yeah, I didn't like it, Sam.
I don't like it either. But again, everyone wants to get point at Lane. I'm not trying to absolve Lane Kiffin here. Lane Kiffin is a jerk, for a reason. But this one here is just the realities of college football kind of dictate that you kind of have to jump ship when you do there. I don't know. Maybe he could have done both.
Yeah,
it's incredibly difficult to do. I think it's when you're a head coach trying to prepare for a playoff run while also trying to get your next program started, it's a little bit harder than when you're like a coordinator trying to do that.
The whole thing leaves a bad taste in my mouth just because you have to understand why Ole Miss would not allow him to coach that game or coach these games is because the potential for him to poach your players is pretty high.
Oh, he's going to be rating his own roster when this is all over in the transfer portal. Ken just got in my ear, and Ken, say that again on the air for us.
So since Ole Miss beat Georgia, the incentive for Lane Kiffin was that he got a $500,000 bonus. And if they go on to beat Miami in the semifinals, that figure will raise to $750,000.
Yeah, and he got $250,000 for the first round.
For beating Tulane, correct.
Yeah.
The rich get richer. You gotta love that one there. Well, you know what? Hey, good for him. He's gonna need it at LSU once he gets run out of there. See, that's the thing. The only thing more fun than Lane going to LSU is gonna be when Lane leaves LSU. That's gonna be very fun to watch at some point. I think he's gonna have a lot of success there, though. To be honest,
I do too. I mean, you have the brand now, right? Ole Miss didn't hold the same brand that LSU holds. It just sucks. I think the whole thing. Walking away from a team that's entering the college football playoff where your record then doesn't matter, right? It's just win, 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 and take this thing home. And for him to walk away from that, or for the school to force him out of that, I just think is about as unfortunate a situation as possible for him and for the kids. I mean, underneath him, you know what I mean? That's losing your head coach headed into the biggest games of your life is not fun. But, the new interim guy, he stepped up.
Yeah, well, Pete Golding, I think is his name.
He did what Lane Kiffin could not do, which was beat Georgia. So,
well, that's kind of been the thing. Like, Lane has never won one of these big games before, and honestly, Ole Miss, they got an easy, cakewalk with Tulane in the first round. Sorry, Steiny, just being real.
They stink, Steiny.
Yeah, they do. But hey, that's face of the program, Matt Steinmetz, right there down at Tulane. But yeah, no, it's just. I don't know what Ole Miss is going to look like beyond this year. LSU and Ole Miss do play each other next year. But God, can you imagine if Ole Miss somehow pulled this off and won it all without Lane? That would. I mean, if you didn't hate Lane Kiffin already, how are you not hating him yet? But
right,
that's just
I gotta be honest,
to the villainy there.
I got to be honest with you. I don't think that LSU has the NIL money that people think they have.
I think they do. I think LSU is like they have.
I'm telling you.
I mean, you talk about South Florida being a hotbed. Louisiana is a hotbed of talent, and they have all the big money resources.
They have the talent. There's no doubt. But
I think they got a lot of financial resource at LSU.
They've had some people come out and say that they don't have as much as people think.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
So I think that
they put off a good front at least.
No, they put off a good front, but I think that that's not true. They don't have the money that some of these Big Ten schools have. I mean, it's just. Look, let's face it and let's put the rat on the table early here, brought to you by Acco Pest Control. In Guru's honor. People, really, really, really wealthy alumni are not going to LSU the way they're going to maybe a Penn State or some of these Big Ten schools.
You don't think Livy Dunn is going to be writing fat checks for LSU?
And that's the thing is like you're getting
Paul Steen's money.
You're kind of relying on ex-athletes to be donating this money, right? And
well, yeah, I mean, for a lot of these schools, especially SEC schools, like half of their richest alumni is NFL players. So, yeah. I mean, they have, there's always going to be big-time alumni that'll come back and fund these programs. And you see it with Miami with, Ray Lewis and Michael Irvin, going nuts on the side of the house.
Sam, the problem, though, is, do you know who's in Indiana's pockets? Mark Cuban.
That's a good guy to have in your pocket.
Good luck competing with that, with your little NFL salary. That's cute.
You think Zach Green's going to be throwing some money at them, too?
Do you know who's in Texas Tech's pockets?
Who's in Texas Tech's pockets?
I don't know his name, but he's an oil tycoon.
Oh, Patrick Mahomes?
No. But he might be able to actually contribute something
you need to have a billionaire. Miami, we have one of our billionaires. I'm spacing on his name right now, but he runs like a hedge fund or something.
Oregon has the highest NIL, Phil Knight. Obviously, that makes total sense for them because Phil's in sports, so you better be good.
Well, what I think you're kind of seeing also in this college football playoff here is, are we kind of seeing the SEC's, this run of dominance they've had? They've lost the last two championships. Michigan, Ohio State, obviously the last two national championship winners. But from, what was it? The Florida's first national championship, Florida's national championship win in 2006 against Ohio State, all the way to that Michigan title a couple years ago. The SEC won almost every single championship except for there was the FSU title and a couple Clemson titles.
Yeah.
I think it's about it. Then it's just been all SEC. Oh, and Ohio State in the first year of the playoff. I knew I was forgetting one of them. But I feel like you're starting to see now, again, when Indiana bodies Alabama like that, and Alabama, there's so many question marks there. Georgia, the way they lost to an Ole Miss team that they probably should have beaten. I think Georgia's not going anywhere. Kirby Smart, still a pretty damn good coach, damn good recruiter. We don't know what Ole Miss is going to look like next year. Tennessee, it seems like they're always on the doorstep, not quite there. Vanderbilt, they're not going to have Diego Pavia next year. We'll see what they look like. The SEC, they are starting to slide back, and the Big Ten now, granted, half the Big Ten is also the Pac-12, but that's looking like the premier conference now in college football going forward.
Georgia's not going anywhere, and I can tell you why, and Kirby Smart's not going anywhere, because if they were to fire him, do you know what his buyout is?
What, $500 million?
$115 million.
Buyouts in college football are insane.
It is
insane.
It's the highest buyout in all of college football.
And why would they move off him, by the way?
Well, exactly. I mean,
they won back-to-back titles. This is the best Georgia has looked ever.
If you're getting the bye, even if you're losing, like, you can't really ask for more. I mean, the goal is to be in the playoff tournament, right? And if you're getting the bye, that's great. But I think this leads us to another topic here, Sammy, is the bye doesn't seem to be helping people.
No, they need to get rid of that. So my conspiracy theory, as I put on my tinfoil cap here, my theory there is, so college football, obviously, they're at 4 teams. And as soon as they went to 4 teams, immediately it was like, well, how do we expand from there? And the jump from 4 to 12, it was a lot. I think they've always wanted 16 teams in the playoff. But the reason they didn't go from 4 to 16 is that just seemed like such a massive leap.
Yeah.
They wanted to try 12 out, has something go wrong with 12 teams, not enough SEC teams get in, or as you're seeing right now, the bye weeks having some sort of issue. So then it's very easy to say in the offseason, well, the 12 teams is not working because of the buys. We need more teams and more money and more games, so let's go to 16. And the public fix will be we eliminate the bye weeks. Privately, it's just going to be for more money, but I guess at the end of the day, we all get what we want. College football gets more games and more money, and we don't have to see teams really suffer against these bye weeks.
Yeah, I'm really
bye months. You can't call it a bye week.
That's exactly
it.
It's like I'm really unclear why there's a 26-day layoff. Like that is, you can have a 14-day layoff. Like what is it that's making this so long? Like no one's asking for that. Right? The players do not want to be off for 26 days. I can guarantee you 100% that.
The reality is, they got to play those first round games.
Yeah, I know.
So you need time between, the end of the regular season and those first. Well, that's the other thing. They're giving these kids a week and a half off, basically, in between all these games. Which
is a problem.
On the one hand, I do like that you do need the recovery aspect. These are still, 18, 19, 20-year-old college kids here who, are in school, quote unquote, theoretically. So you have to allow for that, but I don't know. Maybe you got to figure out a way to shorten off this downtime.
I just disagree on the rest time thing, and I'll tell you why. Is like you have to earn that time off. That's what the bye's for. Is that you need to go earn that. If you want rest time, go get the bye.
Well, the rest is supposed to be good for you too. You're supposed the more rested team,
right, should
be in theory better off and more ready to win that game. That's why we need the Niners to win this game tomorrow night to get that 1 seed and get that week off, so they have 2 weeks to rest for whoever they're going to play instead of 1 week.
But what was Miami's rest in between this last game and their previous game to that? In between the first round, of the college football playoff and their previous game. What was it, 14 days?
Let me answer that in a second. But first off, you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studio. So, yeah, Miami played their last game of the year I think it's the end of November, something like that when that last game was. Let me pull up the schedule right
November
here.
29th. And then they didn't play again until December 20th. I'm sorry. That's just stupid. That's stupid.
That is a long time off.
And if you're going to sit here and tell me that the reason being is because you want the national championship to be in mid-January, forget that. That's dumb.
Well, so you have November 29th was their final regular season game. The weekend after that was championship weekend, so you can't obviously play it there. The weekend after that was the Heisman weekend, the Army-Navy game. Maybe you bump it up to that weekend, but I also know that college football is not going to want the Heisman ceremony to be upstaged by the college football playoff. You also have the complication that college football, you don't really have Sundays to work with because the NFL owns Sunday.
No doubt.
I think part of it is they need to move up the start of the college football season. But another thing that kind of hampers college football is this desire to make sure that the Rose Bowl has to be on New Year's Day.
If you're using the Heisman Trophy ceremony as a thing that you need to rate over the college football playoff, your business model is completely bad.
Well, that's where the business of college football versus the tradition of college football, I think, kind of clashes into each other. All I'm saying is, like, yeah, the ideal weekend to do it probably would be start the playoff that weekend of the Heisman ceremony. They could figure out a way to close it. I just don't think they would want it to be overshadowed. That's just my belief on how I think they would view it. To your point, though, Carter, yeah, that would probably be the best weekend to start the college football playoff. Move it up a weekend early, so that way Ohio State, which, they play in the Big Ten championship game, that was on December 6th, and they don't play again until December 31st. I mean, it's
say that out loud. You have almost a month off without the bye.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, hello.
There comes a point where, like, there's one thing about rest, but eventually that rest turns into rust.
Well, that is absolutely rust. I'm sorry. A month? Anyone will be rusty after a month, for God's sake. At the end of the day, practicing is not live game action.
No.
Right? And your body just, like, your physicality, the actual things you feel within a game, you cannot mimic in a practice, period. You just won't. And so I just think, you can tell me about, it's tradition and yada, yada. You already broke tradition. You made the college football playoff.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So if now you're getting scared that we're breaking too much tradition, like, too late, dude. You already did it.
Yeah, I guess that's a very good point. And see, that's how these things, it's going to be slowly, bit by bit. And this is kind of like, I'm a traditionalist when it comes to college football. I do like the tradition and the pageantry of it. But it's obvious where this is all trending towards, where it's getting bigger and bigger. Oh, well, that's the other thing. I mean, how many... I watched a little bit of the Cheez-It Citrus Bowl.
Nice.
Of Michigan and Texas.
Right.
That was kind of an interesting one. But for the most part, I mean, I watched a bit of the Pop-Tarts Bowl. But I'll be honest, I just wanted to see the Pop-Tarts tomfoolery more than I wanted to see BYU and whoever it was in that game. I don't even remember who was in. I just wanted to see the dancing Pop-Tarts. That's what I cared about more.
Right.
You see what the Cheez-It Bowl had a Cheez-It dragon?
No, I would love to see that.
They had a dragon made out of Cheez-Its. They just brought it onto the field. It's like, sure, why not? It's college
see something
football.
new every day.
See, that's what I like about these bowl games when they get just ridiculous. Let's get a Cheez-It dragon.
Yeah, I mean,
that's what I sounds like the Pop-Tarts Bowl now realizing they could do mythological Pop-Tarts.
Yeah, I think, I don't know how you feel about it, but I definitely don't miss the old system prior to the college football playoff. I think that the 4-team was too small. And I'm glad that we are where we are. I think that this system is imperfect, but it clearly, they're willing to change it. I think the new problem is obviously this vast amount of days that you get off, and they need to tackle that one now. And look, the 16-team idea, I'm down with. That's fine. I'm one of the guys that I just don't need Tulane and JMU in there.
That's just too many teams for me. 16, like, I'm sorry, who was? Let's see, who the 16th ranked team was.
I don't feel strongly about it. I just, go for it. I'm neutral on the whole thing, but we just get more football then. So
the 16th ranked team was USC, which they were 9-3. They had a good battle with TCU in their bowl game. Utah was ranked 15th. Vanderbilt, like, are we really looking at Vanderbilt, Utah, USC, Tulane, James Madison? Are we really looking at those teams as teams who deserve a shot at the national championship?
Yeah, I mean, when you say it that way, you're right. You're probably reaching down farther.
Like, I'm going to be honest, when we get, again, I'm happy Miami is at where they're at, but let's be real. A 2-loss team that was ranked 10th in the country being in the mix of the national championship, there is, Carter, we've talked about this before in the back while we're listening to the Joes talk about stuff. Remember when winning the college football championship was supposed to be like really, really hard and you had to have like a really perfect regular season?
Yeah.
It's the idea of 2 and potentially 3-loss teams having a shot at the national championship. That's just unheard of.
No, I know.
And the regular season is supposed to matter. And when you start including these, the 13th, 14th, 15th best teams in the conversation, it's just like there's a level of just like, what are we doing here?
No,
like these regular seasons just matter less and less.
Yeah, and that's why it's if Indiana can finish this off and go undefeated for the year, I mean that's going to be really, really impressive. It's so hard to do now.
They have to go 16. They'd be the first 16-0 team in college football history. Yeah,
wow,
they have to do it. That's the other thing. It's just there's so many games you
Michigan
have to win.
didn't do it a couple years ago.
No, because they're still the 14 playoff.
Oh,
and then Ohio State had a loss last year.
Right. This is only the first year with the 12 team, right? Second year. Yeah, I was going to say this feels familiar. Yeah, no. It's just if Indiana can pull this off, it'd be nuts.
LSU one year went 15-0.
Yeah, that sounds right.
When they won the Ed Ogeron year.
Yeah, that sounds right. That team is insane. I
So, I mean, yeah, it's just between, your championship games and you have all these playoff games here. So, again, they have to do something about the bye week, though, because it's just, again, like last year when Oregon got bodied by Ohio State at the Rose Bowl, that felt like it was too early to see Oregon go down.
Yeah.
Indiana is great that they pulled it out here. Texas Tech, I'm surprised they didn't have anything against Oregon.
Yeah.
Like, Oregon probably should have had that 4 seed over Texas Tech.
I was on this Indiana train early. I told everyone, you go into Oregon and you go into Ohio State and win both those games, this team's got to be really, really good. Have we ever seen a team, at least in my lifetime, I can't think of one, go into two, if there was a 14 playoff, both those teams would have had a shot to be in it, right? Mm-hmm. Ohio State definitely would have been in it.
Oh, absolutely. Again, those were the two best. I thought Ohio State was going to repeat this year.
And Indiana went into both of those stadiums, which are incredibly hard places to play.
I think Indiana beat Ohio State in the Big Ten title game, which is in Indianapolis. They didn't beat them at the Horseshoe.
Yeah, that's fair.
But they still went to Oregon and got that win.
To do it in the title game, too, is huge. I mean, so it's just hugely impressive victories. The way they play, too, that team, like, they're huge. Both sides of the ball, the trenches are huge on that team. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. They have it covered. And so they're for real. And anyone wants to take, smash on Fernando Mendoza, that's fine by me because he was a Cal guy and he just did not do this for Cal. But
no, he was good last year. I didn't see him being this great, but this year, I mean, he has taken his game to a whole new level. And I'm happy to say I'm kind of pissed that Mario couldn't bring him to Miami. They went to the same high school. Obviously not at the same time, but I guess Fernando Mendoza Sr. was opposed to Fernando Mendoza Jr. Staying at home in Miami, which, that's fair. You can get in a lot of trouble down in Miami.
I think also, though, too, Sammy, you see the difference of a mid-football coach, Justin Wilcox, versus an elite football coach, Kurt Cignetti.
Yep. Hopefully Tosh Lupoy can be more of a Cignetti type for the Bears than a Wilcox type. That was the thing about Justin Wilcox, who
he's a 500 coach.
I did my bottom 5 on Wednesday to close out the year. If I did a bottom 6, Wilcox would have been number 6.
That's a good one.
Yeah, he was the honorable mention of bottom 5.
When I first met you, you remember I leaned to you because when you told me you were a Cal fit, I leaned to you and I said the first thing they need to do is fire Justin Wilcox.
And my thing was just like, I don't know if you're going to find someone better than him.
But it's just it just felt like the ceiling was not much higher than they had gone already. And like this had been 10 years. Like, let's go, buddy. Pick it up. Figure it out. Jeff Tedford did.
But, man. Anyway, but hopefully the Tosh Lupoy era brings us something a little bit better. You know what else is hoping is going to bring us a little something better, Carter? Is the 49ers. Are they going to bring us a big win tomorrow night? Want to get back into that. That is the big story of the morning here as we enter our 7 o'clock hour. 888-957-9570, Niner fans. Where are you at? What has you confident about this game tomorrow night? David Fresno, I saw you on the line earlier. I didn't get to you in time. That's my bad. If you want to call in again, we'll get you back on. We'll hear your thoughts on the Niners. As far as everybody else out there, I want to hear from you guys. What has you confident about this game? What has you nervous about this game? On a scale of 1 to 10, were you confident? On a scale of 1 to 10, are you not confident? Want to get into all of that? We're going to start looking at this game, how the Niners win this game. We'll get into that on the other side, plus some Warriors rumors if we have time for that as well. We also got the crossover coming up today, the Friday crossover. Evan Giddings will be in with Bonte Hill. What
a combo there, huh?
That is quite the combo there. I guess apparently, Carter, they have Steve Kerr joining them today. So Evan and Bonte chatting with Steve Kerr. I don't know
Steve
the time.
Want to talk with us?
Because he doesn't want to wake up early. I don't know what time. I've heard 11:30. I've heard noon. We'll get confirmation on that at some point. My suggestion is just keep locked to 95.7 the game all day long. That way you don't miss it. And then stay locked after you hear the Steve Kerr interview because you're going to want to hear the reaction to the Steve Kerr interview with Bonte and Evan. So that'll be coming up today. Also, Dick Fan, part of the Softy and Dick show of KJR Radio up in Seattle. He'll be joining Carter and I at 8:50. Get the Seattle side of things in terms of looking at this game. How do Seahawks fans view the Niners right now? Are they as afraid of Brock Purdy as we are not afraid of Sam Darnold? We'll talk to Dick Fan about that at 8:50. All that is coming up in the game is sponsored by Bay Area Fast Track.
On January 1st, tolls went up on all the bridges except the Golden Gate. These funds will be used to maintain and rehabilitate the Bay Area's 7 state-owned bridges. Learn more at bayareafasttrack.org.
Ready for the ultimate red and gold game day? Laughing Monk Brewing is the place to park, party, and ride. Skip the traffic. Forget the expensive parking. Park for free and dive into an epic tailgate with mouth-watering food, ice-cold Laughing Monk beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show with Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings. Then hop on the free shuttle minutes away from the stadium. Shuttles are first come, first served. So head to 957thegame.com to sign up and join the party.
The holiday rush continues at your California Ford dealers. The Ford year-end sell-a-thon is on. Now through January 2nd, get our best offers across the most popular Ford trucks and SUVs. From America's best-selling Ford F-Series trucks for 48 years, the legendary F-150 and Super Duty, to the Bronco family of SUVs for those who don't wait for adventure to begin. Plus, all-electric standouts like the Mustang Mach-E and F-150 Lightning. And Explorer and Escape, the perfect balance of comfort, capability, and everyday versatility. Get ready to power through whatever the season brings in a Ford. But don't wait. These year-end sell-a-thon savings won't last. The clock's ticking. The lots are moving. And these are the season's biggest savings on an incredible selection of Ford vehicles. Rush in before the sell-a-thon and the savings are over January 2nd. Get to your California Ford dealers today. Claim based on 1977 to 2024 calendar year industry reported total.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. I know finding a dream engagement ring can be overwhelming, but don't worry, we got you. As director of diamond sourcing, it's my job to make sure every single diamond at Shane Company is truly the best of the best. Our team travels the world to see diamonds up close, in person. We handpick each one for its unique fire, brilliance, and scintillation. Diamond buying is an art. Of course, we look at cut, color, clarity, and carat, known as the 4 C's. But that's not all. We also look at how each diamond looks on a hand, where it will be worn, how it makes you feel, and if it's worthy of a Shane Company customer. That type of expertise only comes from working for a company that's been a family business since 1929. We also think about your budget. We only pick the best in each grade in all shapes and sizes. Your diamond is guaranteed to be the most beautiful because a friend wants you to pick from only the best. Drop by your store or shaneco.com and see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call now, 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go to carsforkids.com. That's cars with a K.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut? It's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. This holiday season through January 4th, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Hi, I'm Michael from the Warren Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5 milligram, 1 milligram, and 2 milligrams.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts.
only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off. Because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
This is Oreo Cookie from Oakland, California, and it's plain to see you can't change me because I'm going to be a roaster for life.
Love me some Oreo cookies. Love me some Oreo cookie. That is a true roaster for life. I crushed a lot of Mega Stuff Oreos over the last couple days.
Yeah, I like Oreo a lot. And Oreos, sure.
Sorry, you like what in Oreos?
Well,
What?
I mean, Oreo Cookie, our listener.
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying something else there for a second.
He called in and congratulated me on winning the fantasy football championship. So
I guess that did
immediately
happen.
in my good graces.
So, we were speaking of that fantasy football championship. Your boy took 6, but I was listening to Willard and Dibbs last week, and Dibbs was so proud of himself for winning the 5th place game because, I'm just locked in. I'm going to keep winning. That's what I'm going to do. Thanks. That's my Dibbs. I'm gonna give myself a 1.5 for that
That's
Dibbs
not
there.
bad.
But he's like, he's saying how locked in he was to that 5th place game, and I took it so seriously. It's so important to me. I beat Ken in that 5th place game.
Ooh, Ken.
No, he didn't. He beat me in that 5th place game. He was so locked in on that game, so proud of that game, he forgot who he even beat.
Wow.
Which I thought was like, yeah, okay, way to go there, Dibbs.
Wow. You don't even get anything for winning that game. So
you get pride. I'm not gonna lie.
True.
I probably I wish I'd pay attention to that week. I didn't really pay attention to that part of the consolation bracket, but
once you're out, if you're subbing people in your roster once you're done, that's crazy to me. I don't know.
Team, we just went such off a cliff there right at the end. Made a big charge at the end, didn't really get anything out of it, but a big part of that was my Philly guys, AJ, Devontae, and Jalen.
AJ's been good down the stretch though, right?
Well, yeah, at the expense of the rest of the offense.
Oh yeah, good point.
But yeah, basically my birds completely just left me hanging in the playoffs. Which maybe they do that to the actual team when the actual playoffs come around.
People are sleeping on them way too much for me.
That Eagles team, they are the playoff team that I worry about the most, the Niners facing.
Like Sam, people were like, well, they have bad chemistry. They were sick calling in last week, and it's like, well, they've won 3 straight. You know what I mean? So they might have bad chemistry right now, but they're still winning while they have bad chemistry. So I don't know.
Well, the defense has been keeping them in games. I mean, it was an incredible game against Buffalo last weekend, where again they won 14-13. They, Josh Allen tries to go for the game-winning 2-point conversion there. They don't get that. Their defense is keeping them in games, and that offense, there's too much talent on that offense for them to be quiet through an entire playoff run. So, yeah, definitely do not want to see Philly in the playoffs. If we do see them, hopefully it's in the NFC title game here at home at Levi Stadium, which the Niners have a chance to make that happen, but it starts with the game tomorrow night. And before we really jump into that big time, though, Carter, there's something I need to bring up with you, and that is this tiny little water glass that you are using this morning. If you could hold it up for our YouTube audience, that is like a little tiny science beaker that you get in my first science kits for Christmas. What is this is a purposeful choice to use this tiny little water glass.
Well, we're all out of glasses over there. So I
was just stealing. Wait, was that did you bring that from home or was that over in the kitchen?
It's from here.
I thought that was your own little water glass.
Sam, I'm not going to go down. Liar! I'm not going to go down and unload the dishwasher. I mean, come on, it's 6 in the morning. Sorry, but someone else can do that.
Kind of a man unloads a dishwasher.
Yeah,
let's not go down that road. Okay, I saw this little tiny glass. It's just I need to know the story behind it.
No. So I had to just, take something. It might be for flowers for all I know. Who knows?
Are you going to be flowering today?
Yeah, sure. When we start talking about the NFL, of course I am.
Are the Niners going to be flowering tomorrow night against the Seahawks? Oh, how's that for a segue there? Again, we're talking about Niners-Seahawks. 888-957-9570 is the number. What has us feeling confident about this game right now? And Carter, let's just get right into it. The first thing that makes me feel confident in the 49ers' ability to win this game, it's the most important position on the field. It's the quarterback. And right now is the most confidence I've ever had in Brock Purdy, going back to that 2023 MVP season. This is the best that Brock has looked in such a long time. Conversely, he is going against a ghost-seeing quarterback in Sam Darnold, who is basically Sam Darnolding all over the place right now, Carter. In the last 6 games, again, the Seahawks are 6-0 in this time, so they have been winning, but 8 touchdowns, 4 interceptions since that loss to the Rams. He's had 5 fumbles in that time, a 90.3 rating, been sacked 15 times in the last 6 games. Sam Darnold has not been playing very well of late. The Seahawks have not been getting on the board in the first half very well of late. The Niners defense, it's been rough right now. It's been very bend, don't break for the most part. But going against Sam Darnold, I do feel confident that he is playing bad enough right now that the Niners can make his life even more difficult. Yeah, he also, we've seen it with Sam, is like, you turn him over once, you have a very high shot of turning him over again, And, as I said, I just think, you need to make that pocket close. I need to see Bryce Huff's speed come out. And I said this, it looks like he lost a little half step after the injury. I think it's still kind of lingering with him, and he might tell you it's not. But, when we first saw him step on the field for the 49ers, he looked like the fastest edge rusher possible on the outside. He just got back there so quickly and would make the quarterback take those 2 steps up in the pocket, even when he didn't get there. So, I just look for the 49ers need to make that happen over and over and over again. Play every down like it's, just this is the game, this one down, and they're going to be fine. I think that I wouldn't be surprised to see Sam struggle in the rain a bit too. So, this is a very good team when it comes to run defense. So you got to make things happen through the air to some degree to win this game. On top of that, it's going to be really wet out there. So, that's going to make Brock using his legs, the traction won't be great on the field. So these are things that this is going to be different than week 1. I promise you this game will. It'll be a lot different than week 1. Well, these teams are just so different now than they were in week 1. For the most part, first off, the Niners had a fully healthy defense in week 1. And the 49ers had a completely different kicker for another part in week 1. We forget Jake Moody left 6 points off the board with a couple misses that week. It's just so crazy to think that these teams have not played since week 1. When's the last time you saw the Niners start and finish the season against the same divisional opponent? I know. I was just thinking of that. I can't remember a time. Seahawks are 7-1 on the road this year. Sam Darnold, 67% completion percentage on the road. 15 touchdowns, 9 interceptions. A slightly better rating on the road than at home. A 100 rating on the road. 98 at home. 12 sacks on the road versus 13 at home. So he's been kind of consistent home or on the road, but it's just at the end of the day, he's an average quarterback. He's not a quarterback that I think can put the game on his shoulders and win it for you. Completely agree. If it comes down to, now that said though, the Seahawks have been able to come back and win games. A lot of it, and you saw in the Carolina game, the offense was not good against Carolina. The defense was absolutely picking Sam Darnold up in that one. And that's always kind of been, I feel like, the story for great Seattle Seahawks teams, going back to Russell Wilson when he was there, 13 years ago starting, as whatever he did on offense didn't matter because they had a defensive unit that was able to offset any mistakes that the quarterback made. I feel a similar situation here with this Seahawks team. Yeah, they have a fantastic defensive coach. Mm-hmm. This guy, McDonald, knows what he's doing, trust me. They're actually second when it comes to points per game in their defense. So, obviously, the Houston Texans, who are one of the baddest defenses we've seen in a really, really long time, are above them. But I have a feeling, Sam, if you get your 30 points in this game, you're going to win this game. You think 30 is enough to win? I think 30 will be enough to win this game. I hope so. I think, but who knows? The way the defense is playing, I guess that could be very much not true. Well, this is the reason the defense has issues is because, again, when you don't have the pass rush up front, that makes things harder for everyone behind you because you're not pressuring the quarterback. I'll use a Miami example. Carson Beck had all day to throw against Ohio State because Miami's offensive line was just that good at stopping the Ohio State pass rush. When you have that clean pocket, obviously this is not breaking news. This isn't a hot take. But when you have that clean pocket, you have all this, the wiggle room to operate and utilize the entire field here. When you got guys like JSN and Cooper Kupp and Rashid Shaheed, who's been struggling since the acquisition, the Seahawks got him from New Orleans. If you give Darnold time to find those guys, he's going to burn you. JSN is very good at getting open in the secondary there, and I'm curious to see how the Niners do go about shutting him down. But it absolutely does come down to do not let Darnold get comfortable there, because if he does get comfortable, we know he could pick you apart. We saw it against the Vikings last year in Minnesota, where he was able to get comfortable, and he had that big pass to Justin Jefferson. It was like a 90-plus yard touchdown there, and ended up being a big part of that game. You cannot have a breakdown like that. You have to limit the big plays that Seattle gets, because you know they're going to have a few. They're a very good team for a reason. You have to be able to limit those plays, and 30 points, it might take a 35, almost a 40 points if the defense really does not show up to get this game to be won.
So the Vegas over-under is 47.5. So that tells me if the 49ers
23?
score 30, they're going to win the game. That's what that tells me. The Vegas over-unders are usually pretty good. Obviously, there's outliers.
If it takes 30, then my guess, if it does take 30 to win this game, then my predictions, that means the Niners defense really kept the Seahawks offense off kilter in that first half. Because again, first half, last 6-7 games last 6 games for the Seahawks, the offense in the first half has not been very good.
Right.
And if the Niners can keep that trend going, if they have like a 2-score lead going into half, then you're feeling super, super good there, because you have that cushion to weather a surge from Seattle in the second half. This hour is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. I want to go to our guy Zaya in San Diego, who's making the trek up north to go to this game at Levi's tomorrow. Zaya, how you doing, man? How you feeling about this game tomorrow night?
Let's go Niners! I'm super excited. Just got my tickets. I'm gonna be driving down later today. I just want us to put a good overall effort on both sides of the ball, and put any narrative that's carried us throughout the season away, and just roll away with the number 1 seed and have that bye week to heal up for the veterans. I was trying to see if I could figure out where Joe and Joe were to introduce myself to them. I heard they were going to the game, and go Niners.
Good call there, Zaya. Go Niners. Carter and I will be there, so hopefully we'll run into each other. Come say hi to us. I don't know where the Joes are going to be. I don't know if Spadoni's going, and I don't know what's going on with Shasky. He might be there. He might not. It depends on, maybe he's bringing the little guy or Michelle or who knows. Shasky's probably going to be there. He might be doing the coin flip before the game, actually, if we're being real. 415, we got college segments now, but still no Sharks. That's on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injuries Attorneys text line. Quick off subject here, but great win for the Sharks on Wednesday to close out 2026 over the Minnesota Wild, sweeping one of the better teams in the NHL in the Minnesota Wild.
I do know that.
Sharks were up 3-1 in that third period there. Celebrini had a great goal there to go up 3-1. Wild come back, and that's one of those games, Carter, we've said this so many times this year, where the Sharks get a win, and we're like, yeah, they don't win that game last year. That was one of those. Goes to overtime. They had a couple chances in overtime. Win it in the shootout. William Eklund, by the way, getting on that same line with Macklin Celebrini. Remember, Carter, we did the show last week. We were saying, William Eklund, 35 shots in the month, only 1 goal. He's had 2 goals since we did that show together as well, and then also the shootout winner yesterday. He got bumped up on that first line with Celebrini again, and it has completely rejuvenated his game so far this month.
Have you made it out to the tank this year?
I made it out for a couple games so far.
Oh, you have?
Yeah. So it's still very, very fun time. So
it's great.
Anyway, 415, there is your Sharks talk for the day.
Wait, you told me Celebrini too is figuring out his shootout struggles.
Yeah, that was his first shootout goal of the year.
Yeah, he's struggled in shootouts.
That's the one thing.
He was like 0 for 8, right, or something?
Yeah, something crazy like that. I don't have the actual stat in front of me, but it was one of those things like you hear those stats, like stats that sound fake but are real.
Right.
But hey, if that's the one hole in his game right now, you will absolutely take it. At some point, I want to take a look at the U.S. and Olympic Canada rosters. We'll do that at some point today as well. But again, we are talking about the 49ers right now and what gives you confidence, what doesn't give you confidence. Is it really just built it just comes down to just how much faith you have in the defensive line right now when it comes to your confidence in this game?
Yeah, I think that's obviously the thing that we're all kind of shaking in our boots about, right? After watching that game against the Bears, when you let up 38 points, that's going to make you shake in your boots, especially when you see a team coming in here that's putting up 30 on the road, no problem, pretty often. So, I am cautiously worried about this game, just in the fact that, look, I get that there's probably no players left on this team that played in that 2019 game, but you think that Seattle doesn't remember that? Are there
on the Seattle side or on the Niners side?
On the Seattle side.
You know what? Why don't you talk about that for a second, and I'll see if there's anyone still there.
I just think the fans remember that. We sure remember that here, and I think when we were looking at the schedule to start the year here, we earmarked this game as, wow, we could be looking at potentially what we looked at in 2019. As, this game could have huge implications. I don't know if we were all thinking that it could be for the first seed, but we definitely thought it could be for the division. And here we are. So can the 49ers get it done on Sunday? I think that a lot of things need to go right? But I think that one thing you're going to probably see, and if the Niners are smart this weekend, we already brought up you need to shadow JSN and have Demo on him the whole time. Demo can't cover over the top like that, too. You know what I mean? Like, it's just asking way too much, basically, against a player that good. So you're going to have the safeties have help, too, back there. I think he's going to be, JSN, quite a decoy for a little bit for them. And you're going to see, the safeties, if they're going to cheat over to JSN over the top, you're going to see open guys. That's just the bottom line. And it's not like the 49ers have gotten the strongest safety play this year.
No.
So this is a lot to ask of the whole defense. So, you can erase a lot of people's memories with a good game in this one.
So, yeah, to answer your question, I don't think, again, looking at the roster, there's no notable names that were on that 2019 team. Obviously, they have a new head coach now. So the Seahawks, they really kind of, that 2019 game, and I do want to revisit that 2019 game at some point during this show because, we talk about incredible all-time regular season games. That one was on the road, obviously, up in Seattle, and we opened the show, or part of the opening of the show was talking about how Miami exercised some demons, beating Ohio State on Wednesday night, and the 23 years of frustration that started with that pass interference call in the Fiesta Bowl after the 2002 season. When you exercise those demons, it creates a new era for your program. When the 49ers went into Seattle on that, what was the date of that game there, as I have it up in front of me here, it was on December 29th of 2019. And, you're thinking, oh, man, this next decade's going to be awesome. Nothing's going to derail 2020. So they had that big win there. It ended an era for the Seahawks. They did get to the playoffs, I think, the next year after that. And eventually Russ moved on. But the Seahawks had to go through a little mini rebuild after that. And it launched the Niners into this, what we've seen from Kyle Shanahan in this era since then. I mean, that was a dream season in 2019. But that win in Seattle to end the year to get the 1 seed, it just launched this whole new era of Niners football that we now find ourselves in. And so wins like that are huge. And the fact that we kind of have this full circle moment here with the Seahawks coming up here to try and, I don't want to say they have any demons they need to exercise, though they have struggled against the Niners since that game. A lot is on the line for them. If the Niners were to pull this off, though, and get this win, I mean, that just kind of, you're feeling like, I'm not going to say it's like create a new era, but I almost feel like it could extend how great we feel about this Kyle Shanahan era that we're in right now.
No doubt. I mean, everyone's saying, well, I've seen a Super Bowl winning defense, and I've seen a 49ers team that is far better than this one. And you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't matter. Like, that literally does not matter at all, because the NFL is year to year. And this year is proving that it seems like everyone is down a little bit, right? The Eagles are down a little bit. Like, we could just go through a list. The Bills are down a little bit. So you might not need to have that 2023 roster to get it done this year. I mean, blatantly. If you're getting quarterback play like this, you got a shot. And can that maintain? Well, we're going to find out Saturday night. By the way, Sam, I've got to get this off my chest.
Get it off your chest, man.
I am so pissed this is on Saturday night.
I honestly don't mind it.
Yeah, I know why you don't mind it.
If it was a Sunday night, I wouldn't be able to go.
You
because
selfishly don't mind it because of the time we work.
Well, yeah, there's that. But also, yeah, I have no problem watching on a Saturday night. It's going to be the Monday night crew. I think we got Buck and Aikman. We got the A crew for Monday night.
Yeah, we do. But it's just a slap in the face to me.
It's fine.
Look, to me, Sunday night is the stage. Like, that's the stage. Did you know that Sunday Night Football, the pregame, is, I want to say, the most watched show in television for the last 20 years? It just tells you, though.
Do you think when this game, though, with how big Niners-Seahawks is, and again, Steelers-Ravens, that should be an interesting showdown? I mean, let's be real. I mean, Aaron Rodgers versus Lamar Jackson for a division title.
Yeah, for two teams that aren't going to do anything in the playoffs.
And the right to lose to the Texans in the first round. I mean, there's, that kind of undercuts a lot of it. But I'd be kind of curious. I'm going to predict right now, I think Niners-Seahawks and their whole pageantry behind it, they're going to outrate Sunday Night Football.
I think you're probably right, but I just think that why are we having the climax of the weekend on Saturday night?
Well, then you have Sunday.
It's the biggest game of the weekend.
Well, yeah, then Sunday is the hangover recovery day.
Yeah, of all the crap games.
Yeah, who cares?
Great. Who cares? I mean,
so go do your
build up.
Go do your Sunday activities then. Go to the store and buy your groceries and go hang out with whoever it is that you hang out with, not just you, but like people in the world. Go live your Sunday. Get the win on Saturday and then enjoy a victory Sunday. Sit back, enjoy a nice little brunch. Have your coffee, go about the day, run your errands. Don't worry about all the other games that are going on. Those things don't matter. Just take a Sunday off because then Monday comes around and we got a 2-week break before the real work begins. But no, I'm completely okay with it.
I'm not. I think it's just dumb.
How much better does it get if it's on Sunday versus Saturday?
Well, it's not better. It's not about better. It's about that. Why are we having the best game of the weekend be the second game of the weekend? Like, that doesn't make any sense to me. The best game should be the last game of the weekend.
That's fair. I guess that is.
Like, you're blowing your whole load, basically.
I get that. But, if the NFL wants to blow their load on Saturday, let them. At the end of the day, I don't think it's a takeaway for how fun this game is.
No, it's not going to take away. But the stage is the stage. And to me, Sunday Night Football is the biggest stage in sports.
I think the Niners are changing that stage up a little bit, but they're going to take over, make it the biggest stage. So, again, I get there is like a Sunday night status factor here. For me, I'm not going to get bothered by it either way. It'll work out. I don't get bothered by it. Again, we're talking about our confidence level in the 49ers going into this tomorrow night, Saturday night game against the Seahawks. It's a special Monday night on Saturday night game. Joe Buck, Troy Aikman. Troy Aikman, by the way, is going to be helping the Dolphins find a new GM. Did you see that, Ken?
Yeah,
that's about my reaction was to that, too.
That's my reaction to everything Dolphins.
Yeah.
Be gentle.
That's my dolphin sound.
You got a quarterback.
Endorsed by Brady too.
Yeah, you got a quarterback.
We got Quinn Ewers. We got the Longhorn.
Yeah,
there you go.
What's going to happen with Tua? It's a lot of money on the bench.
I mean, they're bringing in another. They're going to say there's going to be a quarterback competition next year, so they might bring in another guy. Kirk Cousins, maybe.
Jeez. Wow. Mac Jones,
Zach Wilson.
I'd take Mac Jones.
There you go. A lot of people are wanting
future Raider.
But again, we're talking about the defense, and again, if there's any consternation about this game, it is going to be over the defense. Brian Baldinger, are the 49ers going to have to just keep outscoring their own defense if they want to win games?
Probably not. There probably is a finite finish where you can't put up 42, and keep winning these games like this. You probably can't win big playoff games with defense that doesn't have a whole lot of bite to it, pass rush, coverage. Like, it's just hard. It's just hard to do.
So, yeah, it is hard to do. It is hard to keep up, the streak the Niners have been doing where they have been outscoring their own defense in terms of just kind of just as they've kind of had to. Again, 42 against the Bears, 48 against the Colts. They allowed 38 against the Bears, 27 against the Colts. They gave up 24 to a lowly yet improving Tennessee Titans team. The offense has been able to keep outscoring the deficiencies on defense. You'd say it's 30 points, Carter. If the Seahawks somehow hold this Niners team under 30 points, do you still think they can win this game?
If the Niners hold the Seahawks under 30
No, if the Seahawks hold the Niners under 30.
I think that'll be hard, Sam. I think that'll be really hard. Our specialty is not on the defense. But I will say this, which is, that game in 2019, the Niners uncovered a hidden gem on the team, and that hidden gem was Dre Greenlaw, right? He was the one who made that big play at the goal line to end that game. that could be some newfound gold for the 49ers this weekend, is maybe someone does make a play and kind of opens this up going into the playoffs, right? That was kind of a Dre Greenlaw start. So these are the type of games where you want to make your name known.
Big-time players make big-time plays in big-time games. Shout out Santana Moss, Kane's legend.
I'm going to tell you right now, you know Diamador Lenore is smacking his lips at this game. I'm telling you. This guy is as competitive as it gets if you're around in the locker room in there, and I'm telling you right now, this guy is excited to take on JSN. And he even said it when DK was traded. He said, I'm going to miss having such a stud in the division, basically, for me to guard.
And that's what I love about Diamador Lenore. He is not afraid of those big matchups there. He is not afraid to try and shut down the other team's number one here. And again, that was you just heard from Brian Baldinger when he joined the Morning Roast earlier this week. On Tuesday, he joined the Joes. Kyle Shanahan earlier this week after practice, this is after Tuesday's practice, was asked about Diamador Lenore wanting the assignment of covering JSN. Here's what Shanahan had to say.
I mean, I know Dima well enough to know that's what he wants every week. So him lobbying for it really hard just makes me like him more. But it would have to do with what was the best for our team and schematically what we're going to do. So
again, what's best for the team, schematically what they do here. And then I also want to hear from Baldy really quick, and then we'll dive into this matchup here, this JSN matchup. How do the Niners cover Jackson Smith and Jigba?
I wouldn't put one guy on him. I'd cloud him. I'd have a guy over the top. I'd play a lot of, underneath coverage on him and just bracket him as much as I can. He knows how to beat everything. They put him in motion. They put him in the slot. He's out. He's just an elite player, and he's their elite chess piece in a passing game. And Sam Darnold tries to get him the ball. I mean, and he, like I said, he hasn't had, against Indianapolis, he didn't catch a ball in the first half. In the second half, he was dynamite. And same thing last week when the game got tight, like the ball went to Njigba. And so he's just that type of player right now.
So again, Baldy talks about, one of the things they might have to do is bracket him, which means you have one, basically two guys on him, whether it's a corner and a safety or two corners here. Talk about the Diamador Lenore aspect of it. Obviously, you want Lenore to shadow JSN. The problem comes, though, when JSN goes into the slot. Do you still want Diamador Lenore lining up in the slot against JSN? You know he can handle that, but then you take Upton Stout off the field. Upton, he is the slot cornerback there. And then outside, you're looking at, Darrell Luter, Chase Lucas, Renato Green up against guys like Cooper Kupp and Rashid Shaheed and their tight end, Elijah Arroyo there. Barner, too. And then, of course, you got your guys out of the backfield and Walker and Zach Charbonnet. I have concern for those two, but different, obviously, because they do most of their work running up the middle there. But are you willing to just kind of let Cooper Kupp and Rashid Shaheed kind of have those guys on the outside in one-on-one matchups if you're focusing all that attention on JSN?
Yeah, I am. It's not even a thought in my head.
There you go. All right, just not even a thought.
No, you beat me, Cooper Kupp. Let's see.
I agree.
You beat me. I will take that all day. The one thing I would be a little concerned about is Barner. I think in the red zone is just, you got to watch him. Mm-hmm. He finishes a lot of drives off for them, and I'll attribute him to winning the fantasy football championship here. Honestly, he kind of saved me. But yeah, I think you absolutely, I don't care where he lines up. If he's in the slot, I don't care. You put Demo on him. And I think Baldy's right. You need to cloud him. The people behind Demo need to be ready to go. Mm-hmm. And I would almost compare it to a box and one in basketball, right? It's just let's have some coverages behind him, some zones behind him, and one guy, Demo, just chase this guy around the field. One thing it'll do, too, is it'll exhaust him. I mean, if you're doing that the entire game, that's pretty exhausting. Mm-hmm. But that's going to force the Seahawks to make someone else beat you. And look, in sports in general, a great strategy is take away a star and make a role player beat you. And on this team, Cooper Kupp is a role player. So feed him the ball.
If the Niners decide not to have Demo shadow JSN in the slot, and it's Upton Stout against JSN, if you see those two line up against each other, are you believing in Upton Stout?
Sam, I think you and I have had the same issue with Upton Stout, and it's not really an issue. I think he's a really good young player, but I think that he has the tendency to be overly aggressive sometimes.
Mm-hmm. He is a rookie.
And
looks like it.
Yeah, and look, you need to, he plays extra sticky man coverage, I like to say. You know what I mean? He's really up in your grill.
He gets in there, yeah.
Yeah, and I think that leads to penalties sometimes. And when you're guarding a receiver of this caliber, they have their eyes on him at all times.
Oh, absolutely. They will try to pick on him if they sense weakness here. But you also said, again, just a few minutes ago that, you brought up the Dre Greenlaw performance at the end of that 2019 game and how he was a rookie. And that was, for the diehard Niner fans, I obviously knew who Dre Greenlaw was. But for, those outside that top 10% of diehard Niner fans, for a lot of us, that was kind of the first time we really heard Dre Greenlaw's name called. Mm-hmm. He didn't really there was nothing really that happened earlier in that year that stuck out. It was like, oh, Dre Greenlaw. That was his first moment there. That was the moment where he became the rookie linebacker, Dre Greenlaw, where he went from the rookie linebacker of Dre Greenlaw and evolved into the legend that became Dre Greenlaw. And
that play represented him so well, too.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Games like this elevate players like that. That's where I look at Upton Stout a little bit. Again, he is a rookie, just like Dre Greenlaw was. There's a lot of promise in his game. Again, there's a lot of rawness to it. He does make mistakes out there. He looks everything like you would expect from a talented rookie. A lot of good, but there's going to be some goof-ups here and there because that's just naturally how it is. I think this is a game where if anyone's going to kind of step up and be that dude and have that moment, I feel like Upton Stout, this is a chance for him.
Totally.
This is a chance for him to really have that big game performance, whether it's, handling JSN in the slot. And again, I'm not saying he has to completely shut down Jackson Smith and Jigba. That's a massive, almost, unrealistic ask for a young cornerback like that. But just contain him. Make a couple plays on him. Make Jackson Smith and Jigba's life a little bit difficult when he is not being covered by Diamond Lenore. Maybe you get a pick on him. I don't know. You do any of those things, and Upton Stouts couldn't get coming out of here with big game ball energy.
No doubt. I another person that I want to keep my eye on this weekend is Alfred Collins, because this guy throughout this year, he's flashed. But when has he flashed? This guy has flashed in the biggest moments of the year so far. I mean, really.
One of the biggest plays of the year against the Rams.
He's had two of them. I mean, he had the other fumble a couple weeks ago. So I just, this is the game. We need you to do that again. Big time. And I also am looking at Tatum Bethune. You two, Collins and Bethune, I'm putting it on you. Please, please, please do not let Charbonnet and Kenneth Walker get going. Because if that gets going, Sam Darnold will be in his bag, I promise you.
No, if they could take away the run ASAP, obviously that would be very much appreciated.
Yeah, establish you are not going to allow them to get going on the run. Just establish it early.
And that is going to be the thing. Zach Charbonnet, he's actually been a little bit better going up the middle than Kenneth Walker has been. Kenneth Walker's been kind of good in those short passing situations. I'm sure they'll get him involved in those halfback screen plays. But Zach Charbonnet, man, if there's a 3rd and 2 that the Seahawks are in, he's probably going to get that. If you're lining up, 2nd and goal on the 4-yard line, I'm very nervous about that because he has been very good at chewing up big yards in the middle there. Yeah, all eyes on Alfred Collins and Kalia Davis and Jordan Elliott and all those other big boys up the middle there. CJ West. Is he still playing with the club, by the way? I haven't noticed. CJ West.
I'm not sure. I don't think so.
The fractured hand. It's either
the club
way.
You really notice, you know what I mean, when you're watching someone. So I don't think so because it hasn't stuck out to me.
But no, that's the other. If all eyes are on the JSN matchup there, in terms of just if you shut this guy down, you have a chance. That's matchup 1B then is what I'm looking at. Is can they shut down that running game in the middle there? Force them to the outside, force these edge guys to start making plays and push things back inside, anything to make them uncomfortable on the offensive side of the ball. That is going to be the key if the Niners are going to be able to pull this off. And I've said this a couple times, Seahawks offense, it's been struggling to get going in the first quarter. Got to keep that going because they're going to come out throwing all their fun stuff out there to try and get the Niners off kilter early on here. Because, again, Niners kind of own the Seahawks up in Lumen Field the last few years, which, again, last decade would have been an insane thing to say, but the Niners have done very, very well up there.
I feel really confident every time we go up there. I really do.
Which is, again, imagine saying that to a Niner fan like 2018.
Yeah. Especially when they put those ugly neon jerseys on. Oh my God! I just immediately feel confident.
Like Lumen Field is typically a house of horrors was typically a house of horrors for the 49ers. Lately, it's kind of become Levi's North.
Yeah,
You know the Seahawks are coming down here wanting to absolutely shut this crowd up and take control of Levi Stadium just like they did last year. So you know they're going to be throwing all sorts of goofy stuff out there early on, trying and flummox this Niners defense.
Well, there's a couple things to watch too. Is Sam Darnold's up for some incentives this week?
Oh, really? What's he up for?
So he needs 150 pass yards to get to 4,000 yards for the season. If he gets to 4,000 yards, he gets $500,000 in incentives. So I obviously expect him to get 150 pass yards. But that's just something to keep an eye on this weekend. The other one is, which is a little scary to me, DeMarcus Lawrence needs 2 sacks this weekend to hit 8 on the season, which also gives him a $500,000 incentive on his contract. So that's the person I'm watching on their defensive line this weekend.
Well, it's going to be very much up to the offensive line to keep that from happening, and they're going to be doing that without Trent Williams potentially. It looks like George Kittle was back at practice yesterday.
Kittle's going to play.
I think he is going to play. All signs point to him playing. Kyle Shanahan, if you ask him, Shanahan's going to probably take a more cautious approach to that as well. Trent Williams, though, again, Shanahan spoke with the media yesterday after practice. We don't have the sound for it, but I'll just give a quick rundown here. He was asked, how would you assess Trent's progress? Kyle said, I think he's made good progress. Another reporter asked, he was not moving very well walking to the locker room on Sunday, which indicates a bad hamstring injury, but has he been able to test it out in any way? To which Kyle responded, yep, in a limited way. So playing it very close to the chest here in terms of Trent Williams' health. Right now, it looks like he's trending towards maybe not playing. Shanahan was asked about having Kittle out there.
Do you even want Trent to play? I'm not sure I do.
If he's good to go, I want him to play.
Yeah, but good to go when it comes to a hamstring is so hard to say.
But that's where I get, if he's not good to go, then I don't want him to play. And either at the hamstring, I think it's very cut and dry. Either you're good to play on or you're not.
Yeah, and I feel like even sometimes you can feel like it's like you don't feel anything right and it's not lingering, and then it just all of a sudden just flares right up on you just immediately. And that scares me.
Again, he's 37, 38 years old. And as we've learned, Carter, on the north side of 30, that, the body does not heal as well as it used to. And, we don't lead very physical lives. Our bodies have lots of time to recover from things. But if you are feeling good about the 49ers without Trent Williams, it's probably because of Austin Pleasance. Greg Cosell joined Willard and Dibbs the other day and was asked about Pleasance. Here's what Greg Cosell had to say about how he played filling in for Big Trent.
Well, I'll tell you what, he certainly didn't kill them by any stretch of the imagination. If memory serves me correctly, they put up quite a few points and didn't seem to have trouble moving the football. So we're not going to sit here and say he's Trent Williams. No one's going to say that, but he did not force them to totally change what they wanted to do.
And again, part of that is going against the Chicago pass rush that isn't as good as the Seattle pass rush. But again, between Austin Booker and Montez Sweat, those are still 2 damn good edge rushers.
Montez Sweat is sure falling off.
Oh, yeah, but still, those are 2 very talented guys regardless. So I don't think you could say that, did Pleasance go against a defensive front as good as what he'll see on Saturday night? No. Did he go against a couple of scrubs? I would say no to that as well.
No, I think you have to feel good about that Chicago game in the sense that they have the highest turnover differential of any team in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
They have just so many picks this year.
That was their thing. They crowd the passing lanes.
Yeah, and obviously they get that one on the first play of the game there. But after that, Brock was flawless as far as taking care of the ball. And I think you have to feel good about that. You got to give credit where credit is due. Can he do it in the rain this weekend? I don't know. But I don't know. The early reports said that the rain was going to stop at noon and then start again later in the game.
Let me pull up.
7
I got the
PM.
weather.com thing in front of me here.
So maybe he'll only need to play the fourth quarter.
Hourly here in Santa Clara, which extends into Saturday. We do have the injury report coming up in about a minute. First, I'm going to do this quick weather update. Then we will get to the injury report right now. So the weather we're looking for Saturday. So we got some showers. This is in Santa Clara. We got some showers in the morning. About upper 40s to lower 50s in terms of percentage. It's gonna be a little bit warmish ish. I use ish very loosely there. Upper 50s to low 60s. We get to kickoff though at 5 o'clock. Kickoff 58 degrees, 43% chance of rain. Winds moving south at 12 miles an hour, and showers in the area. and it's looking like showers throughout the evening during that game.
And it says light.
Again, light showers. Again, we're looking at 43%, 49%, 54%, 36% finally in that 8 o'clock hour. So it's looking not a coin flip, but a little less than a coin flip that there will be some rain. Hopefully the rain only happens when Seattle has the ball, and then it stops when the Niners get to the ball. We're going to keep talking about this game, but first we need to talk about a couple of the injuries in this game, and what better way to do that than the injury report.
It's time for the injury report.
That really hurt.
Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
That's right. All eyes are on Trent Williams and George Kittle this week, and both are still listed as questionable for Saturday night's game against the Seahawks. Kittle obviously dealing with that low ankle sprain, and if you asked him, he would say that he is playing, though Kyle Shanahan and the team are taking a more cautious approach. Trent Williams has not practiced this week due to his hamstring injury, but he has not been ruled out either. The Niners are also taking his long-term health into consideration in anticipation of the upcoming playoff run. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. All right, Niners-Seahawks, tomorrow night, 5 o'clock, Saturday night game, just like everybody hates, but apparently that's just how it is. And we are talking about what has you confident or not confident about the Niners' chances in this game. 888-957-9570 is the number to call. You can also text us on that very same number on the Boxer & Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. 707 says, we never guessed that Carter was a white guy. That's an interesting take to have there.
Huh. Okay.
All right. I learned something because there's Carter Chickering. When I hear Carter Chickering, I'm thinking, yeah, that guy's definitely not white.
I don't think white for that either.
That's definitely where it goes here. Let's hear from Baldy here a little bit. Because, again, we're talking about confidence. We talked a lot about the Seahawks side of things, how confident or unconfident Sam Darnold makes us feel. But the Niners have a quarterback, too. Brock Purdy playing a pretty damn good level of football of late. And we asked Baldy simply on Tuesday, the Joes did, if Brock is playing the hottest football, if Brock Purdy is the hottest QB in football right now.
Well, Drake is really hot. Drake May is hot. They're not playing the schedule right now that the 49ers are playing, the teams that they're going through. But he's at the top of the leaderboard. But, regardless, I mean, Brock's doing it all right now. I think he's played great since he's been in the lineup, 3 years ago. But I think this is the best he's ever played. And, to think like they're still did that game with basically without Trent and without, George, and the guys stepped in, they all stepped up. And so you didn't notice a drop off. Tongas has been great. 5 touchdown catches right now. We didn't know who he was, week 3 in this league. We didn't know who Jake was.
Carter, you kind of mentioned it earlier in the last hour. Brock was always kind of criticized because he needed his Avengers to win. And, back when you had Ayuk and Debo and CMC and Kittle and all those guys clicking for him on the offensive side. And Brock has kind of been doing what I think a lot of people thought he was not really capable of doing, which is he's making guys around him better. Like Jake Tongas has been a lot better this year than what you would have expected because of the way that Brock has been feeding him. He has made, we criticized Juwan Jennings. He's not a legitimate number one. He has been their legitimate number one this year because of the way that Brock's been able to get the ball to him. He may not have the Avengers here, Carter, but as I said in the last hour, he's got the Thunderbolts. Yeah. The Thunderbolts are the new Avengers. They may not be as sexy as the old Avengers, but they could still get the job done. Thunderbolts, they still handle their business in their movie that they had, and Brock has been handling business without the star-studded cast that we thought that he was once dependent on.
Yeah, I think that, I understand what Baldy's saying about Drake May. Yeah, I think that what Brock has done in the last 6 weeks is the hottest in football, in my opinion. Obviously, Drake May had that massive game against the Jets.
I'd pray, hang a banner for that one. Drake May, MVP, had a big game against the Jets.
Yeah, so it's a little hard for me. I I also think like people have really underrated the 49ers schedule this year. And I've kind of had to take an issue with it as far as,
it's a lot harder than we anticipated.
It did look really easy to begin the year, but the way things have played out this season, it actually hasn't been very easy. They play the NFC South teams, or the NFC West teams twice. So
and NFC West being an incredibly... The NFC West, by the way, it's not to cut you off there, could be the first division ever to have not one, not two, but three, count them, 13-win teams.
Yeah,
which is bonkers.
It's actually insane. But on top of that, you play the AFC South, which has probably been the second best division in football. So you got the Jaguars who, look, laugh at the Jaguars all you want. They've been amazing this year.
I think, obviously, Kyle Shanahan deserves Coach of the Year love for what he's done with the injuries here and how he piloted this team through the Mac Jones era. If you gave the Coach of the Year to Liam Cohen,
I'd be totally fine with that.
No, I would not shake a stick at that. We remember how much we laughed at him. Duval.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, look at this dweeb. Here's another 3-14 season coming for Jacksonville. Yeah, no, we gotta put some respect on Liam Cohen's name.
No, I mean he's a legit head coach, and he's a franchise changer. You know what I mean? Like you've flipped the narrative there in Jacksonville. And we've seen it in Chicago too. Another team the 49ers have faced that have over 10 wins. They've faced something like 7 teams or 8 teams that have 10 wins this year. I mean,
the Niners have?
The Niners have.
That's actually insane.
So, and that I don't believe is including the Panthers, who are a playoff team, and the Colts, obviously, who had a massive fall off. So, look, you can make fun of the schedule from the beginning of the season all you want, but the proof is in the pudding. They've played some really, really good teams here. I mean, period. So,
and again, Seattle's very similar schedule as well. They have played a lot of very good teams as well. They got and they've beaten some teams that gave the Niners struggles. They beat Jacksonville in Jacksonville. The next week they hosted the Texans, took care of business against them. They blew out the Vikings 26-0. They blew out the Falcons, who just showed that they're capable of beating anybody with what they just did against the Rams on Monday night. And of course, again, they took care of business against the Panthers this last weekend, despite the fact that, again, they struggled in that first half there. Seahawks only scored 3, just a field goal in that first half before the offense really awoke there in that second half there. But that first half for the Seahawks, again, a couple punts. They had a fumble as well, a drive that ended on down. Sam Darnold threw an interception in that first drive of the third quarter there. The Seahawks kind of lucky they got things rolling in that game against Carolina. Of course,
they're a weird team.
When you go back to that game against the Rams, we all thought I turned that game off halfway through the fourth quarter when the Rams went up by 2 scores because, like, oh, there's no way they're getting back into this. They got some help from some bad Rams special teams play that allowed them to get back in. And of course, Sam Darnold did have probably one of his best games of his career against the Rams in that Thursday night game. But he's going to have to really recreate that performance if they're going to have any chance against the Niners.
The Seahawks, though, have given the Panthers have given good teams trouble this year.
They have,
I mean, they beat the Packers in Green Bay. They beat the Rams at home. And then, as you said, they gave Seattle trouble. But guess who else they gave trouble to? Brock Purdy. Was his lowest QBR since returning after that Cardinals game at, I think he had a 57 QBR after that game, 58.5. And in 4 of the last 6 games, Purdy's had a QBR of over 115. I mean, say that again, Sam. That's incredible.
He is big. And while Purdy has been surging, Darnold has been turning back into Sam Darnold again. I did the breakdown of, the start of the year versus, since then. Darnold in his first 10 games of the year, 70% completion rating, 17-10 touchdown to interception, 5 fumbles, about 8 air yards per completion. I don't know if you're an air yards guy, but basically, how many yards the ball traveled in the air from throw to catch. So he was going a little bit deeper with the ball in the first 10 games in the year, had a 13.6 bad throw percentage, a 105 rating, 10 sacks. That was going into that Rams game. So he has that 4 interception game against the Rams. The Seahawks lost that game. That was the first game they played against the Rams. Since that game, though, in weeks 11 through 17, Darnold 62%. Again, 8 touchdowns, 4 interceptions, 5 more fumbles, 15 sacks, a 90 quarterback rating, 5.5 air yards per completion. So he's not going as deep with these passes here, and a 16.7 bad throw percentage. Basically, the entire second half of the year, Sam Darnold has been the exact quarterback that made us not really want the Niners to hold on to him. And again, it's very interesting seeing Darnold because, and Shanahan was asked this yesterday in his presser, is, he looks at we look at the success that Mac Jones had running this team this year. He was asked if he thought that Sam Darnold, who never had a chance to really run this team in 23 because Brock was healthy, could have had similar success. And he was like, yeah, not to compare Mac to Sam, but Sam was a guy we loved coming out of college, just like Mac. And he went on to say how great of a guy Sam was in the locker room here. I mean, I don't know. Do you ever think about what would have happened if Sam Darnold had to run this Niners offense for a couple weeks?
No, I'm sure he would have been able to get them some wins. You know what I mean?
Probably,
I think it would have been very much similar to what we saw with Mac Jones, and just being able to carry them to wins in games. And I just think that Sam, to me, he operates really well when all is perfect, right? And it just feels like the scenario needs to be perfect for Sam Darnold to be a great quarterback. And to me in the NFL, that is not a good trait. And a good trait is being able to operate when all is not going well. And we've seen Purdy do that.
Especially this year. Last year, we didn't really see it. And Brock missed a game or two last year. And I do kind of wonder if Sam Darnold had to play on last year's Niners team where he didn't have CMC. Because remember, that was the thing. Mac Jones still had Christian McCaffrey to work with this year. And I wonder what things would have looked like for Mac Jones and the Niners if CMC was not available to go during those games. He played all but 4 games. He missed all but 4 games last year. And we saw how detrimental it was to the 49ers offense.
And if there's any weapon you're going to lose, that's the last one you want to lose.
Exactly.
Period.
And that's kind of what we're talking about, quarterback play being the key, the trench play being the key here. The CMC aspect of this game is massive. And he has been getting better and better and better as this season has gone along, Carter. And that's why, again, we talk about, how successful Darnold would have been. I think it would have been dependent on whether or not he had guys around him. In Minnesota last year, he had a lot of great guys around him, had a great defense backing him up. He had one of the better O-lines in the league last year, was still sacked over 40 times, though. So even when you do have all your guys, there's still flaws with Sam Darnold's game, where we saw this year with Brock Purdy that he kind of shook that, that stigma. I'd be kind of curious, if Sam Darnold was on the Niners this year, is the offense looking that much more different than it did with Mac Jones?
No, to me, no. I think that clearly Shanahan's the maestro back there. And I do think Purdy elevates the offense. And I think that those two would operate kind of around the same level. But I do think Purdy clearly elevates Kyle's offense. If you don't think that now, you're not watching the games.
No, it's obvious. This is why, I call Mac Jones, he's quarterback tofu, in that he is as good as the talent around him. Tofu absorbs the flavor around. I've never had tofu, but I heard that's just how it works. Sam Darnold's kind of a similar situation. You look at his career, he has been as good as the talent around him. He was one of the better quarterbacks in the Pac-12 when he was there. Why? Because USC was one of the better teams in the Pac-12 when he was there. When he was with the Jets, the SUCKS, Jets, they sucked. He sucked because that's what the Jets do. They make quarterbacks suck. When he was in Carolina, he was not really in a great place to be successful. He was not very good in Carolina. Comes to the Niners, gets to a better situation, learns how to run an offense a little bit better, and then he goes to Minnesota where, again, that was a very good Vikings team last year. And he was able to fit right in there and be just as good as that Vikings team. I think you're seeing it this year. This Seattle team, he has been basically as good as the team around him.
Sam, the Jets have given the Seattle 2 quarterbacks that they drafted, and both have been very successful in Seattle.
Well, there's Sam Darnold and Geno
Smith. Think about that. They both looked like they were not NFL players under the Jets. And Geno was a Pro Bowler in Seattle, and Sam Darnold has been amazing this year. Let's call it what it is.
And now Justin Fields is going through it this year. I wonder where Justin Fields is going to end up next. We were talking, maybe that's the next Kyle Shanahan reclamation project. On the other side, I want to talk about this rivalry a little bit. We got Dick Fan of the Softy and Dick show on 93.3 KJR Radio up in Seattle. They are the Seahawks flagship station. They are basically the voice of Seahawks fans up there in the Pacific Northwest. So we're going to talk to Dick Fan at 8:50. Find out how Seahawks fans are feeling about this game. Also, we'll talk about the Seahawks-Niners rivalry. Is it back? And Should it be the premier rivalry in football? I don't know if we'll go that far, but we'll definitely discuss it. All that is coming up. All that, which is what is coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
Ready for the ultimate red and gold game day? Laughing Monk Brewing is the place to park, party, and ride. Skip the traffic. Forget the expensive parking. Park for free and dive into an epic tailgate with mouth-watering food, ice-cold Laughing Monk beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show with Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings. Then hop on the free shuttle minutes away from the stadium. Shuttles are first come, first serve. So head to 957thegame.com to sign up and join the party.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
The holiday rush continues at your California Ford dealers. The Ford year-end sell-a-thon is on. Now through January 2nd, get our best offers across the most popular Ford trucks and SUVs. From America's best-selling Ford F-Series trucks for 48 years, the legendary F-150 and Super Duty, to the Bronco family of SUVs for those who don't wait for adventure to begin. Plus, all-electric standouts like the Mustang Mach-E and F-150 Lightning. And Explorer and Escape, the perfect balance of comfort, capability, and everyday versatility. Get ready to power through whatever the season brings in a Ford. But don't wait. These year-end sell-a-thon savings won't last. The clock's ticking. The lots are moving. And these are the season's biggest savings on an incredible selection of Ford vehicles. Rush in before the sell-a-thon and the savings are over January 2nd. Get to your California Ford dealers today. Claim based on 1977 to 2024 calendar year industry reported total.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-939-1441. That's 800-939-1441.
Decisions determine results. So which path do I want to take? Help people in need or stand on the sidelines watching? Worry about how to pay for school or have my education paid for? Push myself and learn new skills or stay the same? My decision is to serve part-time with the Army National Guard, and my results will be life-changing. What will you decide? Go to NationalGuard.com to learn more about part-time service.
Sponsored by the California Army National Guard. Aired by the California Broadcasters.
From Carriage House to glass aluminum doors, R&S Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Tune in for the Ghost Report on Fridays during the Morning Roast with Spadoni and Jasky. Brought to you by Ghostwood Kitchen, your neighborhood brew pub on Main Street in Redwood City, where we are talking about who's scaring the competition this week.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
This is your college football postseason update, presented by Factor. Eat like a pro. College postseason drama is heating up, and this weekend powerhouse programs delivered when it mattered most, with top seeds punching their tickets and surviving must-win matchups to keep their championship hopes alive. As the playoff picture tightens, every drive, every decision, every moment matters. Just like the athletes leaving it all on the field, Factor meals fuel performance with pro-level nutrition delivered to your door, ready when you are. Factor. Eat like a pro.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take DayQuil Intense flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the DayQuil.
Undo your flu symptoms with DayQuil Intense Flu. DayQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
DayQuil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu, medicine. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
Big 3rd and 9. Play clock is already down to 3. Homer's still getting set. Get the snap off on time. Wilson fires for the end zone. Caught! Tyler Lockett for the touchdown. Wilson so adept at moving forward, throwing on the run. Gets it in there for the score. He gets Seattle right back in it.
Was it a legal pass? Was he across the line? There is the line, and he has 1 foot behind that line, which makes that a legal pass. Very close, but Wilson worked the entirety of the space he had available.
It's Union City's finest, Daryl the Guru Johnson, and I'm listening to my guy Joe Spadoni and my brother from another mother, Excelsior's finest, Butcher Boy Joe Shasky. Take it away, guys.
Oh, thank you very much, Guru. Guru not in today. Bonsai covering for Guru today. Happy New Year to you, Guru. Guru, he hit me up after that Miami win. He's been hype. He's been betting on Miami all year long.
Good guy.
I've been telling him not to do that, but
I hate Tyler Lockett, by the way, Ken. Don't ever come back with a Tyler Lockett replay again.
That touchdown coming from the Week 17 game between the Niners and Seahawks back in 2019. That touchdown pass there gave cut the Niners lead from 13-0 to 13-6, and then 7 after the extra point there. We'll get into that game in a little bit because I do want to revisit that game, Carter, and just. This game feels like it's on par with that game in terms of just how big it is for both of these teams, and that, a division title and a 1 seed are on the line. So I want to get into that game. I want to talk about this rivalry here. There's a couple other things, though, before we get into that I want to touch on, though, because, again, we are a sports station, Carter, so we like to talk about all sports. Talk a lot of football this morning. Talk a lot of college football this morning. Threw in a little nugget about the Sharks, even.
Lay into him here, Sammy.
But I got to unleash a little bit of frustration that I have.
Please do.
If I'm doing this show, we're going to go down this road with the Giants. I don't know what I was more disappointed with this New Year's, the Giants or the finale of Stranger Things. I won't go any deeper into that, though, because Ken hasn't watched it yet, and I can't, do any more Stranger Things.
Don't be disrespectful.
You complaining about without giving any spoilers here. So I'm going to be a nice guy. I'm not going to say anything. I did like the finale. It was an okay finale. It was better than Game of Thrones.
The bar's pretty low.
Exactly.
There.
So at least they didn't go full Game of Thrones on it. It was, there was emotional parts of it, but they hyped it up to be one thing and ended up being another. And while the other was still kind of good, it wasn't what I thought it was going to be. This offseason for the Giants is unfortunately exactly what I kind of thought it was going to be. And they signed Tyler Malley yesterday. I forget where Malley was last year. It's not really all that important. And again, he had a solid year last year, 16 starts, had a sub-3 ERA here as I pull his numbers up. But it's not so much just the Malley signing. He was with Texas last year. That's where they got him from. It's that plus Adrian Hauser. They needed starting pitching, Carter. Yeah. And they're just not. They got arms in there, which is good. But then when I see Tatsuya Ime sign basically a 3-year, $63 million deal, even though there are opt-outs after every year, the Giants said they were going to tighten the spending a little bit, and they aren't going to go for any, those 9-figure, $100 million contracts. Let me just do some math here. Carry the 1, divide by X. Yeah, $60 million is less than $100 million.
Yeah, sure is, Sam.
It's just to see them go for a cheap route in Tyler Mahle and then not sign a guy who they have the money to get in Tatsuya Ime. Now, we don't know if Ime is going to be good or not. Because, again, in these Japanese pitchers, when they come over here, you really don't know. It could go either way.
Could be Daisuke or it could be Yamamoto.
Exactly. Yeah. It's, or it could be Kenta Maeda. It could be a lot of different guys here. Who's the other guy who went to the Yankees a couple years ago? I'm spacing on his name.
Ken?
I know who you're talking about, but I can't think of his name
Why
either.
am I spacing on his name there? That's whatever. The name is not important, but the fact of the matter is the Giants could have made this move, and while I don't hate this rotation of Webb, Ray, Landon Roop, Adrian Hauser, and Tyler Mahle.
Masahiro Tanaka.
Tanaka, that's who it was.
Tanaka, yeah.
That's not a playoff rotation. I think that's a rotation that gets you to 84 wins, and maybe that's enough to get you into that 6th spot here, but Giants fans, they have higher expectations, and the frustration I see from Giants fans, and I'm right there with them, is this does not feel like a team that is making serious moves to be a contender next year.
No, I think, too, we saw this year between both your studs, Webb and Ray, Roop, Verlander, and Harrison. We thought we had such a deep starting pitcher.
That was always a flawed belief.
We thought we had such a rotation, you know what I mean? And you trade Kyle Harrison, and that was kind of the moment it really all started to go to hell as far as the pitching, depth you had in your rotation. So I just think you could never have too much of it.
No.
And it's clear that last year when we felt so good about it, it still wasn't good enough. So yeah, you got to spend money, period. And I think, Sammy, you need to stay on them. I love every time you get on here and bash them because we treat this like it's a small market. I've said this 100 times on here.
We ignore them like it's a small market. That's the thing. They're not even being talked about here. They're not being dragged for these, decisions or indecisions that they're making. Now, there's still guys out there they can get on the starting pitching market. Framber Valdez is probably the biggest name out there. I don't think they'd go for someone like him. Maybe they can go for someone like a Chris Bassett. They could probably get him for under $100 million. I still think they're going to bring in Justin Verlander at some point too. Zach Gallen and Merrill Kelly are both out there. I would take either one of those guys on this team. Zach Gallen does have the qualifying offer on him. Brandon Woodruff is another guy who's out there, though he might command a pretty big contract in his end as well, though Spotrac gives his market value at about $17 million. So again, maybe you give him a $20 million a year deal for 2-3 years, something like that. What I would like to see the Giants do to really make me feel better about this rotation and also to show that I'm not just complaining, Carter, I like Webb and Ray as your 1-2. That's fine.
Yeah.
I want them to get a legitimate 3-starter that locks Adrian Hauser into that 4 spot, and then that 5 spot becomes, I like Landon Roop a lot. He pitched very well last year. We'll see. I don't know if he's a top of the rotation guy just yet, but I would like them to get that 3-starter that kind of pushes Roop into that 5 spot to take that kind of pressure off of him, and we'll see what kind of a spring training he has. Or maybe Carson Whisenhunt, Trevor McDonald, or maybe even Hayden Birdsong has a bounce-back performance in spring training. Yeah. I would like one of those guys to really have a good enough spring to seize that 5 spot in the rotation. And then Tyler Mahle becomes your rotation bullpen swingman guy.
I'm wondering if the way Roop played last year, if they weren't wondering if he could step up and be in the 3-hole.
I think that too. I think he can be good enough to be your 3-starter. Yeah. But in year 2, it's the way I look at it, I don't think Landon Roop's a 5-starter. I think he is a 3-starter. Mm-hmm. But if he is your 5-starter,
you're in really good shape.
Exactly.
Right.
And that's what I want to see. I want to see a series of moves that pushes him into a role that he is too good to be in.
Right.
Because if that's the situation, then you have a very good rotation there. So if you add a Zach Gallen to that rotation, you got Webb, Ray, Gallen, Hauser, and Roop. Yeah, you're cooking with some hot grease there, especially, again, if you do add Scherzer, which I don't know if that becomes a situation in that spot there. But you also have your guys in McDonald and Whisenhunt, Seymour, Kaiwei Tang. Again, maybe Hayden Birdsong bounces back. Then you're feeling better about your pitching rotation in that sense. I do think the lineup is good. Not great. It's just good.
Yeah.
Casey Schmidt, solid at second. They probably need to upgrade that spot. I've been banging on the table for them to go out and get Adley Rutschman somehow from the Orioles and put him in there besides Patrick Bailey. I don't think that's going to happen, though. MLB trade rumors had a little nugget yesterday. The Giants have been in touch with Cody Bellinger, though.
I know.
So I would love that one. Put Bellinger in center, move Lee to left, and maybe you got Ramos in right. If you do that, when you got a lineup that's going to be centered around Willie Adames, Rafi Devers, Cody Bellinger, Matt Chapman, ooh, okay, yeah. I'm leaning forward on that lineup there.
Yeah, I mean, I think that I'd be in on Bellinger, sure. I think that obviously people still have concerns over Ramos, you know what I mean? And he had a rough year. And so we'll see, I guess, whether he's a trade piece or a piece of the future for the Giants. But this roster, look, let's just call it what it is. If you want to compete in this division in the MLB right now, this isn't good enough.
Well, the Giants, what they're trying to do is they think they can just be a wild card team. The moves they're making, it's just like they're not even trying for the division. And that's what pisses me off. It's at least try and show that you're trying to go for the Dodgers. But what they're trying to do is they're trying to take a wild card spot, which is that's the plan. Then you're probably fighting for one of 3 spots with maybe 8 other National League teams, 2 of which are in your own division.
Yeah.
That's just too much traffic to be wading through with a team that is just simply put not good enough. I don't think they're good enough to have to battle through all that traffic. They need to get better there. So I need more from the pitching side on the Giants here if we're actually to take this team seriously going into 2026, because again, it's the way that we are not talking about them is they should be upset by that, because it means they're just lack of relevance is terrible, and that's what they're at right now.
No, there's no doubt, Sam, and I want you to stay on them throughout the year here, Sammy, because
that is what we are doing here. So that's your baseball talk. Again, we are talking a lot about the Niners this morning. Niners-Seahawks tomorrow night on Saturday night. 888-957-9570 is the number to call or text on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. If you're going to the game like Carter and I, just know that the place to be is at Laughing Monk Brewing, watching the game with Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings for the kickoff show, and it's right down the street from the stadium, Carter. And, of course, if you are going to the game, you have the free shuttle back and forth from Laughing Monk to Levi's, and then back from Levi's to Laughing Monk. Free parking, free shuttle. All you have to do is sign up at 957thegame.com, but you better do it quick because the seats on the shuttle are going very, very fast. That is 957thegame.com. Get on that shuttle. Go check out Evan and Lowe at the kickoff show. Evan here, he's already in the green room here getting prepped for his show that he's been doing with Bonte. They got Steve Kerr joining them at some point during the show. Sometime around midday. I don't know. The time is a little bit fluid right now. You know how Coach Kerr is. He's always changing his rotations. He's always changing his times that he's coming on this station. So that is just how it is. We got Dick Fan joining us in about 20 minutes. The Softy and Dick Show, 93.3 KJR up there in Seattle. We'll get his thoughts, the Seattle side of things, on how this game is looking. But we got Steve Kerr coming up at noon-ish with Evan and Bonte. Bonte Hill will be in with Evan this morning, so you'll probably get some great Warriors talk from the voice of the Warriors in Evan Giddings and the face of Warriors coverage in Bonte Hill. It's a pretty good Warrior.
Clean it up, Bonte.
That's a pretty good combo of Warriors talk right there. And I wonder, Carter, if they're going to talk about a couple of the trade rumors that popped up all these last couple days. We're taking a little bit of a break here. We're halfway through the show, so we're taking a little halftime break from Niners content to throw some Giants thoughts and these Warrior thoughts out there. Sam Amick of The Athletic dropped a twofer about the Warriors over the New Year's holiday here. One of them was about Anthony Davis. Apparently, the Mavericks have interest in making a trade with the Warriors for Jonathan Kaminga, and they reached out to the Warriors, the Mavericks did, about a package built around Anthony Davis and Jonathan Kaminga. Carter, I want to get your thoughts on this because Anthony Davis, the theory of Anthony Davis, the idea of Anthony Davis makes a lot of sense. What do the Warriors lack? Size. What does Anthony Davis bring to the table? Let me look at my notes here really quick. Size. And as, you know, the great Bob Fitzgerald likes to say,
size matters.
That was a great job,
Ken. That was really good.
That was all time
Wow.
right there. So in theory, the idea works. Is there something I'm missing, though, with Anthony Davis here in that it just seems like every single time. Now, I'm not super locked into the Dallas Mavericks and what they do on a night-to-night basis. I'm not super locked into what Anthony Davis does on a night-to-night basis. I'm not on that League Pass life. League Pass Bonte can fill us in on that when he gets in. But it just seems like every time Anthony Davis takes the court, his line is like 13 points, 7 rebounds, 14 minutes played. Those first two numbers, I'm all on board with that. It's that minutes played number that worries me here. I don't want the Warriors to make a trade for a guy who's simply not going to be on the court. That's my issue with the Anthony Davis trade.
Yeah, but you're trading a guy who's not on the court. And obviously, there's one part of this, though.
It's a really good point.
Yeah, there's one part of this, though, that we kind of have to put 2 and 2 together and the writing's on the wall about. Jimmy Butler makes $55 million. Anthony Davis makes $58 million. Jonathan Kaminga makes about $22 million. Draymond Green makes about $25. So what does that tell you about who they're probably will pair with Kaminga in that trade?
Well, yeah, all the puzzle pieces are there.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of how you want to assemble them. It could be a Jimmy Butler and someone else trade because you said there's a $4 million gap there.
That's the problem, is that it's only about a $4 million gap.
Well, you got guys here, so it'd probably be in that if it's a Jimmy trade.
But if the report said they were interested in Jonathan Kaminga.
Yes.
So if that's the case, you're stapling Draymond to that, not Jimmy Butler.
In the last, by the way, since Anthony Davis won the bubble title in 1920, in the 2019-2020 season, he has played in 50 or more games 3 times. Last year, he appeared in 42 games. Year before that, 51 games. Had a great year in the 23-24 season, appeared in 76 games. But yeah, since then, though,
that was the high water mark since he was on the Pelicans. Was that 76 game?
Yes. It's just, again, you make a good point. They have a guy who's not on the court right now in Jonathan Kaminga, but it could be.
That's not where the money is, so it doesn't really matter. I mean, you know what I mean? Like he's $20 million.
He's appeared in 17 games so far this year for the Mavericks. Played only 9 games for them last year. So it's just obviously. The better puzzle piece is probably Kaminga and Draymond in that deal. But then there's the other part of this report that came out from AMIC, and the Warriors kind of, hinted to this. They don't want to move Draymond or Jimmy.
No.
They are reluctant to part with those guys. And so obviously they're not going to part with Steph. And so the dream is they want to add a fourth big name to their big 3 of Steph, Jimmy, and Draymond.
That's not going to happen, though.
No.
You can't afford to do that.
Yeah.
So, look, you want to get better and you want to have something beside what you've got right now and you think this isn't enough, then you've got to part with one of these two. I mean, there's no way around it. I think even Michael Porter Jr. makes about $44 million a year.
I think he's at 38, actually.
He's at 38?
Yeah.
Okay. So you could probably put something together where you could bring him in, I would think, and just completely deplete whatever bench you have or whatever bench people don't think you have, I guess. And just load them with picks, basically, because I think what you'd be giving them would not be probably what they'd be interested in. Obviously, Kaminga would be part of that package, too, because the Nets in the past have said they have interest in Jonathan Kaminga. So
I don't know if that interest is still there, though.
No, I don't either.
Yeah.
But doesn't he strike you as a perfect net?
Well, a guy who can go and get a lot of numbers for a team that goes nowhere.
Yeah, and who can jump high.
Yeah, you say the same thing for the Kings, too.
Yeah, exactly.
The problem with the Michael Porter Jr. thing is, well, one, I don't know what he's bringing for you defensively. He's obviously going to score a lot. I don't know what he's going to bring for you on defense.
I have some injury worries with him, too.
And that's the other thing I was going to get to. Yeah, I mean, he's had a lot of turnovers this year, which the Warriors need to limit that. But, yeah, it's just like you need guys on the court. And I know you don't have Jonathan Kaminga on the court right now, so you do have an empty spot there. But I'd not Jonathan Kaminga not being on the court is supposed to be a temporary thing because at some point he's going to get traded.
Yeah.
And when he gets traded, in theory, the guy you're bringing in is going to be on the court.
Right. Steiny said something the day before New Year's Eve, his last day, that I thought, is really true, which is it's very clear that they have an agreement with Jonathan Kaminga behind the scenes because you're not going 13 people deep and he's not the only one playing for no reason. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And he seems a little too jolly off the court to be feeling okay about that unless there was an agreement going on with Kerr, with
he's at peace with the fact that he's not getting
that he's done here.
Yeah.
I mean, and he is done here. This saga is over, I mean, it is.
Yeah,
Sam.
it is. No, he's not going to be on the court again. Even in an emergency situation, he's not getting out there.
No, and, it'll be interesting to see what his actual value is, because when they were trying to trade him last, he had really very little value when we're talking about Devin Carter and Dario Saric. I'm sorry. Well,
honestly, I think about that Malik Monk trade that was at one point on the table. That's the one that this is a crazy statement to say that we might be regretting. Really quick, though, on Anthony Davis. Since that championship season in the bubble, he's played in 274 of 445 possible games. That's about 69% of his games, which I don't think is very nice. It's equivalent to about a 57 out of 82 games. If I told you that the Warriors are acquiring Anthony Davis and they're going to have him 69% of the time, are you signing off on that? Or are you like, no, I need him on the court more?
Am I signing off on the trade happening, you're saying?
Yeah, if let's say the war, that's what the Anthony Davis you're going to get is you acquire Anthony Davis for whoever. Let's just say it's Kaminga and Draymond, because that's probably the most logical combo of guys who you're going to include there to make that trade happen. But you're only going to have them for 69%, basically 2/3 of the Warriors games. Is that enough for you to be like, yeah, let's do this? Or do you kind of just spin with what you're going right now?
And I'm going to pull a Steiny and sit on the fence here. And my sitting on the fence would be, Sam, I want to wait to get to January 15th before I make that decision. Yes, and the reason being is obviously they're on a bit of a win streak right now. Okay, so let's play that out. We're only 2 weeks away from that. That January 15th mark.
Yeah, 13 days.
So, look.
Well, so we know the trade's not going to go down that day, probably.
No, exactly. It's going to take a little bit to figure out. I'm sure they're trying to figure something out right now, just because they have to get rid of Kaminga. That's going to happen regardless, whether it's a big fish or not. So he's just a little piece you can dangle if you actually are thinking about making a move for one of these big fish.
Here's the problem with Anthony Davis I have. Again, I'll be honest, I 69% of games over the last 5 years, that's actually more than what I thought he's played.
Yeah.
If you did get that, I guess I'd be okay with that. I think 69% of Anthony Davis is still probably better than what you're getting from 0% of Jonathan Kaminga and whatever percent it is you're getting from Draymond Green. But I'm looking at my computer right here, Carter, and one of the first stories I see about Anthony Davis is the Dallas Mavericks' dangerous Anthony Davis trade time bomb is ticking quickly. Basically, the main paragraph I'm seeing right now is, the Mavericks need to trade him now while the value is still there. If the Mavericks wait until after the season to trade Davis, the value may not be there for him. Knowing his health history, it's possible that Davis could suffer a serious injury before the trade deadline. And if that were to happen, there would be no way a team would want to make a trade for him. The Mavericks, it feels like they're trying to get off of Davis, not because they're trying to restock their supply of draft picks and players and whatnot, and for what they would be getting back from him. It's more just like they're playing the worst game of musical chairs or hot potato possible, where they don't want to be the guy who's stuck with a broken down $60 million a year player, because whoever does get Anthony Davis, he's got a year or two left on his contract. He's not going to just be playing on a year or two lame duck situation. He's going to want an extension into his age 35, 36 season. Are you paying Anthony Davis $60 million a year for those years?
That would be a mistake.
And again, as two people on the north end of age 30, we all know how the body ages the deeper into your 30s they get. This guy's missing time now at age 32 the way he is. Am I really expected to believe that big guys age differently? Am I really expected to believe that this body is going to hold up the same way, age 33, 34, 35, 36, or handle better in those years than it is right now? I have a hard time on that one.
Sam, let's just call it what it is. And this is partially giving credit to Anthony Davis, I think. And the fact of the matter is, these guys who play like Anthony Davis plays, who are 7 feet and above, struggle with injuries. And I have been the first one on the boat of, look, that young man down in San Antonio is a hell of a player. Speaking about Victor Wembanyama.
Oh, yeah.
He is as good as it gets, really. I mean, you couldn't have hit the nail on the head more if that was your pick for the first pick, right?
Yeah.
We're starting to see it, He's getting hurt. And when you're that build and you're doing crossovers.
I mean, it's what ended Yao Ming's career.
Yeah, and you're doing crossovers and you're not really doing what that body type was meant to be doing, you're at higher risk of injury. And Anthony Davis is a great example of it. And, Kristaps Porzingis, you can name a ton of these guys, but once you stretch that 3-point line,
James Wiseman,
the injuries go up,
Yeah. That their voice is that of Carter Chickering. This here voice is that of Sam Lubman. That board operating you hear in the background is that of Ken Luttrell. We are the Morning Roast this morning. We're going to talk to Dick Fan on the other side, KJR Radio, Softy and Dick Show up there in Seattle. What is Seattle thinking about this? That was our non-football segment of the day that you just heard. We're getting back into this Niner game on the other side. What is this rivalry like? At 9:20, I want to revisit that 2019 game that the Niners and Seahawks played. Get a little bit fired up for this one that's happening tomorrow night. Niner fans, how are we feeling about Niners-Seahawks tomorrow night? What is coming up? The game is brought to you by Surfside. The Golden State Warriors are back. Cheer on your Warriors with an ice-cold Surfside. Only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. It is easy to sip and enjoy. It's not a seltzer. It's Surfside. Proud partner of the Golden State Warriors, but you gotta be 21 to enjoy it. Please drink responsibly.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. This holiday season through January 4th, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-750-2525. That's 800-750-2525. Again, that's 800-750-2525.
Thinking about selling your house but hesitant to move during the holidays? Imagine finalizing your sale now, enjoying the holidays, and move later. Call Wedgewood Homes to discuss your options. Do you want to downsize, relocate, or selling an inherited property? Does your house need repairs or updates? Wedgewood Homes buys homes as is. No repairs, no commissions, no hassle. Secure your future plans and move forward with a no-obligation, all-cash offer from Wedgewood Homes. Close in as little as 3 days. Or enjoy the holiday season and move after the new year. Skip the stress of a traditional listing that can be slow and unpredictable. Lock in your sale now with a firm offer from Wedgewood Homes with no last-minute price drops like other cash buyers. Call 415-888-9432 for your no-obligation all-cash offer. 415-888-9432. 415-888-9432 or wedgwoodhomes.com. The Bay Area's trusted home buyer.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer & Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer & Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer & Gerson. Justice for workers.
Toyota Thon is on, and you know what that means. Unbeatable deals on your favorite fuel-efficient Toyota models. Hurry in to get a low-cost lease on the 2026 Corolla or the 51 MPG all-hybrid 2026 Camry, or choose the fully redesigned all-electric 2026 BZ and get 0% financing plus $3,500 finance cash. These are the deals you've been waiting for. Toyota, let's go places. Offers available through TFS to buyers with premium rated credit. Cannot be combined with other offers. Finance cash must be applied to transaction. Ends 1/5/26.
Running a small business is a daily balancing act. One late shipment, one price hike, one employee issue, and your whole month, maybe the entire year, could be in trouble. That's where Lendsek comes in.
I needed $100,000 fast to keep up with inventory demands. Lendsek had me funded the same day I applied. Between their AI platform finding the fastest deal and a dedicated funding specialist guiding the process, it couldn't have been easier.
Our AI-driven platform matches your business with the right program from over 100 funders, up to $2 million in as fast as 24 hours. Don't wait until it's too late. If you've been in business at least 2 years with more than $500,000 in annual revenue, qualifying is simple. No collateral, no out-of-pocket costs, no hassle. From lines of credit, term loans to revenue-based financing, Lendsek is open for business. Apply in minutes at Lendsek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
I bet you folks are glad to be done with your shopping. Hopefully, all your gifts went well. But there's one last store to visit, this time just for yourself. Your chance to get one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony TVs at a crazy low price. Where? At Video Only's year-end clearance sale. A great way to end the year. If you don't check out these deals at Video Only, you'll be sorry.
Red and Gold Game Day starts at Laughing Monk Brewing. Park for free. Enjoy amazing food, ice-cold beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show. Then hop on the free shuttle straight to the stadium. Sign up now at 957thegame.com.
So Garoppolo, well, he's going to try to sneak it out, and he does.
Brady sneak.
That's all you needed.
Wow, what a game.
And the 49ers, who've not won a Super Bowl in 25 years, have a nice path to Miami. A bye, 2 home games. What a crazy finish. And Pete Carroll takes his team and heads to Philadelphia.
Hey, this is Jonathan from San Francisco. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky.
It is the Morning Roast, but it's actually Sam Lubman and Carter Chickering for this one. You heard Al Michaels there with the call from the 49ers Week 17 game against the Seahawks at Lumen Field to close out the 2019 season and clinch the 1 seed. And history is somewhat repeating itself this weekend as we are seeing the Niners host the Seahawks on Saturday night for a chance for the 1 seed and the division title. And who better to talk to with that than one of the premier voices on Seattle radio up there in the Emerald City. We are, of course, talking to, on the River Islands guest line, Dick Fan. He joins us of the Softy and Dick Show with Softy Mahler, 93.3 KGR Radio in Seattle, the voice of Seahawks fans everywhere. And Dick, you were looking very comfortable in your house there, joining us on video on YouTube. So glad to have you joining us this morning, and let's get right into it. You know, we've been talking this morning about how confident Niner fans are feeling about this game. What is the confidence level with Seahawks fans right now going into the Saturday night showdown?
I think the confidence level is pretty high. I think there's one very, very important point, and that is that Seahawks fans are very divided in their confidence level of Sam Darnold. I mean, you have a pro Sam Darnold contingent that is very strong, and there's a lot of numbers that back up why the pro Sam Darnold contingent should be optimistic about him. He's played very, very well this year. He is a Pro Bowler for a reason. He is not a just throw him into the Pro Bowl because 5 guys didn't want to be Pro Bowlers, right? Those days are over. They don't even play the game anymore. He is a legitimate top 3 quarterback in the NFC in 2025. So they have a reason to feel that way. However, Sam Darnold's turned the ball over 20 times. And it seems like whenever Seattle gets into trouble, it is because of the Sam Darnold turnover. And so there's a lot of Seahawks fans like, myself, I find myself yelling at the TV all the time. I mean, why are we not just running the ball and punting? Because the Seahawks defense is that good. I mean, there are comparisons being made, legitimate comparisons being made to 2013, 2014, 2015, when the Seahawks had by far the best defense in football. Now, I'm not going to say that this team is there, or this defense is there yet, but it is at a level where this defense is very, very hard to score on. So most Seahawks fans are like, hey, if we just don't give the ball to the other team on the 30-yard line, we're going to prevent the other team from scoring touchdowns.
Dick, thanks so much for coming on with us. So I just want to know from you personally, how confident are you in Sam Darnold this weekend?
I've been a pro Sam Darnold guy since he got here. I thought that it was an upgrade over Geno Smith. I mean, basically you had two questions. You said you had, okay, A, who would you rather have, Sam Darnold or Geno Smith? And the second question was, okay, who would you rather have, Sam Darnold at $30 million or Geno Smith at $40 million? And to me, that was an absolute slam dunk. I was pro Sam. I was ready for Geno to go from the very beginning. Little did I know that Sam Darnold would be a Pro Bowl quarterback. I thought Sam Darnold would be a middle of the NFC solid quarterback, and that Geno Smith would be slightly less than Sam Darnold. I didn't see Geno Smith falling off the absolute cliff. It wasn't all Geno's fault, but Geno was terrible, just like everyone else in Las Vegas.
Yeah, again, you're talking about Seattle. Then we got Dick Fan joining us here on the River Islands guest line, part of the Softy and Dick show with Softy Mahler, 93.3 KJR Radio in Seattle. Sam Lubman here with Carter Chickering. The last few games for Sam Darnold, the last 6 games specifically, the Seahawks are winning these games, but it seems like there's been a drop-off in performance from Sam Darnold. The numbers certainly say it. You're watching these games obviously a lot more than we are here, Dick. And as you say, as you're a believer in Sam Darnold, what has just been the difference that you've been seeing with him these last 6 games coming into tomorrow night's game versus the Sam Darnold that we saw you guys have the first 10 weeks of the season?
Yeah, I think it's really been primarily the first halves of games. I think you guys probably all watched the Rams game because everybody watched the Rams game. That might have been the game of the year in the NFL. That Niners-Bears game wasn't. Yeah, that Niners-Bears game wasn't bad either. But I mean, those are 2 of the best games of the year in the National Football League. And what you saw from Sam Darnold was an immense struggle in the first half, and then he pulls it out. Like the plane's going down, and he finds a way to pull it out. And that's what he's been doing in these other games. The Seahawks have only scored 1 touchdown in their last 4 first halves. So that has to change. I mean, they have to come out faster on offense than they have been. He has been sloppy in the first half. He's been turnover prone in the first half. And then the switch is flipped, and he plays really solid football in the second half. But what the Seahawks need to do is, I mean, they can't afford, if they're down 10-7 at halftime and he's played sloppy, then they can pull the plane up and they can win the game. If they're down, 17-3 at halftime, they're probably not going to pull it up.
Did you think that the Seahawks would be this good this year?
I thought the Seahawks would be 11-6. I had the Seahawks either tie break or 1 game behind the Rams, who I thought were either going to be 11-6 or 12-5, win the division. Seahawks would finish second, be a wild card. Niners would be in third, potentially be a wild card as well. So both of these teams are better. Both the Niners and the Seahawks are better than I thought by a couple 3 games.
Yeah, again, you talk about the season that the Niners had here, and I want to get your thought again on the outside looking in. Just your thoughts on the success the Niners have had this year. I mean, they lost Brock Purdy for a chunk of the season. Obviously, you guys saw him in week 1 through a couple picks. But when you look at this Niners team now, which, first off, Dick, I can't remember the last time a team started a season and then finished the season against the same team and played the entire schedule in between. So, obviously, a lot has changed for these teams. When you look at the Niners and the success they've had this season and what Brock Purdy's done, is there anything that sticks out to you or surprises you about what this Niners team has accomplished this year?
Yeah, I mean, to me, it all points to Kyle Shanahan. And I know that all Niner fans don't love Kyle Shanahan, but I do. I mean, I don't want, as a Seahawks fan, I don't want Kyle Shanahan coaching my rivals. I just don't. I don't want Kyle Shanahan coaching my rival. I don't want Sean McVay coaching my rival. And you know what sucks is that that's who we have coaching our rivals. Now, fortunately, we have a coach now, and we did in Pete Carroll for a long period of time, and we do again in Mike Macdonald, who is as good as Sean McVay and Kyle Shanahan. He just does it. He's just an expert defensively, whereas Shanahan and McVay are experts offensively. But there is no coaching advantage that Kyle Shanahan has over Mike Macdonald, and nor would I say there's necessarily a coaching advantage that Mike Macdonald has over Kyle Shanahan. I mean, all three of those guys, you could say that the 3 of the 5 best coaches in the NFL all reside in the same division, and it's probably one of the reasons why 3 of the 5 best teams in the NFL reside in the same division.
I'm with you.
Yeah, again, you talk about Shanahan there, but the other side of the Shanahan coin obviously is Brock Purdy and how he's played. Again, I thought that week 1 game in Seattle against you guys, I thought it was 3 quarters of meh, followed by 1 quarter of okay, that was pretty good. The last 6 games have probably been the best that Brock has played in his career outside of times during that 23 Super Bowl run. It just, when you look at the way that Brock Purdy's playing right now, are Seahawks fans worried about what they have to deal with in terms of seeing this defense limit Brock Purdy, or is there still a sense of like he's still that, system quarterback that people have doubts for?
Oh, I think majority of people still would consider him a system quarterback, but that doesn't mean that he's not a good to very good quarterback. I was happy to see you guys dump the Brinks trunk on his head. I mean, I got to be honest with you. I think most Seahawks fans were happy because when you dump the Brinks truck on a quarterback, you are seeing what's happening around the NFL. Look at the highest paid quarterbacks in the NFL and what their teams are doing. And it is a quick decline when that happens. So we'll see if that happens with San Francisco over the next 2 years. I mean, that's one of the beautiful things about, the Seahawks landing Sam Darnold. They're getting him for $30 million a year. What, $20 million less per year than Brock Purdy? I mean, is Sam Darnold at $20 million worse than Brock Purdy? I mean, some would say, Sam Darnold's had a more complete season than Brock Purdy. Brock has certainly been better the last month than Sam Darnold. But in 2025 as a whole, Sam Darnold's had a better year. I mean, I don't even think that's really debatable. But Brock Purdy is heating up at the right time. And the question is Brock going to be able to continue that into the playoffs? He certainly has the playoff experience. And I think that's the one thing that Seahawks fans might be a little bit worried about is, okay, Sam hasn't been here before and succeeded. Brock has at least been in these big games in January and has gotten his team to the Super Bowl. So I think that would be the one concern that Seahawks fans would have about Brock Purdy.
All right, Dick, I've got to ask you. I'm a diehard 49ers fan, and I've always viewed the Seahawks as just the scum of the earth. So I want to know, how do you view us?
It's a huge rivalry. Scum of the earth is reserved in this city. Scum of the earth in this city is reserved for Oregon Duck fans. So
fair enough.
Like that is, that's all the Niners are maybe 3/4 of the way to scum of the earth, because I think the difference between the Niners and the Ducks, the 2 main rivals in Seattle, is that the Niners, now it's been a long time since you've won a Super Bowl, but the Niners have consistently accomplished something throughout our whole lifetimes. What have the Ducks won, really? Right? I mean, so the Ducks feel like they're, one of the great all-time great institutions in college football, when really it's just Uncle Phil paying them dollars to lose in college football playoffs. So whereas at least the Niners have gotten something and accomplished something. So I think while the hatred is there for the Niners, just like it is for the Ducks, I think there is far more respect for the Niners here in Seattle than there is for Oregon.
That's a good way to look at it.
Has that maintained, Dick, since those Russell Wilson days, kind of disdain for the 49ers?
Well, it ebbs and flows, right? Because, 12 years ago, that was the pinnacle, right? It was Colin Kaepernick. It was Russell Wilson. It was Jim Harbaugh, who was very hateable, much more hateable than Kyle Shanahan is. So, I think that was the apex. Now, if the Niners and the Seahawks meet again in 3 weeks, whatever for a berth in the Super Bowl, it's going to rev back up to that level again. But the Niners have had highs and lows. You guys kind of fell after Kaepernick and then rose back up again. The Seahawks kind of had a steady decline from like 2015 down to about 2021, 22, and now they're back up there again. But when both teams are at their peak, that's obviously when the rivalry is at its best, and it appears that both teams are pretty close to their peak right now.
Yeah.
Dick Fan here joining us here on the River Islands guest line. Catch him on the Softy and Dick Show with Softy Mahler, 93.3 KJR Radio in Seattle. You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Dick, again, I kind of mentioned at the start of this segment here that this game mirrors a game from a few years ago in 2019, that Week 17 clash at Lumen Field. The Niners get that big stop at the 1 yard line. Dre Greenlaw there with the stop. I remember that game. I actually went up to Seattle for that game. I didn't go to the game, but I watched at a bar down the street. But you just want to be in the city when it happened. I'm curious, just what do you remember from that game that night? And just, it was one of the best games of the year, obviously more so for Niner fans than Seahawks fans. But what do you remember from that matchup that night?
Yeah, I was there. That Hollister play at the end, obviously. I also remember that I just didn't feel like, it was a great Seahawks team. It was clearly not as good a football team as they have this year. I mean, that's not even close. This team is much closer to 2013 and 14 than it is to 2019. I also remember that it just kind of felt like the Seahawks shouldn't win that game. Like I just remember feeling the whole game. It's like, okay, we've pulled a lot of these out in the fire, so I still believe we can pull this out of the fire, but I just didn't feel like the Seahawks were the better team that day. I do feel like the Seahawks are the better team in this game, but it is on the road. So, I mean, I think the point spread is, I thought it would be a pick. I've seen Seahawks by 1.5, but I mean, I guessed when the line came out that it was going to be a pick 'em, and because that's what it should be. I mean, I think the Seahawks on a neutral field are a field goal better than the 49ers, but they're not on a neutral field tomorrow or Saturday night.
No, and it clearly is a pick 'em since the line moved across 0 too, to me. So I'm totally with you, Dick. Anyway,
Dick, let's wrap it up with this one here. Seahawks win if, Seahawks lose if.
Yeah, the Seahawks win if is very, very easy. If Sam Darnold takes care of the ball, I don't see the Niners being able to score enough points on this defense to win. But if Sam Darnold has multiple turnovers, maybe one, is inside their own red zone or close to it, it turns into Niners points. Points off of turnovers is going to be the absolute key, and that's if the Seahawks lose. I mean, if the Seahawks win, I mean, they got to get the run game going a little bit, and they got to protect Sam Darnold. If they can protect Sam Darnold, the big question is at left tackle. Starter Charles Cross is out. Heck, both these teams might be without their left tackle this week. Charles Cross is out. Josh Jones is probably the best backup offensive lineman that this Seahawks team has had in a long, long time, and probably is better than many starters that the Seahawks have had, including maybe a couple of starters on this current offensive line. He just happens to play left tackle. So the drop-off is a little bit from Charles Cross to Josh Jones. If Josh can't play, and he practiced yesterday, but he's been bothered with injury, if Josh can't play, that is green light city for the San Francisco pass rush, which I know has been much maligned thus far this year. So if Sam's got a clean pocket. Most of Sam's turnovers, almost all of Sam's turnovers, have come when the pocket gets collapsed, and he gets really skittish when the pocket gets collapsed. He rarely drops back, has a cozy pocket, and throws a pick. That almost never happens. It's usually when he's trying to make something happen that he shouldn't be trying to make happen in a dirty pocket. So if you can dirty the pocket up for Sam, he's in trouble.
Awesome, Dick. Actually, really quick before I get you out of here, you mentioned the hatred for Oregon. I missed most of what they did yesterday. I kind of slept in. I was shocked that Texas Tech couldn't do anything against them. But yeah, your thoughts on this Final Four, the college football playoff?
Yeah, I mean, I was really impressed with what Ole Miss did in that game last night. I think the team I've been most impressed with is probably either Miami or Indiana, and I think those two teams match up in the national championship game. I think that Miami running back Mark Fletcher is absolutely amazing. They got a couple of guys on that defensive front who are just monsters. I think the rematch against Oregon will be good, but I think Indiana's a better team than Oregon is. I think Indiana wins, and the Miami Ole Miss game is going to be really, really fun to watch. But I'm going to give the edge to Miami there, and Indiana's been the best team. They've shown to be the best team all season long. I mean, I don't know why I'd go away from that. They just look so buttoned up with Kurt Cignetti kind of. He's got a kind of a punchable face. There's no question about it. But he's done a heck of a job there in Bloomington. There's no doubt about it.
Love it. Dick, as a graduate of University of Miami 2015, I love that analysis there.
Right.
So hopefully Canes do make it there. Thank you so much for joining us. And I think I speak for all Niner fans where I say I hope your team loses in miserable fashion tomorrow night.
Yeah, the feeling's mutual up here. No question about it.
Love to hear it. Thank you so much, Dick. Appreciate you for joining the show. That was Dick Fan. You can catch him on the Softy and Dick Show with Softy Mahler on 93.3 KJR Radio in Seattle. Some interesting stuff there from Dick. No coaching edge, really, in this one between Kyle Shanahan and Mike McDonald.
Was interesting.
Well, at first he said it's just like, I don't think Shanahan has an edge over McDonald's. Like, I'm sorry, who?
Yeah.
And then he flipped it to, but McDonald doesn't have that advantage the other way around, and that's... We've talked so much about all these different matchups in this game here, Carter, on the field, but we really have not spent a lot of time on the coaching matchup here. You got offensive genius against defensive genius here. That's going to be incredibly fun to watch here. The other thing he said, he puts this team on par with that 13-14 Seahawks team in terms of the defensive dominance. That is that's not saying nothing if you're a fan up there. We got the Ghost Report coming up here. Do we have our Ghost Report bed ready to go? Oh, there it is.
The other part, Sammy, is we have two Kubiaks going against each other.
That is true.
Both the offensive coordinators.
Oh, proud Papa and Gary somewhere watching. But it is time for the Ghost Report, brought to you by Ghostwood, your neighborhood brew pub in Redwood City. All right, here's my pick for who the Seattle Seahawks should be afraid of this week. And I kind of alluded to it earlier. I'm going defense on this side. Diamador Lenore and Upton Stout. I think Lenore is going to be shadowing JSN a lot, if not most of the night. I expect Lenore to really show up there and shut JSN down. But as I mentioned earlier, Carter, much like the 2019 game was that stepping stone for Dre Greenlaw to go from rookie Dre Greenlaw to the legend that became Dre Greenlaw. My hot prediction, my hot take or whatever, Upton Stout. This is the game where you go from the rookie Upton Stout to the great player that you will hopefully become, Upton Stout. Diamador Lenore, Upton Stout. I hope they're going to have JSN quaking in his boots.
Okay, Sam. I think I'm going to take the D-line this weekend.
Ooh.
Which is pretty bold, I know. But I think that's who the Seattle Seahawks need to fear, and I think our friend Dick just said why. If they can get pressure at all, that's how you win this game. Sam Darnold, he said it, makes mistakes when he's under pressure. He's very good in a clean pocket. That's just a fact, okay? But he is not good with any sort of pressure, anything uncomfortable, or anything doing that he's not used to doing. He loves just standing there in the pocket, acting like all is well. When all is not well is when Sam Darnold struggles. That's the way you win this game, is if the D-line gets there at all. I mean, just at all.
All right, and that was your Ghost Report, brought to you by Ghostwood, your neighborhood brew pub specializing in quality craft beers and cocktails and great fresh food, plus ice cream sundaes with a cherry on top. That is the best way to top your sundae, with a cherry. So we're going to be getting to the break here in just a moment. On the other side, want to react to some of the stuff that Dick said. Again, mainly talking about the rivalry. And I do want to recap that 2019 game. that happened now 6 years ago, 6+ years ago. December 29th, 2019. That was a whole pandemic ago, Carter. We were going everywhere. I was in this packed bar. No one was wearing a mask. We were all sharing beer, spitting on each other. You could never get sick back then. And so much has changed since then. So I want to recap that game a little bit. Plus, we got the crossover coming up at 9:48-ish. Bonte and Evan will be in for that. Sorry, Evan and Bonte will be in for that one. Evan is the driver of his show, so I'll say his name first. We'll get their thoughts on this Niner game, plus whatever it is that's going on with the Warriors. I think Bonte might have a take about them. He's usually good for at least one or two of those. So all that coming up on the other side. We're going to wrap this show up. Niners-Seahawks, man. This is what it's all about.
100%, Sam.
What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Kalshi. Trade on anything.
What have the Ducks won?
Make money predicting every bowl game legally nationwide with Kalshi. Today it's the Boca Raton Bowl and Frisco Bowl game. Will Toledo upset Louisville or will Ohio upset UNLV? Use code Odyssey for $20 when you trade 100. KALSHI.com. Trading involves risk. Kalshi.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying two phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Excuse me, can you tell me where?
I don't know. Those big box stores, they don't know. But Dolan's knows. For 60 years, Dolan's Lumber has been serving the Bay Area with the materials and the knowledge to make your next home improvement project stellar. Lumber, doors, windows, you name it. Dolan's knows exactly what you need. So skip the guessing. Go with the experts. Remember, Dolan's knows. Call now for a quote. 800-9-DOLANS or visit DolanLumber.com.
Hey, it's Willard. You ever study the coaches who win relentlessly? The legends, the dynasties, they're systematic warriors. Disciplined, obsessive. They outwork, outthink, and outlast everybody for pure domination. That's Omar Habas, Tarek Habas, and the Habas Law team. When Habas Law goes up against big insurance companies, they grind them to a dust. Habas Law knows every inch of the Bay Area legal playing field, and nothing catches them off guard. If you've been injured and you want to win, visit HabasLaw.com. Habas Law, they fight to make it right. Habas and Associates, with offices throughout Northern California, including San Jose.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course, and it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kinda like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
When back to the office means back in traffic.
A solo spin out.
Turn to the traffic leader, KCBS.
Car that overturned.
Brought to you by your NorCal Honda dealers. It's Happy Honda Days. Get the best deals of the year on the super efficient Civic Hybrid at your NorCal Honda dealers.
1877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with AutoPay, plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Second and 4. Play fake, then a little toss to Samuel. Juszczyk is out in front. Samuel down the sideline, spinning his way inbounds into the end zone. Debo Samuel Juszczyk out in front, 30-yard gain, and that drive started at their own 6, goes 94 yards.
Hi, I'm Patrick Willis, and welcome back to the Morning Roast.
What's up, Patrick Willis? Sam Lum and Carter Chickering here as we get ready to close out the show here in the next 40 minutes. Evan Giddings and Bonte Hill, they are very excited to be joining us here. They'll be talking to Steve Kerr. Well, I think it said 11:30.
11:30, it's official.
11:30, it's official. Raymond called Steven Risotto, who will be producing that show, to let him know that that will be the case. So, yeah, Evan and Bonte coming up on the crossover in just about 30 minutes. That call you heard there on the rejoin there, Al Michaels and Chris Collinsworth for that Sunday night game, Week 17 in 2019. Niners at the Seahawks to close out the season. Niners got the win to clinch the 1 seed, and we have a chance for history to repeat itself tomorrow night, though this time at Levi's Stadium. Carter, we asked Dick, fan, when we had him on this last segment. By the way, Softy Mahler, Dick Fan's co-host, will also be joining Evan and Bonte during their show today as well. Wow. So we'll get their Softy Mahler's take on this rivalry as well. But yeah, man, what do you remember anything from that? That was 6 years ago, but I mean, do you remember that 2019 game at all in terms of just what that night was like for you?
Yeah, I was at a bar in the marina, Monaghan's.
How many did you have?
Way too many, Sam, because I ran behind the bar all the way with the bartenders back there, and they kicked me out pretty quickly. But it was, unbelievable game. And the better part was there was 2 Seahawks fans sitting front and center at the bar, so we all kind of, had to give them a hard time. But yeah, I think that was as good a regular season game as you can really remember.
The Niners,
right?
They had a couple bangers that year. There's the Saints game. They had that back and forth affair. Kittle had that big run there to help seal it. There was a game against the Ravens in Baltimore that year in the rain that was very close and back and forth. Let's not forget they had that Monday night game, Carter, where the Niners were 9-0, I think, against the 8-1 Seahawks or something like that. I mean, Chase McLaughlin, who is the Bucs kicker right now, he was the kicker for them that night. Robbie Gould wasn't available. He had that horrific shank into the tunnel at one point in overtime, and the Seahawks won that, I think, at the very end of overtime with a field goal there. But yeah, that game was just...
I was at that game, actually. Yeah.
Oh, that Monday night game?
Yeah.
Yeah, that
was the saddest I've been.
I forget who had that pick. The Niners, someone had a pick in overtime to keep. They were about to score. They had the pick in overtime. I'm totally spacing on who it was. Bonte will know this. He has that kind of a memory. That had me fired up. But no, that Sunday night game at the end of the year, my friend Kevin and I, we actually went up to Seattle for that game. We met his dad and his uncle and some other people at this bar there. We didn't actually go to the game. We just wanted to be in Seattle for the game. We're in this bar. There's a ton of Niner fans there. There's a ton of Seahawks fans there. We're slamming them back. We're going nuts over it. Oh, my God, how loud that place got when Dre Greenlaw got that stop at the end. We're all going crazy. Afterwards, we go out to dinner afterwards. And this is at like, what? It was a 5 o'clock game. Game ended around 8:30. So about 9:15, 9:30, we stumble out of this bar. We're looking for a place to go eat. And we ended up stumbling into like this Brazilian steakhouse like 5 minutes before closing. But my friend Kevin's, his dad, Rich, went and basically talked the owner into letting us in. And so it's me, Kevin, Rich, his uncle Jim, who we know at this station as Jim and Martinez. He calls into Steiny and Guru a lot. And some other, and another uncle of his and whatnot. And we basically sit down with the owner of this restaurant, this steakhouse in Seattle, after closing, by the way. We make them turn on the grills again and everything. Basically the worst thing you can do in a restaurant. By the way, we're all decked out in Niners gear. Loud, drunk, and obnoxious. We were there for maybe 2 hours. Again, after closing, the bar staff is just sitting there, just pissed off as all get out. But what they do, the owner's sitting with us and having a great time with us. And we start arguing about the game. And I said at one point, yeah, of course the Niners are going to win that game, because what does Russell Wilson do when the moment matters most? He chokes. Oh my God, the argument that started. Like, I'm talking full on screaming at each other about how good Russell Wilson was in the clutch after watching that game, saying that I always think he comes up short when the moment matters the most. He's been bailed out by his defenses, blah, blah, blah. We got into it it was so intense at how we got into it that I almost got into a fight with my friend's uncle, with Jim and Martinez. We didn't, but we were about to go at it. We got yelled at by the bar staff. And I just never will forget stumbling into this Brazilian steakhouse, drunk, loud, obnoxious as all get out, almost starting a fight. And that was just a very fun night to be I gotta tell you, for the
Sam,
49ers.
I think I'm with your friend's uncle. It felt like every time, and maybe it wasn't on Russell Wilson's back every time, but it just felt like when he was at the helm there, that he just haunted us.
He did. No, he absolutely haunted. But those are some bad Niners teams, too, that he haunted.
Yeah, there were also some very good ones, though. I think, the famous pick that Richard Sherman had, that was a really good team. I mean,
the 2013,
the 14 team, those were really good teams.
Well, that was my whole point. Like, so many of Russell Wilson's greatest moments were made possible by that defense.
Totally.
I would always say, like, where was Russell Wilson standing for all the biggest moments of his career? On the sideline. Mm-hmm. The Richard Sherman pick, the onside kick against the Packers the next year. The first play of the Super Bowl against the Broncos, ball goes over Peyton's head into the end zone. It's a safety. In that exact moment that, it's over. The Niners are winning, or not the Niners, the Seahawks are winning that game.
Yeah.
Where was Russell Wilson standing for all the bad moments? The 3 picks against the Packers, the pick to Malcolm Butler against the Seahawks, the coming up short against the Niners there in that 2019 game. He was on the field. So that's basically where...
By the way, you know who had that pick in the Monday night game? Dre Greenlaw.
There you go. Big play, Dre. Yeah. That's why we love him. Yeah. God, it was a great time. So I do want to kind of reminisce on that 2019 game, though. So, Ken, if we have our NFL primetime bet I want to get into, I do just want to... Oh, there we go. Love this music. It all started with the first quarter there, Carter. And Jimmy Garoppolo. Remember, Jimmy G was the starting quarterback for this one. And he was coming out hot, hitting Kittle and Emmanuel Sanders some big plays on that for Niners' first drive. But again, Trey Flowers got a sack there in the red zone, forced the Niners to take a field goal there. They go up 3-0. And you forget, Carter, you remember who the Seahawks running back was in that game?
No, who was it, Sam?
Beast mode himself. Marshawn Lynch came out of retirement 3 days before that game to lace him up for the Seahawks, because they had Travis Homer, Canes legend, and no one else as their running back in that game. He ended up getting 12 carries for 35 yards, and he made his return in that game. So go late into the first quarter there. Jimmy Garoppolo, starting from the Niners' 6-yard line, leads them downfield, went 3 for 3, including a big 30-yard catch run to Deebo Samuel, until he gets to the 30-yard line, and that's where Deebo Samuel, who had a huge game that night, you heard it on the rejoin, and you're going to hear it right now. Here's how Deebo Samuel got the Niners into the end zone.
2nd and 4. Play fake, then a little toss to Samuel. Juszczyk is out in front. Samuel down the sideline, spinning his way inbounds into the end zone. Debo Samuel Juszczyk out in front, 30-yard gain, and that drive started at their own 6, goes 94 yards.
And that gave the Niners a 10-0 lead again at Lumen Field going out of that first quarter. In the second quarter, not a lot of scoring in the second quarter. 49ers defense got a couple really big stops, and that was the story of that first half, Carter. That Niners defense was shutting that offense with Russell Wilson, with DK Metcalf, with Tyler Lockett down. And Niners did add another field goal before the end of the half to go into the half up 13-0. Almost scored there. Jimmy hit Debo Samuel right in front of the end zone there. Debo fumbled the ball, recovered it. Fortunately, the Niners were not able to punch it in. Still had it up 13-0 going into the second half. Third quarter, things start to get pretty interesting here because that is when the Seahawks offense started to show up. Niners go 3-and-out to start the second half. And then Russ started doing Russ things. Got a little help from Marshawn Lynch, beast mode with big runs of 8 and 15 yards. But then Russ connected with David Moore for a 28-yard touchdown. You're thinking, uh-oh, here they come. But Niner legend Mike Iupati was flagged. He was playing for Seattle this night. Was flagged for holding, so it was all good. Eventually, though, Russ found your guy, Tyler Lockett, in the back of the end zone.
Ugh. Big 3rd and 9. Play clock is already down to 3. Homer's still getting set. Take a snap off on time. Wilson fires to the end zone. Caught! Tyler Lockett for the touchdown. Wilson so adept at moving forward, throwing on the run. Gets it in there for the score.
That was Al Michaels there again on that call. And now it is 13-7. Niners need to respond, Carter. And that is what they did. They came roaring back. Jimmy hitting Kyle Juszczyk for a 49-yard pass along the right sideline there. Finds Debo Samuel with a 24-yard dart just shy of the end zone. Got to punch it in. Remember who the Niners running back was that night, right?
Raheem Mostert.
Raheem Mostert. Get in that end zone, Raheem.
2nd and goal. Come up in a tight formation. Mostert takes it in for the touchdown. Boy, what an answer that was to Seattle's drive. 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go 75 yards. Big play, the 49-yard pass to Juszczyk, and back up now by 12 going on 13.
There you go. And the Niners would try and go for 2 on that one there and get it up to a 21 to 7 game there at that moment. 2-point try. They did complete it to Kendrick Bourne. Unfortunately, Kendrick could not get it across the line there and go and get the 2 points, but he did catch the ball, Carter. That is the important part of that. Fourth quarter, you got Russell Wilson again, goes on a 75-yard drive. You had a pass to Lockett for 8. You had one to Moore for 17. Couple more dinks and dunks, and that is when Beast Mode made his true return to the end zone for the Seahawks.
1st and goal. Lynch, touchdown.
Well, I've heard that sound before.
Marshawn Lynch capping a 14-play, 75-yard drive, 8.5 minutes.
Nobody's happier than Pete Carroll about this one.
He had those bright neon green cleats on that night, and he looked like he had not missed a day, Carter. Marshawn Lynch, again, 12 carries, 35 yards, and that touchdown for a guy who had been sitting on the couch just a couple days earlier. It still blows my mind that Marshawn actually played that game and then played as well as he did in that game.
Yeah, I mean, he was a hell of a player. So and you're playing against your team from the Bay. So,
and you know he hates the Niners.
Yeah.
Growing up a Raider fan and also
100%.
playing for the Seahawks,
you know
he's always going to give it to him. And so, again, Niners, they're feeling it right now. They need to respond again. And again, that's just what Jimmy G did that night. When the Niners needed a drive, he was there to come through. Hits Kittle over the middle for 17. Got a couple burrito runs. Jimmy connects with Debo on the right sideline. And then you need to go up again, and that is, again, what Raheem Mostert was there for. Let's get the 26.
From the 13. Sanders was in motion. Mostert into the end zone, touchdown. Raheem Mostert bounces around all of these years, finally finds a home on special teams, and now starring out of the backfield.
And so Niners go up 26-14 there, and the Seahawks would score again. Again, the little help from a pass interference call from K1 Williams keeps the drive going. Russ finds DK in the end zone. That was DK Metcalf's rookie year, by the way. Again, so that brings the score. You know what? Let's hear, do we have how that play sounded? No, we don't have that one on the board. Okay, who cares? No one cares about DK Metcalf. Touchdown anyway. So again, 26-21. Niners, they have a quick 3-and-out on their next drive, and that is what set up the final stand. 15-play drive. You had 3 total timeouts called on that drive, 1 from the Seahawks, 2 from the Niners. And then it all comes down to Russ hits John Ursa at the 1-yard line. And that set up a pretty interesting situation here, Carter, because you had, I think first and goal at the 1-yard line, and you know, if you're first and goal at the 1 and you got Marshawn Lynch on your team, you know what you're doing, right? They made that mistake once. They were not going to make that mistake again. So they're going to bring Marshawn Lynch in for the 1-yard play, get that redemption from Super Bowl 49. Seahawks get a delay of game penalty, pushes them back to the 6-yard line. Well, now Beast Mode can't come on the field. So who has to win the game for you? Russell Wilson. And what's the thing about Russell Wilson, Carter? He always finds a way to come up short when the moment matters the most. Incomplete the Tyler Lockett on the left side. Can't connect with Jacob Hollister in the back of the end zone. And that set up the moment that Dre Greenlaw became that dude.
So Garoppolo, well, he's going to try to sneak it out, and he does.
Brady sneak.
That's all you needed.
Wow, what a game.
And the 49ers, who've not won a Super Bowl in 25 years, have a nice path to Miami. A bye, 2 home games. What a crazy finish. And Pete Carroll takes his team.
Oh, well, that would have been a great little recap there, except for I played the wrong last play there, Ken. Do we have the Dre Greenlaw stand? I don't have that on my board, unfortunately. That was, this would have been such a great segment if I had just closed it out right there. Maybe you play it in a moment. Dang. That's well, anyway.
You know,
Niners get the win, 26-21. We'll play that final the Dre Greenlaw in just a moment there. I'll take the L on that one. Oh man, that was all sounding so good until right there.
You know, Dick Fane brought up that he thought the Niners were going to win that game during the game. But it's funny, if you look at the statistics from that game, there's honestly nothing. There's very little that tells you that the Niners should have won that game, frankly. Yeah, they won in total yards. They've had 50 more. They had 40 more pass yards, and they had 3 more rushing yards. The yards per play was really the big decider, I would say, for the Niners. They had 8.3 yards per play. The Seahawks had 4.9. But listen to this. Niners had 18 first downs in that game. The Seahawks had 27. Third down efficiency. The Seahawks had 8 third downs. The Niners had 4. Total plays. The Niners ran 48 total plays. The Seahawks ran 71. There's just nothing here telling you that they should have won that game. Penalties. Niners 8, Seahawks 5. Time of possession. They lost that too. I mean, it's pretty incredible that they won that game looking back at these statistics.
It was the kind of game that really put a cap on what was a dream season. Again, they cruised through the playoffs there. Get to the Super Bowl. We don't need to talk about what happened after that. But it was, that was a dream season to begin with, and that is why I think this game on Saturday night could be so special, Carter, because this has truly been such a miraculous season. If they can cap this regular season with a win like that on Saturday night and go to 13-4, get the 1 seed in a year where everyone probably thought 8-9 wins is what you're going to be looking at this year. It would make this regular season go from fun to just instantly memorable, and we'll see what happens in the playoffs there. All right, let me try this again. I'd be cooler with the music, but here's what that last play sounded like. The Dre Greenlaw becoming that guy play right there.
And it's 4th down and goal. And the play clock is down to 3. And here we go. And Wilson throws, caught, and it is going to be Hollister. Then the ball winds up in the hands of a 49er, Jimmy Ward. But they're going to say Ward's going to run all the way into the end zone. But what's the call down at the goal line here?
This is like the Atlanta game. This is total insanity.
We'll go under review.
So this play is under review. We'll go back to the inception of the play and what happens at the goal line.
Does he get over the goal line? If he does, none of the rest of that even matters.
Hollister gets taken down. Ooh.
I don't think
short
you
to
can
me.
say he was across the line.
After review, completed pass receiver was down short of the goal line. San Francisco will take over on downs. First down.
Ah, what a great night. You know, if the Niners are going to win tomorrow, they're going to need to be in not just the end zone, but just the zone to begin with. And who better to let us know how they'll be in the zone than the great Tony in Oakland. Tony! What's the big secret,
Good morning,
Tony?
Good morning.
This is your moment, Tony.
This is going to be so fabulous. And it's getting us ready for the Super Bowl, which will be Brock versus Drake. And the secret to all of this, I have the secret.
What is it, Tony?
First seek happiness. So all these guys with the prayer circle, even old Shanahan's coming along. Look how he talks about Brock these days.
Mm-hmm.
That he's egoless, that he's faith-based and confident. That means the boy is on the path. Shanahan's joining them. Okay, so the secret is you seek that and then you keep it. And what do I mean? Keep it. It means like a spiral within where you can always go to it. That's how I knew that Purdy was going to be what he was, because I could feel he had the keep with divinity with it, with him inside. And the way that you do this, everyone should look at the painting of Rembrandt's Jacob wrestling with the angel. Now, they're not wrestling. Look at it closely. They're
wrestling with the angel. Okay.
What?
Wrestling with the angel, that's what it's called?
Yes. Rembrandt's Jacob wrestling with the angel. And if you look at it, they aren't wrestling. They're coupling.
Oh,
and that's
they are.
when you get to the highest level. Not that these guys are doing that yet, but they're on their way, right? And that's how you seek happiness and keep it. And then you have the courage to do the impossible because it's inside of your keep in your heart, and you can bring it out. And the only threat here is McDonald, because that guy can go in.
He's got his own little zone that he's in, Tony. Tony, listen, we're up against it. We got to get the Fast Five. I'm going to put you back on hold because there's a special someone who wants to talk to you. So I'm going to get you on hold. I'll let you talk to them. And in the meantime, Ken, can we hit it for Fast Five? He's actually talking to him. All right, let's get our final thoughts in here. Did you know it's actually our last Xfinity Fast Five, Carter?
No, I didn't know that.
The sponsorship ends on Friday. I don't know what we'll do. We're going to have to end our show like a normal show does or something like that. Honestly, I kind of want to keep final thoughts in some way, shape, or form. But let's start with you. What are your final thoughts?
You go first, Sam.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
okay.
You go first.
No, I think it's a good day for you to go first here.
All right. I'll take it on.
I thought you were going to pass back to me.
We need to win this game on Saturday, Sam. We need to win this game on Saturday. This is huge. Anyone who's saying this game doesn't matter, I saw some people in the YouTube chat in the first hour saying that. That is the stupidest thing I've read all year. Dumbest thing ever, honestly. If you look at Kyle Shanahan's career with this team, they've made it to the Super Bowl twice. You know what both those years had in common, Sam? They were the number one seed for both those years. So do not tell me this game does not matter, okay? We need to go out, hit people on Saturday.
A win means 3 straight games at Levi's in the playoffs, including the Super Bowl. Yeah. How could that not matter? Would you rather be at home in 2 weeks, or if you lose, you're going to Philly or Chicago?
Yeah.
I'm out on that.
Look, this is a must-win for them. If you want to do something serious this postseason, you need to win this game. Your team is too depleted to go on the road and expect this defense to show up, okay? Home field advantage is very, very useful for this Niners team. Just for that noise, for all of it, okay? Let's go. Let's get this done. Seriously.
I love that energy. I'm right there with you, Carter. My final thought is this game, whatever happens in the playoffs, we'll see. I mean, this is the best year to have a flawed team, which is what the Niners do have, unfortunately, because of that defense. But everyone in this league is flawed. And so this is the year where you want to take away as many unknown variables as possible. The Niners having home field throughout the playoffs and in the Super Bowl, that is a great way to do that. this game right here not only sets you up for the playoffs, I truly believe, Carter, a win tomorrow night will add just give booster rockets to what Joe Shasky coined at the beginning of this year, Kyle Shanahan 3.0. You win this game, and when you look at the talent the Niners have been able to figure out with this in the draft the last couple of years, especially on defense this year, you win this game, I'm feeling good about the playoffs, but I also feel good about beyond this season and what Kyle Shanahan has cooking up here. Again, this is the year, 2025 was the year that I officially put my skepticism on Kyle Shanahan to bed. I put my skepticism on Mario Cristobal to bed, put my skepticism on Carson Beck to bed. Those last two have nothing to do with Kyle Shanahan. I just have to inject Miami into it because that's just how I am. Let's go Canes. Let's get that natty. Let's bring that chip home. Let's beat Ole Miss. Let's beat Oregon because I want to laugh at Grandy because I think that'll be really funny to do because...
What if the Ducks won?
Exactly. I kind of combined final thoughts there. Ken, bring us home.
I'm just laughing hysterically back here only because Bonte was talking to Tony in Oakland for like 5 minutes.
Oh, they're besties.
And she didn't even recognize him at first. He had to explain who he was. Yeah, sorry. My final thought, I think the Niners are in trouble tomorrow. I really hate to say it.
Great finish.
I think that the Seattle defense is going to be a little tougher for the offense. I'm really curious to see how the offensive line is going to work, but I think they're in trouble, especially because if you can't get to Sam Darnold, he's going to light you up. So I think Niner fans, just be prepared. It might not go your way tomorrow.
That's honestly great news because Ken, every time he sent me a bet in the last 2 weeks, has literally been just fade Ken. And
there you go, baby.
So this has been great. I'm so glad Ken said that.
We'll see.
We are winning this game, folks, is what that means.
That there was Ken Luttrell. He's been our board op today. Thank you very much. Great job today, Ken, pressing all the buttons and whatnot.
Appreciate
You had some great jobs today, great drops today. And that was the final Fast Five brought to you by Xfinity, introducing the 5-year price guarantee, one consistent internet price for the next 5 years, guaranteed. The crossover with Evan and Bonte is coming up next, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
The holiday rush continues at your California Ford dealers. The Ford year-end sell-a-thon is on. Now through January 2nd, get our best offers across the most popular Ford trucks and SUVs. From America's best-selling Ford F-Series trucks for 48 years, the legendary F-150 and Super Duty, to the Bronco family of SUVs for those who don't wait for adventure to begin. Plus, all-electric standouts like the Mustang Mach-E and F-150 Lightning. And Explorer and Escape, the perfect balance of comfort, capability, and everyday versatility. Get ready to power through whatever the season brings in a Ford. But don't wait. These year-end sell-a-thon savings won't last. The clock's ticking. The lots are moving. And these are the season's biggest savings on an incredible selection of Ford vehicles. Rush in before the sell-a-thon and the savings are over January 2nd. Get to your California Ford dealers today. Claim based on 1977 to 2024 calendar year industry reported total.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. This holiday season through January 4th, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Elevate your kitchen at the Miele Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Miele, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Miele kitchen package. Visit the Miele Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Presenting Again Flings Love Story. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught A whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
And we're out, back in 60.
Hey, what are you eating? Chimichurri filet mignon. It's a Factor meal.
Oh, nice. Wait, they let you eat like that in the pros?
Oh, they insist on it. A pro's work starts on the plate.
Oh, man, that does look good. Let me have a taste?
Get your own.
All right. Where do I find this? Is it factormeals.com?
Yep, and they've got a deal going on.
Oh, love a deal. I am so in.
Smart move. Pro move.
All right. Factor. Eat like a pro.
Hi, I'm Becca, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As an in-house designer, I can't wait for you to see our incredible selection of stylish and stackable rings. If you're shopping for your wedding bands, we have high-quality designs for every style and budget, from romantic to modern. If you're looking to add to a stack, your options are endless. Discover styles with clusters of gemstones, sleek all-metal designs, updated cigar bands, and signet rings perfect for an engraving. Because a friend knows you like options. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey everyone, I'm Josh Radner, and I am so excited to tell you about How We Made Your Mother, a rewatch podcast looking back at How I Met Your Mother. And I'm here with Craig Thomas, who co-created the show along with Carter Bays. Hi, Craig.
Hey, Josh. Somehow it has been 20 years since the show premiered. I'm going to check the math on that. 10 years since it went off the air, and we thought that made this a perfect time to look back, see what the hell we did, and why the show still seems to resonate with fans around the world today.
Follow and listen to How We Made Your Mother wherever you get your podcast.
What's up, everybody? I'm Nick Costos, and watching sports isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. And my show is not a job, it's a passion. From the NFL playoffs to the NBA and everything in between, celebrate sports with me every day on You Better You Bet from 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. Download the Odyssey app now and listen to Westwood One Sports from anywhere. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos, live and interactive Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern, presented by BetMGM.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement. Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Hey, it's Willard from Willard and Dibs coming up at 2 o'clock today. Now back to the Joes on the Morning Roast. Shasky, you're my guy, but calm down.
Give me the old baby.
Oh, baby! It's been a while. Yeah.
It's pretty good old baby there.
I only did it for love.
That's pretty good.
I only did it for love, man. Don't ask me for another one.
Well done, B. I only needed the one. It is the crossover. I got Evan Giddings, Bonte Hill joining myself, Sam Blowman, and Carter Chickering. And if we're playing We Ready, you know it's because it's a big game coming up. And we have got a massive one tomorrow night. Niners hosting the Seahawks. We've been talking about it most of the morning here on the Morning Roast, Carter and I. And we've been talking about just the big question we would ask is just what has you feeling confident about this game tomorrow night between the Niners and Seahawks? Whether it's the quarterback play on both sides, defense, offense. I want to throw it at you guys. Evan, you're going to be doing the pregame show with Lowe tomorrow.
Sure.
Right now, what has you feeling confident about this game?
Well, I do want to get into that, and we can obviously talk about the big game and everything that's going on. But first and foremost, happy 2026, fellas.
You too,
You guys got any resolutions? Are we bettering ourselves? How are we feeling on this Friday? I got paid today? What's going on?
I'm kind of perfect, so I don't need to change anything, so it's all good.
Well, I know you're feeling yourself because of that shirt.
All about the you.
Yeah. No, but come on, man. It's a time to turn a new leaf, right? We're all different people now.
You seem changed.
Yeah, I know. I had to wear buttons today. I don't really.
That's why. We got professional Evan in the house.
I'm just confused because it's the start of 2026 and I somehow ended up here on a Friday, a day after New Year's Day. So money must be good. Yeah, I'm shocked too. How did he get me in the building? Double dipping today with the Warriors and Thunder. Doing a show with Evan?
You had the chance to do the crossover with Carter and I. That was probably what really sealed the deal, right?
Yeah,
100%.
Probably. Yeah, I knew Loveman and Carter was in. Actually, I thought Shasky was in. Of course, Shasky doesn't work holidays, right?
No.
No chance. No chance.
Franchise players don't do that.
I didn't know today was a holiday.
Don't you get the 2 days off? Like, this is where Dan Dibley, I don't know if Dibs in today because he usually does like the
no, it's Grandy and Sterling today.
Grandy and Sterling.
Yeah.
Basically a 4-hour night overtime.
Is Sterling in studio?
Probably not.
No.
Because I got a lot to say to him, man. He's been wearing those 49er pom-poms pretty tough, man. They can do no wrong.
It's been a good year for it. I mean,
it's been a good year for Sterling.
Really?
I don't know, man.
I can't hate it.
All right.
No, it's fun, man. We got B in the house. This is the first time we'll get to do a show together. I mean, we do shows off the air all the time and stuff like that. And it's always good to see him at Warriors games. But we finally get to rock the mic together. So I'm pumped.
Yeah, I'm excited to hear your guys' Warriors conversations, too. Obviously, Evan, you've really taken off with your coverage of the Warriors, doing the game the other night. You've been killing on the pre- and post-game shows. And, of course, when you talk Warriors pre- and post, I mean, this is the dude right here. So, no, I'm very excited. You guys got Steve Kerr at, 11:30 as well?
I think he's going to be, 11:30? Yeah, thank you, Pasta.
So, no, I'm very excited to hear what you guys have to say on that one.
Yeah, Coach Kerr, and then we get Softy. From the Dick Softy show.
Keep up the good work, Pasta.
Yeah, well,
it was Bonte.
Yeah, I basically called him.
I wanted to give someone else credit.
I mean, Pasta's done nothing. I mean, you want to talk about earning some free money. Stealing money day. That is the definition of stealing money today. Evan, have we even talked to Pasta today?
Well, he's rocking the A's hat, so he's on my good side today. Yeah. The thing was, so Bonte walks in, he goes, what do we got? We're talking, Niners, get some Warriors. We're going to talk a little college football, too. Just whatever we want, right? It's a feel-good Friday. People are outside having a good time. So he goes, how do you feel about Softy? I'm like, I love Softy. Been on with him a couple times. This dude just calls him and says, hey, Softy, I need you. 2 minutes later, 1 o'clock. I'm like, that's how it's done. That is how it's done,
He's a go-getter.
Gentlemen.
He's a go-getter.
Yeah. He's a go-getter.
It's years of building relationships.
Yeah.
That's all that is. And you just call him. I'm a call guy. I'm not a text guy. When I want to talk, when I want something done, I just call you.
Yeah, I like that.
I text Love, but sometimes he doesn't reply. I gave him congratulations for Miami beating Ohio State. Left me on red.
But
if I would have called him, maybe I would have got the pick up and we would have talked some shop.
Hey, hold on. You have red receipts on?
No, he doesn't.
You say Mario built a
building.
There's a couple people who have red receipts. I'm like, really?
I try to turn mine off. I don't want people to know whether I'm looking at your messages or not, but I don't know. Maybe I don't have them on. But
the people who keep them on are doing it on purpose to be like, yeah, I read your thing. You're not as important, Yeah. You're not important enough for me to
I know
respond
somebody
to.
who has their red receipts on.
Oh, I do too,
Around
actually.
here.
Yeah. Good call.
Well, you got to keep them on for a few select people, but the majority of you yahoos, no chance.
No. I don't want to know what you're doing.
You'll know when and if I get back to you. Honestly, though, I'm a terrible texter. I'm not like B. I don't pick up the phone and call as much, but I'm bad on the phone, man. It's gotten worse progressively. That's my resolution in 2026. I got to be better getting back to people, no doubt.
No, that's not a red. Evan. I'm kind of like that too. You get old, you get older. Carter, you're about to be a father. You're gonna learn. You're gonna be in the middle of a text, and your child's just gonna come around. Hey, Papa, and you're gonna forget about what you were doing. And then 2 days later, somebody's like, "Yo, how come you didn't hit me back?" Man, I got sidetracked. And then they don't believe you. So that's a tough resolution to stick by.
Well, you guys have kids, and you will have a child, so you have an excuse already built in no matter what.
I know.
I don't really have excuses.
We're just lazy, yeah.
What's your resolutions? I want to hear from Carter.
Oh, no, I got to figure out some resolutions right now. I didn't really write any down, so I guess my resolution is to have a resolution. How's that for just really thinking things
Evan
through?
just gave me mine. Mine's going to be to decline more phone calls going forward, honestly. I'm not readily available to you. I'm not. It's just, I'll text you back when I get to it,
Know what my resolution is? Is that we have a resolution with Kaminga in the next 6 weeks.
Oh,
I like that.
That's probably
that's a 4.
We'll probably get that at some point in some way, shape, or form. What are they going to get for him? I'm seeing the Anthony Davis rumors popping up again. I don't know how to feel about that.
Anthony Davis rumors.
I looked at this. He's appeared in 69% of games played, regular season games played since the bubble championship.
Nice.
And it is nice, right? But if I told you, the Warriors going to get Anthony Davis and he's going to appear in 69% of the games that he will be employed. Are you taking that? Are you confident in that? I just don't the theory of Anthony Davis makes sense to me. The actual practice of having him on the team, that's where I kind of get I need him on the court, and I just don't know if he will be.
Evan and I were talking about the contract.
Yeah.
In the summer of 2027, he's eligible for his super max 4 years, $275 million deal.
I don't know if I want to give him
AD,
that.
he turns 33 in March.
Mm-hmm.
All right? You sure you want to bite the bullet there? And then who are you trading to get Anthony Davis? Now, again, the report for Sam Amick of The Athletic, the Mavericks initiated the conversation, not the Golden State Warriors. The Mavericks did, which tells me that they're looking to move off of AD because they have intel that, yeah, we don't trust that AD can remain healthy and be an impact player for us moving forward. So coming from the Mavericks' point of view, yeah, they're trying to move off of AD, but why would the Warriors do that if they're not ready to move off some of their core players being Draymond Green or Jimmy Butler?
Yeah, I think it comes down to what you can get for what you have. I mean, that's the whole reason Jimmy Butler's a Golden State Warrior, is because they were able to buy low on a salty superstar who broke up with his ex, and Miami got out of that. So the Warriors were better off for it, obviously, because he helped them get to the second round of the postseason last year. I'm not in the boat that there's a player like that out there this year, but in the next 13 days between now and when obviously Kaminga is available to be traded, and that's a chip you probably use if you're going to go out and get somebody worth big money, maybe there is a player like that emerges. I mean, who knows? Maybe Milwaukee has a 6 out of 7 slide, in the next couple weeks. It's like you never really know how things are going to work out in the NBA until they do. I was on the Jimmy Butler wagon last summer, but once the season started, I didn't realize that was a possibility until the rumors started floating around a few days before, because remember, he wanted to go to Phoenix. He didn't want to go to Golden State, but that was a place where he could get his money. So I just feel like things happen really fast, and the Warriors right now are in a position where they can maybe choose if they want to do it or not. We're going to talk to Steve about it at 11:30, but they also happen to be playing their best stretch of basketball since the beginning of the season.
Yeah, do you want to screw this up right now? You know what I mean?
Well, screwing what?
Well, I just mean they've won 5 of the last 6. So it's just like,
oh, they're getting hot.
As I said, for me to make this decision right now and to say, yeah, bring in Anthony Davis, I just can't do. I got to get to the 15th first and see where they're at. It's just,
How'd they turn the corner? That's something we'll ask Steve. No, as you mentioned, they've won 5 of 6, but how have they looked? The Raptors game still sticks to me.
Yeah.
The way
it's
they
funny,
lost
though,
that
Bonte,
game.
we focused more on that loss than we have on this 6-game stretch.
Right, exactly. And look, the Brooklyn win was nice, but Brooklyn doesn't have a deep bench. Mm-hmm. They still turn the ball over. Charlotte, look, it was a good win for the Warriors. They still turned the ball over, and they gave up 125 points in that basketball game. And Charlotte was getting it to any spot they wanted to on the floor. So point of attack defense is still an issue. But 10 of the next 11 are at Chase Center. And the one road game is against Kawhi Leonard and the Clippers, who are red hot right now. They've won 6 in a row, and Kawhi, he's been doing no wrong. Mm-hmm. This stretch right here, 10 of the next 11. And by the end of the stretch, will be, it would be January 20th, 21st or whatnot. So Kaminga would be eligible to be traded. We're going to find a lot about this basketball team over the next 11 games. And then I'm willing to answer, okay, have they turned a corner? Are they really a contender in the Western Conference? Can they catapult themselves into the top 6? Knowing that the Lakers can't play any defense and they're losing games rapidly. The Nuggets are beat up right now. 4 of their 5 starters are injured. I just don't know right now. I don't know if I'm willing to say after 5 of 6 that they've won, that they've turned the corners.
Yeah. I mean, obviously got the Thunder in town tonight. If you could somehow scrape a win against them together.
No Draymond.
I guess we'll see. We'll see. I feel like now, once upon a time when Draymond was out, it was like, well, that's not a good thing. You can't win without Draymond. Now it's almost like, we know what he brings to the court defensively, but these days, the last few, when you're seeing Draymond off the court, it's almost like the Warriors are playing their better ball. So out of Draymond out, does that give you a better feeling about the Warriors against the Thunder tonight? And maybe not, because the Thunder are just that good. But again, if you really want to see this team, if they are going to get rolling, if you do want to see them get hot, getting a nice little statement win tonight would be a great way to kind of keep that momentum, however big or small it is, building up in the right direction.
Well, Steph is questionable with an ankle sprain. Tweak that ankle with 24 seconds left. DeAnthony Melton's questionable. Al Horford and Trace Jackson-Davis are probable, but you got to remember this is the front end of a back-to-back. And so, will the big dogs go tonight?
We got the Jazz tomorrow.
And you got the Jazz tomorrow. So, we may see some guys out. And if Steph's out and Draymond's out, it's going to be tough sledding for them against OKC.
If DeAnthony Melton, Steph Curry, and Draymond are out, are we going to see Pods play 48 minutes? Because who's going to handle the ball?
Pat Spencer as well.
Yeah, you're going to have Pat Spencer.
Pat Spencer game, I guess.
Big minutes. So that'll be interesting. I'll tell you what, Draymond better be hoping they don't play really, really, really well.
Makes it a lot easier to
Yeah.
package him with Kaminga in that Anthony Davis trade. You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors. And Valkyrie is always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. I'm Sam Lubman, that's Carter Chickering. We got Bonta Hill and Evan Giddings also joining us here for the crossover. And we got one of the biggest games of the year on Saturday, and you know the place to watch and hang is going to be at Laughing Monk Brewing with Lorenzo Neal and the aforementioned Evan Giddings for the 49ers kickoff show. And of course, if you're going to go to that game, we got the free shuttle back and forth, and all you have to do is sign up at 957thegame.com. Better do it quickly because seats on the shuttle are going pretty fast right now. That's 957thegame.com. All right, do we want to talk about this Niners-Seahawks game we got going on tomorrow?
I'll talk about whatever you want to talk about.
I got to ask you, Bonta. You're a fan too, so let me ask you.
Overnight dancers? That's what you want to talk about?
I gave him a shout this morning for you.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that.
Look, does the Seahawks rivalry have the same allure for you still?
I'm hoping this game brings back that sizzle.
Yeah.
I was talking about somebody about that last week. I'm so old now, I forget the conversations I have, but it kind of lost its luster.
For sure.
It lost its luster, no doubt about it. And the Rams have become that number one rival in the NFC West. And then you look at the Philadelphia Eagles. They become a bigger rival for the 49ers just because of the fan bases between Philadelphia and San Francisco. But these are the type of games that brings a rivalry back. And you have the components for it, Evan, Lubman, and Carter, for it to be a rivalry again and be that top rivalry next to the Rams. Jackson Smith-Njigba, Deommodore Lenoir. Kenneth Walker, he's been trash-talking Deommodore Lenoir. Lenoir trash-talks the entire Seahawks team. McDonald against Shanahan. You got the Darnold component. You got this young defense flying around thinking that, hey, Witherspoon, I can lock down anybody, whether it's Ricky Pearsall, George Kittle, or whatnot. So you have the components for this rivalry being back. And you hope that it's a great game tomorrow night, a la 2019 when Drake Greenlaw made the great hit at the goal line there. So, but it did. Evan, you've been watching this rivalry for a long time. It has lost its luster compared to where it was a decade ago.
Yeah, and I feel like that's Seattle's fault, to be honest, not really the Niners. I mean,
totally agree.
The Niners they've had a couple of down years, but they've been pretty damn competitive. Since the Legion of Boom and Russell Wilson, they just have been kind of on the back burner. And even with Pete Carroll, they didn't really have a quarterback after Russ. And Geno was a nice stopgap, but it feels like they found a new one. And I think more importantly, they've gotten back to what made them so formidable during their success, which was defense. That it's a team that we were all watching college football yesterday. It's like when you're watching Georgia and Ole Miss, like those guys hit. You can feel every single tackle. And for the last few seasons, I just don't really feel like Seattle has been a team that you think of as being a physical force. You're not walking out of that game with a list of injuries that the Niners have amounted this season. You're not walking out of that game feeling like, damn, like they hurt our guys, or we're, even if we got the win, we left battered and bruised. So if I'm gonna be honest, if there's anybody's fault, and we could talk about it with Softy too, that's something I'm gonna throw at him. If there's anybody's fault in this that it hasn't been that feeling of a rivalry, to me, it's in the Pacific Northwest.
Yeah, and I do think it's a good point. I do agree with you because that 2019 game, it was almost like an inflection point of sorts to where it's like it kind of propelled the Niners into this successful era of Kyle Shanahan football. Whereas conversely, on the other side of it, that loss that night was kind of the beginning of this little kind of rebuild the Seahawks have had to do over the last few years. And now you're finally seeing the fruits of that rebuild come to fruition here in this team and this defense where, we had Dick Fan on, Softy's co-host. He's saying that he ranked this defense up there with the 13-14 teams defense, the Legion of Boom teams. Now, of course, it's a little bit different.
I don't see a Cam Chancellor on the other side.
It's a little bit different in how they're doing it, but in terms of just how this defense has kind of been carrying the Seahawks team, while, Sam Darnold, he's been struggling these last few games. He's been looking a lot like the Sam Darnold that we kind of like to pigeonhole him has, and yet the Seahawks, they're 6-0 in that stretch because the defense has been basically however many turnovers Sam Darnold has accounted for, the defense has answered back. And so that's the defense has very much been keeping the Seahawks afloat. And if the Niners are going to win this game, I do think that when you look at how the Seahawks have struggled to score in the first half, this is a tall ask, but I need the Niners to come out firing and putting up big points in that first half. Try and blow them out in that first half because this offense is going to wake up for the Seahawks in the second half and start to make it close. The bigger cushion you have there, the better you're going to be feeling.
7 of the last 8 the Niners have won against Seattle, to your point, Evan. about this rivalry being so one-sided. And look, let's face it, the best defense for the 49ers is going to have to be their offense.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to have to score 30-plus in every single game moving forward. And do they have the capabilities of doing that? I think they do. But this is a divisional game, and you guys know what I love to say. Division games are different.
Potential
it's going to be mucky.
Potential hat T-shirt game too.
No, I didn't invent that. That was I'm not taking credit for that.
It was a Bob Spadoni, right?
Yeah. For some reason, I take Spadoni off with that. You act like he invented it. No, I just said it because some people think that divisional games are just going to be blowouts left and right. No, it's not.
Against the Cardinals.
Maybe against the Cardinals. Maybe. Yeah, they're down and out right now. But, I mean, look, the offense has to be clicking on all cylinders. Long clock eating drives, 10-play, 11-play, 12-play drives that take up 5 to 6 to 7 minutes, and keep Sam Darnold off the football field. Keep JSN off the football field and limit your defensive snaps. Like, you don't want your defense out there for 70 snaps. You want them around there for about 50 to 55 so you can keep them off the field and you can get some situational stops, some timely stops by this defense here. Because if Darnold does get comfortable, he can throw the ball around. Like, he can sling it. We saw that last year in Minnesota when what was that, 98 yards, 97 yards with Justin Jefferson? I mean, he can do that.
Yeah, he's got a cannon. There's no doubt on that.
Great throw over the football.
I think that I'm aching, as you are, for this rivalry to come back. Before going into the season, this was the first year I'd really felt like we need to watch out for Seattle. Like, I hadn't felt that in previous, in the last maybe 5-6 years. And so I think that it is starting to get its spark back a little bit, which is good because, this rivalry with the Rams isn't fun because they don't have any fans, so there's no one even to talk to.
You can't talk
right?
Yeah.
With Philadelphia, you can't talk to them because they all belong in prison. I mean, it's just
well, they're just not fun. Eagle fans, they're just not fun to argue with. Well, especially when they're coming off a Super Bowl win, you don't really have any ammunition.
They are some of the dumbest people I've ever come across.
I mean, just
angry fan base. Like, what are you angry about?
Wow, they beat the Buffalo Bills, and I get that it was ugly in the second half.
It was a fun game.
But they have 17 yards of offense in the second half. Yeah. But you won in Buffalo. You won.
That's impressive.
And they were still bitching and moaning about the way they won.
Well, that's just how Eagle fans are. They just love to complain about no matter what. It would be fun to have them come out here and put their fans through whatever.
If you lose on Saturday, you're probably going to Philly.
Well, that's the other side of that. Yeah,
and that's tough. With all that said,
you gonna fly out to Philly?
Philadelphia,
put them down now.
But I'll put their fan base down, but that football team,
it's legit.
I have a lot of respect for them, and I still think if you ask me to rank the guys or rank the NFC on the favorite to go to the Super Bowl right now, I'd still say Philadelphia.
Oh, absolutely.
I don't hate that at all.
I don't disagree with it.
People are not giving credit that their offensive line has been banged up the entire year. Mm-hmm. Like, if you get that back intact, that's a serious football team to me. I mean, Evan, do you disagree?
I think, look, Philly's got... They got everything on paper, but you watch it, and this is actually, to me, why they're kind of like the antithesis of the Niners, but they're in a similar place. The Niners on paper, for the majority of the year, you're like, this team ain't it. But if you watch them play every Sunday, you realize why they win games. Philly is a team that on paper you look at and you go, damn, that's a squad. Yep. And then you watch them play and you're like, why can't they run the ball? Mm-hmm. Why isn't A.J. Brown getting open? Even Devontae Smith hasn't done a whole lot this year. Jalen Hurts is playing scared. That defense hits, but they're not as intimidating as they were last season.
No.
Now, don't get me wrong, Philly's a very good football team. But to me, they're far more intimidating on paper than on the actual gridiron, as opposed to the Niners, who when you watch them play, you're like, that squad might be able to do something. And on paper, you're looking at them like,
it doesn't make sense.
DeMarcus Robinson.
Right. Yeah. Does coaching matter in that?
Well, that's why I look at the Eagles. Their OC Kevin Petula or whatever. Yep. That's a fired coach walking right there. He's gone as soon as this season ends. He is, I think, just not knowing how to use that offense. I look at the Eagles' offense, and sure, they might be struggling to put up points, but when you got Jalen Hurts, Saquon, A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, Dallas Goedert in that very experienced offensive line, you know it's like a sleeping giant. You know at any point that they are capable of just exploding for 30 points.
Then why don't they?
I don't know.
Seriously, I'm asking. Nobody's got the answer.
No one does.
Why don't they?
Well, Lane Johnson's out. Their strong right tackle. He's been out for a while.
The running back thing is that's exactly it.
Their offensive line's been a little beat up. They've had some injuries with Jalen Carter. And also look at their schedule. I can't believe I'm giving Philadelphia the benefit of the doubt here, but just on the outside looking in, you look at their schedule. They had a number one first place schedule, I should say. Their games, like, let's look at it for a second. I'm pulling up their game log right here. In the start of the season, think about how loaded it was. Dallas, Kansas City, the Rams, Tampa Bay, Denver. All right, you got a little joke with the Giants, and they lost that game on Thursday Night Football. Then at Minnesota, who we thought would be a lot better than the Giants. Then coming out of the bye, Green Bay, Detroit, they beat both those teams. They beat them.
There's no real downtimes in that, other than, again, a divisional game here and there.
And when you're the hunted, when you're the hunted, it's different. It's different when you go into every game, and that's that opponent's Super Bowl saying, we're playing the champs tonight. We got to bring our A game. So once they get to the playoffs, they're going to have a sigh of relief like, all right, cool. We're back in the postseason.
Now the real season begins.
Exactly. So I wouldn't count out Philadelphia whatsoever.
I also want to cape up for A.J. Brown a little bit. Like he's picked it up in the second half of the season here. He's had 400-yard games in the last 6, and one of them that he didn't was against the Raiders where he only had 2 receptions. So I'm sure it was a blowout. So didn't watch the game, but I could probably guess.
It's a Raider game. It was a blowout. Be cool if it was a Niner blowout tomorrow night, though. Probably not going to be the case, though. But
not according to Ken.
Well, yeah, he thinks
it's going to be a blowout?
No, he thinks the Niners are going to lose, but he just has to be.
Thinks they're going to get smoked.
Well, he's a Jets fan, right?
Yeah, Dolphins.
No, Dolphins. Yeah.
You don't need to dismiss him for that.
The other stinky AC's team.
Even worse.
All right. Carter Chickering, I'm Sam Lohman, Evan, and Bonte
Wait, you guys
are
are
coming
leaving
up next.
early?
Yeah, we're done. Crossover ends at 10:12. And it's 10:12.
You got 20 seconds to fill.
Yeah, so, I mean, fill it with some goodbyes.
Get us out of here so fast?
Damn, leaving us like that? I'm not ready to do 4 hours.
I want to hear, for the last 20 seconds, I want to hear, Bonte, how excited you are for this Jazz game on Saturday night.
Yeah, I'd say George is playing at the all-NBA level.
Dude,
I
they
guys wouldn't know that.
Speak about shootouts. They can score.
Lowry marketed, Keontae George, Yusuf Nurkic. They're playing well in Utah.
Yusuf Nurkic.
Hey,
that's why
doubles,
Draymond
man.
Green's sitting tonight.
That's why he's
He's ready for the Nurkic game, dog. Hey, listen.
He's got to get the shoulder warmed up with spin swings.
I know everybody around here doesn't watch League Pass. Keontae George can score.
Yeah, absolutely.
I need League Pass. I got you. That's how it works.
I hate you,
all right. Evan and Bonte coming up next. Fun stuff, Carter. We'll let the Joes do it next week. All right. Evan and Bonte coming up next.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is whack. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job. And together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All right, what is going on, everyone? A happy Friday, a happy holiday season, happy New Year. Welcome to 2026. We got you locked and loaded on a Friday from 10 to 2. Big thank you to Carter and Sam. And now, Ponte Hill in the house. My name is Evan Giddings. We got you for the next 4 hours on Steiny and Guru. B, what's going on, baby? How you doing?
Evan, this is our first time doing a show together.
I know, I'm excited.
This is long overdue. How many conversations I've had with you off air, picking your brain. You have so much knowledge. And first and foremost, let's give Evan Giddings a round of applause on air once again. My man called a Warriors game solo bolo for 95.7 The Game. And I remember walking into the bathroom during that game, and I'm hearing Evan over the loudspeaker in the bathroom, and I almost shed a tear. Because it was about, about 4 years ago, Evan had just came onto the scene in 95.7 The Game. He goes, Ponte, what's up, man? You got any advice for me? And I said, hey, man, come roll with me to Timeless Coffee. You rolled with me to Timeless Coffee. You had a great conversation about your career, what you need to do, some of the steps you could take, and you just picked my brain. You listen. And here we are 4 years later. You're hosting shows. You're calling NBA games. You're going to St. Mary's right after this. So I'm so proud of you, and I wanted to give you your flowers, man.
Well, I appreciate
You're doing a hell
it.
of a job.
I was just going to bring up that fact that I still remember that conversation like it was yesterday. Got in the Batmobile. You know, you whipped us over to Timeless Coffee. Yeah. You know, you're picking up pastries for people. Folks are coming up saying what's up, and the whole time we just, you know, we're rolling over the Bay Bridge, and I'm like, B, like, you know, how do you make it in this market? Because I know, you know, you've had your path. Everyone has a different path, and I remember one of the first things you told me was that you bet on yourself, whether it was, you know, getting out on All-Star Weekend in New York City, whether it was, you know, writing for the paper, going to college later than most people, just digging in and trusting yourself, really. So I'm excited to be rocking with you today because, like you said, we get to have these conversations off air all the time. We talk about sports. You and I are like-minded. And the work ethic was the first thing that I really felt like we connected on, because I did it in different places, but you did it here in a place you're from. Yep. And obviously have risen to the spot you are. So
seeing your mother at the event at Fisherman's Wharf, what was that, a couple months ago for the tip-off for the opening day. Your mom was just smiling ear to ear, so happy to see her son on there. So that's all the compliments I got for you, Evan. Let's get the show started, man. We're getting all mushy around here, but it's good to be back on 95.7 The Game. I got Pasta. He's another mentee right here. He's doing big things. He's gotten into some trouble with some big moguls here in the Bay Area. We helped navigate that. We've navigated that. He's in the clear now. He's in the clear. He's back in good graces. And we got a lot to talk about, Evan. We got Niners-Hawks.
Well, I was going to say, that's the game that's going to be bringing the edge. We're going to get into the Warriors. We got some stuff coming up later in the show. But we got to start with the big game, because I thought you put it perfectly. And when Carter was talking about the rivalry, like, this does feel like the first game. And you know far more and have a real intimate and even like, just imagery of knowledge when it comes to the Niners. But since 2019, it's felt like this game has been just kind of on the back burner. Yeah. We've been trying to manifest this energy, and it's almost like every single time the Niners play the Seahawks, especially since Brock Purdy got here and went in that first Thursday night, won the division with the broken rib cage in Seattle, slayed the Dragon. We've just been waiting for Seattle to be a team that was worthy of that stage. And now, because of the path the Niners have taken, it does feel like the season should culminate in this game. I'm a little sad it's not Sunday night. I realize you got Ravens, Steelers to get in. You got to appeal to the East Coast and all that. But this is a game of, I think everyone has finally got to the point where they're like, the Niners deserve to be in this kind of game, and they deserve to play for the 1 seed.
You bring up Sunday night. That was the only downer from Sunday Night Football against Chicago.
Yeah.
When the schedule got released, I said, damn, why Saturday?
Saturday?
Warriors Jazz on Saturday. What? So that's I'm going to be a mess Saturday night at Chase Center. But the NFL has tried to make this a rivalry again. They've had Thursday night games. They've had Thanksgiving night games where Christian McCaffrey went crazy. Brock Purdy's first game in Seattle. Remember, he went up there with broken ribs after outdueling Tom Brady in his first career start. I went up there for that game, and it was a little lackluster in terms of the way the game played out, and you could tell Seattle was on its way out with Pete Carroll. Then you saw what happened week 1. Jake Moody, obviously, was affiliated with the 49ers back then.
Yeah, he wasn't a Chicago Bear yet.
There's a lot going on, but the Seahawks came into the season with high expectations. They were picked by the naysayers alongside the Rams to win the NFC West. And for the Niners to win in the fashion that they did in week 1 in Seattle, a Bosa fumble. Remember Nick Bosa? Anybody remember Nick Bosa? Yeah, he was playing in that football game. He forces a fumble on Sam Darnold when they were driving to try to take the lead and win the football game. So I think we're getting closer and closer and closer. But then when you think about the stakes that are on the line, not only the NFC West divisional title, but the number 1 seed in a bye week, to get the rest, to be 2 games closer to a Super Bowl in the Bay Area. And Seattle's thinking, boy, if we get to the Super Bowl, it's a short flight. We're on the West Coast. We're good. The 49ers obviously want to have to get on the plane for the rest of the season. And so when you have these type of games with these type of stakes, it does bring a rivalry back. And then you have the components. Think about the personnel. Well, Jackson Smith and Jigba, is there any other receiver under the age of 25 that you would want on your roster?
Nah.
Not even close, right?
He is nasty.
I mean, nasty.
And there's a lot of really good Ohio State wide receivers, and this season he has put himself in a different class. I'm with you.
So you have JSN against Deommodore Lenoir. Now, he's not going to shadow JSN, but they'll be matched up at times together. You got a young Renardo Green and Upton Stout. This is, Upton Stout. He played in Seattle. Week 1 was his first NFL game. So we got a dose of what this rivalry was like. Alfred Collins, I was talking to him after the game last week, Evan. And he said, man, going up there week 1 in Seattle, it felt like Texas OU, the Red River Shootout. I'm like, whoa, that's one of the best rivalries in college football. Shanahan against McDaniel. Shanahan doesn't forget how McDaniel undressed him on Christmas Day back in 2013 or
2023, yeah,
2023 against the Ravens.
Yeah.
Christmas Day where Brock Purdy could have thrown 7 interceptions. Let's be real. So,
and you know who finished that game for the 49ers?
Sam Darnold.
Yep.
And he's the quarterback now for Seattle, the ultimate they didn't want you game because they chose Brock Purdy for good reason. So there's the components that this rivalry is back. Now, you got to have a great game Saturday night. And you imagine for it to be back all the way, you almost want Seattle to win if you're one of those skeptics in the NFL. A Seattle win will bring this rivalry all the way back. But the Niners want to continue their dominance, win 8 of the last 9 against Seattle, of course. But you have the components there, Evan, to make this a rivalry again in the NFC West and make it the top rivalry and kind of dethrone the Rams in that category.
Well, it's interesting when the schedule came out. You see everything in the middle, but the two bookends, right? Week 1 and Week 18, the Seattle Seahawks. And I don't know if it was just fortune that kind of laid it out this way, but Week 1 comes down to the wire. Niners win the coin flip game, the Tonja's 50-50 ball, like you mentioned, the Bosa sack. And then you fast forward months later. It's why kind of, as much as the Rams are still a rival, and those two games were great. The Thursday night game you pull out, and then they come back and get their revenge here at Levi's a few weeks later. This one's a lot different to me. Like, in a way, Week 1 counts from the schedule, and you got that victory, and you got that first leg up. But I don't feel the same way about that game as I felt about the second Rams game. Like, I felt like LA was coming in, and they were they were revved up for that game. That was a game that was going to be very difficult for the Niners to win, even though it was at home. Ended up playing out that way. This one, in a way, like, and I think to your point about why it feels like rivalry is, I have no feel about this game. Mm-hmm. I don't know whether I could absolutely see the Niners winning this game, and I could see Seattle winning this game. Yep. Whereas before, the Rams, it's like, Niners been playing real good. It
was a tough spot for the Niners.
They're not going to beat them twice. That's just exactly. It's a tough spot. This one, it's anything goes. It's for all the marbles. And finally, I'm just glad that everyone's been getting on board because it's been hard to due to the injuries that the Niners are playing playoff football games. Yep. And the fact that they play for a chance to never leave home until potentially the Super Bowl, it just magnifies everything. So I'm happy that this game is here at Levi's because I know you got to be, doing Utah and the Warriors and all that. But I know you'll be there in spirit. I know you'll be there in spirit.
No complaints. I get a paycheck working in sports, so I will never complain about being at a Warriors Jazz game. Trust me, I will have my ear to the street on what's going on at Levi Stadium. Your boys navigated this before. I'll do it again. But Seattle's 7-1 away from home. They've been really good on the road this season. The long road game they lost, SoFi Stadium, when Sam Darnold threw 4 picks. If he doesn't turn the ball over, they're going to be difficult to beat because of that defense. And the components are here for the rivalry to be back. What about Clint Kubiak? Calling plays. The offensive coordinator for Seattle. There's a lineage between the Kubiaks and Shanahan, no doubt about that. So you got that aspect. You got the Darnold aspect. You got Kenneth Walker who wants to run over this beleaguered defense right now. And for the Niners, they may not have Trent Williams. We don't know. He's got a hamstring injury. George Kittle will probably be back, but George Kittle got hurt with a hamstring injury in the first half against Seattle. So they haven't really seen George Kittle yet. And I'm eager to see what Seattle does if George Kittle does play in this football game. Do they put Witherspoon on him?
Mm-hmm.
Do they have Witherspoon shadow Ricky Pearsall? Jawan Jennings is going to want to get into the mix. He's playing some good football right now. So, look, I don't have a feel for this game either tomorrow. I think it's going to be a slugfest. The Niners know we can get the bye week and not travel and stay at home for the remainder of the season. So they're going to like last night's Georgia-Ole Miss game. Those two schools let it all out. Hits, bombs, great running plays. You saw everything. Fake punts, trick plays. You got it all in the Sugar Bowl yesterday. And I feel like we're going to see that tomorrow night at Levi Stadium. You're going to see some trickery. You're going to see some fakes. You're going to see some big hits. That's what these rivalry games need. That's what we need tomorrow at Levi Stadium. And for all the marbles to get that number 1 seed. Boy, nobody wants to travel to Seattle for a playoff game. But if you're the 49ers, you're saying we get a bye week and Fred Warner would be closer to return for a playoff push. So I can't wait for tomorrow night, man. This is box office.
And that's the crazy part is Fred might be coming back for the playoffs, and I feel like, to your point, that's the 5th or 6th storyline. Part of it, too, is you got an unstoppable force and an immovable object. Like the Niners and the Seahawks are the 2 hottest teams of the NFC. Right. Niners have not lost a game since Brock Purdy's come back.
Wow.
Seattle's won 6 in a row.
Wow.
So you got 2 teams that it isn't as if that they don't deserve to be in this spot. It would be different to me if, let's say this was the Rams coming in, they'd lost a couple games in a row. You're like, yeah, they might be able to get you, but people are beginning to doubt the Rams a little bit. Injuries are hitting them, and they're showing that they can't overcome them. It's like these two teams right now
are hot.
They are hot as hell, and it's gonna be the game that everyone cares about this weekend. It is the game that everyone has their eyes on, and it's the game that a few weeks ago too we were all wondering, that game might be for the 1 seed. Niners got to take care of their end of the bargain. Seattle's got to take care of theirs. And I remember it because the Warriors are playing Phoenix on that Thursday night when the Rams were in Seattle.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to be honest. I did have one eye on the Warriors because, you want to see them do well, and that game didn't go the way they wanted it to. But that Seattle-Rams game, to me, I was like, if Seahawks can get this game, that's going to mean something for the Niners.
Think about the 2-point conversion.
Yes.
That they were able to get because it was called a forward, or what was it, a backwards pass, and they recovered it in the end zone. That single play.
I couldn't believe that play.
Could determine the number 1 seed in the NFC. Think about that.
Charbonnet didn't even know it was a live ball.
Weird things happen in Seattle, and that was some weirdness there in Seattle, and that determined that football game. That helped Seattle win that football game, and now they're in play. Again, 2 teams on 6-game winning streaks, 2 teams that are red hot for all the marbles in the NFC. There's so much to love about this game tomorrow. Now, I don't love the uniforms that the Niners are wearing tomorrow. We can get to that. I'm a traditionalist. Call me an old man. Some people like the All Blacks with the gold face mask. I don't, but it is what it is. They're making a lot of money with that. It is what it is. But, boy, this is going to be a body bag game tomorrow night. There's no doubt. 5 o'clock, Levi Stadium, Aikman and Buck in the booth. Come on, Evan.
How's the faithful feeling? 888-957-9570. We are going to get into the Warriors. We're going to talk to Steve Kerr at 11:30, and then we're going to come back to the Niners with Softy Muller at 1 o'clock. We got a lot coming up on the show. That's Bonte Hill, Evan Giddings, all brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. But I want to hear from you. How are you feeling about the 1 seed game? This game could determine if the Niners do not leave the Bay for the remainder of the NFL playoffs. That is something I did not foresee, and I just want to know how people are feeling at 888-957-9570. Evan and Bonte filling in for Stein and Guru today. That segment sponsored by Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Make money predicting every bowl game legally nationwide with Kalshi. Today it's the Boca Raton Bowl and Frisco Bowl game. Will Toledo upset Louisville or will Ohio upset UNLV? Use code Odyssey for $20 when you trade 100. KALSHI.com. Trading involves risk. Kalshi.
Hey, it's Willard for Underdog Fantasy. Football season is rolling toward the end. Christian McCaffrey is rolling towards some major stats. Let's get in on this, root for it, maybe make some money too. With Underdog Unwrapped, you're going to unwrap a bunch of promos going on right now, boosts, gimme picks, even some surprises sprinkled in. You should check it out because you can make picks and win money right now in California. Playing on Underdog is easy. You pick whether your favorite players are going to go higher or lower on stats, rushing yards, receiving yards with CMC. You get the idea. So play with me, download the Underdog app, and use my promo code Willard to score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. Again, the promo code is Willard. Underdog. Make picks, win money. Must be 18 or over and present in California. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. If you're concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or go online at ncpgambling.org.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
We asked parents to share their journey of adopting teens.
They changed who I am because I can't see life without them in it.
Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS. Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with AutoPay, plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Steiny and Guru out. Bonte and Evan in, hanging out with you until 2 o'clock. We are an hour away from Steve Kerr, head coach of the Golden State Warriors, joining us. But until then, we got to get into this game. We got to get into this battle for the 1 seed at Levi's on Saturday, 5 o'clock. Buck Aikman, who, by the way, did I see that he's consulting for the Miami Dolphins? Troy Aikman?
He wants to get back in the game, Evan.
I mean, I guess so. He's quietly, that guy's still in really good shape. And
Yes.
and he and Buck call a great game. So I'm sure they're going to be on their P's and Q's. And they got 2 really good quarterbacks to talk about. 2 quarterbacks that, you know, for different reasons, B, I feel like Brock and Sam are both, like, people always got questions about them. You know, it's whether it's because of the draft spot, good and bad. Darnold is a guy that took him a long time to sort of figure out his footing in the NFL. Probably wasn't going to get there until he got to San Francisco and saw how it was done behind the scenes. You know, it's interesting because Darnold has given Brock all his flowers and told him, you know, how to study and really read defenses. But Darnold's his senior. Brock Purdy's still 25, 26 years old. So it's not really master versus pupil. To me, it's both 2 guys that the NFL has, for different reasons, kind of looked at and said, but now there's no doubt that they both deserve to play in this kind of game.
You know, when I think about quarterbacks, how many quarterbacks don't come with question marks, right, in this league? I think the only quarterback we don't question right now, and actually we're going to start questioning moving forward, is Patrick Mahomes.
That's a good point.
Like, Patrick Mahomes coming off the ACL, and you hear Greg Cosell on with Willard or Dibbs talk about him in the pocket, where he's not being, where he's not as steady in the pocket as he was that first year when he came onto the scene. Even Josh Allen, we question. Lamar Jackson, there's questions swirling around him left and right. Will he be a Raven next season? So we're always going to have questions about these quarterbacks. But there's no doubt Darnold's playing some of his best football of his career, and Brock Purdy's on a heater, accounting for 10 touchdowns over the last 2 games. 10 touchdowns in a 6-day stretch. So they're both confident. So the quarterbacks, absolutely, that's a major storyline here. But what about the head coaches? One thing I haven't heard this season, Evan, for the first time probably since 2019, is that Kyle Shanahan's not on the hot seat. Every single season, at some point of the season, somebody brings up something about Kyle Shanahan being on the hot seat. And after last season in 2024, Shanahan didn't get this team to the playoffs. He's missed the playoffs 4 times over the course of his career. Well, the first 2 years, this was an expansion team, especially that first season. The second season, Jimmy Garoppolo gets hurt in week 3. But the coaches, like Kyle Shanahan could put his stamp on probably his best coach season of his 49ers tenure. And you have Mike McDaniel, who's trying to plant his flag saying, hey, I'm one of the best young coaches in football. I'm here now. I've taken down McVay. I've taken down Shanahan. The NFC runs through Seattle. So the coaching matchup is just as juicy to me as the quarterback matchup.
And I feel like both teams have adopted the moniker of their head coaches, right? Seattle, yes, they can run the ball. Darnold's been awesome this year. They probably have the best wide receiver in football in Jackson Smith and Jigba. But they're a defense-first team. Mike McDaniel is a defensive play caller. And I feel like this year, you look around the NFL and you're thinking about, well, who really calls plays on defenses? That's a good coach. The only 2 that I could think of were DeMeco Ryans, who has the best defensive football in Houston, and Sean McDermott, who year in and year out kind of gets lost a little bit, but he is a defensive guy. Mike McDaniel, outside of DeMeco, to me, he might be the best defensive play caller in football. Meanwhile, Kyle Shanahan, I've realized that they've gone through so much this year, and he's had his backup quarterback for 8 games, and Kittle missed 5, and Jawan's been in and out, and McCaffrey's been the only thing that's been constant. But I bet if you put a gun to Shanahan's head and said, is this the most fun you've ever had calling plays?
Wow.
I think he would say yes, because he's been able to show the entire football world what he can do with literally anybody. Last week, your left tackle, Trent Williams, somebody who we all look at and say, well, he's the backbone of this offensive line. He goes down first series.
First play.
Pleasance comes in. Shanahan still schemes up a running game. Still gets Brock Purdy moving in the pocket. And Brock is obviously allowed to make plays, but I think that Kyle Shanahan is, the job that I don't even know if he is going to understand how good of a job he's done this year, but just because he's such a present person.
Yeah.
But I think this is the most fun he's ever had calling plays for the Niners.
And it's the most fun I've had watching the 49ers under Shanahan outside of 2023. Right? 2019 was fun too. Don't get me wrong, but everything you just laid out there. Losing Trent Williams on the first play. You mentioned Kittle being in and out of the lineup. Purdy, Jennings, Pearsall. You don't have to worry about McKivitz anymore. That's been his mainstay for him. But Pooney was hurt earlier in the season. He couldn't get right with that PCL. The defense. I mean, you lose Bosa and Warner, Michael Williams. Guys have been in and out. C.J. West didn't play the first half of the season. You're relying on Alfred Collins, who, by the way, has made tremendous strides since day 1 in training camp. The secondary. Jair Brown, is he the guy? Is Mustafa? What's going on here? Pinnock is playing a little bit. So you've had injuries galore. He is having fun because it's been a good reset for him. I think last season, not making the playoffs, taking a step back, getting that extra month to prep for the new season, I think it helped out Shanahan tremendously. And I saw it in training camp, Evan. We talked all throughout the season. Talked to the boys in the morning. Shanahan looked refreshed in training camp. He had a glow to him that I saw back in 2019. He had a glow to him that I saw back in 2023. And you could just see his demeanor on the sidelines, at the podium. He's cracking a few jokes here and there. And I think the best is yet to come from him. I think he's got some stuff in store for tomorrow night, for the playoff run, that he's going to dig deep into his bag. Now, there's a couple decisions here and there every game that we could nitpick, say, yeah, I didn't like that with Kyle Shanahan. But for the most part, he's been aggressive this season. And that smile, that joy of coaching football again with a bunch of youngsters and a bunch of guys who probably wouldn't start on a lot of football teams. Yeah, he's having a lot of fun right now, Evan.
Well, and this is something I want to run by you because I wasn't yet covering the team in 2019. I haven't seen the entirety of the Kyle Shanahan era front and center like you have. Is this team, like, I feel like one of the reasons they were so refreshed coming into the year is because obviously what happened last season. But it almost reset expectations to a place where 2017-18, you're just hoping that they could put together some wins. The last few years have been so bad. They get to 2019 and they start to shock some people, but they did it with consistently the same cast of characters. It almost seems to me like, B, and you correct me if I'm wrong, like the reason why Shanahan was so refreshed is because those Super Bowl expectations, the expectation of having to go deep every year, of having to win in the NFC West, of having to get the 1 seed, that was kind of at the wayside, and it was like he could just enjoy football again.
You're spot on, because what made people love that 2019 team is, as you mentioned, the expectations were low. I was doing a show with Steiny Guru back then. And I remember this one specific show where I said, what happened to being a Super Bowl or bust organization? What happened to having these high expectations? Now, I believe they were going to go 8-8 that year, 9-7 maybe. But the calls lit up, and people were like, yeah, forget that. We need to get back to having high expectations. And I remember they started 3-0. They beat Pittsburgh before a bye week, and they beat Pittsburgh despite turning the ball over like 4 or 5 times. And then they went on that run. Their first loss was to get Seattle on Monday Night Football, but they were 8-0. Then they had that 3-game gauntlet against Green Bay, Baltimore, and New Orleans. And the way they won that New Orleans game, 48-46, with the out route on 4th down from Jimmy G to George Kittle. And he's stiff-arming guys, and he's bobbing his head, and he's going crazy, and they win that football game. It was easy for fans to gravitate. And I thought this year, now it happened differently, but I thought this team, in a very similar fashion, the fans would grow to love this team. They would grow to love this team because, you know what? The expectations weren't high. How many people picked the Niners to be in the hunt for the division title?
I didn't.
How many people picked the Niners to win 10 games?
I did not.
A lot of people thought 9-8, maybe 8-9. It's going to be a reset year. You're building for 2026, 2027. So, yes, the expectations being so low for a lot of fans, and they've exceeded them. And when you have big-time games like you did against Chicago, when you beat the Bears in the way that you did, when you beat the Colts in the way that you did on Monday Night Football, even more fans are going to come along for the ride and get on this bandwagon. And now tomorrow night, that sellout, Levi Stadium is going to be rocking at 5 o'clock. And so to your point, Evan, it's a great, very astute point there, the comparison to 2019 and to what we're seeing now. The expectations were low for both football teams.
And how are Niners fans feeling? At 888-957-9570, you've gotten all this way, and it comes down to Saturday night, Levi Stadium, Santa Clara, Niners-Seahawks. You can't ask for anything more. All right, I see Austin and Redwood City. I'm sorry, we got to hit a break here, but I will get to your call on the other side, I promise. 888-957-9570. Also, Steve Kerr, head coach of the Golden State Warriors, coming up in 45 minutes.
Niner fans, wake up, baby!
Where are they at? Where are they at? That segment was sponsored by Safeway. It's the biggest game of the year on Saturday. We just told you. You know the place to be and where to hang out. Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale. I'll be there alongside Lorenzo Neal, greatest fullback to ever live, right down the street from the stadium. And, of course, if you're going to the game, a free shuttle back and forth, we got you set. Just go to 957thegame.com, hit the Eventbrite link, sign up, and do it quick because seats on the shuttle are going quick. That's Bonte Hill. Evan Giddings in for Steiny and Guru. Back after this, 95.7 The Game.
Head to Safeway this week for USDA Choice Boneless Beef Chuck Roast. Just $5.99 per pound. Limit 2 packages. Clip coupons from the weekly mailer or download them from the Safeway app. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. This holiday season through January 4th, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Elevate your kitchen at the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Miele, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Miele kitchen package. Visit the Miele Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Hey, it's Willard. You ever study the coaches who win relentlessly? The legends, the dynasties, they're systematic warriors, disciplined, obsessive. They outwork, outthink, and outlast everybody for pure domination. That's Omar Habas, Tarek Habas, and the Habas Law team. When Habas Law goes up against big insurance companies, they grind them to a dust. Habas Law knows every inch of the Bay Area legal playing field, and nothing catches them off guard. If you've been injured and you want to win, visit HabasLaw.com. Habas Law, they fight to make it right. Habas and Associates, with offices throughout Northern California, including San Jose.
What's good, y'all? It's Von Miller, Super Bowl MVP, SAG Master, and now your host of Free Range. This is where NFL meets real talk. Every week, I'm bringing you inside the game, from locker room stories to league-wide headlines. You want football IQ, locker room insight, and real conversations with the people shaping the league? Welcome to Free Range with Von Miller, where nothing is off limits and every down counts. New episodes every Wednesday. Listen and follow Free Range with me, Von Miller, wherever you get your podcast.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-941-2255. That's 800-941-2255.
Red and Gold game day starts at Laughing Monk Brewing. Park for free. Enjoy amazing food, ice-cold beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show. Then hop on the free shuttle straight to the stadium. Sign up now at 957thegame.com. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, heck yeah.
All right, the boys will be back next week. You got Bonte Hill and Evan Giddings in here with you to begin 2026. Niners trying to get off So I would just say the same note they left 2025 on, which is they just keep on winning.
Yes.
I mean, Brock Purdy comes back 6, nice 7-1 as the start of this year. And it's almost like, I don't know, when was the last time you thought about the two words turf toe, Bonte?
Yeah, that's a thing of the past, right?
Yeah, I mean, just...
Well, I thought you were going to go Mac Jones.
Oh, well... The two are connected. That's a good point. I haven't thought about him. You know, I was watching on the sidelines, like, you know, you're up there in the press box, you got binoculars, right. And I was scanning because Ricky Pearsall came off the field for a play, got hurt, eventually came back against the Bears on Sunday night, and I noticed number 10. And I'm thinking, dude, I have not thought about that guy in weeks.
Exactly.
He's just out there getting his throws in, getting his work in.
Doing the Dougie.
Staying warm. Yeah.
Doing the Dougie. You know, no, we haven't heard so Brock's moving around so well. And I hope Niner fans, look, I'll talk to the boys in the morning about this all the time, Joe Spinoni and Joe Shasky. We always talk about loyalty in sports. Where's the loyalty from players? Well, I ask and I shoot back and say, where's the loyalty from fans? Especially when it comes to trusted agents like a Brock Purdy, like a George Kittle, like a Christian McCaffrey, who, by the way, we haven't got into. Christian McCaffrey has had some big-time games against Seattle. He's owned this rivalry. And I ran into a highlight clip of him destroying Iowa in the Rose Bowl when he was at Stanford. But Brock Purdy has helped this team and this organization win some huge games. Tom Brady, Tampa Bay, first ever start, lit him up. Up in Seattle with the broken rib to win the division title, a hat and T-shirt game. You know, beating the Raiders in overtime. By the time he got to Philadelphia, I was completely confident the Niners were going to win in Philly because of the quarterback, because he came back against Seattle in a wild card game, because he led a game-winning drive against the Dallas Cowboys. This guy has won game after game after game. And so it was kind of ironic how quickly people flipped on Brock for Mac Jones. And Mac Jones played great, Evan. Mac Jones played the best football of his career. There's no doubt about it. But you could see the limitations to where you need to extend plays at critical times, critical junctures. Tampa Bay got into trouble, right? Couldn't get out that pocket, you know, against the Rams. So back here at Levi Stadium, he played great, but you saw the limitations where Brock Purdy can extend plays like he did last Sunday against Chicago and make magic happen. So Brock Purdy's playing excellent football. And, yeah, so Turf Toe and Mac Jones. I haven't heard those things for a while.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. The two words.
Two more words, hot seat Kyle Shanahan. I haven't
like
heard that either.
No, all year that has been on the back burner. And,
possibly.
I mean, you know, of course, we're Niners fans. If something goes wrong, maybe we'll hear it again. But I feel like the fact that we've gone 6 months without that, that's a good sign. All right, let's get out to Redwood City. I promised Austin we'd get to his call. Sorry you had to hang on there for a sec, Austin. But I know you're feeling yourself about this game. What's going on, man? How are you doing?
Hey, I'm doing pretty good. Happy New Year to y'all, man.
Happy New Year, Austin. Happy New Year, man.
Hey, right on. I want to say this, man. First, I want to give my congrats to Kyle Shanahan from going through adversity and not folding the season, not just throwing the season away and fighting, showing what type of head coach and offensive coordinator that you are, one of the top in the NFL, and by a long shot, the coach of the year. By a long shot. And then not only that, I want to tap in with Brock Purdy. With this win, lose, or draw, y'all consider Brock Purdy the third best quarterback in 49ers history, surpassing Jeff Garcia, Alex Smith with his 11 different offensive coordinators, and Kaepernick, and you know, Bonte, Jimmy G, my guy. Jimmy G as the third best quarterback in 49ers NFL history, win, lose, or draw with this game.
I don't want to disrespect the OGs and not bring up Frankie Albert and Y.A. Tittle, John Brody. But look, if Brock Purdy does some magical things in the postseason, it helps his team win a Super Bowl for the first time since the 94 season. And, yeah, he could catapult himself into top 3 territory with the 49ers. But the fact that he's playing that well, I think people have forgotten about Jimmy Garoppolo and the success he had. Well, Brock Purdy's taking this offense to another level. There's no doubt about that. Colin Kaepernick won some big – people forget he won some huge road games, Evan. Road games in the playoffs. 0-degree weather at Lambeau Field against Green Bay. Going to Carolina, beating Superman Cam Newton and the Panthers. It was a throw away from beating the Legion of Boom. In Seattle in that monumental NFC Championship game, one of the best games I've ever watched as a fan. An absolute body bag game where LeVar Bowman's getting carried off on a stretcher. Mike Upati was never the same after that football game. Guys are getting lit up left and right. Cam Chancellor, Vernon Davis, you name it. But Brock Purdy's played some excellent football for this team since he's been inserted as a starting quarterback. But a little early to say he's the third best quarterback in franchise history.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not the guy to ask about rankings and all that. But what I will say is in regards to Jimmy Garoppolo, what I think that Brock Purdy has done, and he's obviously better than him, but I think the biggest compliment that I could pay him is especially these last few weeks where you're seeing what he can do with his legs, the improvisation, the extending of plays. Brock Purdy hasn't quite wholly separated himself from the head coach, but he's done it far more than Jimmy ever had. You couldn't say Jimmy Garoppolo without saying Kyle Shanahan.
Right.
I think the biggest compliment that I could pay Brock Purdy is I can say Brock Purdy without Kyle Shanahan.
Wow.
Just because of the things that he can. That play he made on Sunday Night Football against the Bears, where he made 2 defensive linemen miss, no look in the corner to use check. I was sitting in the press box pulling my hair out. I'm just thinking there are maybe 3-4 people on planet Earth that make that play. And before I saw that, I would have never thought Brock Purdy could have done that. I'm sorry, but Twinkle Toes was on full display. That was unbelievable.
That is such an excellent point, Evan. You can say Brock Purdy without saying Kyle Shanahan. Now, there's a point in time where you couldn't do that, right?
100%.
But for me, that went away in 2023. Because, everybody said, he has the Avengers. He has Kittle. He has Debo. He has Ayuk. Well, you look at all those players. McCaffrey. Those are their best years ever. And it came with Brock Purdy. Brandon Ayuk may never have a season like that ever again. Debo Samuel, now he had the 2021 season.
Mm-hmm.
That was his peak.
Yep.
But 2023 wasn't bad. He had over 1,000 scrimmage yards. Christian McCaffrey doing what he did that season. George Kittle doing what he did that season. That all came with Brock Purdy. Because this offense went from averaging about 24, 25 points a game, leaning on the defense to, wow, this offense is scoring 30. What are you going to do about it, Seattle? What are you going to do about it, L.A.? What are you going to do about it, Philadelphia? So Brock Purdy, which is why he got the contract. The organization told you how they felt about Brock Purdy because they paid him. They paid him to be the franchise quarterback and say, you know what, we believe in you. Even after a difficult 2024, we believe you can still play at a high level and help us win a Super Bowl. So that's a great point, Evan, that you talk about Brock Purdy without saying the name Kyle Shanahan.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live in the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. And I think it's been a recent development for me just because you did see what Mac Jones did with this offense without a lot of his guys, especially the Rams game on Thursday night. No Kittle, no Juwan.
Yep.
And Christian McCaffrey is still here and has been throughout the entire season. But the thing about it is Mac Jones, I think there was one game, and it was against the Giants, where they scored 30 or more. Mm-hmm. Other than that, it was 26. It was capped. Yep. With Brock Purdy, they're averaging 36 points a game. I mean, it's just it's a joke. Like, it's not even close. They're averaging damn near 10 more points per game with this guy under center than they are with the backup quarterback, who did a very fine job.
Yep.
But that is a completely different ballpark that Brock Purdy is operating in right now.
A completely different offense. Completely different offense. Look at the run game being unlocked now with Brock Purdy under center. Now, a lot of credit goes to the offensive line. Some of the run scheme changes. You see a lot of less zone. They're going power, running right at you. But that's a great point where Brock, and I was noticing that too with Mac Jones, as well as he was playing, 23, 26. And you know what was crazy to me, Evan? Mac Jones' game at SoFi Stadium. It was excellent. Awesome win. Being at SoFi Stadium, I was charged up. I didn't go to bed until 1 in the morning. But Brock Purdy had the same type of performance in 2024. The difference was Eddie Pinheiro made his field goal. Jake Moody didn't in 2024.
Ronnie Bell on line one.
Ronnie Bell dropped the pass. Kendrick Bourne didn't drop passes. You know what I'm saying? Brock Purdy had that same game without Debo Samuel, George Kittle, Christian McCaffrey, but he didn't get the credit for it because they didn't win the football game. Special teams let them down. Well, special teams didn't let them down against the LA Rams that night in SoFi Stadium. So he's shown us glimpses of doing it without some of his star players. So there's no doubt in my mind Brock Purdy's playing some excellent football right now, and he's got experience. That's the other thing. Going into the playoffs, will Seattle feel as confident going into the playoffs with Sam Darnold as the Niners fans will feel with Brock Purdy?
I wouldn't.
Right? Tampa Bay, Carolina. What if Carolina wins and Bryce Young's going into the playoffs for the first time? You know what I'm saying? You look at the NFC North. Caleb. I like Caleb a lot. I thought Caleb played excellent football on Sunday, but he's never been in a postseason, Evan. He's never played at this level. Hell, did he even make a big-time bowl game in college?
I think, no, because he never played in one. Yeah.
No, they played in the Vegas Bowl, I think, against Utah. That was the Pac-12 championship, right?
Yeah, the one where they got dogged by Utah.
Dogged.
Yeah, so you're right. Like Brock Purdy's been in big games before, and that's something too that about this team gets a little lost, and I think it has to do with what we were talking about with resetting expectations. But there's a lot of guys on this team that have played in a lot of big games.
Yep.
Kittle, Williams, McCaffrey, Jennings, Brock, Kyle. Like there's been dudes, and I realize not all of them reside on defense outside of Demo, but there's a lot of guys on this team that got big game experience, and why I think, again, to kind of bring it back to tomorrow, like I can't wait to watch this game because you're absolutely right. I think one of the biggest reasons why I feel like the Niners have as good of a chance as any is what they're doing is great, but also I've seen Sam Darnold in some of those moments. Last year in the playoffs, before then. And to your point, it's like, who do I trust more? The clear answer is Brock Purdy.
Right. Week 17 last year, Minnesota. They were in the same game. Darnold was in the same exact game last season against the Detroit Lions at Ford Field. They scored 9 points. Then they went to Glendale, Arizona against the Rams in the wild card round, and they were done by the second quarter. Now, maybe he's learned from that. Maybe he's gained that valuable experience because you do have to go through the fire at times. But Brock Purdy's been there, done that before. And he's been in these moments, and they're at home. Like, that's the other thing. Kyle Shanahan in December, in January, they win at home. Without even knowing the record, they win their home games.
Yeah.
They win because the faithful shows up and shows out, especially in the night game. So I feel really good. And then it's Kyle Shanahan in these big game experiences. I don't think we're talking enough about Shanahan, Evan, about him being in these big games and learning from 2019, learning from 2021, learning from 2022 and 2023 in the Super Bowl when they lost to Kansas City. Shanahan has a lot of big game experience where McDonald hasn't been here yet.
Nope.
Hasn't been here yet.
He's been there as a coordinator, but he has not been there as a head coach. And that's something, too, it's like it's fair and unfair. I see both sides of it, but the whole Kyle and big game stuff, in the biggest game, yes, you've seen some moments where he absolutely turtles up, and you got the Cupcake Kyle moniker and all that stuff. I get it, but he's also won the big games to put his team in that position, and I think it's a little unfair that we just paint this broad brush of Kyle Shanahan can't get it done, because more often than not, these games, the Week 17s, the Week 18s, the divisions, the championship games, he's won most of them.
At SoFi to get into the playoffs in 2021.
Down 17.
Down 17. Seattle, 2019. When that place was a house of... That was the first win for the 49ers in Seattle since 2011 when Alex Smith went up there on Christmas Eve with Jim Harbaugh. He broke that curse.
That's
right?
wild.
You know what I'm saying? He's one... You put the feather in his cap, with these big-time wins on the road. But now he gets his game at home, Evan, and I think that's going to be huge for the 49ers. Not having to travel, being able to rest up, short week. And who knows, maybe we'll get an injury report, and maybe, just maybe, Trent Williams will play with that hamstring injury. I know he's listed as questionable. I have a hard time believing he's going to play, but the fact that he's questionable, long-term, that means that's good news for Trent Williams.
Yeah, Trent, Kittle, pretty much all their impact guys right now questionable as far as practice goes. But hopefully you're going to be out there tomorrow night, Saturday, Levi Stadium, battle for the 1 seed, San Francisco and Seattle. 888-957-9570 is the number. Bonte Hill, Evan Giddings with you here on Steiny and Guru. Theo is in the East Bay. What's up, my man? What's going on? How you feeling about tomorrow night?
Yeah, feeling good, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Bonte, what's up, baby?
What's up, Theo?
Yeah, but you guys are talking about Kyle Shanahan, and to me, man, if he gets this win tomorrow at home, I think it's the best job that he's done in his career for the 49ers. The conference championship games that he's won, the Super Bowls that he's been to, I think the job that he's doing this year is better than all those years, because the best teams in the NFC are in the NFC West. And we got that big game tomorrow. I think he gets it done with Brock Purdy. We here on the West Coast already know who Brock Purdy is without Kyle Shanahan. Evan, you were just talking about it. But the rest of the world, they're going to find out who Brock Purdy is. Also, too, this defense, man, they're going to have to step up. And I think Robert Saleh does a good job of just containing Sam Darnold. And the game tomorrow for the 49ers is going to be won with the players on the field, but with the coaches that we got. Cheers, boys.
Thank you, Theo. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people are there already, with Shanahan, this being his best job. Let me just put it to you like this. In 2023, which is the best team that I've seen, just on paper, offense was unbelievable. Felt like they scored every single time they got the ball. Defense was bend but don't break, but had dudes all over the place. If they win on Sunday, they will have more regular season wins than that team. They went 12-5 that year.
Yeah.
And I know that Sam Darnold started Week 18 because it didn't matter, but this team will be 13-4 if they win.
Unbelievable.
That to me, I didn't have that on the bingo card.
No, and everybody talked about the schedule, right? The soft schedule coming into the season. And I don't think people took into account that Jacksonville would be better. I didn't think Jacksonville was going to be this good.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. But I thought they would be better than last season. There's a lot of talent on that football team. I thought Houston would be better, and I always thought that would be a tricky spot, going to Houston and New York back-to-back weeks. And Houston, as we've learned, has the best defense in the league, and they're a problem in the AFC. If they could just do something on offense and protect C.J. Stroud, they've got a legit shot at winning a Super Bowl because of that defense. So you play the AFC South, right? And yeah, sure, Tennessee stinks, and you got to face Phillip Rivers late in the season with the Colts as they broke down. But there's so much parity in the league. There's so much parity in the league. On a week-to-week basis, we'll see Green Bay lose to Cleveland. Niners go to Cleveland and undress the Browns, right? Mm-hmm. Philadelphia lose it to the New York Giants. Well, the Niners beat the New York Giants handily. Philly lost them, and I know it's a division game, but that's how wacky this league has been this season. The Buffalo Bills have lost games this year. We're like, what? How did they lose to Atlanta on Monday Night Football? You know what I'm saying? They lost a game last week by allowing 17 yards in the second half, and it's still lost. So the whole soft schedule thing, it is what it is in the NFL because there's never been this much parity before in this league. So the Niners took advantage of some breaks, there's no doubt about it. But you can't talk about the soft schedule when you look at the Niners roster and all the guys that have been out. Again, who we had? Austin who said, I can't believe Shanahan's kept his team together. Think about that, Evan. They could have melded in and said, you know what, we just don't got the bodies. We're done. We saw that in 2020 during the pandemic season. We saw that last year in 2024 where guys were in and out the lineup and they just folded. They didn't fold this year, despite having the litany of injuries that they've had this season. So 13-4, this is probably Shanahan's most impressive coaching job of his tenure. And that's crazy thinking about 2023 and 2019.
And to your point, too, the reason why they're in this game against Seattle is because they haven't had any duds.
Nope.
They just haven't. I mean, you mentioned Buffalo against Atlanta. Rams just lost to Atlanta.
Yep.
In a game that didn't matter for them. Like, the Falcons are done. They lost to Kirk Cousins in a game that they didn't even have to play in.
Yep.
And the Rams are they had still a legit shot to potentially get the one, and like they couldn't show up. They're down 21-0 in that game. Seattle, they haven't had any duds either. And that's why they're in this game. Their schedule has been a little more impressive. They beat Jacksonville in Jacksonville. Mm-hmm. They got the home win against Houston. They've beaten some better teams than the Niners have, but they also haven't any slip-ups. They took care of business against New Orleans, Arizona twice, Tennessee, Atlanta, Indy, when they obviously didn't have their best foot forward. So it's like both teams are in this position because they deserve to be. And I think that's one thing that we get a little bogged down in because we're in the Bay Area, because we know everything about this team and we know all those storylines, that we don't always have a chance to step outside the bubble and give them their credit. Where Austin is talking about, I think he's absolutely right. Even if they don't win this game, I think it's going to be a good game, and the whole country will finally give the Niners their flowers because even if they lose to Seattle, there's going to be a lot of people next week, Wild Card Weekend, saying, yeah, you don't want San Francisco coming into your house.
Well, think about it. Have they already impressed the nation?
They should.
They just played on Monday Night Football and Sunday Night Football. Everybody's watching. Bears have a big market. That is a big market in Chicago. And Bear fans run deep. There were a lot of them at Levi Stadium. The nation watched Sunday Night Football between the Niners and the Bears. and they watch Monday night between the Niners and the Colts. And when I look at TweetDeck and I'm looking at my buddies from all around the country, they're saying, damn, the Niners are dangerous. I'm seeing that a lot. So they've already put this league and they put the nation on notice on how good they can be. So whether they win or lose tomorrow, I still think, to your point, Evan, that people will say, boy, Niners going to be a tough out. Don't really want to give Shanahan a week to game plan for you. Don't really want no problems. You know?
Exactly. Shout out to our guy, Hello Frankie, in the YouTube chat, donating $2 to say, Evan and the King on together. Def Dub City tomorrow for the Niners. Yeah, I don't know. Have you put that behind you yet? I mean, I know you still got the crown every once in a while. You pull it out,
I don't like it. I hate it.
it.
It started because, how did it start? People think I gave myself the nickname. I would never give myself a nickname. That's
the one thing you can't do in life is give yourself nicknames. You got to let other people do that.
And that's just too arrogant. And I have too much respect for the people who paved the way for me, the people that's come before us in the sports talk radio genre. Gary Ratnich, Ralph Barbieri, Tom Tobert, the list goes on and on and on. Somebody said something. I was like, well, damn it, since I'm the king around here, then won't you do something? And then, people see me on the street like, hey, King, it's the weirdest thing ever, Evan. I'm like, what's up, King? Hey, King. And I'm like, everyone's straight face. I'm like, man, I can't shake this.
Well, if the Niners win tomorrow, they deserve to be kings. They deserve to be crowned.
Well played.
Yeah, they will have that one seed, no doubt about it. And that's the other thing, too. It's like, that's why this game, to me, this is what sports is all about. I know they got bigger games ahead. The playoffs are really where it's going to matter. But this is the first time where, and maybe last week, too, because it was Chicago, Sunday Night Football, whole nation. But I do feel like it's taken, and myself included, it's taken a lot of people who have watched this team to really finally allow themselves to just fully jump in. Like, we're all in with this team. And we can talk about why more on the other side, because I feel like that this game, it's all come down to this.
Yep.
You play 6 months. You go through injuries. You go through ups and downs and backups and everything that it takes to get to this point. On the heels of the season that was it last year, it's like the Niners deserve to be in this spot.
Real quick, it's just been such a roller coaster ride. The way you put that, I'm just looking at the schedule, thinking about all the twists and turns and the Mac Jones conversation and whether or not Shanahan should stick with Mac Jones, the whole ride to hot hand. What's going on with Purdy? What's going on with Kittle? Oh, the defense has fallen apart. And you look at the schedule and the way things worked out, losing to the Rams, and all of a sudden you're 5-3. You're saying after the Houston game, you're saying, "Damn, is this it? Are they about to fade?" And now they're sitting here 13-4 with his 6 straight games. They won a game on Monday Night Football with the quarterback throwing 3 picks in the first half
on 3 straight possessions.
Right.
That was one of the craziest things, no doubt. And they got a chance to do something even more wild. Obviously 24 hours from now. All right, in about 15 minutes, we got Steve Kerr, head coach of the Golden State Warriors, coming on, and that's what's coming up in the game, brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. I do want to clean up these calls on the Niners. Yep. We'll review it, and we'll come back to it, obviously. We got Softy Mahler from Seattle coming on at 1 o'clock to talk his mess about the Seahawks. Bonte Hill and he obviously go way back, so looking forward to that conversation as well. Jonathan, Mitch, hang on. We'll get to your calls on the other side. Evan Giddings and Bonte Hill in for Steiny and Guru. That segment was sponsored by Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Make money predicting every bowl game legally nationwide with Kalshi. Today it's the Boca Raton Bowl and Frisco Bowl game. Will Toledo upset Louisville or will Ohio upset UNLV? Use code Odyssey for $20 when you trade 100. KALSHI.com. Trading involves risk. Kalshi.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-941-2255. That's 800-941-2255.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com. The real estate market feels more uncertain than ever. Homes are sitting longer. Prices are falling. Have you inherited a home and want to avoid the stress and hassle? Call Wedgewood Homes first to discuss your options. Inheriting a home can be overwhelming. Probate paperwork, multiple heirs, property taxes, repairs, and maybe even an existing mortgage. With Wedgewood Homes, there's no need to clean or clear out the house, and no repairs or updates. We buy as is and provide a reliable all-cash offer with no commissions, no hassle. The Wedgewood Homes team can guide you through the process with experts in probate, trusts, and shared inheritance. Wedgewood Homes' offer is firm. No last-minute price drops like other cash buyers. Close in as little as 3 days or on your timeline. Let Wedgewood Homes ease the process so you can help your family move forward. Call 415-888-9432 today for your free, no-obligation cash offer. That's 415-888-9432. 415-888-9432 or wedgewoodhomes.com, the Bay Area's trusted home buyer.
Everyone needs to take care of their mental health, even running back Bijan Robinson.
When I'm on the field and feeling the pressure, I usually just take a deep breath. When I'm just breathing and seeing what's in front of me, everything just slows down. It just makes me feel great before I run the play.
Just like Bijan, we all need a strong mental game on and off the field. Make a game plan for your mental health at loveyourmindplaybook.org.
Love your mind.
Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Foundation, the Arthur M. Blank Family Foundation, and the Ad Council.
The magic isn't over yet. Target's clearance event is happening now with savings of up to 50%. It's the perfect time to get set for the year with great deals on clothing and shoes for the whole family, beauty faves for every style, toys that keep the fun going, and so much more. Don't miss out because these deals go fast. Score incredible savings and keep the magic going during the clearance event, now in stores, only at Target. Restrictions apply.
Hi, I'm Chef Franklin Becker. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Get 5 quarts of Valvoline Full Synthetic Motor Oil, a Wix filter, and a $15 gift card after rebate at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward, don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Happy Friday, fellas.
Yeah.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, I know Steiny's happy. He's not working today. He's in a great mood.
I didn't think Pasta had this in his arsenal. What are these beats he's coming back with? I'm ready to run through a wall right now.
Lord Pretty Flacco Jody. Pasta. Yeah, what do you know about ASAP?
Come on. I didn't think Pasta had this in his repertoire. You kidding me?
No doubt me. Don't doubt me.
Pasta,
calm down over there.
Pasta's the kind of guy. We're talking about Steven Risotto. A lot of Gators in the house today. It's
Gators.
Bonte Hill.
The real swamp.
Evan Giddings. Pasta's the kind of guy that under-promises and over-delivers.
You know what?
And I respect that.
Yeah, I see that. He does. Then he gets a little arrogant sometimes. He said some things to me this morning. I was like, what? What's gotten into you?
I was going to say, you kind of like the Niners this year. You know, not setting us up to expect much, delivering a 12-win season, maybe 13, maybe getting the 1 seed, and then by the end of it, just wondering, like, is he top dog? Is he top dog? I don't know. I don't know.
Just watch.
More to come.
Some of that Reardon stuff gets to be a little bit. Shout out Reardon High School.
That's right. Yeah. So this is a thing. Yeah, I'm from the East Bay. I went to St. Mary's. We catch up every once in a while and talk high schools, but I feel like high school in the city, that's kind of a big reflection of who you are.
Yeah.
One of the first few questions: where'd you go to high school? And you were up in the
Washington.
Washington.
Yeah. Wash House, baby. Went to Turkey Day this year. Good bounce back for my boys up there. Got blown out in Turkey Day. Made it competitive in the second half, but the Shannons, Javon, Bill, one of my brother, Jabikio, Big Dog City, coaches JVs, Jamal Gilliard, Craig, the whole crew. They brought that program back. But, yeah, the city is a small community. And at Washington, we would always go to the Bruce Mahoney game, SI, Sacred Heart. We would go to Reardon and Sacred Heart. We would party with those guys. So, yeah, it's a big deal out here.
I've gotten a little taste of it. Just I called a couple of the WAL games. So like this year I did a Sarah St. Francis game. There's some players, man.
Oh, yeah.
There's a couple players
one of the
out
best
here.
leagues in the country, in the state.
Yeah, no, they got some squads. I think Reardon took it this year.
Yeah, they did. Reardon was really good. They played Folsom and Ryder Jones, a quarterback who's going to BYU. And I think the backup at Folsom is better than Ryder Jones because Ryder Jones got knocked out by Larry Grant's son, former linebacker of the 49ers. He's not coaching that city. His son plays for Reardon, and he knocked out Ryder Jones. I'm watching the game on the big screen. And then the backup came in from Folsom and was slinging it. It was like, who is this kid?
And Reardon's quarterback, Mike Mitchell Jr., was committed to Vanderbilt and then withdrew his commitment and then now is going to Stanford.
Blame Pavia.
I was gonna say he was trying to put down the Big Ten. Not this year.
Not this year.
Not this year. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. We do have Steve Kerr, head coach of the Golden State Warriors, coming up in a little less than 10 minutes, so we're going to take calls until then. Talking Niners, talking Seahawks, talking the battle for the 1 seed tomorrow at Levi's Stadium. We'll get to the Warriors, come back to the Niners. Yeah, we'll do whatever the people want here on a Feel Good Friday. That's Bonte Hill. My name is Evan Giddings, and Steiny and Goo going to be back next week. Let's start with Jonathan, who's in the city. Jonathan, what's going on, man? Good morning. Happy Friday.
Hey, what's up, guys? Happy New Year. And, I just want to say just being in this position is a remarkable feat for Kyle Shanahan and his coaching staff. They deserve the Coach of the Year award, coaching staff year of the award. I don't have a lot of confidence with this squad, but I do have a lot of faith. And why I say that, because heading into games, I don't know. I just don't know how they're going to win games. Unlike in the past where they have a top 5 defense, that awesome running game, and that vaunted offense, you can kind of tell how they're going to win games. This year, you just can't tell how they're going to win games, but they've been able to win games. And I just, it just gives me that faith that this squad, they just know how to win. Maybe, a special team here and there play that contributes to the offense having to work with a shorter field, or a defense who's, maybe they've been leaky the entirety of the game, but somehow, some way, in the fourth quarter, they make a play or two to seal the win. And, also what gives me a lot of faith is that I've seen Cal, with this quarterback, go on a winning streak. And that must-win game started for me last week, and it gives me a lot of faith that Brock kind of gave me a tap on the shoulder with that, that two 5-touchdown games that he had the past 2 games. That, hey, Jonathan, I'm not like Jimmy, bro. It's the
come on, Jonathan.
Way better than Jimmy.
Hey, Jonathan, thanks for the call, man. Happy New Year. The way the Niners are going to have to win is it's going to be led by their offense, Evan. That's going to have to be their best defense. When you score, you put pressure on an opposing offense to try to keep up with you. And then one little slip up here and there, you gain an extra possession, you put more points on the board, and then you win going away. So to me, that's the formula for this team moving forward.
Yeah, I think that they've always been, a team that can put up points. But the 2019 team, that defense was nasty. The 22 squad had a good defense. 23 may have been a little leaky, but they had dudes. They had Warner. They had Bosa. You trade for Chase Young. That's another part about the season, too, which I haven't really thought of a whole lot until now. This team didn't really make any trades.
No.
They got Keon White for a 6th, but that's not a big boy.
Cleveland Farrell off the street, signed him.
Yeah, exactly. and he comes in and he's making plays. And it's like, so this is a season that I think was completely unexpected. The Niners have always been a team I felt like that would cash in when they had the opportunity, when they felt like they got a shot. Not to say they didn't, but I still think that around the deadline, there was a little wait and see from the front office, wait and see from Kyle Shanahan. And while they might be a player away or two, all the guys that have had to step in and fill in, they've done the job.
No doubt about that. I want to get to the calls before we get to Kerr, though. Evan, let me hear from the faithful. Because it's been a little quiet around here. It's a big game tomorrow.
It is.
Where the faithful at?
And who else to go to but Filmo, Mike? Filmo's on the line right
we
now.
Got Filmo?
Yeah, Filmo, get your boy over here. What's going on?
What you mean was it's a good look. Happy New Year. But somebody called in earlier talking about the top quarterbacks of the Niners. I don't care about the top quarterbacks in Niner history. Don't get me wrong, I do. Brock Purdy is playing like the best. I'll say it. He's playing like the best quarterback in the NFL.
There you go.
Everybody tiptoeing. He's playing like the best quarterback in the NFL. Kyle Shanahan is coaching like one of the best coaches we've ever seen. So I don't care about the history of the 49ers. Everybody know we got great quarterbacks going back to Y.A. Tittle and John Brody. But the here and now, Brock Purdy, who's playing better than Brock Purdy?
Nobody.
Who?
Nobody.
And
say it with your chest, Filmo.
Darnold is coming in on I ain't gonna be long-winded like Jonathan. Darnold's coming in. He's playing well. Shout out to Jonathan. But he has been playing well. Good to hear you back on the airways, Bonta. You guys have a great chemistry. I like it. Y'all need to do like a Saturday show or something, man.
Hey, you never know what the future holds.
That's true.
You never know what the future holds. There it is.
Oh, we lost Filmo. Filmo, you're the man. Appreciate you calling in. Happy New Year to you.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, he's right about Purdy. All right, I want to keep running through these calls until we get up to Steve Kerr, a couple minutes away from talking to the head coach of the Warriors. Nick is in Berkeley.
Oh.
Nick, what's up, baby? What's going on? How you feeling?
Man, I'm feeling so fired up right now, man. I want to be tailgating right now, Levi. Check this out, man. We're about to expose Sam Darnold for what he is. He's not a big game quarterback. He's going to fold up chance for our defense. Mustafa, and my boy Winters, they're off the chain. We're about to make it happen, man. Our defense comes up with big plays. The two biggest ups, to your point, what's up to all my fellow SS State Gators out there, first of all. But I think that the two biggest offseason signings that we've had in a couple of years have been Salah and my boy Mac Jones. So let's make it happen, y'all. We got to be loud and bring the house down on Seattle. We have a lot of games. We had frustrating games against them, and we're going to let them have it and then exercise some of these old demons that we have in Shanahan. Stay in the zone, Shanahan. Keep doing what you're doing. Don't overthink it, man. Keep rolling. Let's go. Let's go.
Love it, Nick. Well, if he gets down there, they might open the gates for you a day early if you want to just get in the parking lot and start firing it up.
You ever meet Nick at Berkeley?
I have not.
Man. He came to the Doobie Awards last year. The first and I think only Doobie Awards. Nick at Berkeley.
2026.
2026. Maybe they'll bring it back. But Nick at Berkeley, he's serious. He's probably on his way to Santa Clara right now and getting ready to tailgate a day or two early before the Seattle game, 24 hours away from Seattle Niners. He may be. Nick and Berkeley's like that.
I can't blame him. All right, Tyler. Tyler's in Hayward. We're gonna get you in before Steve Kerr comes on. Tyler, what's up, man? What do you got?
Hey, what's going on, y'all? Happy New Year. I got my boy Bonte.
Tyler's back. Tyler, we got the hard hitters, Evan. We got the heavyweight hitters.
They show up.
Man, y'all got the dynamic duo out. My favorite Sports Bay Area media analysts, Bonte and Evan Giddens. Y'all need to go ahead and make it a show. Shout out to Nahegan. Real quick, I feel Mike was tripping about, I guess, Brock Purdy being the best quarterback in the league. But how do you feel about, and me and my brother were talking about this the other day, Brock Purdy is more like a Troy Aikman-esque for the 49ers. Not the best quarterback, but probably the best for the system with the players around it. What do you say?
Hey, Troy Aikman walked into Canton, Ohio with a gold jacket as a Hall of Famer.
Yes,
Brock
he did.
Purdy becomes Troy Aikman. Who wouldn't take that? And Troy Aikman's underrated, Evan. Troy Aikman in big games, like Brock Purdy. I had fear of Troy Aikman in those big games against the Dallas Cowboys growing up. Troy Aikman was like that.
I mean, obviously different eras, but from what I've seen and studied, that dude put the ball where it needed to be. Yeah, whether it was in the hands of Emmitt Smith, the hands of Michael Irvin, that dude put the ball on time where it needed to go, and that's what Brock Purdy does. And I think that whenever especially watching the last documentary about the Cowboys, you see what kind of leader Troy Aikman is.
Yep.
He's a far more vocal leader than Brock Purdy is, but Brock Purdy just got that calmness about him.
You know what, though, Evan? George Kittle, was it George Kittle? I forget who it was, but when Brock Purdy first entered that 49ers huddle, I think it was George Kittle who said, Brock Purdy checked everybody saying, hey, let's go, focus. So he has command of that huddle. He may not be as boisterous, but think about Stephen Curry, right? Stephen Curry, everybody says, he's not as abrasive, he's not outspoken, but he's the leader of the Golden State Warriors, and he leads in the way that he leads. Think of Tim Duncan. Was Tim Duncan a leader, Evan?
Absolutely.
He led those Spurs. So think of Brock Purdy in that light when it comes to leadership. Stephen Curry, Tim Duncan, those quiet, but hey, look, we're going to show you with our actions, not with our words.
Well, speaking of people who can command a huddle, it's time to talk to the head coach.
Was it coach?
Of the Golden State Warriors. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Evan Giddings, Bonte Hill in for Steiny and Guru, and Steve Kerr now joins us. Coach, thank you so much for coming on and making time for us on a game day, by the way.
Happy New Year, Coach.
Happy New Year.
Yeah, Happy New Year to you guys, too, and thanks for having me.
Well, so when the ball drops at midnight, are you guys in the air? You're coming back from Charlotte. Did you have a chance to stick in Charlotte in the Queen City and enjoy it a little bit? How do you spend the New Year's in the middle of a season?
Well, first of all, we flew home right after the game because it was a 1 o'clock game, which was awesome. So we got home, I think, about 8 o'clock, and I went to my daughter's house. She was having family and friends over. She cooked a great meal, and I was there for a couple hours and asleep in my bed about 10 o'clock.
Steve, when's the last time you made it to midnight on New Year's Eve? Because I know me, I'm knocked out by 9:30. Now, I did watch Stranger Things. I watched the finale of Stranger Things and fell asleep to that and rewatched it in the morning. So when's the last time you made it to midnight?
1994. It's been a while. It has been a while, let me tell you.
Well, Coach, I don't know if you caught the tail end of that last conversation, but it has me thinking about the way that players command huddles. And I know it's not apples to apples with football and basketball, but you've been in huddles with leaders, and especially someone like Tim Duncan. As the leader of that basketball team, and even at that age that he was he someone that commanded it with his words, with his actions? I mean, what's it like being in a huddle with that kind of leader?
Well, I think it's the most powerful form of leadership, where it's unspoken, and it's the same thing with Steph, and Steph and Tim remind me so much of each other in that regard. They don't have to say a whole lot. It's like a great parent, it's like there's just respect and lots of love and collaboration, and but if Timmy or Steph want to put the hammer down, then the hammer is that much more effective because it rarely has to come out, and so I love that style of leadership. Steph personifies it. Tim Duncan, as you said, is very powerful.
Yeah, no doubt about that, Steve. We're looking at this team right now. You guys have won 5 of 6. Obviously, the one loss, you kind of gave that one away in the second half to Toronto, especially in that fourth quarter with the 7 turnovers. But now you've had your starting lineup here for the last 7 games. And I know everybody makes a big deal about the starters because I'll see you sub out somebody 4 minutes into the game. And it's like, well, so much for that because of your rotations or whatnot. But it feels like maybe you're starting to gain some consistency with the way you sub in and out with this lineup here. Do you feel like you guys are starting to maybe turn a corner ahead of this critical stretch where 10 of the next 11 are at Chase Center?
I do. We've scored at a high clip here the last 6 games. I think averaging over 120 points a game, and that's really been the number one issue this season has been our offense. Our defense has been pretty solid. I think we're 3rd in the league in defensive efficiency, but about 19th on offense, and that's kind of been a combination of turnovers and searching for lineups, that sort of thing. But feels like we have some consistency. We're playing better. It was a shame to lose that Toronto game, but all in all, I think we're heading in the right direction.
Steve Kerr joining us here on 95.7 The Game. The Steve Kerr Show is presented by Great Clips. In sports, success, is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. Great Clips, it's going to be great. Giddings and Bonte and for Stein and Guru. Coach, I know you play tonight against the Oklahoma City Thunder. A couple of players questionable for this game. Curry, we know Draymond is going to be out. Jimmy just popped up on the injury report. Can you give us any insight as to who might be available for tonight?
Yeah, I'm in the office now, and Jimmy called in about an hour ago. He's not feeling well, so he's doubtful for tonight. And Draymond is definitely out, and Steph is definitely out. So we're going to be shorthanded for sure. And it's the time of year where it's got a little bit of schedule bogging us down with the age of our guys getting banged up, and it's okay. We got a lot of young guys ready to go. I think we played OKC without Steph about a month ago, and gave them all they could handle. We're going to need the same effort tonight to stay with these guys. They're awfully good.
You guys had a great third quarter in that game back at Chase, and it really took them down to the wire. Really fun game there. Is there anything you can learn about your team? Shorthanded, right? And you're going to try your best to get a win against one of the toughest teams in the league, the defending champion, Oklahoma City Thunder. But guys like Pods, who has played better, he's had a solid month of December, efficiency-wise, not turning the ball over as much as he did the first month of the season. Pat Spencer's probably going to see a lot of minutes. What can you gain from your team in a game like this, knowing that you don't have your big dogs available?
Well, I think you get a chance to look at some other guys, and for more extended minutes, you get to look at some different combinations. Honestly, I look at every game as an opportunity for our players to show what they can do. I mean, that's what the league is about. It's so competitive. There's so many great players. Everybody's got talent, and so when you've got 15, 17 players like we do, if you include the two-ways, guys have to take advantage of their moments, when they come, and every game affects the next one, both individually and as a team. So I want to see us continue to move the ball like we have, to take care of it, and to defend at a high level and give ourselves a chance tonight.
We're speaking with Steve Kerr, head coach of the Golden State Warriors, here on 95.7 The Game, and on the heels of that, Coach, is it safe to assume that some of the guys who have been out of the rotation, Jonathan Kaminga was a DNP CD last game, so was Buddy Hield. I know Seth Curry has been sometimes unavailable due to the injuries, but is it safe to say we're going to see a few of those guys tonight who typically haven't been in the rotation as of late?
Oh, for sure. And I love that. I hate when guys are on the bench for too long of a time, and I kind of learned this from Phil Jackson when I played in Chicago, but. You really lean into everybody at different times of the year, and guys need to be reminded that every single player is important. I don't want to let anybody fester on the bench. I want everybody to be ready at all times. And nights like this, you definitely lean in to the depth of the roster and give people a chance.
Coach, as fans and media members, we always say, hey, the Warriors need to do this over the next 11 games. They need to go 8-3 or 9-2 to have a chance or whatnot. And I know you guys went 23-8 once Jimmy arrived last season. But take us behind the curtain here as you're meeting with your coaches and you're meeting with your players, and you know that 10 of the next 11 are in the state of – actually, all 11 are in the state of California. The one lone road game is down in L.A. against the Clippers. Do you guys set a goal for a record? Well, how do you guys approach this situation here over the next 11? Do you just take it game by game, or is there a record that you're looking at saying, hey, if we do this, we can be this in the Western Conference standings?
Yeah, we don't say anything about our record to the team in terms of what our goal is over those 11 games. We just are focused on the process of how we've been playing and what we need to do. And we're well aware that this is when the schedule flips in our direction. It was really, really tough early on with all those road games. So many games, to fit in the NBA Cup. We were just playing constantly, and tons of road trips. We had a 2-game East Coast trip, and then back on the road. I mean, it was insane. And so the one good thing about that was that we knew the schedule would turn, and now is the time when that's happening. So we're all aware of that, and it doesn't matter if we don't take advantage of it. So that's the whole focus is let's use this time to get better, to develop more consistency, to continue the momentum that we have from the last couple of weeks, and hopefully get on a roll.
How difficult is it, Coach, to kind of look at your team? And over the last couple of years, there's been a lot of different starting lineups, a lot of different lineup combinations. I know, most coaches, you want your starting five, and that's what you want, which is why we've seen the same five to start the game over the last 7. How difficult is it to go through so many different starting lineups, so many different substitution patterns to where you can't find a rhythm with your sub patterns? Players can't find a rhythm when they know, hey, am I playing at the 6-minute mark of the first quarter or the 8-minute mark, or am I coming in the second quarter? How difficult has that been over the last couple of years?
Well, it was difficult last year until we got Jimmy, and then all of a sudden everything made sense. And my experience, both as a player and as a coach, is if you're a good team, then you don't have that problem. You quickly settle into roles. Everybody gets comfortable in their rotation pattern, and as a coach, you stay with that, and you win games, and everyone's happy. But when you're 500 or below, as a coach, you're searching, and that means as a player, you're going to be subject to different rotation patterns, maybe starting, maybe not, because the team is trying to figure out how to win. And I've always felt, I was a role player my whole career. I always felt it was really easy to be on a role player on a good team, and it was impossible to be a role player on a bad team. And it's just the way it is. So it's on all of us to try to develop that consistency like we did a year ago after we got Jimmy. And, hopefully now that we're pretty healthy tonight, notwithstanding, we can continue the consistent rotation patterns and keep winning.
Well, and you guys have been doing that. 5 of your last 6 have really been playing the best stretch of basketball since the start of the season. Is that how you feel? That you feel like right now you guys are beginning to figure this out? And I realize the schedule might have a bit to do with that, but 5 of 6, I mean, the only game you lost was one that you probably could have had against Toronto. Do you feel like the team is beginning to sense that with these roles and the kind of cohesiveness that you're building, that you guys are looking to play your best basketball right at the beginning of 2026?
Yeah, for sure. We've talked about it, the last couple of weeks, and we've been consistent with that starting lineup the last 7 games, and guys are starting to feel a sense of momentum. The Toronto game was tough. We really had that and didn't close it, but all in all, we're playing at a pretty consistent level, and we got to keep it going.
Knowing that Jimmy's going to be doubtful and Steph and Dre are out, is there a chance we see Kaminga tonight crack the lineup or the rotation? I know it's tough that he's been sitting a lot and hasn't been playing a lot over the last couple of weeks, but is there a chance we see Kaminga tonight?
For sure. Yeah, he'll be out there.
Well, Coach, on a different note, the trade deadline being a couple of weeks away, I know that earlier this year you sort of talked about the answers for this team being on this roster as opposed to last year. You felt like that you had to make a move. Does this recent stretch of positive basketball confirm that for you, or have you had different thoughts in recent weeks? What are you feeling like right now? Roughly 2 weeks away from. Also, I mean, you're in the middle of the deadline, but 2 weeks away from when someone like Kaminga would be eligible to be moved.
I think it's totally different from last year, honestly, because a year ago we were 500 or even below 500 at the break, but we could tell we were not good enough. This year, I think we're good enough. I just think we've lost several close games that we should have closed out that, had we won those, I think we'd all be feeling pretty decent right now about our playoff positioning and all that stuff. But to me, the bottom line is we have Jimmy Butler now. A year ago, we did not. And Jimmy's one of the best players in the league. Obviously, so is Steph. So having both of those guys and having the continuity from last year, and now that we have Melton back, getting into the groove, I feel really good about where our roster is, and I don't think we have to do anything necessarily. But I know that Mike is always going to try to improve the roster if he can.
And, Coach, you're doing a great job with these rotations. I feel like, especially separating, not to say that they can't play with each other, Draymond Green and Jimmy Butler, but Jimmy really leading that second unit over the last couple of weeks. You're subbing out Jimmy early. Obviously, Draymond and Steph have that great chemistry together. And now, obviously, they're going to close games together. They're going to start games together. They're going to start the halves together. But Jimmy really leading that second unit, leading to some opportunities for Guy Santos, Anthony Melton. What led you to that kind of tweak within your lineup here?
Well, before this current rotation over the last 7 games, we had a lot of absences, a lot of injuries. We just couldn't quite find groups that clicked. We ultimately decided we wanted to bring Steph back into the top of the second quarter, so we changed his rotation pattern. And ultimately, we want to keep either Steph or Jimmy on the floor at all times. And Jimmy seems to be at his best when he's got 4 guys with him who he can kind of command and lead, and Draymond is 100% at his best with Steph. So it just makes sense to keep Dre and Steph together, and then have Jimmy on the floor at all times when those guys are off.
Steve Kerr joining us here on 95.7 The Game, and Coach, with that, I know last year Butler was airdropped in, and you guys found very quickly success, especially of those last 31 games into the playoffs. But I'm curious, having a full off season, a build-up training camp, what have you learned about Jimmy Butler? Not just the player, but also the person. And if it is, is it any different from the guy who was there last year? But having a chance to sort of build that relationship, what have you learned now this year about Jimmy Butler?
I don't know that I've learned anything more than I knew last year. After we had him for a couple of months, it was obvious how good he was, how brilliant he is, just from a basketball IQ standpoint and kind of a worldly experience that Jimmy has. You feel his intelligence right away when you speak with him. And I think the biggest difference between this year and last year was a 30-game sprint. He had not been playing for Miami, and we get him, and it's basically 30, 35 games or so, and then right into the playoffs. That's much easier for a veteran player to just play 30 games. The 82 is very difficult for everybody to navigate, but I think especially for veteran players who are playoff performers. So I think just the length of the season this year for Jimmy, for Dre, for Steph, it definitely takes its toll. I think we're going to be at our best down the stretch, when those guys can sense the finish line and get in gear for the playoffs. But the full 82 is not for the faint of heart, that's for sure, and not for the older guys either.
Yeah, no doubt. Must help that the next 11 are going to be in the state of California with one road game in L.A. Not a lot of flights here in the first half of January. But, Steve, just randomly, looking at the Charlotte game and what happened the night before, Stephen Curry gets an interchange named after him. Which is pretty wild. And I hope people don't stop by the interchange sign and try to steal it or take selfies. We got to have the traffic flow left and right? You ever get a name? You got a street named after you? Is that one day maybe in the Bay Area? Hey, Steve Kerr Way. Have you ever thought about something like that?
Yeah, I don't see that happening. I know that the Delta Center, the old Delta Center in Salt Lake. I forget what it's called now, but it's at the corner of Stockton and Malone, which is pretty cool. I don't see a Kerr Avenue anytime soon. That's for sure.
Not somewhere in Tucson?
Yeah, I guess if it were to be anywhere, it would be Tucson. But nobody's called me on that one either.
I mean, we got a urinal named after your buddy Tom Tober. We can't get something inside of Chase Center. I mean, blame Raymond Ritter or something, man. What's going on, Steve?
I got to talk to Raymond. Yeah, you're right.
Well, hey, Coach, we really appreciate your time. We know you're busy, man, especially on a game day. They got OKC coming up later tonight.
It's a back-to-back. Like, Steve, are you guys just going to spend a night at Chase Center and just run it back? I mean, you got a cot there in the office?
I'll get home for a little bit, and then we take off for LA the next day. But we're in the midst of 5 and 7, and these are never easy. But hopefully Steph will recover from the ankle tweak that he has and be ready to play tomorrow. And we'll see about Jimmy. But this tough little stretch. But we're finding some momentum. We got to just keep it rolling.
Well, again, we appreciate your time. We're looking forward to seeing how you guys can build on this momentum. And good luck tonight. Thank you so much for joining us,
Thanks, Coach.
My pleasure. Happy New Year to you guys and to everybody out there.
Appreciate it. Happy New Year to you, too. That's Steve Kerr. As always, presented by Great Clips. Presented by Great Clips. In sports, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. Great Clips, it's going to be great. Also, a reminder, again, OKC tonight, Utah tomorrow. 10 of the next 11 are at home for Golden State, so plenty of opportunities to get out to Chase Center. Get to Warriors.com right now if you want a chance to catch the Warriors. Again, a lot coming up at home. And it sounds like potentially things sort of coming into focus. Obviously, no Curry, Butler, Draymond tonight, but it sounds like, his response to your question, that rotation is clarifying for Golden State.
It's clarifying, and tonight we're actually going to see J.K. for a little bit.
Yes, we are.
Depending on, I know a lot of fans, he's been polarizing around here. Lord knows how many phone calls you guys have taken about Jonathan Kaminga, how many podcasts I've done about Jonathan Kaminga. He will play tonight. He will play tonight because Jimmy's out. He's doubtful. Steph and Draymond are out. And you heard it here on 95.7 game. So that's straight from the head coach's mouth. And they're going to have to beat Oklahoma shorthanded. A lot of guys will get some run, though. We're going to see a lot more Brandon Podziemski. And I know Podziemski is another guy, Evan, who's been polarizing around here. You see his numbers in December?
Yes, I have.
Not bad, right?
I mean, he's basically 50-40 from the floor and from three.
There you go. Not turning the ball over as much. So he's playing his best basketball with the team this season. Pat Spencer will probably see him. You'll see a lot of Guy Santos, he had a monster first half against Charlotte, which really stabilized that basketball game, going 4 for 4 from the floor and 3 for 3 from three. So, look, tonight's going to be a mass unit of sorts against the defending champions, but Steve does feel like you said, that his rotation now is coming into focus here. Now he has the starting lineup. He has his rotation patterns. We're seeing Jimmy lead that second unit. And now we're going to see what the Warriors are about over the next 11.
Yeah, and I realize it's thrown off tonight, obviously, because you're missing the big three. But to your point, and you brought it up during the interview, you played OKC pretty well without a couple of those big boys. Last time you saw him, nearly stole one down the stretch. I think, too, it's like, well, let me ask you this. Do you think JK starts tonight?
Ooh.
I actually think that he does. I think that he does.
Thought about asking Coach, but
well, that was one thing I was like, well, you want to just go straight there? And
it's like, hey, is JK going to be a rotation? Yeah, what did Coach say?
He said he'll be out there.
He'll be out there. And I was like, all right, I'll just leave it at that. Let's see, post. What if you go? Now, I believe Hartenstein. I haven't checked out the injury report, but
Hartenstein is out.
He's out. So if he was in, I would think about going TJD and post.
Mm-hmm.
But Hartenstein's out.
That's one thing about QP that I realize he plays the 5 because Draymond's out there and he's good for spacing, and he can hang with those with some of those centers. But I'm curious to see if and when they try and sort of use him as a 4, because there's a lot of teams in the West. I'm looking at Houston, I'm looking at Denver, I'm looking at OKC when they're healthy. They can play double big, and that's really an option that the Warriors have been reluctant to feature. And on a night like tonight, you're not expected to win the game anyways. Kerr might just start throwing stuff at a wall.
Yeah, I mean, Pods, Melton, DeAnthony Melton may start. Now, will Melton play during his back-to-back? You got Utah tomorrow, and Keontae George is one of the best young point guards in this league. So you're going to need Melton for him at the point of attack, of course.
With Curry, Dre, and Butler being out, I would also expect Horford probably not to play the front end, but we'll see.
Well, we'll see. You're going to, boy, if you don't play Horford tonight, who knows who's going to start, right? Kaminga may start. He may get 30 minutes tonight, 40 minutes against OKC. Say, hey, go out there, just play. Don't think, just play. Against a team that's athletic, which is why sometimes I'm scratching my head about the whole Kaminga situation, because you play a team like Toronto, right? Long, athletic, full of athletes. R.J. Barrett. Scotty Barnes, of course, who grabbed 25 rebounds in that game.
Dude,
it's just insane.
There's Chamberlain out there, man.
As Mully says, the notorious BI3. Brandon Ingram.
You see that shot he hit the other night, by the way, against Denver?
I did see that.
That was full court, off one leg, bank.
Wow, the injury report just came out here, and cousin Nick Friedel, shout out to Nick Friedel. He's always listening, man. Get a life, Nick. Go write a story or something.
Dude, that guy writes so many stories, it's hard to keep track.
I love Nick.
Nick, you don't have to put out 2 pieces a day, okay? It's all right, man. We know you're working hard.
Hey, no, he's got to, man. He's back in the game, baby.
Friedel.
Nick had a few years off, man. He's back in the game.
No, he's hungry. I love Nick.
But the injury report did just come out, as he just noted, and Melton is out tonight. So no DeAnthony Melton. And I'm looking at it right now. So no Jimmy Butler.
Horford might have to play.
Draymond Green out. Stephen Curry out. Al Horford probable. TJD available. And Melton out.
All right. Well, against the Oklahoma City Thunder, who are only going to be missing Isaiah Hartenstein. We're going to see SGA, J-Dub, all the boys out there. Chet, it's going to be an uphill battle for Golden State. But, this is something, too, we didn't get to it with Kerr, and I know we got to hit a break here. And we'll get back to the Warriors, and we obviously got a big game coming up tomorrow for the Niners. But, the Thunder, 5-4 in their last 9. Now, they're not playing the Spurs tonight, so they got a pretty good shot. That's the only team they've lost to more than once. But OKC is not the team that right now is on pace to break the Warriors' 2016 regular season wins record. All right, I see your calls. I want to get to you on the other side as well. 888-957-9570. We can stick with some Warriors here, or if you want to get into the Niners, feel free. But we're going to talk some Dubs on the other side.
Yeah,
all right?
Dub Nation, you guys feel like they're turning the corner here? 5-6 they've won. A couple games over 500, but this is the stretch to me, Evan, to where they can really separate themselves and start to gain some real traction here. 10 of the next 11 at Chase Center.
No doubt. Bonte Hill, Evan Giddings in for Steiny Guru. That segment was sponsored by the Bayview Restaurant at the Inn at the Tides. Experience coastal elegance at the Inn at the Tides Winemaker Dinner Series. January 23rd with J. Gregory Cellars. February 20th with DRNK Wines. And March 20th with Aperture Cellars. Limited seating. Reserve now at inatthetides.com. Tune in for Warriors Live today as well. Presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that.
Paid non-attorney spokesperson. Paid for by Reliable Legal Marketing.
Attention California residents. Non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, including chronic lymphocytic leukemia, a common subtype, is one of the most common cancers in the United States. If you or loved one was diagnosed with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma or chronic lymphocytic leukemia and were exposed to Roundup weed killer, you could be entitled to cash compensation. Bayer, the owner of Roundup, has agreed to pay more than $10 billion to cancer victims linked to the weed killer. Call our Weed Killer Cancer Hotline now to see if you're entitled to cash compensation. If you or someone you love has been diagnosed with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma or chronic lymphocytic leukemia and were exposed to Roundup, call now. Our attorneys have the experience and specialize in fighting for everyday people to get the compensation you deserve. If you or a loved one was diagnosed, even if a loved one has passed away, call 800-341-4933 now. But hurry, time is limited. Call 800-341-4933. 800-341-4933.
Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome. Will Trial Law, LLC, 1001 Bannock Street, Denver, Colorado, 80205. 888-858-9404.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
FIFA World Cup 2026 is coming soon, but your opportunity to be there starts now through an exclusive offer with an eligible Bank of America Visa credit card. For a limited time, become a new customized cash rewards or unlimited cash rewards Visa credit card holder, and you will be eligible for a chance to purchase FIFA World Cup 2026 tickets. Learn more at BofA.com/cardFWC26. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America N.A. in partnership with Visa. Terms apply. Rewards reserved.
Last month, my business cash flow got tight. Sales were slow. Invoices were late. And payroll was coming fast. My business is everything, and people rely on me. I can't let them down. I applied online at Lendsek.com and had business funding in 24 hours.
Business moves fast. Don't wait until it's too late. Whether it's lines of credit, term loans, working capital funding, or revenue-based financing, Lendsek is open for business. Apply now at LENDSEEK.com.
It's the most wonderful time of the year because the season of Toyotathon is on with incredible deals you don't want to miss. For Toyotathon, get low 1.99% financing plus $1,000 finance cash on the 2025 Tacoma. Or get low 2.99% financing plus $1,000 finance cash on the 2026 Tundra. Hurry because Toyotathon ends January 5th. Toyota, let's go places. Offer available through TFS to buyers with premium rated credit and cannot be combined with other offers. Finance cash must be applied to transaction.
Hey, it's your boy Guru. Every time we put a rat on the table during our show, it's brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Atco Pest Control is a family-owned local business proud to provide pest control in the Bay Area for over 35 years. Atco uses natural methods to give you a peace of mind and keep your family out of harm's way. Quality pest control doesn't have to empty your savings either. Don't wait. Go to AtcoPestControl.com for all your pest control needs. They got you covered.
I bet you folks are glad to be done with your shopping. Hopefully, all your gifts went well. But there's one last store to visit, this time just for yourself. Your chance to get one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony TVs at a crazy low price. Where? At Video Only's year-end clearance sale. A great way to end the year. If you don't check out these deals at Video Only, you'll be sorry.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ETHOS.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever. Best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
In San Jose, cloudy, windy, afternoon rain, and a high of 65.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
This is Tim Roy, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
What up, Tim?
Tim Roy.
Tim Roy. Year 31. Not Steph Curry, but Seth Curry. Year 31 for the Warriors. 36 in the NBA.
Tim, I used to be a network coordinator for the Warriors.
Really?
Yeah, I ran Warrior games in 2014. Actually, the first game I ever ran was a Clipper game on Christmas Day. With very minimal training, and I was sweating bullets, man. I didn't record scenes. It was a lot.
And working on Christmas Day.
Christmas Day, right? So then 2015, when the Warriors beat Memphis, Game 6 of that Western Conference semifinal, I remember down the line, I was like, Tim, I can't believe this. The Warriors are going to the Western Conference Finals. This is unreal. He goes, Bonte, I feel like we're entering the golden era of Golden State Warriors basketball. And 4 championships later, Tim was not wrong.
No. And like, he's done so many games when the team was bad. Like, I had this theory that sometimes the people who grew up with, without, like, maybe it's like emotional support, it could be financial support, those people appreciate it when they see it because they know what it's like to not have it. Like, if you grow up without, feeling love, the moment you're in a relationship where it's real, you're like, oh, that I've never had that before. That's something. Tim Roy, it's the same with sports. He knows what it's like to have nothing.
Yes.
And when he sees this kind of team, I 100% believe that. He was looking at the Warriors going, oh, this ain't what it used to be.
No.
This ain't what it used to be at all.
Even Fitz, right? You think about Fitz, Tim and Fitz, who obviously had the honor last month at Chase Center. They honored both of them for having 30-plus years with this organization. There's a lot of bad basketball they had to call. A lot. And think about all the tough times of being on the radio and trying to sell optimism. And not really sell it, but try to be optimistic about the roster when you know this team ain't winning nothing but 20 games. Damn, who's going to get traded next? What draft pick are they going to blunder? I mean, are they going to just blow, I should say. So, yes, they know what bad basketball is, and they appreciate the good basketball, knowing that this don't happen everywhere. What the Warriors went through over the last decade and still trying to fight and have another shot at a title or at least have a shot at the dance, yeah, this has been going on since 2012, basically, Evan. We're now in 2026.
Yeah.
And they're still trying to make a run here. So, no, Tim, Fitz, and a lot of people who've covered this team for a long, long time, yeah, we know what it's like to lose. We know what it's like to watch bad basketball.
And I think in a kind of a more micro sense, I think that's why a lot of people are also appreciating what the Niners are doing because of last season, because of all they've overcome. And obviously, we'll focus on that game coming up a little bit. We got an hour away from Softy Mahler.
Oh, this is flying.
He's going to be on our. He's going to be with us at 1:00. Does Sports Talk Radio in Seattle. I guess to run his mouth a little bit, so I know that you and Softy are going to have a good conversation.
Evan, real quick, he just texted me. He goes, "Did you say noon or 1 p.m.? I forgot. It's like 1 p.m.
1:00.
I'm old, man. I can't remember nothing.
No.
I'm paraphrasing there.
But up until then, I do want to talk Dubs because Steve Kerr gave us, really, the news of the day. The Big Three is going to be out. You mentioned DeAnthony Melton also out for this game. That's on the latest injury report. They got the defending champs in town, OKC. Yep. And while they've been sputtering by their first 28 game standard, they're still a very, very good basketball team. So the question to me about tonight is, well, what do you do? Do you play everyone? Do you give some guys that haven't been getting rope more opportunities? I think tonight Jonathan Kaminga is going to start for the Warriors because something that Steve Kerr told, I think it was Willard and Dibbs last week, but he's talked about at the podium is, and it comes off, I think, a little strange, but I understand, B. Kaminga is a big minutes player.
Yep.
He's a player who has to be out there for longer than 20 to 25 in order to get his rhythm. And from what the numbers have shown through his first 4+ seasons, in order to be a productive player. So I do think that tonight is an opportunity with no Butler, no Draymond, not a lot of forwards there to block him from playing. I think he's going to get some rope tonight, and I'm excited.
I would say that about most players, though, Evan, that they need time to get a rhythm. And you look at the Charlotte game, for example. Those guys played heavy minutes. Gee, I think, got up to 17 minutes in that basketball game. DeAnthony Melton, obviously, in the 20s. Pods has been in the 20s. So it hasn't just been 4-minute bursts for guys like that. Like, I'm pulling up the box score right here. Guy Santos, 17 minutes. Al Horford, 13. GP2 played 10, but he was impactful in those 10 minutes. DeAnthony Melton, 23 minutes. Pods played 23. Will Richard played 17. Now you get 5 from TJD and you get 6 from Pat Spencer. But I think for a lot of NBA players, you need about 15 to 18 minutes to really get into a flow of a basketball game. You get 4, those 4 minutes fly by. Boom, boom, couple fouls, couple possessions, then you're out of there. Then what do you do? Did you even break a sweat? So I would say that's probably important for most players in this league to get more than 4-minute burst and play a lot of minutes. But Jonathan Kaminga, we've seen that, as you just pointed out, and I can recall games in which as the game went along. He'll start rough, couple turnovers, not knowing when to screen, not knowing when to get back on defense. And next thing you know, he's played 29 minutes. You look up, it's like, wow, that was a solid night for Jonathan Kaminga. That has been the case for him over his first 4.5 seasons.
Yeah, and look, that's kind of the way things have unfortunately gone. It's, I think it's especially true for young players, right? You'll see, Buddy Hield, who's fallen out of the rotation. He steps back in against Brooklyn, makes a couple plays for him. Someone like GP2, he's not a guy who he's going to step in. He knows exactly what he's supposed to do in these kinds of games. But for those young guys, I agree with you. And I think that's what's been so hard, not just for JK, but for Moses Moody.
Yep.
For a couple of other of those young guys that they don't really and haven't figured out where they fit in.
Yep.
And tonight is a night where you don't even have to fit. Like, you just got to go play.
Just go play. Just go play.
There is no pressure on tonight's game whatsoever. It's obviously against a really great team, but to roll the ball out there and see what happens.
But what Steve told us, right? We asked him the question, what can you learn something from a game like this? What can you learn from your team knowing that the big dogs are out? Steve's like, look, man, create good habits. Play the right way. Not turn the ball over. And this is important for young guys to not only get good film out there, because we don't know what's going to happen at the trade deadline, but show that you could be a pro. And that when your number's called, you're ready to roll. That was the impressive thing about Kaminga in the playoffs. His number got called, and he was ready to roll. Now, Pat Spencer, he's shown it this year, Evan. When his number's called, he's ready to roll. And he's played well. And a lot of fans want to see more of Pat Spencer. TJD, quietly, over the last couple of weeks, has played a lot better. And he's had sporadic minutes over the course of his career. So what Steve said here, we're going to learn a lot about this team, whether they win or lose. And I'm not trying to take a moral victory, or we don't need to, these are the pros. The moral victories, for the most part, don't matter. They don't exist.
Mm-hmm.
But for young guys who are getting the opportunity to play and put some good film together, a game like tonight is important. This is a perfect barometer. You're playing the champs. So what better way to gauge your game and see where you're at over your NBA career by playing the champs against SGA and Jalen Williams and Chet Holmgren, saying, you know what, I can hang with these boys.
Well, and you said something there that really has me thinking now, putting good tape together. Jonathan Kaminga is 13 days away from that tape maybe getting him to a place where he wants to be, and a place that wants him. And right now, a place that he hasn't fit so far has been Golden State. Tonight is a showcase game for him. If he gets 30 minutes, which I think he will because there ain't nobody else to take him, Jonathan Kaminga is going to have a chance to use this game to potentially leverage himself, for the Warriors to leverage him if they want to trade him. And it's only 13 days until that becomes a possibility. But we got to hit a break here. I see you, Christian.
We got a break?
Yeah, I know.
Already?
Just a little shorty, man. Only 2 hours left. Well,
damn.
An hour and a half, and then we get the crossover.
Then the Higgins budget's already blown out by paying me today to fill in. Last time I hosted the show in 2026.
That makes one of us. That segment was sponsored by Safeway. Hey, it's the biggest game of the year on Saturday. Tomorrow, you know the place to watch it and hang out. It's going to be with Lorenzo, Neal, and I at Laughing Monk Brewing right down the street from Levi Stadium. And, of course, if you're going to the game, a free shuttle back and forth. And all you have to do is sign up at 957thegame.com. Eventbrite link, click it. You're in, you're out. It's awesome. It's a great place to watch the game. Environment, food, drinks, all of it. And you better do it quick because the seats on the shuttle are going fast. Again, Christian, Frank, I see you. We'll get to your calls on the other side. More Warriors talk when we return with Bonte Hill, Evan Giddings, in for Signing Guru, 95.7 The Game.
Head to Safeway this week for USDA Choice Boneless Beef Chuck Roast. Just $5.99 per pound. Limit 2 packages. Clip coupons from the weekly mailer or download them from the Safeway app. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever. Best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. This holiday season through January 4th, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Hey, it's Willard for Underdog Fantasy. Football season is rolling toward the end. Christian McCaffrey is rolling towards some major stats. Let's get in on this, root for it, maybe make some money too. With Underdog Unwrapped, you're going to unwrap a bunch of promos going on right now, boosts, gimme picks, even some surprises sprinkled in. You should check it out because you can make picks and win money right now in California. Playing on Underdog is easy. You pick whether your favorite players are going to go higher or lower on stats, rushing yards, receiving yards with CMC. You get the idea. So play with me, download the Underdog app, and use my promo code Willard to score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. Again, the promo code is Willard. Underdog. Make picks, win money. Must be 18 or over and present in California. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. If you're concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or go online at ncpgambling.org.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call now, 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go to carsforkids.com. That's cars with a K.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait, don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Hola, amigos. It's a big noise. Brad Evans from BetMGM tonight. Listen Monday through Friday starting at 6 p.m. Eastern on Westwood One Sports as we cover the biggest sports stories from coast to coast. Get insights on the NFL playoffs, college basketball conference races, and more. Download the Odyssey app now and listen from anywhere. BetMGM tonight, live and interactive, presented by BetMGM. Tune in, Team Huevos.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
This is Moses Moody, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, my favorite player, Moses Moody. That is my favorite player. Evan Giddings, Abante Hill, in for Steiny and Guru. Yeah, shout out to Moses. I will never say anything bad about you ever again.
He's a great guy. Love his family, too. Rona Moody, the Moody's. Just an old soul, very respectful. I'll pull for guys like Moody. Now, this is a great question on YouTube real quick, Evan.
Yeah.
Boy, Jose Salinas, 90-90. Question for Bonte. Will you watch the Niners game and have assistants give you Warrior stats to talk about tomorrow night? No, man. It's hard for me to fake the funk. I've got to watch it. I've got to watch the game. I can't fake it on television.
Yeah, but let's be honest. You're going to have, like if you were a chameleon, you one eye on one game, one guy on the other. Both eyes are going to be on the Niners until it's time for the show. Until Bonte sees the bright lights, they come on him, Festus, Molly, Zena, Carrot, all of them. When the bright lights ain't on,
listen.
What are the Niners doing? Come on.
See, this is where you got to lock in. I think you know this. See, Guru couldn't do it. He couldn't lock in like that. Guru would be distracted.
Hey,
Shasky would be distracted. Spadoni would be distracted. But you have to be able to check all the way out of the game and act like it doesn't even exist. Now, here's the great thing about tomorrow. The Utah Jazz and Warriors tip off at 7 p.m., which means the pregame show will be on NBC Sports Bay Area. Hopefully you still watch at 6 o'clock. So that means from 5 to 6, I can get most of the first half in. Most of the prep will be done by afternoon, so I'll be able to lock in. And then, 6 to 7, you're going to miss a lot, and I'll be looking at the computer during the break, seeing what's going on. And then once the game starts at 7, having YouTube TV, having a live feed, having the ability to rewind plays during the Warriors game, I can lock in on the Niners for that last part of the third quarter into the fourth quarter. So I think I'll be fine tomorrow. I've got a method to my madness.
Now, what if this was a playoff game?
Oh. Well, if this was a playoff game,
I mean, the Niners got one more game after this at least.
Listen, if there was a playoff game, they know I'm not working. That day is off. Gone. So they know. And I'm not even calling sick and say, hey, KB, Zeta, somebody pick me up. Laura Britt, where you at?
B's got the bat phone straight to the boss. Sorry, man.
Straight to the boss saying, you know what time it is, man.
Well, and I guess that's part of it, too. Hey, wild card weekend. Warriors off Saturday, but there's a 5:30 home game against Atlanta on Sunday. So boss might be getting that call depending on the Niners win or lose.
Depending on when the Niners win. But I know how to check out. Once, especially during the regular season, if the Niners are playing, it's like, dang it. Then I'm like, you know what? I got a job to do. And there's a lot of Warrior fans who may not like the 49ers, who don't care about the 49ers, and they're locked into Dub Nation. So I got to give Dub Nation everything I got. 100%. Lock in and ignore it. And you know me, I'm a sicko. I watch the games back. I watch old games back all the time. I'm a nerd like that. So we'll figure it out tomorrow.
Well, that was one thing I was actually disappointing is the beginning of the year, I have the play-by-play schedule on the side. I do college sports. And so tonight I knew that I was going to have to do St. Mary's Portland. And, we got the men's broadcast. And so I'm like, damn, ahead 2 weeks ago, I'm like, damn, I want to be at that OKC game. I love watching Shea, and I love watching the Warriors do battle with the best of the best. But like you said, sometimes duty calls.
Duty calls.
Yeah, no doubt. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Bonte and Evan in for Steiny and Guru talking Dubs with you up until 1 o'clock when Softy Mahler is going to come on and discuss the Niners and Seahawks with us. Let's start with Christian. Christian, who's in Fairfield. Thanks for hanging on, man. What's going on? Happy New Year.
What's up, Christian?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Yes, sir.
Hey, This is special for me, Bonte. I played at State. The only swamp we know is on Holloway 19th.
Let's go, baby. Trump City over there on Holloway, baby. Let's go.
I don't know about that, Christian. I'm not going to lie to you.
Hey, leave that alone. Hey, man, we got 1,500 people strong inside that gym with the oldest shot clock buzzer in the world. But you know what? You come to the swamp, you better bring your A game.
We won a championship when I was there, 93, 94.
Let's go. Let's go.
Went to the Elite Eight.
Let's go. I'm not mad at that.
Chomp, chomp.
Get that banner up there, baby.
We got a banner up there. Yes, sir. Thank you. But I was talking about what you guys kind of were talking about. That's why I called in. He should start pods, Richard, Moody, JK, and Post, because it's a teaching moment. Like you said, it's film. They're going to be at home for 10 games. They're going to have practices. This is a learning time. A measuring stick right there. Like you said, the best measuring stick is the best team in the NBA. This is a chance Kerr to coach. He don't have to worry about minutes because everyone's young. Mm-hmm. They can go out there and play, like you said. He can see if J.K. can fill in that role that Jimmy does now, that he lets Jimmy basically cook with the second unit. There's a lot of positive things can come out of this game, whether they win or not, even though it's the pros, we know no moral victories. But this is a big moment right now for the Warriors to develop their young players, which everyone says Kerr can't do. So my eyes are on what Kerr's going to do right now in this moment, because this can be a turning point to keep that momentum going when the veterans come back.
Is that a
good point?
Good point. Is that do you believe in that Steve Kerr can't develop young talent?
Thanks for the call, Christian. Yeah, I mean, I not really. Like, I think context matters here.
Right.
And I think the Warriors have had, so we were talking about last segment. All right, young players struggle when they don't get consistent minutes or lengthy amounts of minutes. When have the Warriors been in a position to offer a young player 25 minutes a night?
Yeah.
Off the bat. Mm-hmm. The only season was 2020. That was the only year. And you saw what that brought you, and that was Jordan Poole. He had a chance to mess up. He had a chance to shoot his way in and out of games. And then he went to the lab the year after, and the year after that, he contributed to a championship. But those seasons don't come across very often when you got a bunch of veterans and you don't have any spots.
Yeah.
Unless it's a young player who really just grabs you and takes off. I mean, even a player who I've been really impressed with this year has been in and out, and that's Will Richard. Will Richard is, for the place he was picked in the 50s,
56 overall.
He's been a godsend.
Yep.
But even he's had to fight for minutes, and as much as the last time he was out of the rotation, I was puzzled as to why. He's not going to get 25 minutes on this team.
Yep. Nah, it's a great point. And I was thinking about the championship season 2021-22. The young player who popped and who was developed was Jordan Poole. Went back down to the G League, came up, and was, one of your 5-6 best players on that roster. Really played well to the point where people thought he should start. Kevon Looney, I would say as a late first-round draft pick, whether the head coach you got a lot of player development coaches like Anthony Vereen, Chris DeMarco for many, many years. But Kevon Looney developed and became a key piece to your championship team in 2021-22 and played big minutes in 2018 and 2019. Remember those Rockets teams running to pick a roll, and they were trying to get Kevon Looney isolated on James Harden and Chris Paul, and Looney held his own. So you got to look beyond the stat sheet and the box score to see Looney's impact as a late first-round draft pick. And when you have a late first-round draft pick, it's a crapshoot. You're not going to get those lottery players that have all types of potential. You got to really scout and really develop and really help those young men out. Those are lottery tickets right there. Like, I know we have to draft lottery, but we're really when you draft at the bottom of the draft, in the bottom of the first round, in the mid-second round, you've got to really do your homework and really help these young players develop. So I would say they have had some young players who have helped win some basketball games. Looney, Poole. Right now, you just mentioned Will Richard. I think Brendan Podziemski, as much heat as he gets, he's helped his team win some games. Now, he drives a lot of people crazy. But Pods has had a good month, and he's helped you win some games. So I don't believe in a total – like, sure, Steve Kerr will love his veterans, Evan. I know I'm long-winded here, but he loves his veterans. But they've helped out some youngsters here because, as you mentioned, it is hard to get 25 minutes as a young player when you have a Steph, Draymond, Clay, so on and so forth.
Well, and also, too, I think this was last week. A caller brought this up, and it got me thinking. I thought it was a really good point. It's like a lot of the guys on the first championship team when Steve Kerr was a rookie head coach, they were young.
Yep.
Now, I know Steph was in his 6th season, but Draymond Green was in his 3rd year.
Who unlocked Draymond Green?
Harrison Barnes was in his 2nd or 3rd year.
That's a great point.
I'm just saying, like...
Klay Thompson?
Klay Thompson was 24 years old.
Wow.
You know, so they were already on their way. There's no doubt. You got to give Mark Jackson and his staff a lot of credit for getting them to that point. But 3 players, Klay, Dre, and Harrison Barnes, who all were a big part of that championship squad, were under the age or at 24. So lately, developing young guys has been kind of a point of contention. But it all started, the dynasty all started because Steve Kerr was able to get the best out of what? Young players.
Wow.
Proven players. Former or future Hall of Famers.
You know who else did that? Phil Jackson with the LA Lakers. Go look at the Lakers before Phil Jackson got there with Shaq and Kobe and all those players that they had, all the talent they had. They were getting swept out of the playoffs. Whether it was Utah, San Antonio, they were getting swept. You could say the same thing about Phil in Chicago, right? So, I mean, the whole thing that it's such a great point. I forget Dre was in his 3rd year. He helped unlock Draymond Green, and it took this team to another level. Klay Thompson becoming one of the best two-way guards in the league, and Stephen Curry going into a stratosphere to where he was a up-and-coming superstar to a mega star. So we got to give Steve Kerr credit. And what he do is we give Steve Kerr, and trust me, there's some lineup combinations that drive me crazy. There is. I don't always agree with the handling of Jonathan Kaminga. I'm probably one of the bigger Jonathan Kaminga fans around these parts because I think he does have some talent, and I don't just look away at the Minnesota series, but he has helped develop these players and help build a winning culture. So as much as we give Steve Kerr his heat, you got to give him some credit, too. The guy can coach.
No doubt. Yeah, and look, this is the last year of his deal, and next year is going to be what it is, but it's not going to take away from a lot of great moments between him and obviously the 4 championships that he helped bring. All right, let's go to Frank, who's in Atlanta, wants to talk about the Dubs. Frank, what's going on? How you doing, man? What's up?
Hey, man, what's going on, man? Happy New Year to everybody.
Happy New Year.
I had called about the 49ers, man, because I was hyped about them. But I'll talk Dubs because you guys switch segments on me.
Oh, it's whatever you want,
can do
Frank.
whatever you
it's
want.
whatever you want, man.
Feel Good Friday, Frank.
I just say what?
It's a Feel Good Friday, Frank. Shoot your shot. Niners,
Okay,
Warriors,
yeah,
the floor is yours, baby.
Yeah, it is. Well, I just want to say quick on the Niners. Congratulations, Kyle, Saleh, Purdy. They did a wonderful job, man. They did a wonderful job. I think we can win it tomorrow. I think we can do it. Dubs, I don't think. Well, this is a scheduled loss, so hopefully guys can go out and play and get some quality minutes for the guys that are going to be here, for the rest of the season, and they can kind of feel their way around and figure out some lineups, some combinations to help, Bonte, I hate to be the one to bring you bad news, but I doubt if J.K. would play.
Well,
I really do.
Well, listen, real quick. There's no Jimmy, there's no Dre, there's no Steph. If he doesn't play tonight, just ship him off, tell him to go home, and and just pack your bags and get ready to go to your next destination. Because if he doesn't play tonight, he ain't never playing again.
And Frank, Kurt did say that he was going to play tonight,
right,
if that helps.
If he plays more than 10 or 12 minutes, I'd be surprised. He's too valuable of a trade piece because they don't have any other asset. And I just can't see them risk getting him hurt. I just can't see it. No matter, he should have been gone, but, when you start adding up money in the trade machine, Kaminga is the only trade piece we got. So
I got you, Frank. No, appreciate the call, man. And that was something we were talking about before the show. I was kind of wondering, why he isn't out there and all this and that. Some of it might be keeping him in a glass box, but on a night like tonight, I said it before, and I think this could be a game that's beneficial for both of them.
Yeah.
Where Kaminga is able to play against the best of the best, show what he can do, and the Warriors could benefit by having his stock improve to where in a few weeks or a couple weeks, I think they're going to move him, and I think he wants to get out of here. That's just the way that I feel.
Yeah.
And I think that tonight could be a kind of a partnership sort of game where, dude, you're going to play tonight. You can do anything you want in this game. Here's the ball. Take 30 shots.
Right.
It don't matter.
30 shots. Can you imagine that?
That would be crazy. That'd be crazy.
That'd be crazy. No, look, you don't just say it's my
out there
ball.
chucking.
I haven't played in a few weeks. I got some time. I got to make up for lost time. Listen, what if he does ball out? Just looking at it from a content standpoint.
Well,
if he plays well tonight, oh my gosh!
Has an efficient 28.
Who's doing the post-game show tonight?
Grandy's on tonight.
Grandy's on it tonight. You imagine Grandy's going to take every call about Kaminga. Why hasn't he been playing? Look at what he's done against the Chaps. Doesn't matter if they get beat by 10. If he goes out there and has 24, 8, 4 dimes, shoots in the 50s from the floor, goes 1 of 3 from the three-point line, the cars are going to go crazy about JK. So that's another aspect of this whole situation tonight with Jonathan Kaminga. But yes, to your point, in all seriousness, it can help both parties. The organization, Jonathan Kaminga, put some good tape out there. And also you have to hope that he doesn't get hurt. And that's something bad, knock on wood there. You would hate for that to happen. You hate to see something catastrophic happen. But you know what? If he does play well, good for both parties. That's a good thing. Because I'm with you. The feeling, I know your feeling is about JK, about, hey, he doesn't want to be here. No, it's not a feeling.
It's just personal.
Those are just the facts.
Yeah.
The facts is, you could tell, he doesn't want to be here. And I don't blame him from that aspect, saying, hey, I just want to flourish and help a team win, and I want an opportunity. And the organization, as Steve Kerr believes that, hey, he doesn't fit the puzzle. So what the organization did was sign up to this team-friendly deal to where they have the option to trade him. But that feeling, Evan, it's accurate. It's time. That ship is sailed with Jonathan Kaminga. And I love JK. I do. I think he's a great kid. But the ship is sailed.
And it's kind of similar to the Minnesota series. Like, you're out of the rotation. You're not playing. All right, somebody's hurt. JK, get in there. And what did he do? He averaged 24 points a game. Shot over 50% from the floor in that series. Looked pretty good. So it's like, I actually think that if he does play, which I believe he will, odds are he's probably going to be all right. And I think you got to give him credit for this. Though he's been out of the rotation, you don't hear him making a stink.
No.
All the stuff that's come out that's been negative about him, in my opinion, has been related to his agent. It's been related to representation. I think he's a good dude.
No,
I think he's just in a tough spot.
Evan, listen, all offseason kind of drove me crazy. If you want to say that he doesn't fit and you don't believe he's a good player, that's all fair. That's fair. If you think he doesn't help a team win, that's fair. But some of the rhetoric I heard this past summer and even early in the season that he's a cancer, that he's a diva, it couldn't be farther from the truth. So when we make up these narratives about players and make up this nonsense about players being cancers and not one, it couldn't be farther from the truth when it comes to Jonathan Kaminga. The guys, the players love him. Jimmy loves him, I know for sure. He's a good kid. And there's nothing wrong. Like, you want to be great as a broadcaster. If you came out and said, man, I don't want to be the best. I want to be better than Bob Costas. Now, we may say, well, Evan,
pump the brakes, dude. Buddy.
Pump the brakes.
That's
but we open the show saying, hey, bet on yourself and believe in yourself. Kaminga believes that he could be a great player, but he's never come out and say, hey, I want to be Kobe. He's never said that. Kobe was his favorite player. He wants to impact winning. He has confidence that he can help impact winning. There's nothing wrong with that whatsoever, and I don't get why people make such a big deal about it.
I mean, probably just because we haven't seen it consistently enough.
Real quick, I see it on YouTube, Evan. Sorry to cut you off. But some idiot here on the YouTube chat, let's quit the BS. He turned down $150 million. Again, that's nonsense. The guy was never offered $150 million. He was never offered that. Never. Ever. So I don't even know where that came from, that he was offered $30 million. You imagine if he got offered $30 million a year and he walked into that locker room last season as the second highest paid player on the team? You think JK saying no to that? Like, come on, man. We got to chill with these fake reports.
I just thought of this, but you know what that makes me think? if that was true, which it's not, do you know how bad the Warriors would look right now?
Oh, my God. I know.
Do you know how bad that would reflect on the front office of the Warriors? Everyone's thought about this from the JK side of things, like how he's dumb, he's this, he's that. You know how dumb the Warriors would look if they offered Jonathan Kaminga $150 million. That's no disrespect. That's just the facts.
Yep. No doubt.
All right.
No doubt.
Let's go to... We got a couple minutes here.
That's crazy that people still believe that.
I'm with you. Gary's in San Ramon. Gary, what's up, man? How you doing? Happy New Year.
Hey, same to you guys. Always good to hear you, Bonte, man. Enjoy all your work, man.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Yeah. You know what? I tell you what, it's a tough situation. And Steve came on and talked about the missing players tonight. And I got a friend, man, who's been planning to take his two kids to this game, earlier in the year. And now the three bigs are out, according to what Steve said. And that, to me, that's just not right. And, I imagine they'll all make a miraculous recovery for tomorrow night. But it's just just not fair to the fans. And, I'm thinking that if I'm the NBA, I'm fining Joe over this deal. You're talking about the defending champions on a Friday night during the holidays. So I hate to be a Grinch, man, but it's just bad news, guys.
Oh, Gary, well, look, we left the Grinch in 2025. You can't feel a little bit better now in 26?
No, because
I got you.
It's the ultimate load management deal, and come on, these guys are making a lot of money, and the tickets are very expensive, and the kids are going to be disappointed. So that's all I got to say.
I got you. Well, they might be a little bit less at Warriors.com. You can head on over there. That's, is that
hey, you get to still watch Millie and I. Hey, you get to watch Millie and I. Zeta Kate back in the house.
There we go.
Monty Poole and Petaluma's finest, Dalton Johnson. We'll still put on a great show. This game will be the game, and we'll see what happens. And then afterwards, we'll have more fun to talk some hoops.
But, honestly, and this isn't just me looking at it with the Warriors goggles, but odds are they're going to play hard tonight. And OKC just saw that the big three are out, or big two, however you want to call it. They're probably not going to be playing that hard. Yeah. Are the Warriors going to win? I would not touch that with a 10-foot pole, but odds are the Warriors are probably going to play pretty hard tonight. Last time they did, they ended up nearly catching the Thunder at the end of that game.
Third quarter run. Remember third quarter run? They were down, 20? I want to say 22 or 24 early.
Yep.
And then third quarter, and they roared back.
Planet Pat. All right, what's coming up next on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. 20 minutes away from Softy Mall of Seattle, joining us to talk some Seahawks and Niners. Evan Giddings and Bonte Hill in for Steiny and Guru. The Golden State Warriors are back, and you can cheer them on with an ice-cold Surfside. Only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles, so it's an easy-to-sip and enjoy type of drink. It's not a seltzer. It's Surfside. And a proud partner of the Golden State Warriors, must be 21. Please drink responsibly. That segment also brought to you by and is Surfside.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
You know the rush when you reach that goal? When something you've worked for pays off? That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start January 7th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-932-5858. That's 800-932-5858. 800-932-5858.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Robert from Fresno. I had a good experience with Kim and Lauren when I scheduled the service. Plus, Marion explained the problem. He got it done in no time. Would recommend RNS Erection Tri-County Incorporated to everyone that has any problems with their roll-up doors.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-823-5544. That's 800-823-5544. 800-823-5544.
Red and Gold Game Day starts at Laughing Monk Brewing. Park for free. Enjoy amazing food, ice-cold beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show. Then hop on the free shuttle straight to the stadium. Sign up now at 957thegame.com.
Dub Nation, this is Brandon Pajemski, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. You're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, Pod's gonna get his tonight. I know it. OKC's in town. No Curry, no Draymond, no Butler, no Melton. But Pods will be out there.
You know,
Pods can dunk.
Well,
I get a lot of this.
When he's downwind.
I get a lot of this. It's funny because I read all the comments I love the comments. I love the interaction.
Yeah, that's where you and I are different, man. I can't. It sticks with me, man. You're able to flush it easier than I can.
I like talking to the people. We just having a conversation now. If they want to get disrespectful, that's when I get disrespectful, and then it's all bad for everybody, especially for me. But since I'm on the pod's payroll, apparently, I'm just going to point out in 13 December games for Brandon Pajemski, shooting 51.7% from the floor, shooting 44.4% from the three-point line, 26 minutes, 13 points, 4 rebounds, 3.5 assists. Only 26 turnovers in the month of December in 13 games, right? 2 turnovers a game. Not bad.
Especially on this team.
Right? We're the worst teams in the league when it comes to turnovers. And you don't win that game the other day against Charlotte, New Year's Eve, if he doesn't hit those 3 threes in the fourth quarter.
And this is the thing. I feel like his numbers in the month of December, that's who he is.
Yep.
He's a player that, he's not here to score 25.
Mm-hmm.
But he might be the 16 that helps you bridge those non-Curry minutes. He can play with Jimmy. He's knocking down some shots. He can close, but he doesn't have to. You're not reliant on him. He's gravy right now, and that's where he should be. The Warriors should not be in a position to where he has to be integral to what you're doing, but he can absolutely help you. He's a good player.
No doubt. And look, he's playing, and he's one of your only ball handlers. We talk about ball handlers on this basketball team. You know, guys who could try to create shots for others. He's one of the few that you have. He is. So he's not making a lot of money on this team. So the way the people talk about him, they act like he's a $25 million a year player. He's not. He makes $3.9 million. You're not getting bad production from Brandon Pajemski right now. Now, when it comes to Jonathan Kaminga, and, we talk about because we can talk about all the drama we want, Evan. And I know we got full phone lines here. We get to Softy at 1 o'clock. It's fun to be back, Evan. These hours I like doing this with you, man. This has been fun.
Well, I was going to say, this show's flying by, man. We only got an hour left.
I was like, damn, what are we going to talk about? But listen, Kaminga tonight, the key for him, in my opinion, the last time we really saw him play big minutes was in that Cleveland game on a Saturday night. He was 1 for 10.
Mm-hmm.
To me, he gets too caught up in the perimeter. Dribble, dribble, dribble. He's got to cut. He's got to play in that dunker spot. He's got to crash to the basket. He's got to play in that mid-block elbow area. Get off the perimeter. Stop trying to dribble. Just don't. You don't need to do that tonight. Tonight is your night. Cut to the basket, dunk on people's head, get to the free throw line, and defend at the point of attack. Don't overcomplicate it. And that way, I think he can move forward here by just playing better basketball. Because when he starts dribbling, Evan, you watch all the games. You cover the games. You do the post-game show, you and Grandy. He gets caught up dribbling on the perimeter and trying to go one-on-one, and that's where he gets himself into trouble.
That's what happened against OKC last time. Last time he got to play, that was in OKC. I mean, there's one sequence where he was dribbling up against Shea, tried to do something with it, and Shea just took the ball. just give me the ball. All right, let's open up the phone lines until we get to Softy again. Giddings, Bonte Hillen for Steiny and Guru. Who's been hanging on the longest here? Let's go to George, who's in Los Altos. George, what's up, man?
Oh, George.
How you doing?
What's up, George?
I'm doing good, man. Bonte, I miss you so much, brother.
I appreciate you, man. I miss you too, George.
Oh, my God.
Hey, Evan, real quick story.
Mm-hmm.
George. Oh, no, excuse me, not George. I was thinking of Coach in Los Altos. I got you mixed up. But, George, I do love you. I miss talking to you.
Same here, my man. I mean, listening to you, look, all of our callers, including me, have the right to our opinion. But just listening to you and your knowledge based on what's really going on with the Warriors really can't be replaced. And so I know when you say something about it, I know that I can count on it. But I also had a couple of things I wanted to say. First, about the Niners. And you'll remember, Bonte, I'm always Mr. Glass half full. Yep. I'm going to find a reason to be positive, and we're going to win it this year, and yada, yada. I don't see the 49ers winning a Super Bowl unless we stay alive long enough to get Fred Warner back, if at all. If Fred Warner can come back by the NFC Championship game, including we're lucky enough to get there, I think they got a chance to win the chip. He makes that much of a difference to the defense, not only in our ability to stop the run, but also just the aura that he brings out there to the team and the way he gets those guys to play 50% harder than they already do. So I'm really, really hoping that he does get a chance to come back. And then finally, I got something way offbeat. Bonte, are you telling me that you pick out your own clothes, or does your lady friend pick out your
What do
own
you think, George? Come on, man. That ain't him.
George, why? Am I doing a good? Am I doing a good job, or am I doing a lousy job?
No, you're doing too good a job.
No,
I'll tell you.
It's not just me, George.
He's on to you.
No, listen. Hey, I know my weaknesses. Fashion's definitely not one of my strengths.
Well, I'll tell you, no one wears shoes and socks like you do, brother. I got to tell you, they're bad. They're bad, baby.
I appreciate it, George. Good to hear from you, man.
George.
Happy
Appreciate
New Year.
the call.
No, I always need help. I'm always texting her pictures. Hey, does this go well? And also text my boy from Men's Warehouse, my boy Sandy. Sandy, who I've been dealing with since I got the television job. Hey, Sandy, what do you think about this combo? And he gets right back to me. Credit to him. They're packed at Men's Warehouse at Como all the time. I don't know how he has time to get on the phone. Yeah, Bonte, that's good. Maybe you do the brown shirt. Maybe you do this, you do that. It's fashion, man. I'm terrible, man. I'm a sweats and T-shirt guy.
Well, I get right now I have 2 suits, but I make sure I got 17 different suit combinations. You mix up the ties, you mix up the shirts.
There you go.
Nobody knows.
Nobody knows.
Nobody knows.
Nobody knows.
Dry cleaning is expensive, man.
They are.
All right, let's go to let's get to Mitch in New Jersey. Mitch, I know you wanted to talk about the Niners, and I'm sorry we kind of moved on from that, but the floor is yours, my man. Happy holidays and Happy New Year. What's up? Mitchie. Oh. Mitch!
Oh, Mitch!
Damn, Mitch!
He's at the airport or something?
Me hanging.
Damn, Mitch!
I thought he was there. That one's. Oh God! All right, well, call back on Saturday. Devon will take it. Scott's in San Francisco. Scotty, what's up, baby? How you doing, man?
Hey, how's it going, fellas? Bonte, nice to hear your voice.
Appreciate you.
Been listening to the show for a long time Warriors fan. Going to the game tonight. Was super excited. Got good tickets. Now I hear the big 3 are out. Disappointed. I'm a teacher in the Bay Area, so I'm not rich. So I want someone to get me hyped up. I mean, obviously I get to see SGA and the champs, so that's cool. But hype me up for this game tonight.
Well, we're going to get a chance to see the youngsters, right? And we're going to get a chance to see who can set the tone for the next 11. You'll see some Pods. You'll see some Kaminga. You'll see some TJD. You'll see Al Horford as the veteran with this unit. And you're playing the champs. This is a perfect barometer. Hey, look, say if the Warriors lose by 5 tonight, but it's a competitive game. That means the youngsters played up to their capabilities and more. Guy Santos flying around the floor. You think Guy Santos is not going to play hard and try to give you your money's worth? There you go. I just sold it to you.
Well, this is all I'll sell it. Scott, you remember what it was like 20 years ago in 2006? That's what it's going to be tonight.
No,
the marquee's not being sold.
It's not going to be 2006.
It's not about the Warriors, man.
Chase Center will be sold out, Scott. It's a Friday night. You got Thrive City. It's going to be buzzing. Hey, the energy will be through the roof, Scott. Come on now. Now tell me that I'm ready. I got you ready to go, right? Come on now.
He's all hyped up. Yeah, come on down. The Golden State Warriors at the Oakland Arena are playing the Los Angeles Lakers, and Kobe Bryant is in town. Come on down.
Well, you got the Sportsman of the Year in town.
Yeah.
Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
Yeah, you can see SGA. You can see J-Dub. You can see Chet. Come on. Shea Center's still a place for all the stars. They just won't be wearing the blue and gold.
Oh, hey. Be careful. Be careful.
I know. Warriors.com if you want to still get tickets for tonight. All right, let's wrap up with Mitch. Mitch, who's in New Jersey. He's back. Mitch, I'm so sorry, man. I took a call. You weren't there, but I get you right back on. Mitchie.
Hey, it's me, not you. It's my phone.
No. You're good. It's all me, Mitch. What do you got?
We take
yours.
accountability around here, Mitch.
Yeah, I know. It's my phone. You get what you pay for. I pay a lot of money. I understand this phone doesn't work all the time, but it's not rocket science with these cell phones. Hey, happy and healthy New Year to your families. Thanks for taking my call. 2 things with the 49ers. I think if they win the division, I think you got to give the coach, Kyle Shanahan, the coach of the year, and I think you got to consider Chris McCaffrey. If he gets that 1,000 yards to receive and rushing, I think he should get the MVP. Not Drake. Man, how about Cher? Can they have a co-MVP? Is that so impossible?
Yeah,
they actually can. Yeah,
Peyton Manning and Steve McNair,
2004,
co-MVPs.
And then I think Norm Van Brocklin was a co-MVP back in the '60s.
That's good knowledge right there.
But yeah, Mitch, they have done it before.
Okay, so maybe that would happen. Go 49ers. It's going to be a great NFC. It's going to be great playoffs. Postseason is always great, usually.
No doubt, Mitch. Thanks for the call,
Just
man.
like the college.
No doubt. But I was joking about the Warriors. Come on.
Oh, Brett Favre and Barry Sanders, 1997.
Oh, good call.
I just Googled it. That's all. Because I'm more interested in Norm Van Brocklin. When you go back to 1960 now, you trigger something with me.
Well, I remember.
I love that.
I remember reading about it because, it was the first time it had ever happened. And like some of the old MVPs, oh, God, what was it? Mark Mosley in 81 was a kicker for Washington who won MVP.
83 to strike short season.
What a joke.
The one bar. Mosley winning the MVP.
Statistics are good for something.
They screwed the Niners in that game, by the way. They were down 21-0. Rallied back, tied it. They called the most phantom pass interference on Ronnie Lott. 1-year-old Bonte's still pissed off about that.
1-year-old Bonte.
1-year-old Bonte. I just revealed my age.
Well,
getting up there.
No, but,
see the Grays, man? The Grays are there's a lot of stress going on these days.
Not as many
man.
as Draymond. We're about a minute away from Softy Mahler here coming on. Do you remember your first ever memory as a human?
First memory as a human?
Yeah. I don't know, maybe you peed your pants. You're really embarrassed when you're 3 years old. Not that I'm speaking from experience or anything, but
first memory as a human, I just remember being in this car seat kind of thing. I was in a stroller.
Going to Candlestick?
No, I was in a house and I was just looking out the window the whole damn time and buses were coming by back and forth, back and forth. I don't know why that always just the most bland memory ever, but I remember that for some reason.
No, it's as long as it's the first one. I feel like the first memory I ever had was walking in a hospital. I don't know. I think I was 2 years old or something. Can't really remember, but I had a little lion toy. That's all I remember.
A little lion toy.
Yeah, I don't know.
I just remember
I am a Leo.
Yeah, you are. Oh, no wonder we get along. Virgos and Leos are very compatible.
Now that I didn't know. I'm not big on the
horoscopes.
No, I haven't been in a relationship long enough to learn too much about those. Maybe one day. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Obviously, the Warriors taking on OKC tonight. The news from the mouth of the head coach, Coach Kerr. No Curry, no Jimmy, no Draymond. And we also found out afterwards, no Melton. So a lot of run for a lot of players against OKC. And right now,
before we get softy, I can wait 20 seconds. I just wonder if Scott...
he's about to let it out.
What do you think, Scott sold his tickets, or is he fired up for the game? Did I do a good sell job, or did you bring him back?
Well, you did a better job than me. I didn't really sell it whatsoever.
All right, bring in Softy. Let's go ahead and bring in Softy Mahler.
All guests.
I want to hear how he's going to cry tomorrow.
On 95.7 The Game, appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands and Lathrop, before you unload, before Softy lets you have it? We got to introduce our guy from 93.3 KGR in Seattle, hosts a daily talk show, has done it for years. Dave Softy Mahler joining us now on the River Islands guest line. I mean, Softy, I don't know what to do with this guy. He's so hyped up for tomorrow. I'm sure you are as well, but the floor is yours. Let him have it.
Yeah, first of all, Evan, let me just say this. You and I have talked many, many times on our show back in Seattle. Bonte, you as well. I know, Evan, you're a young guy trying to get, footing in this business.
One day.
Let me just give you some advice, pal. All right, you ready? This is free advice from me to you.
Hit me.
Whatever Bonte does, just do the opposite. You'll be fine. Okay? Do not take any advice from that guy sitting next to you at all. Okay?
I agree.
Otherwise, you'll be sitting next to that guy the rest of your life, and nobody wants that. Trust me.
Nobody wants that. My family doesn't even want me.
Here you are. You're already talking smack about the game tomorrow. I mean, this is what I hate and what I love about this rivalry is that it just turns all of us into complete and total meatheads. Seriously. I know it's not as bad as that guy in the morning. What's his name? Barbie Boy? Whatever the hell his name is.
Leave him alone. Leave it alone.
Baby Boy, whatever his name is.
Softy, come on. Leave Butcher Boy alone. He's not here to defend himself.
His name is Joe.
You know better. Joe Shasky.
Listen, I'm just party playing with you, but it just turns all of us into complete just freaking Neanderthals. Yeah, we're going to kick your ass. Yeah, Seahawks suck. Niners rule. Dude, this is a freaking toss-up tomorrow, man.
It is.
I mean, honestly, this game kind of reminds me of what people thought about the 2013 NFC Championship that was played in Seattle, which, in case you forgot, the Seahawks won on a Richard Sherman tip pass. For all you young folks out there that don't know what the hell we're talking about here, that these might be the two best teams in the NFL going at it tomorrow at Levi Stadium.
You know, Softy, I wanted to ask you about that because Evan asked me where this rivalry was at, and it felt like it lost some of its sizzle once Pete Carroll moved on. Obviously, we had the great 2019 game, the one the Niners won in the last week of the season. Don't know if you remember that one. Drake Greenlaw with the tackle.
Yeah, it wasn't a big deal.
Yeah, I know.
Nobody
Niners
cares about that one.
Niners got the number one seed. But where is this rivalry at up in Seattle? Because I know the Niners have won 7 of 8. And we've been looking. I think there's the makings, there's components here to bring this rivalry back to where it was a decade ago. You got the Darnold angle. Mike McDonald is a defensive wizard. You got this nasty defense. Jackson Smith and Jigba, I think he's the best receiver under the age of 25. And heck, he's in the argument for already being a top 5 receiver in the NFL. Where's this rivalry at up there in the Pacific Northwest?
Well, I think it's great. It's not where it was with Carroll and Harbaugh, obviously, because Carroll and Harbaugh kind of took whatever beef they had in college and took it to the NFL, as you guys know, and so you had that angle going on, obviously. You had a much more boisterous defensive secondary in Seattle back in the day, you guys know, led by Richard Sherman, who all you guys did was crap on, and then he comes and plays for you, and you love the guy, right? But you saw what that guy's all about. You saw what a Richard Sherman-led defense in Seattle was all about. All the talking going on, all the barking going on. And there's just really none of that right now. And I don't know if it's because of the personalities of the coaches or just the way people are behaving today versus maybe 13, 14 years ago. But I miss it, man. I miss the barking going back and forth between players. I love the fact that Diamador Lenore is shooting his mouth off before this game tomorrow against Jackson Smith and Jigba. That's fuel for his fire, which I think is phenomenal. He's going to eat a lot of crow if JSN has a big game tomorrow, and I'm really curious to see if Robert Saleh lets him go one-on-one and travel with JSN. I doubt he will, but we'll see how much one-on-one coverage he gets against Jackson Smith and Jigba in this game tomorrow. But look, man, I mean, this is going to be a lame answer, but you guys know as well as me, the better these teams are, the better this rivalry is, right? We're not talking about, 7-9 versus, 5-11, for God's sakes. We're talking about two teams that are fighting for the number 1 seed in the NFC. And I've said this on my show. I don't know what you guys think down there. I mean, Bonte, you mentioned the 2019 game. You guys all remember that playoff game in 2022. Mm-hmm. This feels like the second biggest game between the Seahawks and Niners in their rivalry history. Wow. Only number 2 to that 2013 NFC Championship because, the wild card game in 22 was obviously for a trip to the second round. This is for a guaranteed trip to the second round. Home field, you guys playing potentially the Super Bowl at Levi Stadium. Wow. And if you don't play, the Seahawks being able to walk into your stadium, pitching a freaking 12th man flag on the 50-yard line, making love to that grass, that sweet grass in Santa Clara.
Here you go.
With our hawks out, okay, in your stadium with the 12th man invading Levi Stadium, which is only 1,000 miles away from Seattle. You factor in all that stuff that we're talking about, and I don't know. I just got a funny feeling that whoever wins this game tomorrow is going to win the NFC. And this game to me is the second biggest game they've played behind that 2013 game.
Wow, that's incredible. That well said there, Softy. You even have this higher than the 2019 game because I felt like the 2019 game was a coming of age. And in a way, it's similar in this sense, Softy. Shanahan was trying to make his way in the league, trying to debunk all the narratives about him blowing the Super Bowl for Atlanta, and Pete Carroll was there, and that's for the number 1 seed. They go up to Seattle. Remember, that was the Niners' first win in Seattle since 2011 when Harbaugh got there with Alex Smith, Christmas Eve. And then you think about this game, McDonald. Who is he? As a D coordinator with the Ravens, we know what he did there. But now he's trying to make his way in Seattle and trying to really dethrone Shanahan as a head honcho in the NFC West. But you have this ahead of the 2019 game. Very, very curious to that. Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, I just think there's a lot of reasons for that. Maybe one of them is I'm just living in the moment and I'm a victim of recency bias, which I will certainly potentially admit to doing that. But I just feel like there's way more parity in the NFL right now than there was in 2019, guys, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, in 2019, you're talking about a Ravens team that was 14-2. The Chiefs were 12-4. The Packers were 13-3. The Saints were good that year. It doesn't feel like there's any team that anybody should be scared of in the NFL. I mean, maybe teams are scared of the Niners. Maybe they're scared of Seattle. I don't know what other fan bases feel. You guys can give me your thoughts on that in a second. But I just feel like as a Seahawks fan, and I kind of assume you agree, that I don't fear anybody. I mean, Mahomes is out of the way. Jackson seems to be out of the way. Josh Allen seems to be out of the way. I mean, what are we talking about? Old man Stafford, Drake May, Caleb Williams, players like that. The parity in the NFL, and you guys know as well as I, the NFL does parity better than anybody. Mm-hmm. They are doing it big time this year. This thing is wide freaking open. I didn't feel like that 5 years ago.
Softy Mall of KGR in Seattle joining us here on 95.7 The Game. And since you said take the other road from Bonte, I'm going to just be Switzerland here and not go down your road the way Bonte did.
That's no fun. Come on, man.
No, but, if you want me to be honest, I think the whole reason it hasn't been much of a rivalry is because last few years, Seattle hasn't really held up its end of the bargain.
That's fine.
Really, since
and there's years where you guys suck too. Don't forget that.
We're old, Softy. We don't remember those days.
Okay, so I did want to ask you about the NFC, because I think one of the reasons why it hasn't felt as big recently is because there's been a third wheel. Like the Rams have also been in the middle of all of this, and. Right. What Seattle, what you guys did to them on that Thursday night was incredible. That game was probably the best of the year, up there with the Niners, of course, against the Bears. But do you feel like the Rams have, weaseled their way into this sort of NFC West rivalry? And if you were going to power rank the three teams, because I think they're potentially the three best teams in the NFC, how would you slot them right now?
Yeah, for me right now, it's Seahawks 1, Niners 1A, and then the Rams are number 2. Guys, I just think the Rams have hit some kind of a wall. I don't know what it is. I mean, when you've got a meaningless game on Sunday and McVay is coming out saying we got to play our guys because we got to start realizing how we play football. I mean, that's not what coaches do unless they're desperate. I think McVay is desperate to get that thing back on track. I think the Hawks may have broken them a little bit in that Thursday night game. I mean, I don't know how much of that game you guys saw, but the first three quarters, Sean McVay was whipping Mike McDonald. I mean, it was shocking, actually, to see what McVay was doing to McDonald in that game because, look, we all know McVay is a genius, offensive mind, whatever, blah, 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 but Mike McDonald is one of the elite defensive minds on the planet, and he was taking him to school in that game. So for them to give that game away, partially because of special teams, and that's one of the differences, guys, with this Seahawks team that you'll see tomorrow versus the one that you saw in week 1, there was no Rashid Shaheed on that team, and he's now here. And he's been amazing on special teams. He's been amazing as a runner with the ball, pass catcher, doesn't run it a lot, but when he does, fly sweeps, jet sweeps, it's normally for big gains. There's no question about that. So that's a dynamic on this football team that they just did not have in week 1 of the NFL season. So I think you're looking at a different team than you saw in week 1. I think the defense is better than they were in week 1 because Tariq Woolen's playing better. He was the guy you were really picking on in that first game in Seattle. He's been stepping up lately. But I just think the arrival of Rashid Shaheed changes the dynamic a bit for the Seahawks offense. So I'd say the Seahawks and Niners are right there and the Rams are right behind them.
That was a sneaky move to get Shaheed from New Orleans. We saw him in week 2 with the Saints. Guy has speed. He's a deep threat. He takes the top off the defense. You have to account for him, no doubt. But it's all about Sam Darnold, right? Tomorrow, it's a big game for Sam Darnold. As you guys have won 6 in a row, it felt like he's been able to erase that four interception day down at SoFi Stadium against the Rams. Guys should have won that game. He throws 4 picks, you lose by 2. But now that you've won 6 in a row, this is the same game that he had last year with Minnesota, where he goes to Detroit for the number 1 seed and he lays an egg, and then we know what happened in the wild card game. Where are Seahawk fans? Where are you guys at with Sam Darnold? Is he playing the best football of his young career?
I mean, I think overall he is, because up until last year he was a nobody, right? I mean, we're not exactly, the standard isn't really high. The bar isn't that high. I mean, you're talking about a guy who just had to get out on the field, for God's sakes, and play. And now all of a sudden in the last 2 years, I mean, Bonte, the guy's 27-6 as a starting quarterback in his last 33 games. I mean, he's kind of getting used to winning. I know that includes the Ram game in the playoffs and the Lion game a year ago, but he's been unbelievable. I mean, everywhere this guy goes, he wins games. And the big difference between him this year and him last year, he's not taken nearly as many sacks. as he did a year ago with Minnesota. That's partially because the Seahawks offensive line is better than what he had in Minneapolis. But, you just said it there that this is all about Sam Darnold, and I don't know if I agree with that, man. Honestly, there's been a lot of talk about the quarterbacks, and Brock Purdy's playing his balls off the last 3 games, and I'll give him credit. That game he had against Chicago, I'm not sure how good the Bears' defense is, but that game he had against Chicago was impressive as hell. That run that he had, near the goal line, man, that was some Michael Vick stuff going on. So really impressed with what Brock Purdy's been doing lately. But here's the thing about the Seahawks. They're going to go as far as their defense takes them. This is just like, in some ways, the 2013 team. The difference is they don't have the running game they had in 2013, and they don't have the mobility at quarterback they had in 2013 with Russell Wilson. A lot of people talk about the turnovers, and, hey, rightfully so. The guy's got 20 turnovers, for God's sakes. But you know what? 7 of them came in 2 games against Arizona and L.A., right? I'm not excusing it. He threw 4 picks against the Rams. He was terrible. But the Seahawks are so good on defense that they were within a 61-yard field goal of winning a game that they had no right to be in, because Sam Darnold threw 4 picks and their defense bailed them out time and time again. So to me, this really isn't about Sam Darnold. It's about the Seahawks defense. And if the Seahawks defense does what they've done the last maybe 2 or 3 months, they're going to be hard to beat, dude. I don't care who's playing them. This defense is awesome.
You brought up that running game, and I agree. We'll get to the defense in just a second. I know Evan asked some questions about that, but that running game with Kenneth Walker and Charbonnet, those are 2 really good backs, in my opinion, on paper. What has gone on with that running game? Is that an O-line problem? Is that a running back issue? Because I would expect you guys to run the ball a lot better with the talent you have in that backfield.
Yeah, well, the problem with Kenny Walker, to me, and I don't really understand what they're doing with him, They should be using him like you guys use McCaffrey, right? Like, not that he's going to be McCaffrey. Nobody's McCaffrey besides McCaffrey. But Kenny Walker should be catching 45, 50 passes a year out of the backfield. And I don't know why he's not. It's been kind of a thing that's flummoxed us in Seattle for the last couple of months. Zach Charbonnet seems to be the number 1 guy, and then they'll give Kenny Walker the ball, and he'll pop for 100 yards, and then he won't be seen again for the next 13, 14 quarters in a row. So it really, truly is a 2-headed monster, Bonte, at running back with Zach Charbonnet and Kenny Walker. Look, their offensive line is just not as good run blocking as they are pass blocking. I think, there's no doubt. There's a reason why Pro Football Focus, ranks offensive lines by pass blocking, run blocking, the whole thing. And they're just not as good against the run or, running the ball as they are throwing the ball. So that's something that's got to change over the offseason. They have a bit of a weak link at right guard with Anthony Bradford. He's been playing better. And now on Saturday, the real question is what the hell's happening at left tackle, because Charles Cross is out. Josh Jones is questionable. I think he's going to play. But if Josh Jones doesn't go, they're going to have to go to an undrafted rookie, a kid out of UCF named Amari Knight, who they just brought up from the practice squad. And if you're Robert Saleh, you got to be smelling blood at that left tackle spot going right after that kid. They're going to have to keep guys home like Barner to help out and block for that guy. Sam Darnold has not been good against the blitz at all. That's when he makes the majority of his mistakes. So I'm really curious to see what Robert Saleh does pressure-wise against Sam Darnold, especially if Josh Jones can't play at left tackle tomorrow, man.
Softy Mahler with us here on 95.7 The Game. My last one for you, Softy, is, look, tomorrow it's the other factor that applies to this game is weather. We got an 80% chance of precipitation, and I'm with you that the Niners this year, especially since Brock Purdy's been back, they've won games with their offense as opposed to Seattle. Sure, Darnold's been great, and Smith and Jigba's been great, but they've been led by their defense. My last one for you is just, what does, not your heart, what does your brain tell you about what's going to happen tomorrow, and who do you think is going to be the 1 seed coming out of the NFC?
If I had to bet everything I owned, and if I'm wrong, I'm moving in and living in Bonta's bathroom, I'd probably pick you guys because you're at home. To me, it's a toss-up, but I think, again, this is a different Seahawks football team than what we saw in week 1. And the concern that I would have for you guys is that the Seahawks offense, despite the fact that Darnold does have a few turnovers, like we said, 7 of the 20, though, came over a 2-game stretch, right? So the other 14 games, He's only got 13 turnovers total in 14 games. I mean, I would take that every freaking week and run if I'm a quarterback in the NFL. So what Sam Darnold shows up? Is it the guy that, couldn't complete a pass to his own receivers against the Rams? Or is it the guy that's been money for the most part in every other game this year? Only thing Sam Darnold needs to avoid is the real costly turnover that comes like inside the Seahawks 20-yard line, right? Inside their own 10, inside their own red zone. That's what he's got to avoid, man. So I just think, again, this is an absolute toss-up in this game tomorrow. I think the weather probably benefits you guys. Don't forget the Seahawks have been very, very good throwing the ball downfield. Sam Darnold's one of the best deep passers in the NFL. Jackson Smith and Jigba, nobody's been able to stop this guy. Every single week, he's just going bananas, and I don't get it. It was Cooper Kupp, it was Torrey Horton alongside him, and it didn't matter. People would try and take him away, and they just couldn't do it. So the chess match between Clint Kubiak and Robert Saleh, the chess match, obviously, between Kyle Shanahan and Mike McDonald, all those things are phenomenal for the game tomorrow. But if I were to bet the game, which I'm not going to, but if I were, I'd probably put the money on you guys. But, again, nothing would surprise me in this game tomorrow. Nothing.
Hey, at least my bathroom smells good, Softy. I don't know if you can say the same.
That's not what I was told, by the way.
No, I'm sure you can say the same. Hey, look, if the Seahawks win, lose my number, okay? I'm not coming on the show if the Seahawks win.
Yeah, by the way, if they win, I will not rub it in on social media, and also I'm lying.
Softy, thank you so much, man, and appreciate the beautiful banter between you and Bonte as always.
Happy New Year, Softy.
Before we go, honestly, how much does your defense scare you after what you saw against the Bears?
The best, lot. We've been talking about this all week, all season. The best defense for the 49ers is their offense. They have to put up at least 30 to be in these games, and watching Chicago, we're like, well, it may take 40, and that's how they're going to have to win because this defense, they don't, dude, I think Softy, 18 sacks, Evan, on the season?
Right. And one of the guys that had all of them, especially the one week one, ain't on the team anymore because he's hurt.
Yeah, so there you go.
Well, to me, the two best defenses in the NFL are in Seattle and Houston.
Yep.
So I would always rather have the best defense than the best offense. And it again, reminds me of the 2013 game where you guys kind of had the offense, we kind of had the defense, and the defense won the day. I remember going to that Michigan game with Mike Penix, a couple years ago against the Wolverines. Huskies had the great offense. Michigan had the great defense. And I remember saying on the air, I just would rather have the great defense. I got no choice because the Huskies' offense is phenomenal. But you saw what that Michigan defense did to Mike Penix and the Huskies that day. So I just think the defense usually wins the day, so I changed my mind. Seahawks win the game.
That was easy.
Thank you, man. Hey, enjoy the game and appreciate your time.
Happy New Year, Softy.
Happy New
Thanks
Year.
for coming out, brother.
Happy New Year, boys. See ya.
All right, Softy Molly. Well, actually, so I want to throw this at you because he mentioned the 2013 game, and obviously that was a heartbreaker. But this offense is better than that 2013 offense, no?
This Niners offense?
Yes.
Oh, not even close.
I mean, the defense ain't in the same ballpark.
2013, you had Crabtree coming back from the Achilles tendon, which he wasn't 100%. And Quan Bolden was having a phenomenal season. But it was sort of the end of Frank Gore in his prime days as a running back with the Niners. You had Kaepernick, who struggled that season at times. And that was a team that was led by the defense. This offense is light years better than that offense in 2013. Not even close.
I mean, the names certainly don't measure up, and part of that is history. But that's been the crazy part about this group is all the questions about Brock Purdy coming into the year were, okay, well, what is he going to do when he doesn't have the Avengers? And the early returns weren't great. I know they won in Seattle, but it was a close game. 50-50 ball to Tonjes changes that game. Bosa's late sack changes that game. He comes back against Jacksonville. It looks kind of like a pumpkin. Yeah. And then now, I don't know about you, but it's like, not completely because you never can tell, but it feels like Brock Purdy is starting to dismiss all of those stories, is sort of those feelings about him needing Debo, Ayuk, McCaffrey, Kittle, and Trent to just be great.
Mm-hmm. Nah, he's right. Now, also another takeaway there, because I want to follow up on that, Evan, because those guys need to be great for this team to achieve great things in the postseason. There's no doubt. But the fact that you can blitz Sam Darnold, and at times last week against the Chicago Bears, Robert Saleh had some very well-timed blitzes at the right time. Now, they got cooked for 38 points. You can't overlook that. And Caleb was putting on the show. I mean, some of those throws that Chambliss made last night for Ole Miss, Trinidad Chambliss, I saw that from Caleb last Sunday at Levi Stadium. I was like, wow, look at that throw. Look at that throw to Burden, deep in the end zone, Loveland, you name it. They're going to have to blitz Darnold a little bit. But those guys that you mentioned, Evan, yes, they have to be great. They have to be great for this team to achieve great things. There's no doubt about it, because the drop-off from the greatness on this team, the top-heavy players, to some of the guys who are playing roles, it's a massive drop-off. It's like an NBA team. The star players are out. We're going to see it tonight with the Warriors. What's the drop-off look like without Steph, Jimmy, and Draymond? I think we all know the answer to that. But can you at least be competitive and hold steady? But when you don't have none of those guys, it's a problem. At least they got some of these guys, Evan.
Well, and that is the news tonight for the Warriors, that Steph, Draymond, and Butler are out against the Oklahoma City Thunder. That game obviously is 6 o'clock. Warriors Live starts at 7 o'clock. Warriors Live starts at 6. But, for the Niners and their massive showdown tomorrow, the one thing that hit me was a guy like Softy saying that this is the second biggest game in their storied rivalry. Obviously, 2013 surpasses everything because that's for the Super Bowl. And in hindsight, probably a game that the Niners go win the Super Bowl, because Seattle absolutely dominated Denver, and the Niners are right there in that football game that came down to the wire. This one, I don't know. Like, do you have 2019 higher than this game? And going into it, obviously the result, the ending of 2019 was so spectacular that it's tough to top, especially on the road. But I mean, the 1 seed, especially when you're hosting the Super Bowl later on, it matters, man.
It matters. It doesn't have that hype yet. I think the short week hurts. I think the holidays, even though that game obviously happened during the holiday season, there was the Russell Wilson factor, there's the Pete Carroll factor, and there was the aspect that, hey, they haven't won in Seattle since 2011. And that's what you have to do to get the number 1 seed and a bye week. And you had Jimmy Garoppolo and Kyle Shanahan. It was their first time under the bright lights with that football team. Dre Greenlaw really stepping up for Quan Alexander. Remember, he wasn't supposed to be a starter. Quan Alexander was a starter next to Fred Warner. Quan got hurt midway through, and Dre Greenlaw took that spot. You had Bosa in his rookie season. But there was so much drama that was built in because the Seahawks had so many of those guys from the yesteryear, Russell Wilson and Pete Carroll, of course, and Bobby Wagner, I believe, was still on that football team. This year, because of all the injuries, and because it is Sam Darnold, who's kind of bland when it comes to the media, stuff like that, doesn't have the personality that Russell Wilson has, it doesn't have the hype yet that 2019 game had. But boy, by the time it kicks off tomorrow with Buck and Aikman, that hype may be there because we know what's on the line.
I mean, I think yes, Baltimore-Pittsburgh is for a playoff berth. But the 1 seed, the
division title?
The 2 times the Niners have been to the Super Bowl, and I know they haven't hoisted a trophy, but they were the 1 seed.
They were the top dogs.
They've shown that they can win 2 games every time they get to the dance. And if they do win tomorrow, they'll have a pretty good shot.
Chicago Jason, I know we got to leave here, but Chicago Jason on YouTube, he asked me the last time I was on the roast, you believe the Niners can win 10 straight? Because that's what it'd take to win the Super Bowl.
I didn't think they'd be 12-4, so why the hell not?
Well, but then I look at it like this. If you do win tomorrow night, you get a bye week, reset, and you've got 2 games to win to get to the Super Bowl. And if you win those 2 games, boom, you get another bye week. And so you got extra time to game plan. You're at home. So, yes, it's doable. But when you look at it from afar saying 10 straight to end the season with this team, it seems a little far-fetched.
Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I do. But I'm going to tell you why on the other side. And that's what's coming up on the game, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment sponsored by Bay Area Fast Track. It's the biggest game of the year on Saturday, tomorrow, Levi's, Niners, Seahawks. You know where we're going to watch it and hang out before the game. The kickoff show with Lorenzo Neal and I is at Laughing Monk Brewing right down the road. If you're going to the game, we got a free shuttle back and forth. Just go to 957thegame.com to get your spot, and you better do it quick because seats are going fast. Again, Evan Giddings, Bonte Hill, in for Steiny and Guru. Back after this, all brought to you by Bay Area Fast Track.
On January 1st, tolls went up on all the bridges except the Golden Gate. These funds will be used to maintain and rehabilitate the Bay Area's 7 state-owned bridges. Learn more at bayareafasttrack.org.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
This is your college football postseason update, presented by Factor. Eat like a pro. College postseason drama is heating up, and this weekend powerhouse programs delivered when it mattered most, with top seeds punching their tickets and surviving must-win matchups to keep their championship hopes alive. As the playoff picture tightens, every drive, every decision, every moment matters. Just like the athletes leaving it all on the field, Factor meals fuel performance with pro-level nutrition delivered to your door, ready when you are. Factor. Eat like a pro.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. This holiday season through January 4th, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Hey, it's Willard. You ever study the coaches who win relentlessly? The legends, the dynasties, they're systematic warriors. Disciplined, obsessive. They outwork, outthink, and outlast everybody for pure domination. That's Omar Habas, Tarek Habas, and the Habas Law team. When Habas Law goes up against big insurance companies, they grind them to a dust. Habas Law knows every inch of the Bay Area legal playing field, and nothing catches them off guard. If you've been injured and you want to win, visit habaslaw.com. Habas Law, they fight to make it right. Habas and Associates, with offices throughout Northern California, including San Jose.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Everyone needs to take care of their mental health, even running back Bijan Robinson.
When I'm on the field and feeling the pressure, I usually just take a deep breath. When I'm just breathing and seeing what's in front of me, everything just slows down. It just makes me feel great before I run the play.
Just like Bijan, we all need a strong mental game on and off the field. Make a game plan for your mental health at loveyourmindplaybook.org.
Love your mind.
Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Foundation, the Arthur M. Blank Family Foundation, and the Ad Council.
Guys, thanks for helping me carry my Christmas tree.
Zoe, this thing weighs a ton.
Drewski, live with your legs, man.
Santa! Did you get my letter?
He's
talking to you, Bridges.
I'm not.
Of course he did, right, Santa?
You know, my elf Drewski here, he handles the nice list.
An elf? I'm 6'3". What everyone wants is iPhone 17. And at T-Mobile, you can get it on them. That center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies. Right, Mrs. Claus?
I'm Mrs. Claus's much younger sister. And at T-Mobile, there's no trade-in needed when you switch, so you can keep your old phone.
Or give it as a gift.
And the best part? You can make the switch to T-Mobile from your phone in just 15 minutes.
Nice. My side of the tree is slipping.
Timber!
The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Switch in just 15 minutes and get iPhone 17 on us with no trade-in needed.
With 24 monthly bill credits for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off earlier cancel. Finance agreement 256 gigs, $830. Eligible port in a new line. $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Check out in 15 minutes or less per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Free advice from me to you.
Hit me.
Whatever Bonte does, just do the opposite. I mean, I know it's not as bad as that guy in the morning. What's his name? Barbie Boy? Whatever the hell his name is.
Leave him alone.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, man.
Hey, Evan, why would y'all do that? Why would y'all do that?
Pasta, come
That's
on.
all on pasta. Shasky, if you're listening, because I know you are, that's on pasta. Your Reardon brother
Yeah,
who
he's
did that.
taking
and I had your
shots.
back. So don't come. When Shasky gets back here, when's he back? Monday?
Probably
back Monday?
Shasky's on the golf course right now.
Oh, he's got his ear to the street,
Isn't it
trust
raining?
me.
I guess it's all right.
He's
It'll
got
be
his ear
raining
to the
tomorrow.
street. Listen, somehow, some way, he's going to blame me for that. So just know, Shasky, I had nothing to do with that, and I had your back.
Big thanks for Softy to come on the show.
Thanks for Pasta for...
Thanks for Pasta to diamond us out. Oh, man. Yeah, it's not raining right now.
Not as bad as that guy in the morning. What's his name? Barbie Boy?
Okay, just leave it in the past. Stop while you're ahead.
Dude, Pasta, man.
Oh, Pasta.
I got nothing to do with that.
Home training.
Got nothing to do with
Lack
that.
thereof. Good Lord. All right, Niners-Seahawks tomorrow. Warriors, Thunder tonight. Santa Cruz Warriors tonight. No Curry, no Butler, no Green.
Evan doesn't know where to go. He's rattled.
A little bit. Oh, that's what I was going to say.
What's your tease?
Yeah.
Give me your tease,
So,
damn it.
I am you can ask Devone this on the weekend. I'm the king of teasing something and not getting to it. Yeah, I'm all over the place. Oh, this is what I was going to say. So you asked me, and this was from, I think, the chat. Could you see the Niners winning 10 straight games?
Chicago Jason.
Yeah, Chicago Jason.
Yeah.
Could you see the Niners winning 10 straight games? If they win tomorrow, the answer is yes. And the reason why is technically it's 10 in a row. But in reality, you won 3, you had a bye. You won 4, you had a bye. And then you win 3, you win the Super Bowl. You didn't really have to win 10 straight weeks.
Oh.
You won 10 straight games over 13 straight weeks. That's why you can win 10 in a row.
Well, I thought you was going to break it down. You get the bye week if you win tomorrow. You win 2.
And you get the bye week before the
bye.
Super Bowl. You took it a step further. That's why they can win 10 in a row.
Wow. Look at that.
A little bit of rest, a little bit of home cooking. And the whole point is you don't have to go anywhere.
You don't have to go.
You don't have to go anywhere.
We don't have to go anywhere for the Super Bowl.
Yeah, we got to go somewhere in about 20 minutes, but this show's been flying, by the way.
It's been a lot of fun.
Yeah,
a lot of fun. It's good to
been a
be
good
back
time.
in 95.7 The Game. All the great takes with the roasters. I interject with the chat. The chat's always fun. I see some of the same crew in there, and they're always fun. They're always challenging, but, it's a great time to be a Bay Area sports fan. You got drama and you got action. Like, what's going to happen with the Warriors? What are they going to look like in a month?
Well, according to Steve Kerr, doesn't feel like they need any answers.
Who knows? So. Things change quickly in pro sports.
Yeah.
What are the Niners? Where are they going to be at a month from now? Is the season going to be over? Are they going to be playing? What's it going to look like with Brock Purdy over the next few weeks? Is Shanahan going to hoist that Lombardi in his home stadium? You got the Sharks, Macklin Celebrini being named the Team Canada, youngest player ever. He's got over 60 points already.
And on that same night, I think he had the game winner in the shootout.
No doubt.
Yeah, we got a lot in the Bay Area.
With the Giants and a lot of inactivity with the Giants, but you know what? There's some intrigue there. What the hell's going to happen with the Giants?
You guys got a pitcher, so I don't know. He can throw a baseball. Bonte, I wanted to ask you this, though.
Yep.
Do you think Brock Purdy is playing better right now than he played in 2023 when he was a top 5 MVP candidate?
It's a great question. I think he's playing at that level. Is it better? I would see why people will say it's better because they haven't seen it for a while. We got small doses of 2024. The Rams game at SoFi Stadium early in the season in which they lost and gave the Rams life. The Tampa Bay game, we all remember that. We don't remember it for Brock Purdy throwing for 353 yards. We remember that game because Deebo Samuel almost choked out Tabor Pepper and Jake Moody. And Jake Moody missed 3 kicks, right? So he showed us glimpses. But since we haven't seen it for a while, I understand why a lot of people would say, damn, Brock Purdy's playing the best football of his career. I think he's playing at that level in 2023 when he was slicing the dice in the league up.
I like that answer because, to be honest, that level it's pretty freaking high.
It's high.
I mean, all the statistics, the analytics told you that he was a top 2 quarterback in the league.
Mm-hmm.
And what he did, I mean, he reset Niners passing records, reset Joe Montana, Steve Young, regular season, mind you.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm with you. Like I do think that this year we've seen more of the kind of the glitz and the glam, the mad dashes, the extension, the improvisation. But from the pocket, he was surgical that year. I think it might look a little bit better just because of the cast around him. But you're right.
And that, too. The cast around him is not the same, right? Pearsall's been in and out the lineup. Kittle's been in and out the lineup. But the mainstay, and one guy we haven't talked about enough today, and I know it's been flying. We've had Steve Kerr on. We've had Salty Mahler on. We talked Shanahan. We talked Darnold. We talked Purdy. But the difference in Purdy, I think, this year, or actually not even a difference, the reason why he's completing 69% of his passes like he did in 2023 is Christopher McCaffrey's back. The ultimate safety valve is back in the lineup. And they did not have McCaffrey last season. Not the McCaffrey that we knew from 2023, not the McCaffrey that we knew from Stanford, not the McCaffrey that we knew in Carolina when he went 1,000. McCaffrey's back, and he's played in every single game. And a lot of people are saying, he's washed. I remember, Evan, we talked in training camp. I talked to the boys in the morning. They're like, how does McCaffrey look? He looks like he lost a step. I said, I don't know who's saying that, because to me, McCaffrey looks like McCaffrey. That's back in August. And early in my career, we talked about, getting tips and mentors, and I was around Larry Krueger a lot at Stanford when he would do the pregame show for the Stanford Cardinal. And I went to a lot of those games with Christian McCaffrey. And Christian McCaffrey now, sure, he's probably not as explosive as the days at Stanford in his younger career, but it's the same old McCaffrey to me in terms of we're going to get production in the run game. He's going to catch a lot of passes out the backfield. He's going to make people miss, and he's going to move the sticks. And that, to me, is the difference. And against Seattle, he's had over 100 scrimmage yards, I believe, in every game against Seattle since he's been a Niner. And that is the guy we're not talking about enough. And that's the guy who should get some MVP votes and maybe an Offensive Player of the Year award. He's definitely getting a Comeback Player of the Year, right? He would have to be in a lead for that category. We're not talking enough about Christian McCaffrey and how much he helps and alleviates some of the challenges that Brock Purdy may have in the pocket.
Yeah, he's touched the ball 399 times.
That's crazy.
And he's still got a game left. Oh, all right. Let's wrap up here just because we got to get to the crossover in a minute. I want to squeeze Rich and Fremont in if we can, Pasta. Rich, our last call today. What's going on? How you doing?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Thanks for taking my call. And great show today, guys. I know you guys are filling in, but it didn't feel like somebody was getting filled in. It felt like you guys were coasting, man. Love the show.
Appreciate that, Rich.
Thank you.
Vontae, again, man. Yeah, Vontae, again, thanks for being on my podcast before, man. That was so cool of you. Appreciate it.
Oh, yeah, that was a while ago, man. That was years.
Yeah, it was. It was. But it was cool, man. I appreciate you doing that.
Absolutely.
I got a different take on this Niner team. I believe that defense is going to wake up tomorrow. I honestly believe that. And the reason why I believe that is because when you watch the NFL, like we've been watching it, over time, teams just get better with each game. And the thing about Saleh that I love, this guy loves putting together packages in the moment. He's very, very good at doing that. That's the one single thing that he does very well. And I just got a feeling, man, that this game tomorrow, it's going to be a game where everybody's looking at the offense and thinking the offense is going to do this. But, hey, you know what? Watch that defense tomorrow.
I got you, Rich. Well, we can talk about that in the Keys to Tomorrow with two of the biggest Niners fans coming up because they got you from 2 to 6, as well as the crossover with us next. That's Mark Grandy and Sterling Bennett. So Bonte Hill and Evan Giddings in for Stein and Guru. We're going to take a break, come back to crossover. We got What's Bugging You coming up at 2 o'clock, brought to you by Atco. But in the meantime, what's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. And the Golden State Warriors are back. Cheer on your Warriors with an ice-cold Surfside. Only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles, so it's easy to sip and easy to enjoy. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside. Proud partner of the Golden State Warriors, must be 21. Please drink responsibly. Crossover next on 95.7 The Game.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Elevate your kitchen at the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Mila, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Mila kitchen package. Visit the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Paid non-attorney spokesperson. Paid for by Reliable Legal Marketing.
Attention California residents. Non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, including chronic lymphocytic leukemia, a common subtype, is one of the most common cancers in the United States. If you or loved one was diagnosed with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma or chronic lymphocytic leukemia and were exposed to Roundup weed killer, you could be entitled to cash compensation. Bayer, the owner of Roundup, has agreed to pay more than $10 billion to cancer victims linked to the weed killer. Call our Weed Killer Cancer Hotline now to see if you're entitled to cash compensation. If you or someone you love has been diagnosed with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma or chronic lymphocytic leukemia and were exposed to Roundup, call now. Our attorneys have the experience and specialize in fighting for everyday people to get the compensation you deserve. If you or a loved one was diagnosed, even if a loved one has passed away, call 800-341-4933 now. But hurry, time is limited. Call 800-341-4933. 800-341-4933.
Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome. Will Trial Law, LLC, 1001 Bannock Street, Denver, Colorado, 80204.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. When the year ends, the savings begin. With our New Year's clearance sale, get up to 50% off store-wide, 2 years free financing, and we pay your sales tax. It's our way of saying Happy New Year. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
The chase starts here. To make moments you'll never forget.
Chase Center is rocking.
The moment needs you on Warriors Ground. Chase the moment. Buy tickets at Warriors.com.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever. Best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take DayQuil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the DayQuil.
Undo your flu symptoms with DayQuil Intense Flu. DayQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
DayQuil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching fever. Under your flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-941-2255. That's 800-941-2255.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, it's time for the crossover. Bonte Hill, Evan Giddings in for Steiny and Guru. And coming up next on Wilderness Jibs, joining us now, Mark Grandy and Sterling Bennett, voices of San Francisco 49ers overtime on 95.7 The Game. So, well, actually, tomorrow's the Warriors are on, yeah?
Yeah, no overtime tomorrow.
Pasta. Let's go. We got to lock you in back there, buddy.
Come on,
We're taking people's mics on. We're bringing people's mics on. Sterling, can you even hear us?
Can Sterling hear us?
I don't even know where I am right now, to be honest, guys.
I don't even know where he is either. He's in his bedroom, just got out of bed.
I'm in the upside down right now.
Yeah, make the upside down world. Stranger Things. Hey, finale was pretty good. Hey, Pasta. That's karma for that sound you played last segment.
Yeah, Pasta's been taking shots. I'm sure he'll play it right now.
No, don't do that. Don't do it.
No, he's got his hands off the board.
Do it.
He's
you can play it if you want.
Blown it up.
Enough. If I was you, I'd play it, but I'm telling you not to play it.
No, it was Softy Mahler from Seattle came on and
I'm sure he said something.
Took a couple shots.
As he always does.
Yeah, well, it's okay because he was just trying to reverse jinx his team, who tomorrow is, I think,
reverse jinx? Did he pick the Niners to win?
He did pick the Niners to win.
Yeah, he flipped. He talked himself into taking Seattle.
Yeah. It's only because they're at Levi Stadium. Okay, yeah, sure, buddy. All right.
Gotcha, Softy.
Yeah, I'm sure. Just ingratiating yourself with these fans in a fake manner. Yeah, it's back to being what it was like 6 or 7 years ago, and that's when football's fun.
What's Sterling doing? Are you fighting on Twitter right now, Sterling? Every time I see you on Twitter, 49er Access, you're fighting with somebody. You're taking shots at people.
You got to take my phone away, Bonte. It's too much for me, man.
Too much. That's your wife's job.
Hey, it's the holidays. We have no work right now. I am on Twitter 24/7, and someone's getting the business if they're not watching out. It's not. For my sanity.
Cooking.
Well, hope for your health that the Niners are going to win tomorrow, Sterling.
If they don't, melt down all over Twitter tomorrow. God. It's over.
Oh, man. Don't melt down, Sterling. Sterling, you worked with me in the early days of overtime.
Oh, yeah.
I thought I taught you the game on how to navigate these Twitter streets. And you're out here looking like a rookie arguing with God knows who.
Oh, don't act like you weren't there when the Niners were playing in New Jersey against the Jets when Bosa tore his ACL and Solomon Thomas tore his ACL. I heard you screaming on this microphone, crying and whining about, the season's over. And quite frankly, you were right because the season was over right there.
A little bit different than TV Bonte.
Hey, listen, Radio Bonte, TV Bonte. TV Bonte doesn't know Radio Bonte, and TV Bonte doesn't remember that Bonte back on that MetLife turf.
Surprised you talking to me, Bonte.
Yeah, well, we're all good.
Yeah, it's been a long time since then, but so you guys have reacted to every single game. You've basically been, I would say, like the immediate, emotional support for a lot of fans, and I mean we haven't really needed a ton of support this year, but like how are you guys feeling now that the Niners have gotten to this point and it kind of culminates in, yes, they'll be in the playoffs no matter what, but a potential path to the postseason and Super Bowl that's at Levi's, that's in Santa Clara, and they might not have to leave again.
Yeah, I feel like we haven't done every single game because there has been some conflicts with Warriors, which is unfortunately going to happen tomorrow as well. Bonte, and I know you know what I'm talking about.
You don't have to keep saying that. We know. Warriors
but he's just down about tomorrow.
Stop bringing it up, tomorrow. Man. I get to see Keontae George and Larry Marcus.
Yeah, okay.
You guys get to see Sam Darnold. I'll take Keontae George any day of the week.
I'm just saying, programming note for 95.7 The Game, no overtime tomorrow because we've got Warriors basketball, big game. They're sitting everybody today, so they better get that win tomorrow. Anyway, I think every game that Sterling and I do, and specifically in this win streak, we get on the air and we talk about, well, now they're one step closer. Somehow they're one step closer to somehow winning the division and being the one seed in the NFC. And, of course, that changes everything when you try to figure out what would be possible in the postseason. I think I speak for Sterling when I say I'm still in shock that this is even a possibility. Like, I predicted them to win 11 games, and I think that was kind of on the high part of a lot of fans. But that was before all the injuries. If you told me they had all these injuries, I would have said maybe 7 wins at the most. And now they have a chance to be the one seed in the NFC. I am still personally just in shock that it's even an option, a possibility at this point.
Yeah, it feels improbable, right? Like, the Niners aren't supposed to be here. This is a team that should have faltered a lot throughout the year with the injuries they had, and I think if you ask anybody, you take away your team's starting quarterback, and you're staring at a lost season. And San Francisco, thankfully, has kind of kept things afloat, and now they're persevering over all these teams they really shouldn't be because their defense is, quite frankly, terrible. And the offense is riding hot. Brock Purdy looks tremendous so far. And I think, for me, while it isn't the end game, it feels like that tomorrow, where this is a culmination of everything you've been through, trying to push past it, the injuries, some of the tough games you've lost throughout the year, albeit it hasn't been many of them, but they've been some close ones against the Rams, especially in their second matchup earlier in the season. But tomorrow feels like this is the end game for me. Of like, if you can get over the hump, your life gets so much easier. It's the playoffs. Games are always tough, but if you can get that bye week, maybe get Trent back if he doesn't play tomorrow, maybe get Fred Warner back if that's still possible, like, your life gets so much easier. And if you can finish off tomorrow night with the win, you're staring at, again, 4, maybe 5 playoff games at Levi's Stadium when it's all said and done. So it's a big game, and this is the end game for me tomorrow night against Seattle.
Sterling, what's been more surprising for you, and everybody can tackle this one, the fact that the Niners are in this position to get the number 1 seed in the NFC and win the NFC West crown, or Christian McCaffrey being available for every single game this season?
Well, it's funny because you go back to week 1, his name pops up on the injury report of like, the calf injury. Loose. And you're like, oh my God, here we go again. It's 2024. The season's going to be over if they don't have CMC. And thankfully, the back stiffness seems to be okay. He'll fight through that tomorrow night as well. But the fact that he's giving you 2,000 yards basically at a time when running backs usually slow down, that's incredible. I think what he's done this year has been Hall of Fame worthy. It is a season for the ages, and while there have been maybe some signs of early season signs of him not being the same Christian McCaffrey, I could honestly say I think he's gotten better as the year's gone on. And if you give me a somewhat healthy Christian McCaffrey playing his best football, I mean, that's MVP, that's Offensive Player of the Year stuff you have to at least be honest about right there.
Yeah, it's not a perfect comparison, but I'm going to go for it. It does remind me a little bit of how Curry has evolved. Like, Curry's not statistically as good as he was in 2016. It's like one of the greatest, most highly efficient scoring seasons in the history of basketball. But over the course of his career, as he got older, he got stronger, he got smarter. The athleticism wasn't there, but where mind meets matter is kind of where his game crescendoed, right, in 2022. Christian McCaffrey is not as explosive as he was, I think, 2 years ago. And that's where we did a show earlier, Granny and I, earlier in the year, where I got caught up in that, not seeing the burst, not seeing the 40-yard, 60-yard runs. But for him to keep himself as healthy as he has with a larger workload than he had 2 years ago, having the highest percentage of yardage of any player for any team in football as far as the amount of yards they've gained as an offense to what he's contributed, that, to me, is where mine has met matter. If he's figured out, all right, how do I keep myself healthy? How do I still dominate defenses? But I don't necessarily have to do it in the same explosive manner every single week. So in that kind of strange connection, that's where I think he is a lot like Curry in that sense.
That Steph comparison is really interesting because I thought for a while, like, Steph at 37, obviously he's a little more physically limited, can't play as many minutes. and can't play as many games as he did when he was 28 and was dominating the league and was the unanimous MVP or however old he was back in that 2016 season. But I think if you drop like this current present day Steph back in like 2015, 2016 NBA, he could average 40 a game. Because it's just everything that he's learned and had to go through. You look at how defenses defended him back then and how they do now. It's an entirely different brand of basketball. So there's probably some of that in McCaffrey as well, like just the know-how and learning how to attack defenses, knowing how to run routes, knowing how to read holes. Maybe he's not physically the same guy that he was, but what you're talking about, like the brain power has progressed to such a level that maybe he doesn't need to be that physical specimen to be better than he was back then. Because I think Curry now dominates the league 10 years ago, like no other player we've ever seen, and he was already that good back then. And maybe the same thing's true for McCaffrey.
Yeah, the IQ, the way to run routes, knowing where their open spaces are, when they get out of bounds, how not to take punishment. When's the last time you seen Christian McCaffrey take a woo hit, right? He protects himself so well.
I'm still scared every time he goes down. Every time he takes a hit.
Can't watch football like that, man. Guys are going to get hit.
Scared.
Like we saw last night in that Sugar Bowl. Gunnar Stockton's taking some shots. But you got to lay it on the line sometimes in these big games like that. But McCaffrey having the season that he's having, on top of the Niners playing for the number 1 seed. I was at training camp a lot this past August, so I wasn't surprised at McCaffrey. Little water drop there. So when everybody's saying McCaffrey lost a step and he's not the same, he's lost, I was like, I don't know about that, because in the past game, he was dominating. Yeah. And I think some of the problems in the run game early on was due to the fact that the offensive line was trying to find that chemistry within each other. So Poonie's gotten better. Remember, Poonie got hurt late in training camp. Brindle's been better. McKivitz has been better. How about Spencer Burford coming in at left guard?
Yeah.
He's been awesome next to Trent Williams. And so that coincides with the running game being a lot better in November and December. So you get Christian McCaffrey rolling. The surprise for me is that they are in this spot. I thought maybe 10 wins, 10-7, getting to the playoffs, make a run at it. The fact that they're playing for a home field advantage. Think about that, fellas. Like the Hurricanes are in a spot in college football where they win one game, they're playing the national title at home. The Niners are 60 minutes away from not having to board another flight the rest of the season. I'm shocked by the fact that they're in this spot right now playing Seattle tomorrow.
Yeah. And they're dangerous, too. It's like you can look at this Niners team and feel grateful. Maybe you can say they're not supposed to be here, but on the other side of that, you can say their offense might be the best remaining in the NFC the way they're playing football right now. Pearsall's healthy, Kittle's healthy again. Christian McCaffrey out there doing his thing. It might be a more dangerous version, knowing how smart he is, than he was a couple years ago, albeit maybe somewhat slowed down. And then, of course, Brock Purdy, who I'm sure is the main point of conversation for every single Niner fan out there of how great he's playing. This may be, and me and Mark will get more into this during our show, it's like this may be the most dangerous quarterback San Francisco has had in the last 30 years. And I don't think it's crazy to say the last time they won a Super Bowl was 30 years ago. So,
I don't want to dismiss Kaepernick. Kaepernick was pretty damn dangerous during those playoff runs.
But also longevity matters too. But yes, you were right. Cap was incredible against the Packers and against the Falcons in that comeback. But I don't know, man. The way when Brock drops back, I feel like any play can be a touchdown, and I haven't felt that way in a long time.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGM, ZFM, and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live in the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, rightfully brewed in San Francisco.
No, I was just going to say, with Brock playing at the level that he's playing at, obviously the defense is going to have to play a lot better. By the way, did we get an injury report from Shanahan and company today? Do we know about Trent Williams playing tomorrow? George Kittle, is that official?
Just seen all of them as questionable.
Yeah. All questionable? Yeah. Okay, all right, that's fine. But no, Brock Purdy's playing at a very high level.
Trent seems way more questionable than everybody else.
Yeah, hamstring.
Yeah. I was surprised he was even, semi-practicing.
Yeah, 6 days, hamstring, come on. That's why he needs the bye week.
Austin Pleasance looked pretty good at left tackle,
Pleasance, you did not. We didn't say his name once.
Yeah,
you don't see.
I kind of can't believe it.
I can't believe it either. Now, Seattle's defense is a lot better, though, right?
Yes. Yeah, they should be tough. All right, so it's time now for What's Bugging You. I know this is Bonte's favorite segment. Sterling, I hope somebody told you about this.
I did.
Okay, thank God. All right, if rodents make it inside during winter, January is when they settle in. Chewed wires, droppings, and scratching sounds are signs they are already there. Atco Pest Control handles removal and long-term prevention. Take action now at atcopestcontrol.com. Mention you heard about Atco on What's Bugging You and get 10% off any rodent treatment this month. All right, I'll go first. It's youths on New Year's. It is youths on New Year's Eve, And I'm sorry, I've officially graduated. I know, Bonte, we were talking about this earlier. You haven't been out as of late. There's nothing to feel bad about. This might be my last one. This might be the last time that I am out past midnight till God knows when. Because some of the kids at these, you want to call them parties, open houses, the bars, it is too much, man. And if I was ever like this, to anybody out there listening in the Bay Area, if I was ever like this, where I was obnoxious, where you're spilling drinks on people, you're shouting in folks' ears, you're making it an awful environment for everybody outside and inside, I apologize. I apologize because I got a glimpse of it this last week across really the entire week, but it obviously culminated a few nights ago. And I cannot believe that there are so many youths out there, between 18 to 21, but mainly the 21s, that make it absolutely unbearable to go out on New Year's Eve. So I apologize to everyone, and they're what's bugging me.
And it's expensive.
Well, that's
very expensive. That is there any one particular experience, or was this just combined?
Yeah, well, it was all a little hazy, Granny. But
that felt targeted, Evan.
It was all a little hazy, but there was a couple people, not going to say which establishment, because I really liked that place, but it was not a fun bar to be at. I'll just say that.
All right.
Go ahead, Grady.
What's bugging me? Yeah. Few of those over the weekend, over the
PTSD.
week. That's for sure. What's bugging me? This isn't new. I'm sure that someone has said this on this segment before. It is the scheduled kickoff and tip-off times of college football and NBA basketball games. It's bugging me. If you're saying that a game is going to start at 7, start it at 7, not 7:12.
Oh, gosh.
And same thing.
I need that buffer, though. I know I'll cut you off, but it's like movie times, right? Movie times say 5 p.m. I know I have a 20-minute buffer because the movie's not going to start until 5:20.
Just tell me 7:15. Like, okay, this part is my fault. I woke up early yesterday, and it was tough after New Year's Eve, but I wanted to drive up to Sonoma County and watch the Oregon football game with my dad, because I like watching big games with my dad, right? So I drive up, hour and a half to Sonoma County, to Windsor, where I grew up. I'm a Duck, so we go up and we watch the game. It starts at 9. I'm like, man, I got to get up early to get up in time. And I show up like at 9, raced through, got home at 9, only to realize the game doesn't kick off till 9:20. Like, and I know it's not that big of a deal, but I could have saved 20 minutes. I could have slept for 20 minutes longer, didn't have to wake up. Just if the game is going to start at 9, then start it at 9. If you're gonna start it at 9:20, start it. Say it's going to start at 9:20.
You guys 50?
Just accurately tell me what time the game is going to start. That's all I'm asking.
Beyonce George tomorrow night at 7:12 at Chase Center.
Please.
Steiny's aura is just lingering in this room right now. Gosh, I need those buffers. It's like the movies. I know I got 20 minutes of previews. So 5 o'clock we aim for it. I'm always late anyway. Those 9 o'clock kickoffs, boom, I wake up at 9. All right, cool. I got time to brush my teeth, get a snack. 9:12, 9:15, kickoff, boom, we're good.
I know you're a big soccer fan, Bonte.
Yes.
There's something about knowing that a Premier League game is going to start right when the clock hits 10 o'clock. Right when it hits 10.
See, I hate it because I get up for those Premier League games, and it's already 7 minutes in. There was 2 goals scored. I'm like, what did I miss?
Happen. 2 goals in 7 minutes?
I mean, sometimes
you root for Liverpool.
Yeah, Liverpool's been struggling.
Yeah.
What happened? I looked at Liverpool. That's who I adopted. I jumped on their bandwagon 5 years ago. They're struggling. They were in first place, and then 5 weeks later, it's like, wait, they're in 10th, 8th? What the hell is going on?
Not top of the table anymore.
I think they're 4th.
All right.
What do you got, Sterling?
It's similar to Evan and Grandy, but more combined.
Oh.
It's about fireworks. Look, I don't mind you out there celebrating on New Year's Eve. You're happy.
I like those.
Raining the New Year's. You're feeling good. But what's bugging me is fireworks at 7 p.m. Who is shooting fireworks off at 7 p.m.? I get it, midnight, a little over into 1 p.m. You're out there. Maybe you're a little buzzed. Be safe. But like 7 p.m., what are you celebrating? It's still 2025. The year isn't over yet. You're out there just popping bottles at 7 p.m. What are we doing? So I have a dog. He's getting riled up. I'm trying to give him some Benadryl, calm him down, a little bit of sleep. But it ain't working. It's like I need a buffer like Bonte needs, but you got 5 more hours until midnight. Let's calm things down. That's bugging me. Fireworks before the New Year even starts just yet.
You got to come to the mission, man. There's fireworks from 7 p.m. on the 28th till probably later on tonight.
The problem with the mission
fireworks
is
every day of the year.
Well, I mean real fireworks. I'm not talking about the other fireworks. Yeah, I'm not talking about the other fireworks.
Gunshots are fireworks.
The legal ones.
The life of the mission. What's bugging me is all these people complaining about the college football playoff. especially sports media, sports fans. Oh, why do we have this team in? Oh, why do we have them at these bowl games? Oh, why? Shut up. The college football playoff is awesome. You know how long Bonte Hill's been waiting for the CFP? I'm talking about Florida State, Miami, Notre Dame. There was one year Notre Dame beat Florida State in South Bend. And Notre Dame got robbed and had to go to the Cotton Bowl. And Florida State got to play for the championship. It didn't make any sense. We've been begging for playoffs for years now. Do they have their flaws? Absolutely. They're going to get rectified. We'll get a 16-game playoff, first 2 rounds at campuses, and go on from there. But the entire concept, how fun was last night watching Georgia? It
was an amazing
Ole Miss.
game.
How fun was it watching Miami take down Ohio State in the Cotton Bowl, seeing that the U is back? Even to blow out the Rose Bowl, Indiana punking Alabama. Now, I had a problem with the start time because we didn't get the dust ending in Pasadena. Should have been a 2 o'clock kickoff where the game turns into a night game in the fourth quarter, but I'll let that slide. Stop complaining about the CFP. This is awesome for sports. It's a moneymaker, and we get more football, high-level football between blue bloods that we'll never see play in a non-conference. I love the CFP, and I'm tired of it. That's what's bugging me, is people bitching and moaning about the college football playoff every single day. It is awesome, and it's here to stay.
Well, here's one more then. Tulane should be banned from the college football playoff. That was one of the worst showings I have ever seen from a football team that was supposedly a top 10. No, you shut up, Steiny. Tulane and Green Wave should be banished from the college football playoff for a decade for barely even showing up. You got in as the second small team, and you did what with it? Summerall decided to coach the games to do what? To get absolutely dogged by Ole Miss? No, I'm sorry. Miss me with that. So that's my last thing about the college football playoff. Green Wave, lay down.
JMU scored 35 more points than Texas Tech did against the Oregon defense.
They did backdoor cover that spread too, right? But also, we got to fix one of the biggest flaws. What's bugging me, though, about the college football. We can't have these teams take 25 days off. That's a lot. That's not fair.
Yeah.
Holidays.
Really quickly, though, this Final Four for college football, amazing. You're going to have, out of the Final Four teams left, the most recent champion is 2001. You're getting fresh blood.
Fresh blood.
Awesome.
You know that Fiesta Bowl is on a Thursday. The Warriors don't play. Miami, Ole Miss.
You making a trip?
No, probably not.
No, he's got Utah. He's got to prepare for it. He's got to get the Utah chip.
He's got a big stretch for the Warriors. That's 11 that Chase
10 of 11.
Got to lock in.
Before you guys go, how many are they going to win? Of the next 11, 10 at Chase, all 11 in California. How many of these 11 are they going to win?
I feel like they need to go 8-3.
8 was the number that popped into my mind, which means they'll win 6.
Yeah. In my opinion, kind of has 6 and 5 written all over it because you don't have a lot of cupcakes during this stretch. Toronto and Miami is a back-to-back. That's long athletic teams giving the Warriors issues. They need to go 8-3.
Giannis is back, right?
Yeah,
Milwaukee's in town.
Yeah, well, it could be.
Knowing the NBA, he'll probably get an ankle or something.
Who knows?
Oh, okay.
No, I'm kidding. I don't know anything.
Real quick, does Jonathan Kaminga start tonight?
I'm saying yes. Kaminga starts.
Might be his last.
Under 22.5 points?
Whew, if he scores over 22, Evan, your post-game show is done. You don't even have to watch the game.
I'm doing post-game tonight.
Yeah, he's going to be taking calls. Just open up the phone lines and let Cam do all the work back here. As the hardest working guy at the station anyway.
Here we go.
We'll have all the graphics of Kaminga on the post-game show at NBC when he plays 25 minutes. When he does this. It'll all be there.
And then Jimmy and Draymond come right back tomorrow for Utah.
And then he heads to the end of the bench.
Yeah. Anyways, all right, so we got Grandy, we got Serling. They're coming up for Willard and Dibs on a Friday. Payday Friday, mind you. Yeah. All ahead on 95.7 The Game Bit. Thank you to Bonte Hill.
Happy New Year,
Stepping
guys.
in for
Happy
us.
New Year, Sterling. Happy New Year, Grandy. Stop fighting with people on Twitter.
I'm Evan. Say so long.
Go Green Wave.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They're cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Happy Friday, happy New Year, happy day before the biggest Niner game since the Super Bowl nearly 2 years ago. It's Willard and Dibs here on 95.7 The Game. No Willard, no Dibs. They're back on Monday enjoying the holiday. It's Grandy and Sterling with you. Shout out to Evan. Shout out to Bonte for doing a great job filling in for Steiny and Goo. Always good to see those guys. But Sterling, we're with you, of course, until 6 o'clock here on 95.7 The Game. We're going to talk a little bit of Warriors maybe towards the end of the show as we get ready for Warriors Live at 6 o'clock, and I'll have that for you too, by the way. Busy day. But we got the biggest Niner game in nearly 2 years coming up tomorrow at 5 o'clock at Levi's Stadium, Sterling. The Seattle Seahawks are in town. Winner of that game wins the NFC West and is the number 1 seed in the NFC. And we were just talking about it during the crossover in disbelief. This is the Niners' reality right now, but the day is nearly here. And we got so much to talk about as it relates to this Niner game coming up tomorrow.
What did Jim Harbaugh used to say? Who's got it better than us? He said, nobody. I may ask you, why not us? Because the way this Niners team is playing, they may not be built for the playoffs. Their defense has a lot of holes, but the way Brock Purdy is playing certainly gets me excited to see what and how much damage this team can do. I'm pumped up, Grandy. I'm counting down the minutes, the seconds, the milliseconds to kick off. My wife is going to hate me at 5 p.m. tomorrow leading up to the end of that game because they'll be yelling, they'll be screaming, there'll be some other things happening because this game means everything to San Francisco 49er fans. Niners, Seahawks wouldn't want it any other way for the number 1 seed and the NFC West. That is what I'm talking about. That is classic NFL action right there, and it's going to be awesome to see tomorrow night.
Yeah, so before we get into that, I did want to set the stage. This is kind of the question I threw out to the guys about the Warriors right before we got off with the crossover. We'll get back to the Niners in just a sec. But first, though, as we do before every Warrior game, Dub Nation, let's get engaged. Before every game, vote in our engaging Dub Nation poll on the 95.7 The Game Twitter page, brought to you by Shaneco, your friend and jeweler, where you'll find the Bay Area's best selection of unique engagement rings and their unmatched free lifetime warranty. Visit shaneco.com today. Okay, starting tonight, as we just said on the crossover, 10 of the Warriors' next 11 games are at home, and all 11 are in California. The opponents for the Warriors in this 11-game stretch: OKC, Utah, the Clippers, Milwaukee, Sacramento, Atlanta, Portland, the Knicks, Charlotte, Miami, and Toronto. How many of these 11 games do the Warriors need to win in order for you to consider this a successful 11-game stretch? Is it either 6 or fewer wins, 7 wins, 8 wins, or 9 or more wins? Vote now on Twitter, and we will share the results with you coming up later on during the show. Again, that is our engaging Dub Nation Twitter poll brought to you by Shaneco. Vote now on the 957 The Game Twitter page, and we'll bring up those results coming up later. Okay, Sterling, it's Niners, it's Seahawks. Niners and Seahawks played week 1 of the season way back in Seattle. That feels like 4 seasons ago, given everything that's happened. I mean, just look at the team the Niners fielded on that day, Sterling, and look at the team they're fielding now. Specifically on defense, you felt 10 times more confident about that defense than you do about this defense. And oh, by the way, we had major questions about that defense, just not at a certain linebacker spot and a certain pass rusher spot. Now you have questions basically everywhere other than maybe one corner spot. Yet, you're still somehow, I mean,
even then,
you're not 100% sold. Yet, this is a Niner team that's just, as Bonte said, just a handful of minutes ago, 60 minutes away from the 1 seed in the NFC. And this is kind of this rivalry renewed once again. It's, maybe the best offensive mind in football versus maybe the best defensive mind in football. Certainly maybe the best defensive-minded head coach. You might say Steve Spagnuolo of the Chiefs, maybe the best defensive mind. There's a couple of others that you can throw out there as well, and he's a DC, not a head coach. But you have so many matchups. You have Darnold's history with the Niners. You have, of course, the old Niners-Seahawks rivalry. I say old, as in like a decade ago when Pete Carroll was their head coach. You have so many storylines, but the biggest one is just win and you're the 1 seed. And it's rarely that there is a regular season game, Sterling, with more on the line than tomorrow night at Levi's.
If only it was that simple. Win and you're in, Mark. If only that was exactly what San Francisco had to do, and you can just say it and it would come to fruition. But this game is going to be a battle of, maybe not juggernauts, but a battle of 2 teams that hate each other. There's rich history there. You laid it out for us already. But on top of that, these 2 teams, like, this can be the difference in Whether it's hosting a football game in the playoffs, going to the Super Bowl, whoever wins this game, I can easily hear someone say may go to the Super Bowl. So I know it isn't the end-all be-all for the season. Again, you still have playoff games to play and whatnot. Anything can happen, as the NFL shows us every single season. But this game is basically not a Super Bowl, but it's a playoff game for sure.
I mean, you win this game, you win a playoff game because you get the bye. Yeah.
You were 100% right.
Yeah.
This is a game where, you write in a week off for Trent Williams and George Kittle, who has some hamstring injuries. You have Christian McCaffrey with the back stuff, and even Brock Purdy with a toe. Like, this bye week could, imagine San Francisco getting 2 bye weeks in 2 months. That's what this means for a team like this that's older, but also younger to help prepare whoever they're playing for in a couple weeks' time. So, again, it isn't everything, but it certainly could be the beginning of everything for this team going forward, and you cannot understate the importance of winning this game. If you win, again, your trip to the Super Bowl is a lot easier, and if you lose, it could be on the line as quickly as 2 weeks from now.
One thing we were talking about during the crossover, and I think it was a great point that Evan brought up, was the way that McCaffrey maybe has evolved as a player. But in the back of my mind, what I'm thinking as well is what I think partially explains what he's been doing lately is that bye week late in the season and how it feels like he's kind of been revitalized. And of course, that's going to help an older running back. It's going to help every player, but specifically an older running back. That also, I'm sure, helped Trent Williams. It helped George Kittle. It helped Kyle Juszczyk. It helped all these veteran players that have a lot of miles on their body. Just imagine what another bye week would do this late in the season. And you could even forget the part of advancing a game in the postseason, even if this just was Niners win, and via that, the whole playoff picture gets pushed back a week, and you didn't advance through the playoffs. You didn't actually get a bye. You just had a week off before the postseason began, and you were still going to have to win 3 games just to get to the Super Bowl. Even that would be valuable. Of course, advancing into another round is valuable in and of itself, but there's few teams out there, Sterling, that you would think would benefit more from a bye week than this Niner team, considering the load that's been on McCaffrey, considering Kittle is trying to work his way back from an injury, considering that Trent Williams likely not going to play tomorrow. You give them another week off, you might be getting the best version of the Niners all season, beginning when they first play in a postseason game. And that is one of the common threads of Super Bowl champions, is you play your best in January, and the Niners are certainly leaning in that direction because their offense surely has never been this good. We got major questions about the defense, but they're definitely playing better than they have the rest of the season. They haven't lost since Brock Purdy returned, Sterling.
We'll take it a step further. The last 2 times San Francisco has gone to a Super Bowl, they were the number 1 seed. The bye week helps immensely, whether it is that 2019 team that was still young and upcoming and kind of coming into their own, or even 2023 where they were just rock stars all over the place and they got banged up in that game against KC. But still, that bye week matters so much. It not only takes pressure off the guys, especially younger guys, that you're playing back-to-back games and you're playing tough games. And when you go through a stretch of playing the Bears and the Seahawks, and those are 2 big playoff games you have to win if you want to get the number 1 seed. Taking that pressure off almost allows you to have a mental reset of, okay, where's my body at? How do I feel? And it also gives Robert Saleh and the coaching staff time to kind of, tighten the hinges and say, let's get back after it. Whoever we're playing, whether it's Carolina or Green Bay or whoever it may be in 1 to 2 weeks' time. It just allows a reset. And I don't know about you, Mark, I need a holiday reset, and San Francisco may need one too if they can get this win tomorrow night.
Yeah, I'm a little sluggish recovering from the holiday, and I don't go out every week and let 250-pound dudes dive into me head first. So I can only imagine. I can only imagine how these football players must feel around the holidays, Sterling. But yeah,
I couldn't imagine Mark Grandy walking outside, no helmet, no pads, and just letting 250 pounds dude just tackle him on the streets of San Francisco and saying, "Okay, I'll see you on Monday morning."
I mean, that might happen in San Francisco every once in a while. I mean, you never know what happens.
It's a lively city.
It is. You can find that if you want it. I'll put it that way, Sterling. But there's no doubt that this is an incredibly valuable game coming up tomorrow for the 49ers and for the Seahawks. I mean, Seahawks are either the 1 or the 5. They're locked into those 2 spots. Niners could fall all the way to the 6. And we're going to lay out all the scenarios, Sterling, later on in the show, just to get a sense of how valuable this game is tomorrow. Because I know you're in the playoffs. This is not, for example, Baltimore, Pittsburgh, which will close the day Sunday. This is not that. Win and you're in the playoffs. Lose and you're not, which is, by definition, basically a playoff game. You win that game, you're alive. You lose that game, your season is over. This is not that, because both teams will have at least one more game, even if they lose tomorrow. But just to look at what how the path might change, Sterling, based on tomorrow's result. If you win, you're the 1 seed. You have 2 home games in order to advance to the Super Bowl. Now, those 2 games are not going to be easy. It's very possible those 2 games are Rams and Seahawks. Like, it's possible it could be that. It could be Rams and Eagles. It could be Seahawks and Eagles. Like, there's a lot of ways that it can play out, and likely those 2 games that you would play at home are going to be very tough. But let's say you lose tomorrow. There is a relatively likely scenario where your 3 playoff games, should you keep winning in the NFC, are in Philadelphia, in LA versus the Rams, and in Seattle versus the Seahawks. I cannot think of a more tougher gauntlet of 3 games to get through in the NFC than that. So I know they're in the postseason, and I know for so many of us, like middle of the season, we just asked, make the postseason. I will call that a success, and I think, I'm still on that train, but you got to win tomorrow. Otherwise, I find it very difficult you're going to be able to make it out of the NFC with that potential gauntlet staring you down.
Well, just think of the last time San Francisco wasn't the number 1 seed in the playoffs. I think it was, 2021? 2022? They had to go
the Rams
on
NFC
the road.
Championship game year.
Yes, on the road in Dallas, on the road in Green Bay, in the snow, won that game because the Packers offense couldn't do anything, and a Jordan Willis blocked punt led to a Talanoa Hufanga touchdown.
Hufanga!
And then you had the game against the Rams, which San Francisco probably should have won, but for a lot of reasons couldn't get it done. Like, it's a tough task to ask any team, let alone a team that maybe is considered one of the best in the conference, to go on the road and play an opposition. The more hits you take, your longevity goes down, your health goes down. And I don't know about you, I would prefer if my stars take less snaps leading into a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Just simply because you've seen this team get to the pinnacle and fall short because of a lot of injuries catching up to them. So, San Francisco's had to ride that lightning basically the whole year of we're 1 game away from not going to this and not going to that. We're 1 game away from clinching this and clinching that. And, I can't think of a better way to end the year or a more fitting way to end their season of rather the number 1 seed or you're 5 or 6. And you can really say, being 5 or 6 seed, while not catastrophic, that may feel catastrophic to the fans or to us of like, you had it right there in your grasp and you couldn't win 1 more game. And you ask this Niners team to go on the road and play 3 games, probably isn't the best case for success with how bad this defense has been the most of the season.
Yeah, yes. Thank you, Pasta. Yeah, that would be very, very difficult. We're going to give you all like the potential paths and what to root for. We're going to give you your Niner fan rooting guide for Week 18. We'll do that later on because there are a lot of moving pieces. So if you're kind of unsure of how the certain team winning and losing changes the puzzle pieces around, stay tuned. We will get to that before we get on out of here today at 6 o'clock. But we're talking a lot of Niners, so if you want to get in on the conversation, you can do so by calling 888-957-9570. That is also the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Plenty more to get into. Let's dive into this matchup specifically versus the Seahawks. I think there are a couple of areas where the Niners have a major advantage over Seattle, and one of them, I don't know, maybe it's going to surprise you. We'll get to that, plus a whole lot more. It's Willard and Dibbs, Sterling and Grandy in on the 2nd of January 2026. Tomorrow is the biggest game of the year, and you know the place to be to watch and hang. That's with Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings at Laughing Monk Brewing, right down the street from the stadium. And, of course, if you're going to the game, there's a free shuttle back and forth, and all you have to do is sign up at 957thegame.com. Better do it quickly because seats on the shuttle are going fast. That's 957thegame.com. And we're sponsored by the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans. More Willard and Dibbs next on 95.7 The Game.
In 2023, 1,355 people were killed in alcohol-related crashes throughout California. Driving under the influence of anything is dangerous, illegal, and has serious consequences. Don't be the I in DUI. Go safely, California.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Thinking about selling your house but hesitant to move during the holidays? Imagine finalizing your sale now, enjoying the holidays, and move later. Call Wedgewood Homes to discuss your options. Do you want to downsize, relocate, or selling an inherited property? Does your house need repairs or updates? Wedgewood Homes buys homes as is. No repairs, no commissions, no hassle. Secure your future plans and move forward with a no-obligation, all-cash offer from Wedgewood Homes. Close in as little as 3 days. Or enjoy the holiday season and move after the new year. Skip the stress of a traditional listing that can be slow and unpredictable. Lock in your sale now with a firm offer from Wedgewood Homes with no last-minute price drops like other cash buyers. Call 415-888-9432 for your no-obligation all-cash offer. 415-888-9432. 415-888-9432 or wedgwoodhomes.com, the Bay Area's trusted home buyer.
Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrid models than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
95.7 The Game and Great Clips have teamed up for the new basketball season. We want our listeners to look fresh with a great haircut from Great Clips. Each week, we'll pick a lucky winner to score a gift card. For a chance to win, courtesy of Great Clips, enter online at 957thegame.com.
Hey, it's Brian Balding here. Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done. Makita tools at the Home Depot are built with precision. Without shortcuts, Makita delivers results that reward hard work. Year after year, designed for the toughest jobs. It's a choice for pros who invest in performance, not just tools. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best, available at the Home Depot. How pros get more done.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ETHOS.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Officer? Can I get your perspective as a man of the law?
You know I'm a mall cop, right?
You see this Hyundai Santa Fe? I only paid for it.
Whoa.
Right? I'm not in trouble, am I?
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid models. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends January 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu, the nighttime sniffling, aching fever, best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, welcome back. No Willard, no Dibs on the January 2nd today. They'll be back coming up on Monday. They'll react to Niners-Seahawks, which is tomorrow at 5 from Levi's Stadium on ESPN. It's the second game of a doubleheader tomorrow in the NFL. Panthers in Tampa Bay versus the Buccaneers. Which bad team is going to make the postseason? That's what that game is. And then Niners and Seahawks, which team will win the NFC West and be the 1 seed in the NFC. That's the second game coming up tomorrow on ESPN. Then you got a full slate of Sunday football, Week 18. It is really sad, Sterling. Obviously, the postseason is an incredibly exciting time, and for Niner fans specifically, tomorrow is going to be incredible. It is really, really sad that 2 days from now, this Sunday, is the final full Sunday of NFL that we're going to have all the way until we get to September next year. It is really sad how quickly the season always goes.
Well, I can tell you this, while we are both mourning the loss of the 2025 NFL season, my wife is jumping for joy because she gets her husband back. Now, thankfully, San Francisco's in the playoffs, so and hopefully they can keep this thing going for as long as possible. But, yeah, she has been patiently waiting since about August for the season to end, but I tell her, honey, I ain't coming home just yet. We got a couple more weeks to go. So, Niners, you can win the next month or so. We can have a lot more fun and hopefully maybe not keep my wife in agony, but keep her patiently waiting behind the scenes because this team can go pretty far. And I think that this game on Saturday can be a big determining factor in that. But yes, you're right, Mark, for 16, 18 other fan bases, their season ends, and they look towards the draft in April, which is still a long, long ways away.
Yeah, I was going to say, Niners could be playing for another month or so, and then you just turn your attention right to draft prep. So I don't know when your wife is ever, gonna get you back, but.
Thus is such is life, Mark.
Absolutely. All right, Niners, Seahawks tomorrow. Biggest game since the Super Bowl for the 49ers, and I don't think it's really all that close. You can take out anything that happened last year that came nowhere close. The Bears this past week was obviously a gigantic game for the Niners, but nothing comes close to a win, and you win the division, and you're the number 1 seed. The only thing that beats that of late is that Super Bowl of a couple of years ago. So we'll see what happens. We're going to talk about it. Let's break down this matchup coming up in a sec, but first let's go out to the phone lines, and if you want to weigh in anything Niner related, feel free to do so. This is for you guys. 888-957-9570. Robert is in Dublin and wants to talk about Niners and Seahawks. What's up, Robert? You're on Willard and Dibs. It's Sterling and Grandy in, though. Happy New Year. What's up, Robert?
Hey, Happy New Year, fellas. Just basically wanted to say, man, I think the Niners defense needs to be patient, keep them guys in front of you, and I'm going to close with Diamador Lenore. Whatever you do, you need to back up. Whatever you talking, that trash to that Smith and Jigba young man, that dude is nice. So, hey, I look forward to it. Bang, bang, Niner gang, let's go. And quest for 6, baby. Let's do it at home. Y'all have a happy New Year and take it easy.
Yes, sir. Appreciate that, Robert. Back at you. It's interesting that he brought up Diamador Lenore and Jackson Smith and Jigba, Sterling, because it's something that you and I were talking about when we were getting ready for the show. If we dive into a little bit of X's and O's for a little bit, it would make some sense initially when you look at it to have Demo just kind of follow Jackson Smith and Jigba wherever he goes. And if you're mostly just a Niner fan and you don't watch a lot of other football, you might remember JSN, who hurt the Niners week 1. He was really good. He's been even better the rest of the season. I think pretty clearly has been the best receiver in football all season long. There's a couple of others that are up there with them, Puka Nacua of the Rams, and they're right here in this division as well. And some others, of course, as well have been amazing. But JSN has burst onto the scene as one of, if not the best receiver in the NFL this season. And the Niners, as we talked about a little bit earlier, Sterling, are pretty inexperienced at cornerback, and they're inexperienced really everywhere defensively. The one guy that you trust and that you feel like is clearly an above-average starter in the NFL, is Deommodore Lenoir. But the one thing, Sterling, the Niners don't really do all that often is have a corner follow one single receiver over the course of an entire game. Normally, Demo chooses a side, and whoever's on that side is the guy that he guards on that play.
Well, I can't even think of the Niners doing that once this season, but on top of that, the last time I think San Francisco did have a cornerback shadow a wide receiver was against Seattle, but it was Charvarius Ward against DK Metcalf, and that worked out in their favor, and they won that game and won that series against the Seahawks in 2023, but you don't have that luxury of having a Lenoir opposite Charvarius Ward or whoever else was playing nickel at the time. I think it may have been one of their safeties, but right now you have Renardo Green, who's in year 2 and been rather up and down. Upton Stout may or may not play because of a concussion. I think he's in the final stages of passing protocol, but if it's not him, it's Chase Lucas. And you have Darrell Luter Jr., and you have 2 safeties that are boom or bust, and a lot more bust in that than there is boom. And so you don't have the luxury of playing or allowing your top cornerback to shadow guys. I'd rather have one side of the field locked down than one guy locked down, because it takes away a lot of what Darnold can do. But, really, no matter how you shake things off and however you want to decide to scheme up against Seattle, you are putting your team in harm's way no matter what, which that is the unfortunate place San Francisco finds their defense in right now. Yeah, and Robert Saleh was asked about this very thing. I know this wasn't exactly what Robert asked about. One, he was talking about Demo trash talking, and he better back that up. Demo, he's got a loud mouth. In a lot of ways, it's a good thing. He has a lot of fun with it, but he's not shy, and he's an equal opportunity hater, as they say. Everybody can get it, and he's going to target the opposing team's best players, and certainly Jackson Smith and Jigba fits that. If we're talking specifically, though, about if Lenoir is going to follow JSN around, and this is what Robert Saleh had to say. Essentially, he said it's easy for Lenoir because he just goes wherever that guy is. But it becomes more difficult for everybody else defensively. For example, let's say on a certain play or a handful of plays, Sterling, that JSN lines up in the slot, and Lenoir he's shadowing him around. He just lines up in the slot. Where does that leave your slot corner, your nickel corner? Where does Upton Stout play? You feel comfortable putting him on the outside against someone like Rashid Shaheed or Torrey Horton or whoever the deep threat is for the Seahawks? No, you don't feel good about that at all. So, not a fan. Robert Saleh did not say they're not going to do it. They're not going to tell opponents what their plan is defensively. I feel pretty confident, though, we're going to see Lenoir do what he always does, which is you pick a side of the field. Whenever JSN is over there, you'll guard him. Whenever somebody else is over there, you'll guard him, because they want to keep their inexperienced, unproven, and relatively limited guys defensively in spots they're the most comfortable. And right now, that's Lenoir on the outside, and it is as well Upton Stout on the inside in the slot spot as the nickel corner. Other than that, it's just going to be kind of normal for the Niners, which maybe doesn't give you the most confidence, because normal for the Niners has been really bad of late. But I do think it is better than the alternative, which is putting guys in spots that they are not familiar or comfortable with at all. Well, it's the age-old question of, do you change things for the sake of one game and changing things up, or do you keep an inexperienced defense in a situation in which they're comfortable at, knowing that if you remove them from a comfortable situation where they may feel more confident, you could have one of the worst games of the entire defense's season, which Chicago was certainly that. The Rams game, Levi's was that for sure, but you run the risk of, if you take this inexperienced secondary out of their comfort zone, you could be in for a 40-point performance for the Seahawks offense. And I love the Niners offense right now, but the odds are putting 40 points against Seattle's defense is pretty slim, knowing how good they're playing. So, again, it's kind of a catch-22. I get it. You want to have your best defensive player guard their best offensive player, but like you're saying, there's a massive risk in doing so, and Robert Saleh probably is better of not doing that, simply because they can't afford to have 36 points or 40 points put up against them, which has been a very high possibility for a lot of games this year. Yeah, Niners' last 2 games, they've scored 90, so they're averaging 45 in their last 2, but those defenses are Indiana and Chicago. Not that they're terrible defenses by any stretch, specifically Chicago.
They give up a lot of yards, but they turn the ball over quite often. Seattle, though, is just flat out one of the best defenses in the NFL. Probably, I think, in most people's minds, the second best defense in the league behind DeMeco Ryans' Houston Texans. I think most people would say Houston number 1 and then Seattle number 2. There's maybe a couple of other teams that you could include in that conversation, but this is a defense that across the board is really, really good, Sterling. And then specifically when you look at how the Niners have fared versus this defense, and specifically how the quarterback, Brock Purdy, has fared versus this defense, you and I were talking about this earlier. Think back to when Mike Macdonald was the young defensive coordinator of the Baltimore Ravens in 2023. That was his most recent job before taking the head coach of the Seahawks over last year. He's now in his second year as the head coach of the Seahawks. Year before was the DC of the Ravens. So last 2 years, Purdy versus the Seahawks and Purdy versus the Ravens in 2023, which was, of course, that infamous Christmas Day game where Brock threw 4 interceptions. And the Niners lost that game, and Purdy simultaneously lost the MVP. Brock Purdy in 4 games in his career versus Mike Macdonald defenses. 3 versus the Seahawks the last 2 years, and that one versus the Ravens a couple of years ago. 7 total touchdowns, 1 on the ground, 6 passing touchdowns, 1 on the ground, and 7 interceptions. 7 touchdowns, 7 interceptions for Brock Purdy versus Mike Macdonald defenses in his career. That doesn't give you the most confidence about Brock going into this game.
When there's 2 games within those 4 that have multiple turnovers, including that 4 interception game on Christmas, which it was a long day for your boy at the station, I'll tell you that one. It was Warriors in the morning and Niners at night, and I was filled with Martinellis, and we were having a good time. But, you're hoping tomorrow ends a little differently for San Francisco. But you're right. This is a defense that has historically given a Shanahan offense some fits. And while, yes, you can talk about Brock having a great game, and I think there's every reason to believe that he can come out of this game on top, and he's played good enough to have that much belief that he can take this team all the way if everything goes well for them. But you're playing a defense that has been somewhat of this offense's kryptonite in recent seasons. Even go back to last year against Seattle. Geno Smith walked off this team at home at Levi's Stadium, which, the Niners were kind of in the playoff hunt there, but didn't belong in it by any means. But they've been a thorn in this offense's side, and this team has been frisky. They've there's been 17 weeks in between their last outings. They believe they're the better team, and rightfully so. Seattle, I think, is the better team of these two. Now, sometimes better teams don't always win games, but this isn't just a test for Brock Purdy. This is equally a test for Kyle Shanahan, too, of can you overcome not just a division rival, but also can you overcome a defense that has given you fits and kind of made you look foolish at times as a play caller?
And this is also, I think, Kyle Shanahan at his best of late. We're going to talk a lot about Brock Purdy, and we got a phone call to get to in just a sec. I see you, Gene. We're coming to you. We're going to talk a lot about Brock. We're also going to talk a bunch about Kyle Shanahan. And there was something that the guys in the midday, it was Evan and Bonte filling in for Steiny and Goo and doing a great job. Fun show to listen to. And I think it was Evan who brought up that he thought Kyle Shanahan was having as much fun as he ever has as head coach and play caller of the 49ers. And it got me thinking, there's something to be said, Sterling, for feeling challenged and feeling like not everything is kind of tailor-made for you, and you don't have the best roster, and you don't have all this crazy talent around you. The argument has been made for all of Brock Purdy's career. Well, just wait until he doesn't have the Avengers around him, right? Well, guess what? What did he do last week? You don't have Debo. He was, of course, not on the team. You don't have Ayuk. Haven't had him all season. And this is the case for the entire season, but specifically the last couple of weeks, and even more specifically last week versus Chicago, when they scored on almost every possession and scored 42 points, and they needed every single one of those points to win that game. But no Kittle, no Ayuk, no Debo, no Trent Williams. And what does Brock Purdy do? Puts together arguably the best game of his career with 5 total touchdowns and some really crazy high-level plays. The same, I think, could be said for Kyle Shanahan, who's at his best and maybe, to Evan's point, is having more fun than he's ever been before because he feels like he's having a bigger impact. When the Niners had Debo at an all-pro level and Kittle at an all-pro level and Ayuk at an all-pro level and Trent was healthy playing left tackle and Brock was playing at an MVP level, and so was McCaffrey. How much was really riding on Kyle Shanahan's creativity and play calling decisions? Whereas it feels like right now, the Niners might win or lose a game because of one single Kyle Shanahan decision. And it feels like he loves that responsibility, and he loves having that much on the line, and that's what it's been for the last month.
The last couple of years, and maybe excluding 2024, but 22 and 23, not to say Shanahan wasn't challenged, because each game has its own wrinkles and stuff you need to kind of discover, but it almost felt like, not that he's coasting either, but his job was just so easy until playoff time came, where it's like, yeah, I can just play point guard, I can facilitate, I know my guys are going to be open, I know Debo's always my safety kind of outlet, and in kind of a way, it's like comparing Shanahan to a Jimmy Garoppolo as a quarterback of like, I don't need to do much because other guys can carry that load for me. And now Kyle's so great, and within that, there's still greatness, and you can see it on display through those years. But this year, to me, Shanahan seems like the type of guy, the type of mind that really enjoys a challenge of, okay, my back's against the wall, my team can't afford to not score on the next 5 drives. What do we concoct in this mad scientist laboratory we have going out here in Santa Clara? And you've seen the last 6 weeks or so of like, if they had one slip up, if they lost a single game, we wouldn't be talking about, biggest game of the year tomorrow. I'd be like, okay, are you playing for the 5th or 6th seed, right?
They might they might think about resting players, honestly, tomorrow.
Right, and like that goes to prove, how great Purdy has been and how good his performance has been, but also the way Shanahan has conducted the offense, the schemes, the scripted plays, the non-scripted plays, without Pearsall, without Kittle at times, without Trent Williams, it's not just hindering him without the personnel he has or should have as his starters, but also, to overcome missing pieces, to plug in Demarcus Robinson and Kendrick Bourne, who was cut by the Patriots to begin the season, and you might get 600 yards in this offense. That's incredible. Like, the way Shanahan has played this year, it's almost like he has searched out the challenge and willfully accepted it, saying, I have to do this, because if we don't, and if I fail, this team equally fails too. Yeah. And this whole conversation about maybe, like a play caller, a head coach, a CEO type who feels happier, the more pressure is on him when he has that responsibility and he knows everything is kind of riding on the decisions he makes. I always think back to something that Steve Kerr said years ago, and I'm sure you remember this, Sterling, but it was the year after Kevin Durant left the Warriors, so he went to the Nets. The Warriors got D'Angelo Russell in that sign-and trade. Clay was out for the year after tearing his ACL. Steph got hurt early in the season and was out. And I think Draymond was in and out of the lineup, but it didn't really matter because the Warriors were terrible without KD, without Steph, without Clay. And they were so bad that they were out of the postseason early. Then the pandemic happened, but they were so bad even before that it didn't even matter. And Steve Kerr was quoted saying something along the lines of, I've enjoyed coaching the team this season more than the last handful of years because of the challenge, essentially. Because when you trot out Steph and KD and Clay and Draymond and Iguodala and all these players every single game, it's like, what is there for the coach to even do? Right? Like, what do you do on a day in and day out basis other than managing egos and all of that? But like from a basketball standpoint, what do you do? And that might be a little bit what Shanahan felt, say back in 2023, when the team was the best team in football basically the entire season. And football, basketball is different. Of course, there's a whole lot more game planning that goes into a single football game than a single basketball game. But this year for Shanahan might be similar to that post-KD season for Steve Kerr, where he feels like he has so much more of an impact on the team. And I feel like that's what's going on for the Niners this year as well. 888-957-9570. Gene is in Oakland and wants to weigh in. What's up, Gene? You're on Willard and Dibs, but no Willard or Dibs today. It's Sterling and Grandy with you. What do you got?
Hey, Happy New Year, guys.
You too.
So, So here's the deal. I mean, I'm not worried about the offense. I mean, not having Trent Williams potentially, or most likely, is an issue. But we didn't have him last week, really. He hurt himself in the first place. We will have Kittle, so we can't expect 42 points again. But I'm not worried about the offense. I am worried about the defense, as is everyone else. Specifically, we need to find a way, or Robert Saleh needs to find a way to put pressure on Darnold. Okay? Darnold is a bigger, more experienced, and actually better quarterback Taylor, except when he's under pressure. We want this guy to feel the pressure somehow so that he begins to see ghosts, because we know what happens when that happens. I don't know what it's going to take. Maybe he has to be really creative with some blitz plays, packages, whatever. And I know they're reluctant to do that and leave the field open. But I really feel as though if you can really make this guy think or worry about pressure, at some point during the game, he's going to make a mistake or two. And that's how we're going to win.
Interesting, Gene. Appreciate the call, and Happy New Year to you as well. I think that there is no doubt, Sterling, that if the 49ers are to win this game, a big part of it is going to be because their quarterback outplays the Seahawks quarterback. And I think that's likely the way that this game goes. Now, if that's enough to get the Niners the win, we will see. But, you just ask both fan bases and you get honest answers out of them. Who do you feel more comfortable and confident in going into this game, Brock Purdy or Sam Darnold? I think everybody would say Brock Purdy. I don't know how you couldn't at this point. These are quarterbacks that the way that they've been playing of late are kind of headed in opposite directions. Does not mean that Darnold is bad by any stretch. He's an above-average quarterback and has had a far above-average season, but the last half of the season has not been nearly as good as the first half of the season, and Brock Sterling is arguably playing the best football of his entire career.
You asked the big question there, right? Which quarterback do you trust more? And I think that's what this game comes down to. Obviously, there's more to it, defenses and special teams, and you hate to chalk a game up to quarterbacks because so much more goes into it. But that really what this, whoever scores more points wins, right? And the offenses and the quarterbacks are responsible for that. So, I think head and shoulders, almost every head coach, every offensive coordinator, every team probably would say, give me Brock Purdy over Sam Darnold. And I think whether that's because of the way both those quarterbacks are trending, Purdy having, 13 touchdowns in his last 3 games and only a handful of turnovers, and Sam Darnold having, in his last 7 games, he's 6-1, but he has 8 touchdowns and 10 turnovers. Yep. That's not something you want to be showing on the field in December and leading into January. You don't want to be trending in the wrong direction, and I don't think it's crazy to say that San Francisco may have the hottest hand in football playing quarterback for them, and that is a hot knife through butter against any defense, no matter how good they are, and it takes a Herculean effort to beat quarterbacks. Go back to Mahomes when he's in his prime and he's healthy. He's unstoppable. Now, Brock Purdy is not Patrick Mahomes. We all know that, but the way he's playing... Chris Collinsworth was out there choking oh my God, this guy might be Patrick Mahomes. And that's how good he's been the last couple of weeks. And obviously Purdy has he'll turn the ball over too. But this is the best quarterback play they had gotten in 30 years. Out of these guys, whether it's Garcia, Garoppolo, Kaepernick, Smith, this is the best they've seen. And it's really hard to root against or vote against quarterbacks like this when they're on a heater, whether it's Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson. It's Brock Purdy right now, and he's playing the best of any quarterback in the NFL. Yeah, well, let's talk more about that on the other side, about this QB battle, because it's Brock Purdy versus Sam Darnold. There's a lot of familiarity there. Sam Darnold, by the way, gives Brock Purdy a lot of credit for why his career kind of turned around. Interesting. You're going to want to hear what he had to say almost a whole year ago about Brock. A whole lot more to dive into. Brock Purdy or Sam Darnold? You have more faith in Brock at this point, right? If you are a fan of these teams, you're taking Brock, and I don't think it's that close. 888-957-9570. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good, and we're sponsored by the Inn at the Tides in Bodega Bay. Picture yourself in a cozy room by the fire, enjoying breathtaking views of Bodega Bay. This time of year is magical at the Inn at the Tides. Special midweek rates start at just $199 per night. Book your escape now, inatthetides.com. Time for a break. Willard and Dibbs with Sterling and Grandy in. Back next on 95.7 The Game.
The Floor Store is your Bay Area flooring authority. Selection, expertise, price, guaranteed installation. Visit floorstores.com.
For all contest rules, go to 957thegame.com/rules.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off. Because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
At Lendsek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at Lendsek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-932-5858. That's 800-932-5858. 800-932-5858.
Hey, it's Willard for Underdog Fantasy. Football season is rolling toward the end. Christian McCaffrey is rolling towards some major stats. Let's get in on this, root for it, maybe make some money too. With Underdog Unwrapped, you're going to unwrap a bunch of promos going on right now, boosts, gimme picks, even some surprises sprinkled in. You should check it out because you can make picks and win money right now in California. Playing on Underdog is easy. You pick whether your favorite players are going to go higher or lower on stats, rushing yards, receiving yards with CMC. You get the idea. So play with me, download the Underdog app, and use my promo code Willard to score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. Again, the promo code is Willard. Underdog. Make picks, win money. Must be 18 or over and present in California. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. If you're concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or go online at ncpgambling.org.
Blue and gold fans, let's get engaged. Cast your vote in our Expo online before every basketball game on Willard and Dibs. Brought to you by Shane Co., your friend and jeweler, where you'll find the Bay Area's best selection of unique engagement rings and their unmatched free lifetime warranty. Visit Shane Co. today.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right, you can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with AutoPay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
Ghostbusters? What led to this, Pasta?
Just go with it. Ken actually recommended it, and I agreed with him.
Who are you going to call?
Sam Darnold seeing Ghostbusters?
I like it.
Come on, Grandy. You got to tie it together, man.
I mean...
Wait, but do we actually want Ghostbusters?
That's what I was.
We don't want.
That's what I was gonna say. If he's the one seeing ghosts and he's doing the ghost busting, we don't want that. We don't want any Ghostbusters here.
We need more ghosts, actually.
Yeah, fewer Ghostbusters. Absolutely. Exactly. Yeah. So I'm taking it back. Bad decision, Cam. Bad decision, Steven. Sorry, I don't make the rules. This is going to be the quarterback battle is going to be a really big part of this football game, of course, as it always is. And welcome back. It's Willard and Dibs. No Willard, no Dibs. They're back on Monday. Sterling and Grandy with you here until 6 o'clock as we get ready for Niners-Seahawks, biggest game for the Niners since the Super Bowl nearly 2 years ago. I think the Niners, Sterling, have an edge at quarterback, and it's one of the spots where they have an edge versus the Seattle team. Seattle has a gigantic edge. In terms of the defense, like their defense is one of the best in the NFL. The Niners, one of the worst, and of late, the worst in the NFL. The special teams units for both teams, pretty good. I think I'd probably give the Niners a slight edge. That's how good they've been, and they have benefited from some luck. If you look at the teams that have benefited from the most missed kicks by opposing teams, the Niners are clearly number one. And a lot of that, all of that is basically luck. That's not your own doing, but it's a big reason why the Niners have been better than their opponents on special teams. They've been good, and their opponents have been bad, but not
Didn't Jake Moody miss field goals against the Seahawks in Week 1?
Yeah, he did.
Led to his departure.
It was just one, right? The first field goal he attempted.
It was enough, is what it was.
It was enough. Frankly, it had already been enough. But Shanahan and John Lynch, they didn't listen to us, Sterling. They didn't listen to any of the fan base. They said, let's try it one more time. And it didn't work. And then they brought Eddie Pinheiro in, and he's only missed one field goal, and it was a 64-yarder that nearly went in. So, yeah, I think it was the right decision. Congrats, Shanahan. Congrats, Lynch. You got that one right. Yes. Thank you, Joe Shasky, for that under-the-breath Shanahan scream. But this, you said it earlier, Seahawks are the better football team. I think on paper, the stats, the numbers will show that. And I don't think any Niner fan would really be that up in arms. Now, they'd say, hey, it doesn't mean that the Niners can't win, and they're absolutely right there as well. But where do the Niners, Sterling, have one of their maybe few edges? I think it is the quarterback position. Brock Purdy's playing like the best quarterback in the NFL. Sam Darnold's playing all right. Of late, not great. Now, the team has still been winning, but that's a credit to, as we've said, how good the team is around Sam Darnold. For the Niners to win this game, Brock Purdy has to flex, and Brock Purdy has to prove that he's, again, one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL and certainly better than Sam Darnold. I don't really see another way. If Brock and Sam are even in this game, I find it very difficult for the Niners to come out on top tomorrow.
And it's funny because the Seahawks and Niners have, they run similar offenses with Kubiak now calling plays in Seattle, but I may say that Sam Darnold in that offense is much more play action heavy and doesn't really lean on him as much as San Francisco leans on Brock Purdy. Think about this. The San Francisco 49ers 6-game win streak, Christian McCaffrey's having a couple good games and he's doing his thing, but it's been primarily on the back of Brock Purdy's arm. Okay, it's third and 8. Can we get a first down here? It's, hey, we have to score on this drive. Who's the one leading the scorer? It's Brock Purdy. It's not the running game. Whereas in Seattle, Darnold's having a good year, third-ranked deep ball passer, second-ranked play-action quarterback in the NFL per PFF. the pressure really hasn't been on him to be the reason the Seahawks find success, where San Francisco is almost asking Brock Purdy, drop back 35 times a game, throw for 300-plus yards, and score 5 touchdowns. That's the only way we can win, especially the last 2 weeks or so. And I think that alone, to me, separates these two quarterbacks of, like, we haven't seen Sam Darnold have that pressure on his back over the last 2 months, and Purdy, with that pressure, has not only been great, he has exceeded the expectations anybody had for him coming into the year and coming off the injury.
You think he's exceeded expectations for everyone coming into the year?
I don't think anyone thought we were going to get this version of Brock Purdy ever. Ever.
Like this version, you mean like the last 3 or 4 games?
Yes. Like the way Purdy has played the last 3 weeks or so, I don't think anybody thought this was possible. And that to me, or at least myself, I didn't think we'd see this Brock Purdy. I thought, okay, you may see a more cleaned up version of what 2024 looked like. But Brock has found a way to be last year's Brock Purdy, play some of that hero ball, make some crazy plays with his legs while extending drives, but also limit turnovers over the last month, what has been the best version of Brock Purdy and maybe even, the third best quarterback in football in 2025.
Yeah, and he is, 7-1 as a starter because he's on the 6-game win streak, and before he missed all that time, he started 2 games and was 1-1 in those 2. So 7-1 as a starter this year, that's pretty darn good, and specifically of late, he's been playing amazing football. Now, I will say, the last 3-4 games, that is still a relatively small sample size, and while it has been amazing, it's not as if that has been continued over the course of an entire season. So there's probably some out there who would say, what Brock has done of late, and specifically the last 2 games where he has 10 total touchdowns, most people would probably say, well, he's not going to continue at that pace. Now, I would imagine you would respond by saying, well, he doesn't have to average 5 touchdowns a game in order to be elite. He could average 2 a game and still be really good, 3 a game and still be really good. This team might need 3 or more from him most nights in order to win, specifically once you get to the postseason when you're playing really, really good teams. So I would agree that the last month has been a level of play that I wasn't expecting, but over the course of the season, given what he was the first 2 games, I know that's also a small sample, and he was compromised with the turf toe. Over the course of the entire season, the numbers aren't like otherworldly and astronomical, but this has also been a really strange season where he was playing, he was hurt, then he came back and played again, then he aggravated, then he missed a couple of months, and now he's back and playing great. But of late, I did not think he had this kind of play in him the last 2 weeks. But again, that's a small sample size, and time will tell if it's just a heater or if it's who he really is.
Well, take it a step further for a second, because we witnessed the first 9 games of the season, right? Seattle 7-2. You're hearing Darnold and MVP conversations, always breaking out. It's the best Sam Darnold we've ever seen, right? The Vikings made a mistake. How did San Francisco let this guy go for what they let, for basically free?
Well, the Vikings did make a mistake. That's still true.
That is correct. and they'll tell you that too.
Yes.
But there was the hype around Sam Darnold, right? Seahawks are flourishing. They're near the top of the division. They are right now as things currently stand. And the NFL media is praising Sam Darnold, right? He's completing over 71% of his passes, over 2,200 yards, 17 touchdowns, and 10 turnovers, right? 9 games, 17 touchdowns, 10 turnovers. Brock Purdy's last 6 games, 19 touchdowns, under 10 turnovers. Brock Purdy has been better in the last 6 games than Sam Darnold was the first 9 of the NFL season. Brock Purdy is by far the better quarterback and has shown that over the last month and a half than Sam Darnold has ever been. And even at Sam Darnold's best, Brock Purdy's best is far and away much better than that.
And they're going to absolutely need that. If they don't, they're in trouble. They need... This isn't like a 5-touchdown game from Brock. If they get that, they probably win the football game. They don't necessarily need that. I think the way for the 49ers to win this game is you get a better defensive performance than last week. That's an obvious one. You force a turnover or 2, and the numbers that you put out there, it's certainly possible that Darnold's going to give you one. You limit Charbonnet on the ground. Somehow you find a way to do that. I know you're afraid of Zach Charbonnet. We'll see how that matchup plays out. And then on offense, you hope you don't need to score 40 to get it done. You hope you don't need 5 touchdowns from Purdy, but it's just being efficient, effective, not turning the ball over, scoring touchdowns when you get into the red zone, and not having any major mishaps on special teams. And that is the path. It's just be a little bit better defensively here and there. Force a key turnover. Maybe the turnover leads to points, kind of like what happened in Indianapolis, where you had a special teams turnover and you had a pick six. Maybe not a pick six, but a touchdown or an interception in a big spot. And then you just get efficient play from Brock Purdy again, no turnovers, and that seems to me starting to be the route to a victory for the Niners.
It's almost like you need Brock Purdy to just be who he was against Cleveland, who's a great defense at the time. Myles Garrett was chasing a sack record and may or may not get there when it's all said and done. Malik Collins is having a great season out there for Cleveland, and Brock played a clean game. 2 touchdowns. The offense was explosive when it needed to be. He was hitting Kittle in stride, finding Juwan Jennings, and in a game where a lot of fans are worried about what does Brock look like against that Browns defense, he walked out clean. And that to me is, like you were saying, good defense, or at least, above average defense if you can get that from San Francisco, but also a clean game from Brock Purdy might be the best game for Brock Purdy against the Seahawks on Saturday.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, time for a break. When we come back, we're going to talk more about Brock Purdy, because I think not only is he the best quarterback in this matchup, but as you look ahead to the postseason, things are percolating about Brock, and we'll get into that, plus some calls that we want to get into at 888-957-9570. Tomorrow is the biggest game of the year, and you know the place to be. That's hanging out with Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings at Laughing Monk Brewing, right down the street from the stadium. And if you're going to the game, they offer a free shuttle back and forth. All you need to do is sign up at 957thegame.com. Seats go quick, so sign up at 957thegame.com. Willard and Dibs, but Sterling and Grandy with you. Back next on 95.7 The Game.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off. Every Warriors game throughout the season as we get ready for the action. Presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found Tax Relief Advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-554-4706. 800-554-4706. That's 800-554-4706.
Are you interested in being an install or service technician? Good news! R&S Doors and Gates is hiring. If you have good mechanical skills and a knowledge of power tools, welding, and motor controls, you should apply today. R&S Doors has openings to repair and install commercial overhead doors, entry doors, and loading dock equipment. You must be able to work in a professional, fast-paced environment. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR and apply today. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
The chase starts here.
to make moments you'll never forget.
Chase Center is rocking.
Historic ones.
For 4,000 for Stephen Curry.
Joyful ones.
My joy back, as some would say.
Winning ones. The moment needs you to manifest it, to chase it, and put the opponent to sleep.
All the way down the floor.
Chase the moment. Buy tickets at Warriors.com.
The Golden State Warriors are back, and there's nothing more refreshing than an ice-cold Surfside to enjoy while you cheer on your Warriors. Surfside is only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation, so it's easy to sip and enjoy. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside, proud partner of the Golden State Warriors. Sold in arena and at bars, restaurants, and stores near you. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Toyotathon is on, and you know what that means. Unbeatable deals on your favorite fuel-efficient Toyota models. Right now, for a limited time, get a low-cost lease on the dynamic 2025 RAV4. Or shop the industry's best lineup of hybrid and electrified vehicles with 19 models to choose from, including the 36 mpg Grand Highlander Hybrid. These are the deals you've been waiting for. Hurry, Toyotathon ends January 5th. Toyota, let's go places.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-941-2255. That's 800-941-2255.
Hey, it's Joe Shasky from the Morning Roast, and you're listening to Willard and Dibs. And you know, as much as I love Willard, I'm more of a Dibs guy. So if you want to do what I do, go check in on Dibs and say hi to him. Get in the YouTube chat. Do it right now on 95.7 The Game.
Well, that's great, Shasky. But the more important question today is, are you more of a Sterling or a Grandy guy? Because Willard and Dibs are out, and it's Grandy and Sterling with you on Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. We're with you until 6 o'clock. We'll make way.
I want to be in Grandy's spot right now.
Thank you, Steiny. Thank you, Steiny. You'd rather want to be in Grandy's spot. He ultimately was proven wrong, by the way. I think that was a fantasy football-related comment, and I ended up losing. Yeah, shout out to Tulane. Evan took a shot at Tulane, and that was uncalled for, but that's whatever. That's for those two to figure out. But Happy New Year, everyone. Appreciate you tuning in. We got Warriors basketball coming up at 7. Pre-game coverage begins at 6. Until then, it's Sterling and Grandy with you, talking a lot about Niners and Seahawks. Sterling, let me ask you this. If I were to tell you that I think Brock Purdy is the second best quarterback that will be in the NFC playoffs and the third best quarterback in the entire NFL playoffs, what would you say? Would you call me crazy?
I'd be right there with you, brother.
Who do you think? Give me the rankings. NFL playoff teams this year and the quarterbacks for those teams. How far down the list do you have to get until you get to Brock?
Oh, it's number 2. It's Matthew Stafford, and then it's Brock Purdy.
In the NFC.
Yeah. think I'm taking Jalen Hurts in that high school offense that can't move the football down the field, that can barely, he can't see the field? You think I'm taking Baker Mayfield, who may miss the playoffs tomorrow? You think I'm taking Bryce Young, who I don't even know if Bryce Young has a job next year? It's Brock Purdy. He's above Jordan Love, who currently is injured. If you want to put Malik Willis in there, it's another one of those, what are we thinking? Come on. You could argue the Niners may have the second best quarterback, and if they lose tomorrow, are a wild card team. And that's crazy. And really, if you think about it that way too, if the Rams are a wild card team and Brock Purdy and the Niners are a wild card team,
yeah.
That's what I'm saying. The two best quarterbacks didn't even win their own division this year. And that's crazy. But Brock Purdy, to me, is right below Matthew Stafford as the 1 and 2 quarterbacks in the NFC playoff picture this year.
And if you zoom out even further, Sterling, let's look at the entire NFL. The playoffs the teams are basically set in both conferences. There's one exception in each. It's either going to be Carolina or Tampa as the winners of the NFC South. And then in the AFC, it's either going to be Pittsburgh or Baltimore as the winners of the AFC North. Other than that, the teams are basically set. And frankly, in terms of a quarterback conversation, as you said, Bryce Young and Baker Mayfield, they're not even close to this conversation when it comes to Brock Purdy. And the Baltimore-Pittsburgh one is interesting. Aaron Rodgers, at this age of his career, is nowhere near Brock Purdy. And to this point this season, Lamar Jackson, I think mostly because of health, has not looked like Lamar Jackson. So I think going into the postseason, until I see something different from Lamar, I'm taking Brock Purdy there as well. So not only do I think that Brock Purdy is the second best quarterback in the NFC playoffs, only behind Matthew Stafford, who has a Super Bowl and probably was going to win the MVP until he performed really bad against Atlanta in a game the Rams needed to win, and they did not, a game in which the Falcons have really no purpose in trying to win. They're out of the postseason. Other than, feeling good about themselves going to the offseason, they have no reason to actually win that football game. And then in the AFC, Sterling, for me, it's Josh Allen above everybody else, but right after Josh Allen, you get to Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy is the second best quarterback in the NFC playoffs and the third best quarterback across the entire NFL playoffs. And I know people are going to come at me and say, well, how could you say that? The MVP, Drake May, is in the playoffs in the AFC. I'm sorry. I'm trusting the track record of Brock Purdy more than I'm trusting the track record of Drake May. And you want to talk about a soft schedule. Oh, my God. Go look at what New England has gone through this year. Not just the quality of teams, but the quality of defenses that they've placed. They've played so many terrible, terrible defenses so far this season. I think Brock Purdy is the third best quarterback that is still alive for the Super Bowl this year, Sterling. And as you try to find out a way for the 49ers to make their way through a tough NFC, a lot of really good teams, and doing it with a really bad defense, the way that it has to happen is by having elite quarterback play. And as far as this year's group of postseason quarterbacks go, Brock is right near the top of the list.
Well, and you would think of quarterbacks like Bo Nix, who right now the Broncos have the number 1 seed in the AFC. You can argue that he's on the same footing, equal footing as Caleb Williams, right? Where that defense is keeping games close and making clutch turnovers and takeaways. And then here comes Caleb and Bo Nix with one final drive to get the victory for the Broncos and the Bears. I wouldn't say Brock Purdy's worse than either one of those guys. He outdueled one of them, about a week ago now. I might be a little more lenient towards Drake May. We'll see what he can do if Stephon Diggs doesn't play in the coming weeks. Now the allegations have surfaced about him. But, the Patriots have had that cupcake schedule that so many people want to, knock Brock for. And I am shocked, though, that you did not put Justin Herbert, go Ducks ahead of Brock Purdy in this case. Because I think if you asked a portion of the Niner fan base, who would rather have Brock Purdy or Herbert, I think a lot of them would say, give me Justin Herbert over Brock Purdy. But not you, Mark. Not you.
Both my Ducks are behind Brock Purdy, Bo Nix and Justin Herbert. I think most people would agree on the Bo Nix part, although, hard to argue with what Bo has done in his first 2 years as a quarterback, made the playoffs both years, and that's not a difficult thing to do, and in all likelihood, he's going to be the 1 seed in the AFC. Herbert is like, if you were to dream up a quarterback in a lab, you'd come out with Justin Herbert. He's big, he's strong, he's got a rocket of an arm, he can run, he can do everything. He's played in a couple of postseason games, and blew a nearly 30-point lead in one and then could not complete a pass in the other, basically. and Brock Purdy's won a lot of postseason games, gone to a Super Bowl, gone to another NFC championship game, and now is playing his best headed into the postseason when his team desperately needs it from him. So it's nothing against my guys that I love, Justin Herbert and Bo Nix. It's that I just think Brock Purdy is simply a better quarterback. And I think it's so difficult for us, Sterling, to get past the physical traits and what a player looks like, because Brock doesn't. You put Brock next to Justin Herbert, and you say there's no way that Brock guy is better than Justin Herbert. And I know that there's probably a lot of people out there who feel like Herbert is better, and I think it's relatively close. I'm on the side of Brock Purdy, but what matters is, I think, track record, and Brock Purdy has so much more of a track record, and that's maybe partly why I'm a little hesitant to put Drake May above Brock Purdy at this stage as well, because I haven't seen it from Drake May on a gigantic stage, and we're going to see what New England does come the postseason. I'm really interested to see how that plays out. The entire AFC is really interesting. But Sterling, as we begin to discuss how the Niners can possibly keep up this run of winning and how they could potentially go to the Super Bowl or get at least to the NFC Championship game, right? You look through the traits of postseason teams that go deep. And I guess just to simplify it, look at Super Bowl winners of the last handful of years, right? Generally speaking, all these teams, I have at least one of the two following things: a great quarterback or a great defense. You basically have to have at least one of those things. And a lot of times teams have both. And if you have both, then you're going to be the best team in the world. Philadelphia last year, I know Jalen Hurts had a great Super Bowl and won the Super Bowl MVP. He's not a great quarterback in my mind. They had an amazing defense, also had an amazing offensive line, but they had a great defense. That's driving factor number one why they won the Super Bowl. Year prior, Kansas City in 2023. We, of course, remember that game, that Super Bowl. Kansas City, great quarterback and a great defense. They had both. Yeah. Kansas City in 2022, when they beat the Eagles, led by Jalen Hurts, their defense wasn't as good that year. It was still pretty darn good, but they have Patrick Mahomes, great quarterback. Year before, in 2021, the Rams, great quarterback with Matthew Stafford, and maybe not like best defense in the league, but a good one led by Aaron Donald and a number of others. Tampa Bay in 2020, they had an amazing defense, and they had the greatest quarterback of all time, although probably not as good as he was in years past, but you had Tom Brady. That qualifies as a great quarterback. Kansas City in 2019, Niner fans, of course, remember that one as well. Great quarterback in Patrick Mahomes. Pretty good defense. Great quarterback, though. New England in 2018, they had the greatest quarterback ever, and they had a really good defense as well. You have to go all the way back, Sterling, to the Philadelphia Eagles in 2017, to where I think you get to a point where you say they didn't have a great quarterback or a great defense, yet they won the Super Bowl. You got to go all the way back nearly a decade ago to find the last time a team did not have either a great quarterback or a great defense. So if you are gauging the Niners' chances of going deep, I think it has to rest on Brock Purdy being great. And I have high confidence that he's going to be great because I think, Sterling, he's the second best quarterback in the NFC.
When you mentioned track record as a reason that you believe in Brock so much, and I think as fans and as the national media dives into the quarterback rankings and they'll give their predictions over the next couple of weeks or so as to who can win the Super Bowl and the bubbles in which they're in, but we do tend to go through these stages of, okay, you've proven you can win in the regular season. Now I need you to prove you can win in the playoffs. And Brock Purdy has done both of those things, yet he still gets discounted when it comes to being placed in the conversation for great quarterbacks or elite quarterbacks. And I don't think I go as far as to say Brock Purdy's an elite quarterback, albeit the way he's played the last month and a half has been in the upper echelon of the NFL. I do think that Brock is one of the few quarterbacks that are in the playoffs right now that has not only won a lot in the regular season with and without the Avengers, but has also won a ton in the playoffs. Think about Jordan Love having a good year. Toyota-thon out there in Wisconsin. Big thing for him. That's over in January. That doesn't continue on into the new year. So it's like Jordan Love is really inconsistent. Honestly, blew a game against this very San Francisco 49ers team 2 years ago on the road at Levi Stadium. You go to teams, think about Matthew Stafford. Probably the only other guy that I truly trust. And this may be, if you want to zoom in further, a microcosm of, with 2 minutes on the clock, you need one drive to win you a game. What quarterback do you trust the most? It's not Jalen Hurts. I wouldn't trust him. You give me somebody else. I don't know, just not him. I'd probably take Caleb Williams over Jalen Hurts right now.
Oh, yeah.
That's how low I think of Hurts in the way he's played in 2025. But you get into Purdy and Stafford and Josh Allen, and quite frankly, Josh Allen has one less in the playoffs than Brock Purdy, albeit he has much more the physical traits you want of quarterbacks to call elite. Like, you could argue that besides Stafford, Purdy maybe is the most proven quarterback in the playoffs entering right now. And I don't think that's crazy to say. I don't think that's absurd to go out on a limb and discuss Purdy being one of the best of, like, he's the most proven quarterback in the playoffs and regular season that still exists besides Matthew Stafford. So why wouldn't we have confidence if we're Niner fans that this team can go all the way when the season's over with?
I hear you on the Josh Allen part. Now, we could be real and say, well, Josh Allen, the reason why we can say hasn't had as much postseason success as Brock is because he shares a conference with the guy that Brock has also lost to in the Super Bowl. Like, you look at Josh Allen's record versus postseason record versus the Chiefs and then versus everybody else. It's a pretty stark difference. He only loses to the Chiefs in the postseason. This is the year, though, for Josh, where if he doesn't get it done, those conversations probably actually become real because they don't have to face Mahomes and the Chiefs in the postseason this year. Now, they might be a 7 seed because the Patriots won that division. So we'll see how it all plays out. But there's no doubt that Brock Purdy does have that track record as well. And I think the point is, Sterling, that this is also the reality that the Niners and specifically Brock Purdy are facing. Not only do I think and you think, and I think maybe a lot of Niner fans are coming around to it if they haven't yet already, not only do we think that Brock Purdy is the second best quarterback in the NFC playoffs and one of the best, 2 or 3 best quarterbacks in the NFL playoffs. A big part of that is because no Mahomes, no Burrow, maybe no Lamar, and definitely, at least right now, no healthy Lamar. But when that's your reality and you don't have the Avengers around you maybe on the defensive side of the football, you need it. So if we're going to have this conversation about Brock, Sterling, and feel this way about Brock, the pressure is on him. And it's one thing to do it when the pressure isn't on. And maybe in 2023, that was a good example of it, when obviously a regular season is tough and it's never easy, but the Niners could kind of cruise. Like what we were talking about earlier. What did Shanahan really have to do that was all that difficult in 2023 when you have the best offense and a great defense on the other side of the ball? How much is really up in the air on any given game? But with this team, with how bad the defense has been, it's on Brock Purdy to get it done because his team absolutely needs it. And if he doesn't get it done, they're going to lose by 20 points because that's how bad this defense is. There is a little extra added credit, Sterling, that I give quarterbacks who have to do it, drive in and drive out, because that's what their team calls for. It's kind of like a Josh Allen against Mahomes in the playoffs, like that crazy epic AFC title game a number of years ago in Kansas City where there were like 5 touchdowns in the last 2 minutes of that football game. It was Josh scoring a touchdown, giving up a touchdown, Josh scoring a touchdown, giving up a touchdown over and over and over again. Despite that being a loss, I give Josh so much credit for that because his defense was doing nothing to support him, and that's kind of the reality Brock is living in. Not only is he playing his best football of his career, but he's doing it when maybe other than the postseason, it hasn't really ever meant more than right now. And he's passing with flying colors, but more so than he's ever done.
Well, I think with Brock, too, it's not just about not having a great defense around him. It's about the carousel of skill players that haven't been on the field with him. Right? His number one wide receiver, Brandon Ayuk, hasn't played all year, which, that guy's going to be gone, and rightfully so, but that was the expectation. You're going to get that guy back at some point in time. He'll elevate the offense around Purdy and hope to make his life easier. Ricky Pearsall, who has now become your number one wide receiver, he's been on and off and on and off the field, and this team hasn't had that separator against cornerbacks. They've had to throw into tight windows and make those tight plays to Jawan Jennings and Demarcus Robinson and Kendrick Bourne, and Sky Moore's gotten involved at times, and Jake Tunges has been out there, and Luke Farrell's been out there. It's not like you're giving Brock Purdy a terrible defense and then all these stars around him. You're giving Brock Purdy a terrible defense and at some games a bare-bones offense besides Christian McCaffrey and saying, lead me to a victory. And I think he has done that with flying colors. It's not just been, they're skating by. They're barely escaping. There's a reason fans, me, you, others, and the national media are finally saying Brock Purdy looks like the dude. It's because he's proving I don't just need, or I don't just not have a great defense. I have a terrible defense. And on some games, I've won them by double digits with a subpar offense around me. And that to me shows Brock Purdy has not only elevated his game in year 4 as a starting quarterback, but he's also elevated this team to another level with that pressure on his back.
Yeah. 888-957-9570. So we've been saying it. I'll come out and say it again. I think Brock Purdy is the second best quarterback in the NFC playoffs. Is that crazy? Brock Purdy, second best quarterback in the NFC playoffs. And I'll take it a step further. Third best quarterback in the NFL playoffs. I don't care if Lamar makes it. I don't care if Baker makes it over Bryce Young. Brock Purdy is the third best quarterback out of the 14 playoff teams this year. That's pretty darn good. Now, some of it is because of who is being excluded from the playoffs. That includes Mahomes. It includes Joe Burrow. But Brock, given teams that are making the postseason, and their quarterback deserves so much credit for a team making the playoffs in the first place, Brock is the third best out of the 14 guys that will make the playoffs. Are we crazy? 888-957-9570. Let's go out to the phones. Danny in Los Altos is joining us now here on Willard and Dibs, but no Willard, no Dibs. It's Grandy and Sterling with you. Danny, what's up? Happy New Year. How you doing?
Happy New Year. Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
So, two things. One, I want to kind of align Indiana, on the college thing with the Niners.
Okay.
They are aligned. I mean, just great quarterbacks. Nobody figured that they would be there. The reason for my phone call, though, guys, is I'm listening to you guys on an off day, and I love the teamwork that you have, and I want you to know that I'm thrilled to be part of a conversation with you that's going to be a long future for you guys doing the business. You guys are doing great.
Oh, thank you, Danny. I appreciate that.
That's awesome.
Very kind words, and thank you for listening, and Happy New Year to you as well. I love talking college football, Danny. I could talk college football till I'm blue in the face. I don't really see the connection between the Niners and the Indiana Hoosiers. Indiana, they do have the Heisman Trophy winner at quarterback, and the way we're talking about Brock, maybe he should be in consideration for a similar award in the NFL, at least the way that he's been playing the last month. Indiana has an amazing, amazing defense. The Niners were projected to, win a number of games that would probably get them into the postseason this year, but then, of course, all the injuries happened. Indiana snuck up on everybody beginning last year, but I appreciate the kind words very much. There is no doubt, though, Sterling, that if you were to ask people what the Niners' record would be with all the injuries this year, and you just lay out, Bosa misses basically the entire year. Warner misses more than half the season. Kittle misses about half the season. Ricky Pearsall misses about half the season, and Purdy misses half the season, and all of that. You lay out all those. Ayuk never returns, right? You lay all that stuff out, and you say, what do you think of the Niners? And then you find out that they're potentially going to be the number 1 seed with a win tomorrow. That would constitute a shock, maybe similar to the scale of shock that Indiana has given the college football world. So I get the comparison that way. It just underlines, though, Sterling, how impressive it has been what Kyle Shanahan and this team have done, because no one would have expected their season would be alive at this stage, let alone they'd be fighting for the 1 seed with all those injuries.
Well, I can just take this on a personal note, because walking into the year, I said they'll be 10-7, they'll be a wild card team, and they can make some noise. Like, that to me felt like who the Niners were going to be, knowing they kind of took a step back and they were trying to retool some things in the offseason with the draft, and 11 draft picks come in. It's a new defensive coordinator, albeit it's Robert Saleh, so it's kind of old in that case. But like, this was kind of a reset year for the 49ers. And then you add in all the injuries to young and old guys. Mykel Williams, who's quietly been gone for half a year now.
Yeah, true.
Because of a torn ACL. He's a big run stuffer for them. He hasn't been there and been a big reason why the run defense has struggled, over the last, 2 months or so, maybe with some good games mixed in there. But like, you're right. Had you told anybody that before the year starts, you're going to have a basically new defense filled with young guys, unproven pieces, the injuries around them, you were saying earlier in the show, 6-7 wins, 8 at the most, and you're not vying for a playoff spot. You're not vying for the number 1 seed. And now we're sitting here leading into Saturday, the final Saturday of the NFL season, of like, not only does San Francisco have a fight for the division, it's the division and the number 1 seed to outplay the Rams, outplay Seattle, maybe twice in 2025. And I think it's a testament to Shanahan and Brock Purdy and the leadership those two guys have displayed and how good Saleh has been behind the scenes, getting these young guys to maybe not play great football, but play good enough football. And, I don't know what the caller was trying to, compare Indiana and the Niners to, but I can just say this. You got a damn good quarterback, you're going to go a long way. And San Francisco has a damn good quarterback, and they have every reason to believe they can go a long way in the playoffs. So I'll get behind that. I'll just say this. If Brock Purdy wins any kind of award this year, I need him to speak Spanish to me like Mendoza did when he won the Heisman. Give me something, Brock. Give me some spiciness to your game because you played so well, but I want that Spanish-speaking tongue to just talk pretty to me, Brock, at the end of the year if you can.
Well, I think the only award that Brock could theoretically win would be Super Bowl MVP because he's not winning anything from the regular season. So
that's the only one he needs, Grady. It's the only one that matters.
Where I will say, I think for sure the comparison to Indiana will end is Indiana's losing the next game that they're playing because we all know who they're going up against. Am I right? They're going up against
Go Ducks. Go
the
Ducks.
Oregon Ducks. That's absolutely right.
I watched the first half of that game, and y'all were putting up nothing in that first half against Texas Tech. So you bet.
Hey. Texas Tech put up nothing, literally, in the entire game.
We both put up nothing. It was 6-0 for about 14 minutes of play, and I was like, what's going on? Grandy's probably shaking in his boots right now, wondering, are we going to lose this game?
Yeah, they should have been up by like 20 at half. Instead, it was a 6-point game. But they figured it out in the second half, and they dominated that game. But yeah, Indiana-Oregon is one semifinal coming up next week. Okay, we got to hit a break. I see you, Rob. We'll get to you when we come back. That's what's coming up here on 95.7 The Game, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Plus, you're going to want to hear what Greg Cosell said about Brock Purdy earlier this week, and we're going to go back to what Sam Darnold said about Brock Purdy. That is the quarterback matchup tomorrow, Purdy versus Sam. We'll hear from Sam Darnold coming up on the other side, as well as Willard and Dibs continues. No Willard, no Dibs. Grandy and Sterling with you. Back with more next on 95.7 The Game.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Kohl's new clearance markdowns are intense. Up to 70% off is the kind of deal that'll leave you feeling stunned and make you whisper things like, "Where have you been my whole life?" to a cardigan. Just take a deep breath, steady your cart, and try to act normal. But it's not possible. The savings are just too good. Shop new clearance markdowns now in-store and online at Kohl's. Select styles, some exclusions apply. See store or kohls.com for details.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, You can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-750-2525. That's 800-750-2525. Again, that's 800-750-2525.
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
It's the RV Mega Show and Sale, January 2nd through 11th at Cordelia RV Center. All 2025 models must go. All reasonable offers considered. Family-owned, top brands, and the best deals of the year. CordeliaRV.com. We do business with a handshake.
In sports, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. At Great Clips, we save your haircut details in clip notes, so every member of the highly skilled team knows exactly how to create your signature look. And with our easy-to-use app, you can check in from anywhere and get a ready next text when you're up next for a cut. It's the confidence of a great haircut delivered by a team you trust. Download our app today. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. This holiday season through January 4th, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
I'm Mark Solinger, producer and one of the hosts of the Moth Podcast. For nearly 2 decades, The Moth has brought live storytelling to stages around the world and to millions of listeners. These are real people telling true stories from their lives. Stories about a lost family recipe, about working to free a wrongfully convicted man, about realizing you need to leave your May-December romance. Stories that will move you, surprise you, make you laugh. Stories you can't forget. Join us. Follow and listen to The Moth wherever you get your podcasts.
Everyone needs to take care of their mental health, even running back Bijan Robinson.
When I'm on the field and feeling the pressure, I usually just take a deep breath. When I'm just breathing and seeing what's in front of me, everything just slows down. It just makes me feel great before I run the play.
Just like Bijan, we all need a strong mental game on and off the field. Make a game plan for your mental health at loveyourmindplaybook.org.
Love your mind.
Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Foundation, the Arthur M. Blank Family Foundation, and the Ad Council.
Back in 60.
Are you really eating during the commercial break?
You bet. These Factor meals keep my head in the game.
Oh, yeah? So what do you got there?
This year's filet mignon and creamy Parmesan shrimp. With Factor, I get chef-prepared, dietitian-approved meals delivered weekly. Perfect for pros like us.
Oh, so you're a pro now, too?
Box says Factor, eat like a pro. So, yeah.
I think it's time for you to share a bite like a pro.
No. Get your own at factormeals.com. Factor, eat like a pro.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, but no Willard, no Dibs. They're back on Monday enjoying the New Year's holiday right now. It's Grandy and Sterling in for Willard and Dibs here on 95.7 The Game. We're talking some Niners. We do have Warriors basketball coming up at 7 o'clock, which means Warriors Live, and our pregame coverage begins at 6 right here on 95.7 The Game. Sterling, we'll go back to the Niners in just a sec. I will ask you this, though. Have you happened to see the Niners injury report, if we could even call it an injury report for today's game? Have you seen?
I have not.
No Steph Curry tonight. No Jimmy Butler tonight. No Draymond Green tonight. No DeAnthony Melton tonight. And no Seth Curry tonight. So So
sounds delightful.
Yeah, the Warriors, it kind of seems like, are saying, you know what, we're just going to give up this game versus the Thunder, and we'll try to get the Jazz tomorrow. That's what's happening to the Warriors tonight.
But do you know what that means, Mark?
What?
That means you get to hear an all-time classic from Tim Roy. It's going to be fantastic.
It is. Get ready for Pat Spencer, Jonathan Kaminga, and a bunch of others.
Kaminga! Can't wait.
Quick, Stoney, I don't want to nitpick because Kaminga, oh, God, y'all got me.
Shout out, Goo. We love you, Goo. Happy New Year to Goo and to everybody else out there. But yeah, that's what's coming up tonight. Warriors and Thunder. Warriors, I said, is it really an injury report? Because they list Draymond is out with rest, and Jimmy Butler has general illness, and Steph Curry has a left ankle sprain. He did roll his ankle at the very end of that Charlotte game a couple of days ago, but, you know, they're kind of looking for reasons to hold the guys out. So, anyways, that's what's coming up. 7 o'clock tip for the Warriors versus the Thunder. Pre-game coverage begins at 6. Speaking of injuries, Sterling, we've been talking a lot about Niner injuries. Of course, Trent Williams, Ricky Pearsall, George Kittle. George Kittle has been limited in practice all this week. It kind of feels like he's ramping up and likely to play, in my opinion. Ricky Pearsall feels like a true question mark. In my mind, he's also been limited all week. Trent Williams has not practiced all week. And he seems like he's not going to play. So the Niners are going to be down a starting offensive lineman. It seems like that's me speculating. It's not official. I haven't really spent a lot of time getting the day-to-day updates from the Seahawks injury report, but I just looked it up, Sterling, with all this in mind. They're going to be out a starting offensive lineman as well. Charles Cross, one of their starting tackles, is out. Kobe Bryant,
left tackle.
Left tackle. So the blind side of Sam Darnold is out. Kobe Bryant, a safety, is doubtful. He was limited in practice Tuesday, did not practice Wednesday, limited again yesterday. Haven't seen anything updated for what's happened today up in Seattle, but Kobe Bryant is doubtful as well. So the Niners may be a little banged up, specifically with Trent Williams. The Seahawks, though, missing a left tackle and potentially, probably missing a safety as well, Sterling.
Well, I think on top of that, the Seahawks' backup left tackle, Jones, is also questionable. So,
Josh Jones, yeah.
So, he may not play. I would assume he would. They probably rule out one of those guys and not the other. But, where San Francisco has injuries, and again, they have a lot of big ones, Kittle, Pearsall, and Trent being the three, it's not like Seattle is completely healthy either. And if they have both their left tackles out, Jones is much better than Austin Pleasance is. And can I tell you my one fear about the offensive line?
Yeah, tell me.
Despite Brendel and Pooney and Burford having a resurgence and looking great over the last month or so, we kind of got a taste of what, when a Niners starting offensive lineman goes out and the replacement comes in and he plays great, then the next week you're like, oh, we really need the other guy back. Because that was Connor Colby in week 2 against the Saints. Barch gets hurt. Colby comes in. You're like, oh, it actually wasn't that bad for a 7th rounder. Then 2 weeks later, you're like, when is Ben Barch coming back? This is disastrous. My concern is that you play a better defense on Saturday against Seattle that has about 4 or 5 guys that can get to the quarterback. Uchenna Nwosu being one of those guys. DeMarcus Lawrence being the other one. Former Dallas Cowboy veteran edge rusher. And Austin Pleasant's name's out there. It's like, I really can't wait till Trent comes back because it could be a lot of running around for Brock Purdy and company, and hopefully they can evade some sacks. But not too positive with the blind side of Brock Purdy entering tomorrow's game.
Okay, well, yeah, let's talk about this a little bit because we spent a lot of time talking about Brock and why we have a good amount of faith in Brock, and we think he's the second best quarterback that's remaining in the NFC. Teams that have clinched a playoff spot, 7 teams that will be playing in the postseason. And, of course, there's still 8 teams that are available to make the postseason. Tampa Bay and Carolina duking it out for the last spot. And, by the way, every team wants to be the 5 seed because they know they're matched up with that team, whichever team wins the NFC South. That will potentially be decided tomorrow. If Carolina beats Tampa in Tampa, Carolina will win the division. If Tampa wins, they will also need Atlanta to lose to the Saints on Sunday. So there's a chance that's not decided until Sunday either. There is, though, a chance that it's determined before the Niners even play coming up tomorrow. But the 49ers we've been talking a lot about how confident we are about Brock and about the offense, despite the fact that this is a really, really good Seattle defense, Sterling. Where are you most concerned, though? Is it that offensive line? Is it the history that Mike McDonald has against Brock? Is it the history that Mike McDonald has against Kyle Shanahan? Is it potentially the other side of the football? Is it the Niners defense against Jackson Smith and Jigba? Is it the Seahawks run game? What do you think is the biggest? We talked about the biggest favorable matchup for the Niners, which very well might be quarterback versus quarterback. Where does Seattle have the biggest edge against this Niner team going into tomorrow?
Well, I think it's simply having a pass rush. Where San Francisco can't get to the quarterback on really even a good day, they can't get to the quarterback. And I know they were able to get some pressure, and they might be able to get some against Seattle on the interior, which could, in fact, impact Sam Darnold's outings. We have seen him in previous years. If you can get past the center and the guard, they can get to the quarterback and rattle him a little bit, and you might see some ghosts if everything goes well. But, we have seen, and it kind of all comes together, right? You've seen Shanahan's offense struggle against the McDonald defense, but it's how it struggles. It gets overwhelmed because the offensive line and the stunts, the blitzes McDonald brings. That, to me, I think is a big area of concern for San Francisco on offense. That, to me, is because San Francisco's success has seemingly come from Brock Purdy and nobody else, right? That is their path to victory, and that is where they have the big advantage in this game between quarterbacks. If you are the Seahawks, the one thing you believe you can do is overwhelm the offensive line, get some pressure on Purdy, get him off his spot, and while Purdy has shown the ability to utilize his legs, make big plays, that one against the Bears was just
amazing,
godly of him. It was like, oh my goodness, what's happening? This is incredible. That doesn't mean that's going to happen every single play. And so to get pressure...
Yeah, that can't happen every play.
And if it does, we're having a very different conversation come Monday and Sunday of this is an elite level quarterback that's out there. But if you are the Niners, I think overwhelming the offensive line is my biggest concern for this team on Saturday, because the Seahawks have the ability to do that and have shown the history of doing that against a Kyle Shanahan offense.
Well, I'm glad that you brought up that specifically. It is the Seahawks' ability to pressure the quarterback and paired up with a Niner offensive line that, while they've been playing a whole lot better of late, clearly has still some questions. And I know you and I are probably going to be scarred by the offensive line for quite a while, because we've just not understood the way that this Niner team has kind of attacked, building up their offensive line over the last 2, 3, 4 years. What I think a good way to think about this, Sterling, is how this season has gone. And Purdy goes out. Mac Jones comes in and honestly has some success and keeps the Niners season alive and looked really good, to the point where some people were saying even when Brock is healthy, Mac should play. Like that was a legitimate thing that a lot of people were thinking. And if you're not watching on Twitch or YouTube, you're seeing Sterling shaking his head right now. There were people, I know you know this, but there were people out there that thought that. You personally were not one of them. I wasn't one of them either. I was a little questioning how the Niners handled Brock's injury. I thought maybe he should have gotten surgery right away, but once he's back and ready to go, then yes, he's your quarterback because he's better than Mac Jones. But when we talk about the difference, Sterling, between those two guys, we talk about Purdy's ability to use his legs and to evade and to escape and to extend plays, and not necessarily to do what he did on that Juszczyk touchdown last week, but just to see a pass rusher coming on, roll out right, keep the play live for another second and a half, and find Pearsall over the middle for a relatively simple play. But that's something that Mac can't do nearly as well as Brock Purdy. So when that is like our backdrop of evaluating the quarterbacks that have recently played for the Niners, I think we lose sight of what actually makes Brock elite and what he's best at. And it frankly is his ability to just hang out in the pocket, read progressions, and find the right guy on time and throw with anticipation. Like, Brock is so good from the pocket. And I'm glad that you brought this up, because that is a big deal for the Seahawks, getting Brock out of the pocket. I know that might be like counterintuitive, because Brock does have the ability to extend. But if I'm a defense, I'd rather have my quarterback that I'm playing be moving than just be stationary in the pocket, calm, under control, and being able to deliver the football. So even though Brock can do that, it's still, of course, important to get him on the move. And I want to play what Greg Cosell said earlier this week on this show, not with you and I, but with Willard and Dibbs, about Brock Purdy specifically. The question was about that Chicago game, but it's Brock in general. And then we can break this down, Sterling, because I think it's really, really eye-opening what Greg Cosell said. Greg Cosell of NFL Films. Here's Greg on Brock Purdy.
Purdy is somewhat of an old-school player in that the understanding of how to play the position from the pocket is what separates him. I mean, and we speak about him being a post-snap operator because the nature of their pass game is what we call pure progression. In other words, he's not necessarily doing what we talked about this. I have talked about this, like what a Phillip Rivers or an Aaron Rodgers or a Peyton Manning did, where he controls the game at the line of scrimmage. The play is called, he gets up to the line. Now, he wants to know whether it's middle open, middle closed, or if there's a blitz. But beyond that, he's not worried about every element of the defense. So he's just going through the read, and he sees the defense as he's dropping back and immediately knows where to go with the football. It's just innate. He's a master at that.
And he went on to say, all of the intricacies that he can do from the pocket is, again, what makes him elite and what separates him from the rest of quarterbacks in the NFL. And I think, Sterling, we oftentimes in today's day and age, watching football and seeing all these athletic quarterbacks, we kind of forget that the baseline for being a good quarterback in the NFL is being able to just execute from the pocket. And again, the difference between Mac and Brock is a big part of it is their mobility and Brock's ability to extend plays. And that obviously is added on top of that. But to what you're saying, the Seahawks can influence this game even without sacking Brock Purdy just by getting him on the move because Brock is so good from inside the pocket.
Well, I think a lot of what Brock Purdy does is timing, right? Which a lot of offenses are like that. It's just you look at stills of Brock Purdy's passes. The ball is out before the receiver's even into his break.
Yeah.
Right. The old story is Joe Montana could throw to Jerry Rice with the lights off and it's just dark and out there, but I know where my receiver's going to be at all times. And we saw this in 2023 when you saw guys like Debo and Ayuk not on the football field. And you saw it last year too when it was just Juwan Jennings and there wasn't much consistency with his offensive skill players where Brock knows where guys need to be, right? And when they're not there, it makes him look bad, which I know isn't the biggest part of the story or the conversation we're having, but Brock knows I need you here, this yard, this break at this exact second because that ball is coming out and if you're not there, it's getting picked off and we're losing football games. And I think for Brock, the one thing that you can't let happen is your offensive line can't struggle and get you off your spot because then your timing's disrupted, plays are broken down, and while Purdy has shown the ability to play off schedule and make plays with his legs, this offense still facilitates on timing. And if you can break that up, if you are Seattle, that to me is a quick route to victory, and that goes for all quarterbacks in the NFL, but for a quarterback like Purdy, where, again, look at the stills, the all-22, the film, that throws to Pearsall and Juwan Jennings in the eventual game-winning score. Yeah. That ball's out, and Jennings hasn't even turned his head yet or been out of his break yet because Purdy knows this ball needs to be here at the right time. And if you can disrupt that, that to me is one of my biggest fears, knowing that you don't have your Hall of Fame left tackle blocking Purdy's backside. But, Grandy, you're a big JSN guy. Is that your biggest fear? Or JSN cooks this Niners secondary, and all of a sudden we're sitting back like, San Francisco scored 35 points, but JSN scored 3 touchdowns. We can't stop him.
I will answer that in just a sec. But first, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. In terms of like an individual one-on-one matchup, yeah, I'm terrified of what JSN is going to do to this Niner defense because you have the combination of a pass rush that is the friendliest way I can put it is terribly inconsistent about earlier. That puts a lot of pressure on your other guys because if JSN lines up in the slot where Lenore hasn't been this year and Lenore lines up on him in the slot, what does that leave? Upton Stout, who's been your guy in the slot and doesn't have any experience playing outside. So you're going to see a lot of JSN on cornerbacks not named Diamador Lenore and defensive backs in general not named Diamador Lenore. And you give Sam Darnold time and JSN time to break free from whoever that is, whether it's man coverage or zone coverage. Niners run lots of zone. and he's one of the best deep ball targets in the NFL. He's probably the best route runner in the NFL. He has amazing hands, has great feet to toe tap along the sideline. Yeah, JSN is one of my bigger fears going into this game because the Niners could execute a 12-play drive that takes 6 minutes off the clock. It was perfectly executed, but it was forced to be a long drive because that's how good Seattle's defense is, and Seattle could get those 7 points right back on a 2-play, 75-yard drive because JSN could go for 75 yards on one fell swoop. Like that is my fear, that Seattle is able to score so much easier than the 49ers because they have a singular, incredible skill position player in JSN who's a home run hitter every time he's on the field.
Well, I think about last week's game against Chicago, right? There's 4 seconds left on the clock, but it's not even fourth down for the Bears inside San Francisco's half-yard line. You think about that, and let's say this game is similar, or the defense plays as poor, and they're going back and forth throughout the game, and you give Seattle those 4 seconds, they're probably going to score. And now, obviously, the Niners have beaten Seattle early in the season. Nick Bosa blocking the right tackle into Sam Darnold, forcing a fumble to win that game, which is just so incredible knowing how long ago it was, but also how improbable it seemed when it happened. But this to me is a game where, okay, you're playing Chicago. Their defense really isn't that great. Again, they can get takeaways, but they can be had in the secondary. While the Seahawks don't have a world-beating secondary, they have a bunch of dudes that can get after the quarterback, and they can usually stop the run. Now, San Francisco has gone to a more power run scheme with Christian McCaffrey, and it's worked, and I do think that you can beat this Seahawks interior defensive line at the middle, so maybe CMC goes off again, but let's be honest. This game will be down to, can San Francisco's defense get one stop? Like, that's been the big question. Can you get one stop? And they've done that a lot this year, but it's come at the, okay, well, what if you had 5 seconds instead of 4 seconds? What if you had 20 seconds instead of 4 seconds? And, there is the negative side to me that's like, you can't give this team, this Seahawks team, that one drive because they'll take it and they'll run with it. And if they do, not to say the Niners season is doomed, but your job gets a heck of a lot harder going forward, knowing you're probably going to be the 5th or the 6th seed in the wild card.
Absolutely. So what scares you the most about this Seahawks team? Is it you in agreement with me, Jackson Smith and Jigba? Are you with Sterling? Is it their defensive line or defensive front seven against this Niner offensive line? What gives you the most worry that the Niners are going to run into some trouble against the Seahawks tomorrow? 888-957-9570. Let's go out to the phone lines. Wando on 280 wants to weigh in on the Niners, on the Seahawks, and on Brock Purdy specifically. What's up, Wando? You're on Willard and Dibs, but Sterling and Grandy with you. Happy New Year. What's up?
Hey, guys. Happy New Year. How are you? Hope you're doing well. Since I last called in, which was right after the Niner game the other night, and I was kind of a wet blanket, I guess, to the question of, the fear of Brock Purdy, but I hear the conversation coming up now again, and couple quick points. Just want to say, Grandy, that's a great point, and it's cool to hear you say the 3-4 years you guys have been talking about the offensive line. So just want to give you your flowers for your time at the station, and Sterling, also really cool to hear you on Afternoon Drive, and great to hear passionate Niners takes. So I just want to throw that out there. Didn't hear the question to our friend NFL Films. Was wondering if it was a good question or not, but that's great insight, about keeping Purdy in the pocket. And, we do think of him as, one of his strengths is the scrambling ability, but it's totally a great point and recentered me on him is that, he can really kill you from the pocket. I do just want to reemphasize the point that I called in about last game, about, the arm strength. And it's not so much the arm strength, but it's that, just to refine the point, is it seems like he wants to drive the ball into tighter windows than he has in years past, just lately. And I don't know, that's something that stood out to me. I think I'd like to see him still throwing from the pocket. But, I don't know. What do you guys think of that? It's not really an arm strength thing. It's more why are you trying to put that in there? And I feel like we obviously know with the interception game, whoever that was against. But I don't know. What do you guys think?
Yeah, Wando, appreciate the call, and thanks for the kind words. Yeah, I think you're referencing yes, that was a great question from Willard and Dibs to Greg Cosell. I think you're referencing the Carolina game where he threw those 3 interceptions on consecutive possessions. in the first half. I think certainly this gets back to something, and we got to take a break in a minute, but this gets back to something that we talked about a lot early in the season and a lot last year, was Brock playing hero ball and trying to force things. I think in his recent hot play, the stretch that he's been on for the last month, I haven't noticed a lot of like hero ball throws. There's been a lot of aggressiveness and pushing the ball down the field. This is where I think Shanahan and Brock are working in combination with each other, because not only is Brock pushing the ball down the field, but a lot of those guys are pretty open. And it's not a throw in which there's a high level of probability that it could be picked off. Now, a lot of it is also Brock reading it well, and as you talked about, anticipating and throwing it before the receiver is even open. But once the ball gets to the receiver, there's like no one within 3 yards of him oftentimes. And that's Shanahan's greatness and Brock's ability to see it quickly and early coming into play. There is no doubt, though, on those hero ball throws, Sterling, where there is a tight window, having a stronger arm helps. And Brock does not have the strongest arm in the world. He's not close to that. So when you do have to force the ball into a small window that's getting smaller by the second, getting it there quickly helps. So I think it's why, even more so, Brock gets into trouble when he plays that hero ball, because he maybe doesn't have the arm strength that a Caleb Williams might have, to where he could maybe sneak a ball into a smaller window than Brock could. Brock's ability is to see the bigger windows when they're there and take advantage of that bigger window.
Well, I think on top of that, Purdy has to play hero ball because they need him to be a hero. So get used to tighter window throws, because this team can't afford for him to not attempt those throws in big moments. I would assume the caller was more so referring to some of the passes to Jawan Jennings, but that's a receiver that Purdy believes can go up and get the football against any defender. So
and doesn't get away from a defender all that often. Like, not a lot of space created by Jawan. He's not that kind of receiver.
Well, on top of that, most of these guys can't separate. So it's like
Ricky
no
can.
one can separate.
Ricky can.
Right, so one guy, and he hasn't played much this year. So it's like you had DeMarcus Robinson and Jennings and Kittle, and I love Kittle, and sometimes he's open, but sometimes you got to give your guys an opportunity. And knowing there's so much pressure on Purdy in the offense, the difference of winning and losing may come down to a tight window throw, and whether your quarterback has the anticipation and the willingness to take those shots, and Purdy has been over the last 6 games, and it's paid dividends for San Francisco.
Yeah, all right, let's take a break. We'll come back. More time for your calls if you want to weigh in, 888-957-9570. What are you most scared about this Seahawks team? Is it JSN, Jackson Smith and Jigba? Is it their defense, their defensive front versus the Niners' offensive line? Let us know, 888-957-9570. Plus, you're going to want to hear what Sam Darnold had to say about Brock Purdy. I've been teasing it for a bit. We will get to it next. We're sponsored by Bay Area Fast Track. It's Willard and Dibbs, but Sterling and Grandy in. Back with more next on 95.7 The Game.
On January 1st, tolls went up on all the bridges except the Golden Gate. These funds will be used to maintain and rehabilitate the Bay Area's 7 state-owned bridges. Learn more at bayareafasttrack.org.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off. Every Warriors game throughout the season as we get ready for the action. Presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that.
Hi, I'm Lacey, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. And yes, I'm actually a jeweler. I bring dream engagement rings to life every day in our jeweler's workshop. When I hand set your diamond into your ring, I think about creating a piece you'll wear for a lifetime. I pay attention to the smallest details and treat every ring with the same care and craftsmanship, no matter the size or price. Come check us out at your nearby store. Our engagement rings are made with love from our hands to yours, because a friend knows your love deserves the highest quality. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey, it's your boy Guru. Every time we put a rat on the table during our show, it's brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Atco Pest Control is a family-owned local business proud to provide pest control in the Bay Area for over 35 years. Atco uses natural methods to give you a peace of mind and keep your family out of harm's way. Quality pest control doesn't have to empty your savings either. Don't wait. Go to AtcoPestControl.com for all your pest control needs. They got you covered.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Thinking about selling your house but hesitant to move during the holidays? Imagine finalizing your sale now, enjoying the holidays, and move later. Call Wedgewood Homes to discuss your options. Do you want to downsize, relocate, or selling an inherited property? Does your house need repairs or updates? Wedgewood Homes buys homes as is. No repairs, no commissions, no hassle. Secure your future plans and move forward with a no-obligation, all-cash offer from Wedgewood Homes. Close in as little as 3 days, or enjoy the holiday season and move after the new year. Skip the stress of a traditional listing that can be slow and unpredictable. Lock in your sale now with a firm offer from Wedgewood Homes with no last-minute price drops like other cash buyers. Call 415-888-9432 for your no-obligation, all-cash offer. 415-888-9432. 415-888-9432 or wedgwoodhomes.com. The Bay Area's trusted home buyer.
95.7 The Game is proud to be introducing the inaugural Bay Area Host Committee Impact Awards presented by PNC Bank, celebrating those driving change in the Bay Area. We congratulate Kathy Adams, President and CEO of the Oakland African American Chamber of Commerce and winner of the Women's Confidence Award.
This award is humbling because you don't do the work in mind to be recognized. You do the work because you care about people.
Stay tuned this month as 95.7 The Game celebrates all of these prestigious Bay Area Host Committee Impact Award winners.
I bet you folks are glad to be done with your shopping. Hopefully, all your gifts went well. But there's one last store to visit, this time just for yourself. Your chance to get one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony TVs at a crazy low price. Where? At Video Only's year-end clearance sale. A great way to end the year. If you don't check out these deals at Video Only, you'll be sorry.
Guys, thanks for helping me carry my Christmas tree.
Zoe, this thing weighs a ton.
Drewski, lift with your legs, man.
Santa! Did you get my letter?
He's talking to you, Bridges.
I'm not that.
Of course he did, right, Santa?
You know, my elf Drewski here, he handles the nice list.
An elf? I'm 6'3". What everyone wants is iPhone 17. And at T-Mobile, you can get it on them. That center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies. Right, Mrs. Claus?
I'm Mrs. Claus's much younger sister. And at T-Mobile, there's no trade-in needed when you switch, so you can keep your old phone.
Or give it as a gift.
And the best part, you can make the switch to T-Mobile from your phone in just 15 minutes.
Guys, my side of the tree is slipping.
Timber!
The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Switch in just 15 minutes and get iPhone 17 on us with no trade-in needed.
With 24 monthly bill credits for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel. Finance agreement 256 gigs, $830. Eligible port in a new line. $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Check out in 15 minutes or less per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Cloudy with overnight showers in San Francisco with a low of 55.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs.
Can you sing with that voice? Literally.
I did Daddy Warbucks in middle school, and it was talk singing.
What I'm telling you, Telly Savalas.
NYC.
That's singing.
On 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back, Willard and Dibbs, but no Willard and Dibbs. It's Grandy and Sterling with you here until 6 o'clock. Then we get ready for Warriors basketball. They're hosting OKC, but no Steph, no Jimmy, no Draymond, no DeAnthony Melton. And others. We'll talk about that more later here, of course, on 95.7 The Game. That rejoin, that clip that you just heard over the air, played by the great Steven Risotto behind the glass. Also shout out to Cam, working double duty this show, and then the Warriors coming up later tonight as well. That was Mark Willard with Steve Young, and Steve Young fits into this conversation, Sterling, because you said something on the crossover that I think, it got all of our attention, and I think it got the attention of Niner fans out there listening too. You said that Brock Purdy, is the best quarterback, playing the best, the most exciting, doing the most dominant a Niner quarterback has been since that guy, Steve Young, won a Super Bowl for the Niners. Is that what you said, Sterling?
This is the best quarterback play we have seen by a San Francisco 49ers quarterback since Steve Young in 1994, 1995 when they won the Super Bowl against the Chargers and just stomped them. Brock Purdy, the way he's playing the last 6 games, this is the best quarterback play we've seen in 30 years.
Okay. I mean, the other options are what? Jeff Garcia. It's, that 1 year stretch of Colin Kaepernick. Maybe 2 year stretch of Colin Kaepernick, really 1.5. But he's definitely up there. There's an easy argument to be made for it. You're absolutely right, no doubt.
I think when it comes to passing the football, I think it's not even a conversation. I love Colin Kaepernick. His legs were the big reason why he was so explosive. He changed the way, along with Cam Newton, how he viewed the modern quarterback and the usage of their legs. But I love Cap. He wasn't the pure pocket passer you need to have. And I think Brock is the best combination of the ability to run, extend plays, be a playmaker with his legs, but also the precision, the throws, the timing, the accuracy. This, to me, is the best pure quarterbacking, if you want to use that version of the word, we've seen in the last 30 years or so. And really, the Niners have had success over the last 30 years. Jimmy Garoppolo, Cap, Smith, and even Garcia involved in there too. But this to me is head and shoulders the best one we've seen in 30 years.
It's interesting because I think it kind of goes hand in hand with what we just heard from Greg Cosell talking about Brock Purdy. And you're talking about just specifically the passing game, and you can include everything else because it's not like Brock just is a pocket passer, but it's what Cosell said Brock is best at. And he's certainly better as a pocket passer than a Colin Kaepernick. I would think much better than Jimmy Garoppolo as well. And Jeff Garcia was by no means a bad quarterback, and he was really gritty and tough and took hits and all of that. But Brock, I think, is better in that regard as well. It's something, I saw this pop up on my Twitter yesterday, and maybe you saw it too, Sterling, because Bonte said that you live on Twitter during the crossover, which maybe that's true. I don't know.
Maybe a little too much.
Maybe a little bit too much. But I don't know if you watched the Ole Miss Georgia game last night down in New Orleans in the Sugar Bowl. And Ole Miss quarterback Trinidad Chambliss kind of stole the show. And he's a transfer from Ferris State. He was a D2 national champ last year and was recruited by Lane Kiffin to transfer to Ole Miss and become the team's backup, but very quickly became the team's starter. And now is a Sugar Bowl champion and was awesome last night in that win. And I saw someone tweet this, and it's not like an NFL guy or a college guy by any stretch of the imagination. It was an NBA guy that I follow, and I respect. I don't want to name him, but that I respect for his basketball takes. And he just tweeted "I'm confused. Trinidad Chambliss looks like the best quarterback I've ever seen play college football. Why is he not being talked about as a potential number one pick, like Fernando Mendoza, the Heisman winner, like Dante Moore, the Oregon quarterback?" And I didn't just bring this up to get that out, but that was what the tweet was.
Yeah.
And my mind initially went to, Trinidad Chambliss had an amazing game and is having an awesome season and is an incredible story. And I'm not downplaying what he could do at the next level. He's a redshirt senior, but there's a chance that he could get another year of eligibility because the NCAA just kind of makes up rules as they go. But whenever he declares and goes to the draft, I'm sure he's going to get drafted because you can't do this at the SEC level and in the national level and not get drafted, in my opinion. But my mind first went to the exact same thing Cosell just talked about and what you're talking about. If you watched the game, you know what I'm talking about when I say those Trinidad Chambliss amazing plays in the fourth quarter. There was a big third down. They were deep in their own territory, and he was pressured off the right side. Immediately off the defense's right side, Chambliss's left side, immediately he ran far to the right, but then pressure came that side. So what did he do? He ran 20 yards backwards, reversed field, got back near the line of scrimmage because he just outran those defensive linemen and then completed a pass for a first down. The drive stayed alive. That resulted in a go-ahead touchdown drive in the fourth quarter. And there were two other plays that he made on the run. So to answer that person's question, who I saw tweet it, why isn't he being considered as like the top quarterback in this draft class? And maybe that will change because of what he did last night. But my mind first goes to, because if you're just relying on that crazy athleticism, it's not going to work in the NFL, Sterling. And that's why I think Brock Purdy and his basis as a great pocket passer is why he's had so much success. The ability to extend plays and to make magic happen with your feet obviously is a plus. But just because you're athletic and can run away from guys in the college level does not mean it's going to work at the NFL level. We see it all the time. So I just want to make sure that, and you're on top of it with what you're talking about in terms of why Brock is the best quarterback the Niners have had since Steve Young, because of what he does in the pocket. That will always and forever be the most important thing a quarterback can do. Lamar is not a bad pocket passer by any stretch and is so much better than anybody gave him credit for. His athleticism, when healthy, is on a different level than anybody that we've ever seen, maybe other than Michael Vick at this level. But he wouldn't be able to make it if that's all he was. And I'm not saying that's what Trinidad Chambliss is. This is not even about him. It was an amazing game, and he was absolutely awesome. But if you can't survive as a pocket passer, you will not survive in the NFL as a quarterback.
Well, I think we've even seen that in San Francisco, right? They draft Trey Lance a couple years ago, take a big risk, and what's the one thing Trey couldn't do, at least immediately, in this team's window? It was be a pure pocket passer.
Yeah.
Now, I know there's conspiracy theories there as they did to give him a chance or not, but it's clear as day he wasn't good enough at the point in time as a pocket passer, and it's why you saw Brock Purdy ascend up the depth chart, and you had Shanahan saying, we have a problem on our hand. Our third-string guy that we drafted this year, the last pick of the draft, is the best one we got. And there's a reason why now Brock is getting paid, $200+ million and is paid with the likes of Trevor Lawrence and Joe Burrow and Tua Tagovailoa, the last one being the worst of that bunch, obviously. But it just shows you that while the NFL changes and there are things that can make you more dynamic, like utilizing your legs, and you've seen the NFL go from a pure pocket passer, statuesque quarterback like a Mac Jones to your more of your Caleb Williams, your Mahomes, your Allens, your Burrows, your Jackson guys, where you want to find the best marriage of the two, right? You want to find the balance of mobility and to be able to throw in the pocket on time, under pressure and whatnot, and Purdy has been able to do that. Now, no one's saying he's the best quarterback in the NFL. He's not. No one's saying he's the best quarterback even in his own division, because he may not be with Matthew Stafford having a great year. But when that other quarterback is the best in football, probably going to win the MVP, and you say Purdy's the second best guy, and say right now, in my opinion, he's the best quarterback San Francisco's had in the last 30 years, I think it's really hard to argue against that point simply because Purdy has found the balance, right? It's like, I don't want to utilize the Marvel analogy, but it's like Thanos, right? You want to find balance in the universe. And granted, he was using some ulterior things to get to the end game for himself in the end point, but in a much more civil way to look at things, Purdy has found that balance of being a pure pocket passer with anticipation, playing on time, but also being able to utilize his legs, keep plays alive, and also make plays and extend broken plays for this offense.
Okay, and that brings me to what Sam Darnold has said about Brock Purdy. And I apologize. I think I first teased this like 2 hours ago, and I'm just getting around to it now. It's easy.
We are playing the long game, Granby.
It's easy to get distracted when you've got a game like tomorrow to talk about. Sam Darnold, Seahawks quarterback, Brock Purdy, Niners quarterback. They were teammates 2 years ago when the Niners signed Sam Darnold kind of as a reclamation project, and he served as the backup to Brock Purdy, basically only played in that one game the final week of the season when the Niners lost. They did not need to win because they already had wrapped up the number one seed in the NFC, and Darnold wasn't like amazing in that game, but it wasn't terrible either. Then got signed by the Vikings, and despite the fact that they drafted J.J. McCarthy, was their starter the whole year because McCarthy got injured before the season began, and Darnold kind of like lucked into a spot where he was going to start after 1 year with the Niners, and was amazing. Led the Vikings to an amazing season. They made the playoffs, and then unfortunately for him, had his worst performance of the season in the playoffs, and they didn't win a postseason game. And then he gets signed to a relatively big deal from the Seahawks and has a good season, not a great, amazing season, but a pretty darn good season, specifically like a good first 10 weeks. And before that season, though, after he was signed by the Seahawks, this is what he had to say during his introductory press conference about his opponent tomorrow, Brock Purdy. Here is Sam Darnold back in March talking about Brock Purdy.
I really, thank Brock a ton, Brock Purdy, for, just his style of play and how he kind of described his style. Was like, we got a ton of great playmakers on offense. Like, my job is just to play point guard and get the ball in their hands and let them go do great things with the rock. And when I started to change my thought process as a quarterback to kind of just getting the ball in my guys' hands, then that's kind of where it unlocked for me a little bit.
That's Sam Darnold talking about Brock Purdy. And I know that sounds relatively straightforward and simple, Sterling, but that's a big deal. This is a guy in Sam Darnold who quarterbacked at USC, had weapons all the time at USC. Maybe not so much, in the NFL level with the Jets, and he had some time with the Panthers and all of that. But he's been around. He's been to multiple spots before, and it wasn't until Brock Purdy said, "Hey, Sam, figure it out, dude. Just get the ball to your studs and let them do the work for you," that he finally kind of figured out this NFL quarterbacking thing. And now he's quarterbacking potentially the number 1 seed in the NFC in the Seattle Seahawks. So I don't know. It's interesting that these two dudes are facing off tomorrow for the 1 seed for the NFC West. And it is Sam Darnold who credits Brock Purdy for basically turning his career around, or at least giving him the needed information that has allowed him to turn his career around.
You almost wish he didn't do that, because it'd make it a lot easier for the 49ers tomorrow.
Yeah.
But I also think it's important to point out that they were teammates, in Brock's second season?
Yes.
In his first full year as a starter,
yes.
And Brock Purdy's just like, look, dude, this thing really ain't that hard. Just play point guard and you figure it out. And the knowledge Purdy had, obviously, and I'm sure a lot of that was from Shanahan saying, look, take pressure off yourself. All you got, you have the team around you, let them cook, and you could just pass things off. But I also think we have seen both these quarterbacks grow, where, maybe for Sam it was okay, I can just play point guard for a little bit, and Purdy was doing that a lot, which is why a lot of people weren't truly buying into what he had to offer. And funny enough, that includes this offseason and during this year, because the way Mac Jones played. But Purdy almost simplified quarterback play for Sam Darnold, and now both those guys have taken the next steps in their evolution as quarterbacks. Are seeing Sam being one of the best deep ball passers in football, one of the best in play action. You're seeing Purdy in this last month and a half look like, again, one of the best quarterbacks we've seen this year, certainly. But I also think, from where Purdy started to where he began, it shows us that, a lot of people didn't think we'd see this from Brock, and it's a testament to the growth he's had since that point in time. In year 2, saying, just play point guard. Brock ain't just playing point guard anymore, man. He's alley-ooping to himself. He's slam dunking things. He has grown from point guard to now, like the Clippers of Blake Griffin and DeAndre Jordan.
Lob City.
It's incredible, right? And, I think we have seen, I think Evan pointed out earlier in the crossover about, McCaffrey being kind of like Stephen Curry late in his career, but now you're seeing that version of Christian McCaffrey, an older version of McCaffrey, now mixed with the best version of Brock Purdy. And it's kind of crazy to see, your eyes kind of open up to oh, there's more here. We did not know this was possible. And that gets you really excited too. But Purdy, don't help the backup quarterbacks. They may come to play you one day for your division and the number 1 seed. So stop passing on your knowledge and keep it a secret more often than not, please.
Yeah, most starting quarterbacks actively, I don't know if this is fair, a lot of starting quarterbacks would be hesitant to help their backups. I'll put it that way.
Be Aaron Rodgers. I'm not a mentor.
Be Tom Brady to Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yeah. Get him traded away. He's the opposition. Sam Darnold is the ops.
Exactly. And Brock, it seemed like, willingly able to support his backup quarterback at the time, which was Sam Darnold, who now is the opponent tomorrow. And I do think it is a little interesting that these are, a couple of quarterbacks, and specifically, the Niners and their familiarity with Sam Darnold plays into this conversation. Like, if you are the Seahawks and you're trying to figure out how to game plan against the Niners, the Seahawks, they have some connections to the 49ers. Obviously, you're talking about Sam Darnold, who was a Niner quarterback a couple of years ago, and the name is escaping me, Sterling. One of the Kubiaks. Is it Clint? Which Kubiak is the Seahawks offensive coordinator?
It's Clint, I believe.
Clint? Yes. There's connections to Kubiaks and Shanahan's have been coaching together for such a long time. There's a lot of connections here, and I wonder what the mind games are going to be tomorrow, Sterling, because, again, there is a lot the Niners know about Sam Darnold. There's a lot they know about that offensive system. Now, Mike Macdonald has been one of the few defensive coordinators and defensive guys that have had success against the Niners and Shanahan's offense. There was a lot of familiarity in this matchup, kind of similar to all the Niners-Rams matchups, where it's a chess match every single game, which is why I think so much of this game is going to come down to, can Shanahan out-navigate his offense against Mike Macdonald's defense, because those are two of the best at those respective sides of the football, and this honestly might come down to just how good of a position does Kyle Shanahan put his offense in versus that really good defense. This is the game for Shanahan to flex his muscles more than he already has this year, which is a lot. And I mean, frankly, if he wins tomorrow, Sterling, he's the coach of the year. Lock it up. He's the coach of the year if he wins tomorrow's matchup. In my mind, frankly, if he loses, maybe it's Mike Macdonald. Otherwise, maybe it's Vrabel in New England. But this is a game for Shanahan to continue to display just how good he's been so far this season.
It's almost like Shanahan and company have been working on their summer bodies. They've been in the gym. They've been lifting plates, as Jim Cozumore used to say. And they're getting stronger and stronger, but they haven't had the reveal just yet. They've been hiding in the shadows, waiting to show off their summer body. And on January 3rd, they're going to come out there and be like, look at me now. And hopefully it's a victory. And if they can do that, you'll say the hard work's paid off and it's much deserved. So hopefully tomorrow we get the Shanahan summer body expose at Levi Stadium, because it could be worth the wait, because this team, I think, while we can talk about the success they've had, it all comes down to this. Nothing you've done against Chicago, Tennessee, Cleveland, any team you've won in this last 6 games matters. It all goes away. This is really a one-game playoff. I know you have games ahead of you. You're in the playoffs already, but this game means so much into the future of this team in 2025 and going into the playoffs. But really, if you want to get into a further conversation, and I know we're not going to, but it's like Robert Saleh could be gone during the offseason. Yep. Guys are injured and may not come back. You just don't know. And so, Brandon Ayuk will be gone, and this, that, and the other. Trent may retire. It opens a whole Pandora's box of stuff. But like, this to me is the moment, and the pressure on this team, and the way the trade deadline worked out, not really making a move and everything, like, it all kind of builds to this of like, can you get over the hump? And if you can against Seattle, there's questions of what you could have done, what you didn't do during the midpoint of the season, but also I see some fans maybe sit back and say, what a waste, because you have your best quarterback play you've had in 30 years, and Shanahan's calling his best stuff, and you can't find a way to win. You're wasting what has been maybe one of your best opportunities offensively to maybe finally get that 6th Lombardi trophy.
I mean, I'm nodding along with you there. Yeah, they should have done more at the trade deadline. Now, I understand why they didn't, because you and I are sitting here, and Bonte asked, like, on the crossovers, how do you feel? And I told you, I'm just still coming to terms with the fact that this is all still happening. The fact that they're fighting for the 1 seed. Like, pinch me. Like, am I dreaming? Like, this is actually what's going on. So you're the Niners, and, a number of months ago, you had to make a decision based on what you thought this season was going to be. And the Niners probably decided, well, best case scenario, we sneak in as the 6 or the 7 seed. We sneak in as a 6 or the 7. We got to go on the road to somewhere like Philly or LA or something like that. And, we're going to give it our best, but we're not really counting on a deep postseason run. So, no, I'm not willing to give up a 3rd round pick for a pass rusher or whatever the case is. But you look at it now, Sterling, and you're a win away from being the number 1 seed in the NFC. And if you do that, you're 1 win away from hosting the NFC Championship game.
Yeah.
And you're like, what? A 3rd round pick for someone like Jalen Phillips feels absolutely worth it now. What the hell were they thinking? But again, on the flip side, I can understand why they didn't, because who thought this was possible? But the reality is it's happened. And now they're sitting at a spot where they need their offense to be darn near perfect. Otherwise, they're probably going to lose. And if they lose, you're looking at Philadelphia, LA, Seattle as maybe your 3 postseason games should you win your first 2. Like, that seems downright impossible. Not that one player for a third-round pick would make a gigantic difference, but it would make me feel a whole lot better about that group than I currently feel, Sterling.
Which, I mean, I don't know about you, but the confidence level I have in the defense is almost the inverse of the offense, where I'm like, oh yeah, the offense can score on every single drive, and I wouldn't be shocked. And I was sitting here like, yep, that's how good they are. And the defense can give up points every single drive, and I'm sitting here like, well, that's who they are too. That's just the way things are. And, you know, obviously hindsight's 20/20. You can look back and say what if and, you know, what could have been all the time. And, you know, whether it's Jalen Phillips or Jermaine Johnson or, you know, Kayvon Thibodeau, Trey Hendrickson, guys like that, it could have been had or at least were rumored to be available. I don't know. It just... I will stand pat or stand by my thought of like there wasn't a move that could have been made, because if it could have been made, it would have been made. But I also don't expect, and maybe this goes into how great Brock Purdy's been, I don't think they expected this from Brock Purdy. They knew Purdy was great, but I don't think if you asked John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan, were you expecting next level, near MVP, like, you know, month and a half performance from Brock Purdy, and you're going to get that, I wouldn't be shocked, and they won't admit this. This probably surprised them too, that Brock Purdy's playing this good and the offense has caught fire as hot as they have been. Like, they did not see this on the table for them, and maybe that's, you know, a pitfall in their vision for this team, but I think it goes more into Brock Purdy's playing so over his skis that it has had us, including myself, reevaluate how good he can be at the NFL level.
Yeah, you're hitting on a lot that I want to continue talking about. We'll do that when we come back. Coming up, though, in a few hours, the Warriors host the Thunder at 7 o'clock, which means Warriors Live starts at 6, presented by Xfinity. I'll have it for you here on 95.7 The Game. Xfinity, though, your home court advantage, brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that. More talk about the Niners and the decision at the trade deadline to not go for it, really, but can't really blame them considering what we all thought about this team way back when. That's what's coming up here on The Game, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. It's Willard and Dibbs, Grandy and Sterling with you on this 2nd of January. Happy New Year. Back with more after this on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, it's Willard. You ever study the coaches who win relentlessly? The legends, the dynasties, they're systematic warriors, disciplined, obsessive. They outwork, outthink, and outlast everybody for pure domination. That's Omar Habas, Tarek Habas, and the Habas Law team. When Habas Law goes up against big insurance companies, they grind them to a dust. Habas Law knows every inch of the Bay Area legal playing field, and nothing catches them off guard. If you've been injured and you want to win, visit habaslaw.com. Habas Law, they fight to make it right. Habas and Associates, with offices throughout Northern California, including San Jose.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
It's the RV Mega Show and Sale, January 2nd through 11th at Cordelia RV Center. All 2025 models must go. All reasonable offers considered. Family-owned, top brands, and the best deals of the year. CordeliaRV.com. We do business with a handshake.
When back to the office means back in traffic.
Blocking the right lane.
Turn to the traffic leader, KCBS.
You're going to come up on heavy traffic.
Brought to you by your NorCal Honda dealers. Don't miss Happy Honda Days for the best deals of the year on the versatile HR-V. See your NorCal Honda dealers today.
Last month, my business cash flow got tight. Sales were slow. Invoices were late. And payroll was coming fast. My business is everything, and people rely on me. I can't let them down. I applied online at Lendsek.com and had business funding in 24 hours.
Business moves fast. Don't wait until it's too late. Whether it's lines of credit, term loans, working capital funding, or revenue-based financing, Lendsek is open for business. Apply now at LENDSEEK.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids.
K-A-R-S, Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S, Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S, Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your...
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Hi, I'm Maria, salon owner. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. Mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. Happy New Year. It's Willard and Dibs, but no Willard or Dibs. They're back coming up on Monday. Filling in for them today, it's Sterling Bennett. I'm Mark Grandy. Thank you so much for tuning in. We got a little more than an hour left with you here on Willard and Dibs. I'll be hanging out, though, after that because we've got Warriors Live coming up at 6 o'clock. Warriors getting set to take on the Thunder from Chase Center. Warriors return home. 10 of the next 11 games at home. Tonight, though, will be tough. Not only are the Thunder in town, and they're the best team in basketball, but no Steph, no Draymond, no Jimmy, no Melton, and more. We'll talk more about that coming up at 6 o'clock here on 95.7 The Game, but that is what's coming up. Coming up tomorrow, of course, is the biggest game of the year, and you know the place to be. Head out to Laughing Monk Brewing right down the street from the stadium. Hang with Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings, and of course, if you're going to the game, there's a free shuttle back and forth, and all you have to do is sign up at 957thegame.com, but you better do it quickly because seats are going fast. That's 957thegame.com. Again, it's Grandy and Sterling with you here on Willard and Dibs. Sterling, we were talking about the Niners at the trade deadline, and the only move that they made, the only trade that they made was Keon White from the Patriots, who had fallen out of favor there, was not fitting with their style, their scheme, and the Niners essentially just swapped late round picks. The Patriots moved up a little bit. The Niners got Keon White plus a later round pick back. Basically hardly traded anything away for Keon White, and then they signed Cleveland Ferrell off the street. That was basically the entirety of the Niners' moves around the trade deadline. I think what's important to bring up is what a different contender in the NFC did. And I know you might poke a hole in this because maybe the fit wouldn't have worked as well with the 49ers. But I was reading a story by Matt Barrows on The Athletic, and it opened my eyes to this number. So Jalen Phillips traded from the Dolphins to the Eagles for a third-round pick at the trade deadline. Jalen Phillips has 2 sacks, 7 quarterback hits, and 41 quarterback pressures since the Eagles acquired him before Week 10. Over the same span, Bryce Huff, Sam Okawanu, Cleveland Ferrell, Robert Beal Jr., and Yetur Gross-Matos have 43 combined pressures. 43 combined pressures from Huff, Okawanu, Ferrell, Beal, and Gross-Matos, while Jalen Phillips himself, Sterling, has 41 pressures. The Niners said, and I think still would say this, they didn't feel like they wanted to do a next year's team a disservice by trading away a valuable piece, and by piece I mean draft pick, to help the team just this season. They did not want to hurt themselves in the future just to help this team right now. And honestly, fair enough in the moment. But man, oh man, looking back on that now, it feels like a major misevaluation, because I would give a third-round pick and more if I could promise myself that Jalen Phillips or someone similar to him would be suiting up for the Niners tomorrow versus the Seahawks.
Well, and it's not like it's Myles Garrett or, the best edge rusher in football. It's a guy that is a key rotation guy. He's probably a number 2 at best, but it's never good when a guy like that, who isn't an elite guy but is still a good player, is outperforming 5 of your defensive linemen in the pressure category, and you're like, well, wait a minute, that guy could have been had at the deadline, and we didn't do that. And you're right, the fit probably wasn't the best schematically. 3-4 defenses out there, and Miami and Philadelphia. Vic Fangio was part of the staff in Miami that drafted Phillips, so there was some connection there, but I don't even think it really has to do with Phillips specifically. It's more about, do you believe in this team, and do you believe you are maybe one player, in this case it would have been 3, White, Farrell, and somebody else, that can at least keep you afloat and wreak some more havoc on the opposing quarterbacks, because I'm sorry, you lead any quarterback upright, the odds are you're not going to win football games, and you've seen the defense kind of skate by the skin of their teeth, mainly against the Bears this year. That game probably should have been won, but it was. But now you're going into a game tomorrow against the Seahawks, and the playoffs, where even if you don't believe in the opposing quarterback you're playing, Jalen Hurts, Bryce Young, Baker Mayfield, and guys like that, Jordan Love in that category as well, okay, well, you keep those guys upright and you give them 5 seconds to throw, they're probably going to find somebody open, because your secondary isn't great either. So it's like, you're kind of stuck in a rock and a hard place, but it's like, you couldn't do anything. you couldn't do any moves at all. You give up a 5th-round pick for something? Like, I don't know, it's able-bodied probably help you at this point in time. But it's funny because we're talking about, what they could have done. Keon White and Yetur Gross-Matos, a guy they acquired at the deadline and a guy that came back off the injury list a couple weeks ago, they may play 2 of the more important roles on this defense, trying to get to Darnold over the center and over their guards and get into your pass rush, which is, again, crazy to say that, those are 3rd and 4th string players you have to play, or you're hoping to play generational football this Saturday against the Seahawks. Yeah, absolutely. And you were talking about, so obviously the Niners' decision was based on what they thought this year's team would be and what they thought next year's or 2 years from now team would be. And they thought that the team next year likely would have a better shot to compete, and they didn't want to do anything to hurt that team last year. That's at least as simple as I think I can explain their reasoning. Then, of course, what happened is Brock came back, they got healthier, and Brock's playing at a great level, and they haven't lost since he returned, and they're now 1 win away from the NFC Championship game, and being the 1 seed and only having to win 1 game in order to get to the NFC Championship game. Where my mind then goes, Sterling, and you were kind of talking about what next year might hold. Like, are you going to get this play from Purdy in late December going into January next year from Purdy? Is the quarterback ever going to play at this level again? Like, we'll find out, and you certainly hope so, or at least you hope that he can be close to it. The way my mind works, and I hate the way that my mind works sometimes, Sterling, and I thought about this for a while as it relates to Christian McCaffrey, like, next year might be rough for McCaffrey. Because 2 years ago, Christian McCaffrey ran the ball 272 times, and he caught 67 passes.
So that is, around like 330 something? I don't want to do the math at the top of my head right now. 330 something total touches for Christian McCaffrey 2 years ago. And then 2024 came around, and he played in just 4 games. And the Niners season was ruined because of it. There was obviously other things happening, but it's pretty darn clear now when McCaffrey's healthy, the Niners are a great football team. When he's not, they're not. Christian McCaffrey very well might be the most important non-quarterback in the entire NFL. That's what the numbers show you since he's been a 49er. And Christian McCaffrey now this year has 393 total touches, and 399, sorry. And I would imagine he's going to get at least 1 touch tomorrow and will finish the season with at least 400 touches. And the last time he had anywhere near that level of touches, he played 4 games the next year. Saquon Barkley this year, after nearly setting a rushing record last year and out-touching everybody by a mile, didn't really get hurt, but was hardly anywhere as effective as he was last year. Like, where my mind goes, Sterling, is on one hand, by not being willing to part with a draft pick for next year, you're telling yourself you don't really believe in this season, but by the way you're using Christian McCaffrey, you might also be hurting your team next season because you're using up McCaffrey and maybe he's going to get hurt again next year, Sterling.
You kind of are advocating to re-sign Brian Robinson and utilize him more. It's what it sounds like to me.
I'm doing that, yeah.
But I also think you're right. I would like to believe if this front office had a redo at the deadline and say somehow the deadline was today, they'd make a move.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, again, hindsight's 20/20, and we can all play armchair quarterback, but that's part of the job, right? You see teams get hot all the time, and let's be honest here. Sometimes the best teams do not win the Super Bowl. Sometimes the best teams don't win on Sunday and Monday and Thursdays. And hopefully tomorrow, I don't think San Francisco is the better team, but maybe it happens against Seattle tomorrow night on Saturday. But sometimes the best teams don't always win games. I can go back to the Niners' 3 Super Bowl losses over the last 20 years, and you can have a stake to say that they were the better team in all 3 of those games, and they just fell short in each one. That said, if you get hot at the right time, you can get carried and you just become a buzzsaw. The Eagles last year, Jalen Hurts was terrible all year long. Gets hot at the right time, and he looks like a top 10 quarterback in the Super Bowl, and they boat race the Kansas City Chiefs. So, it's all about ebbs and flows and how hot you can get, and sometimes momentum is what carries you to big wins. And right now, San Francisco has a lot of it, and I think if you get the front office a redo, they'd probably make a few more phone calls and be willing to give some higher-end draft picks up to make sure they can capitalize on what has been a really great stretch of San Francisco 49er football the last couple months.
Yeah, I would think so as well. 888-957-9570 if you want to weigh in. I see you, Jan. We're going to come to you in just a minute. A couple of pieces of business I got to take care of first, and then we will get to you, Jan. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. It is Friday. I know it doesn't really feel like a Friday because of the holiday, but it is a Friday at 5 o'clock, which means it's time for the 5 o'clock sip presented by Surfside. The Golden State Warriors are back. Celebrate with Surfside. 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. It's not a seltzer. It's Surfside. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. Here's what games we're sipping on this weekend. Of course, the game we've been talking about all day. Niners-Seahawks tomorrow at 5 from Santa Clara. Winner wins the NFC West and claims the 1 seed in the NFC. Tonight, the Warriors host OKC, and they got Utah tomorrow. Both those games at 7 o'clock. And then, of course, we got the rest of the NFL slate with a number of games in the NFC. Really, really important to the 49ers. We will get into that in just a little bit here as well. But that is the 5 o'clock sip presented by Surfside. All right, out to the phones as promised. 888-957-9570. Jan in Mountain View is up next. What's up, Jan? You're on Willard and Dibbs, but Sterling and Grandy today. Happy New Year. What's up?
Happy New Year to both of you. I just want to prove the doubters wrong out there. I feel confident that Brock can bring this home. I mean, I've seen him over the last 2 or 3 weeks, and I mean, he shut me up. I mean, he doesn't look like he has anything wrong with his toe. I mean, he's moving around quite well, and he knows where his players are, where he throws the ball. He just and I think Kittle's back tomorrow night, and confounded, I believe that they can bring this home. I mean, we want to get that Super Bowl. I've waited since '94 for another one, and we've been so close and been knocking on the door, and it's time to bring this thing home. And I'm ready, and I think Brock is ready too, and the whole team. So go Niners and bring this thing home for sure. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Jan. You're getting me fired up. Jan's saying how she's waited since 1994 for another one.
We need to prove it.
Jan, Sterling and I are waiting for our first ones.
God bless America.
Oh, man. Jan is the best. But, Jan, you've at least experienced a Niners Super Bowl. Sterling and I have not.
Oh, heck yeah.
No, heck no. Heck no. We need to experience our first Super Bowl. But, this is, other than postseason games, Sterling, and Purdy has played in a bunch of those, so this is not a top 5, most important game that Brock Purdy's ever played in, because he's played in multiple big postseason games. This is by far, though, the most important regular season game Brock Purdy's ever played in, and it's not close by a mile. There is, and considering what the defense is, Sterling, and what's on the line, this is probably the most pressure combined with the most that Brock has ever been asked to do in a game before in his career as Niners quarterback, because when the Niners were in the Super Bowl and in the postseason, they had a really good defense, and they had all pros all around them offensively. This is a game that is of the utmost importance, as important as a regular season game can get, while also you're asking the most that you could possibly be asking of your quarterback.
That's what I was going to say. Even when Purdy came off the bench in 2022 and was the quarterback in the last half of the season, they go on this magical playoff run that ended unceremoniously against Philadelphia. They had a great defense that was helping carry the load, right?
Yeah.
Where now Purdy doesn't have that defense, and you're right. This is the biggest regular season game of Brock Purdy's career. It's a game that we've seen him win a lot of times. He's beaten the Seahawks plenty of times. He has clinched divisions against this Seahawks team in 2022. Thursday Night Football, short week, broken ribs, pulled it off, wearing the white throwbacks out there on the road at Lumen Field. So it's not unfamiliar territory to him. It's just maybe some more pressure on his shoulders. But the good thing is, although different personnel, different teams, different quarterbacks, Kyle Shanahan is 2-0 in T-shirt and hat games against the Seattle Seahawks. 2019, the Dre Greenlaw tackle at the 1-yard line. They fend off Seattle on the road, get the victory. Then again, 2022, they clinched the division Thursday Night Football against Seattle, and now they have an opportunity to do it for a third time with Shanahan and company facing off. So hopefully they can keep it undefeated, and hopefully they can remain 3-0 in T-shirt and hat games, division clinching games for those that don't understand the reference, against the Seattle Seahawks.
Yeah, that 2019 game was, that was special. And I wish, Sterling, that this week's game was also a Sunday night football game like that game in 2019 was.
Yeah, what a travesty.
But instead, okay, I'm going to be real careful because I love going to Chase Center and I love working Warrior games. Instead, I had to choose. Well, I didn't have to choose. I was assigned. I'm glad to do it. But I'm at Chase Center tomorrow. I'm not going to be at Levi's. I'm not going to be able to watch. I don't know if that's worth the drop. I'm not going to be able to watch the Niner game live, Sterling, because I'm going to be at Chase Center watching Warriors and Jazz.
Oh, don't lie. You're going to have the game on your phone in your pocket and looking down every couple of plays.
It'll be on, but that's no way to take in a game of this magnitude. I'm going to tape it, record it, and go home at midnight and watch it tomorrow is what I'm going to do.
So are you gonna see the outcome?
I'm going to see the
right?
outcome. It's impossible for me to not see the outcome. I'm going to see it.
But for your analysis purposes, it'll be a review game. Get the teach tape out for Mark Grandy at the house.
Absolutely. Okay. I just want everybody to know I put out Grandy's grades every week, whether or not I watch the game live or not. And when I don't, because I have Warriors, responsibilities, I go back and I watch the game before I put my grades out. Wow. So my grades are always authentic.
Dedicated.
They're always authentic, Sterling.
See, this is what I'm going to do. I'm right now in Northern California, my parents' house. I'm going to drive back 5 a.m., try to get back to my home and hopefully watch the Panthers-Buccaneers game and the Niners and Seahawks game, and hopefully not get yelled at by my wife for the next 4 hours during that time. It'll be, Sterling, why are you yelling? And I'm like, you don't understand the meaning of this game. But hopefully it'll be all nice and quiet at the house if San Francisco wins. And if they lose, it'll be a lot of pouting and upset behavior because I'll just want to sink my teeth into maybe a nice sandwich and cry into my nice hot cup of coffee as the night ends. So hopefully it's the latter, not the former.
But let's try to help her out and explain why the game is so important. Because like maybe she's not listening, right? Like maybe there's
you never know. She's an enigma. You never know what she's doing right now. She's out there doing her antique shopping, but 95.7 is in her ears. I promise you that, Mark.
Yeah.
She wants to know what's going to happen on Saturday between the Niners and the Seahawks.
I guarantee that. So okay, let's try not just for her, but for everyone out there, because like your brain could just absolutely explode trying to figure out all the scenarios and who's going to be what seed, and if I'm a Niner fan, what should I be rooting for, obviously, other than the Niners to beat the Seahawks? What is on the line here? What would a loss for the Niners mean? Who would they play in the first round and all of that? If you think the NFC is tough, by the way, try to figure out the AFC. Like, I've just kind of given up on trying to figure out all the different permutations because there's like 80 million of them. The NFC is a little more simple, but still can be pretty confusing. So, Sterling, let's try to give Niner fans a rooting guide, a viewing guide for the weekend of Week 18 for the NFL. So if you're a Niner fan, obviously you're interested in the Niners-Seahawks game tomorrow. That part is pretty simple.
You'd think.
You win the NFC West, and you're the 1 seed. When you're the 1 seed, you get a bye directly to the divisional round, which means you only have to win one game, that divisional round game, before the NFC Championship game. And as the 1 seed, you would get to host the NFC Championship game, assuming that you, of course, are in it. And for the Niners, the added benefit is the Super Bowl is also in Santa Clara. You would get to host the Super Bowl as well. Okay, so easy enough there. Win this game. You're the 1 seed, and you get a bye to the second round. And at that point, opponents, it's hard to predict because it depends based on who wins, what are the matchups in the first place. But if you're the 1 seed, you're worrying less about matchups because you know you're already on to the next round anyway. So let's just fast forward past the Seattle and San Francisco game, Sterling, and say the Niners lose. I know I don't want to put that out there into the atmosphere, but let's just say the Niners lose. What should the Niners be rooting for otherwise? Because the Niners, Sterling, if they lose, are looking at being either the 5 seed or the 7 seed. We don't yet know who that, or pardon me, the 5 or the 6 seed. They cannot be the 7. They would either be the 5 or the 6 if they were to lose tomorrow. But what would that mean for who they would play in the first round and what their path might be to a potential NFC Championship game? Sterling, the only games they would need to be worrying about are Detroit at Chicago, Arizona at the LA Rams, and Washington at Philadelphia. Those are the 3 games that will be determining everything. You could also include Carolina and Tampa, and then also Atlanta and New Orleans in there. That only really matters to be determined if whether it's either Carolina or Tampa as the 4 seed. Regardless of what happens there, that team that comes out of that pack will be the 4, and you should want to be the 5, whether it is Carolina or Tampa Bay. So we can ignore that basically just for the sake of making this as easy as possible. But it all comes down, Sterling, to those other 3 games. Detroit at Chicago, Arizona at the Rams, and Washington at Philadelphia, because that will determine who's the 2, who's the 3, and if the Niners or the Rams are the 5.
Yeah, I think obviously you want to win. That makes things really easy and streamlined. Yeah. But if you lose, I think the one game you are truly paying attention to is that Rams-Cardinals game on Sunday. Niner fans, obviously, we do this every single week, but you're rooting against the Los Angeles Rams. You want the Rams to lose because if you're not going to have the 1 seed, you for sure want to have the 5th seed.
Yes.
You want to give yourself what seems to be the easiest first-round game against either Carolina or the Buccaneers. I think I'd rather play Carolina, but
I agree.
The Buccaneers are kind of a mess, so who knows? But that's kind of what you're hoping for. If Niners are going to lose tomorrow, and we hope they don't, but if they do, you are rooting as hard as you ever have for the Rams to lose against the Cardinals, and somehow, some way, Jacoby Brissett having a career game against that Rams defense, which you never know. He set a record against his Niners defense, so anything is possible. That said, I don't think you truly care about what happens with Chicago and whatnot. Like, again, but if the Rams win their game, then it gets interesting, because then you are maybe playing Philadelphia on the road or Chicago on the road, and I don't know which team I'd rather play. I'd probably not want to play the Bears. Maybe that's just me. They have a much worse defense than Philadelphia does, but I don't know. I just think Caleb is right now head and shoulders ahead of Jalen Hurts, and you're playing better quarterbacks and stuff, and Philadelphia seems out of whack. They just seem like they're having a Super Bowl hangover of some sorts, but have found a way to win some games in their pretty bad division. So Niners lose, you want the Rams to lose. If the Rams win, you are hoping for what seems to be the Bears to pull off the victory against Detroit to maybe match up against Philadelphia in round 1 at the Link in the wild card round.
Interesting. So you want the Niners to play Philadelphia in their first playoff game if they happen to fall to the 6th seed.
That to me seems like the better opportunity.
Wow.
And I don't think that wouldn't be something I feel like I'd normally say, because Chicago's defense isn't that good.
Yeah.
But I'm much more scared of Caleb Williams than I am Jalen Hurts at this point in the season.
Wow. That's
Hurts
interesting.
stinks, Grandy. Hurts stinks.
Yeah, their defense is insane.
I think he stinks.
You're right. The defense is insane, and it'd be a big test, but it's like, oh, my dog just sneezed. Oh, he's sneezing again. Oh, my goodness. He's sneezing again. Well, I think he wants the Niners play the Bears on the first round of the playoffs, not Philadelphia.
I agree.
I don't know. Just something about Philadelphia doesn't really scare me as they once did a couple of years ago. Maybe I'm foolish. Maybe I'm wrong. But I don't know. Philadelphia to me doesn't seem like the juggernaut they once were 1 year ago.
Okay, I want to lay this out in my opinion, the way I think the Niners would want this to go. So again, say the Seahawks beat the Niners tomorrow. Niners are either the 5 or the 6. You, of course, want the 5, and the way that you get to the 5 is you lose tomorrow, and then also Arizona beats the Rams, as you already said. If that happens, you're the 5. You get either Tampa or Carolina, which is by far the best situation of this. So you're right. Yeah. Number 1, root for the Rams to lose. That seems unlikely. So let's say the Rams win. It means the Niners are going to be the 6th seed. The 6th seed plays the 3 seed. Now we have to figure out who the 3 seed is. The options are the Bears or the Eagles, as you talked about. Those are the 2 options to be the 3 seed, which are the only 2 opponents the 6 seed could potentially be. And again, just to reiterate, the Niners would be the 6th seed if they lose and the Rams beat Arizona, which isn't like that difficult to imagine. Seahawks, Niners. Wow. Seahawks, Niners feels like a coin flip, and Rams are heavily favored to beat Arizona. So that seems relatively easy to imagine. All right. If you want to play Chicago as the 6th seed, Chicago is the 3 seed if Detroit beats them and if Philadelphia beats Washington. So the way for the Niners to play Chicago in the 6 versus 3 matchup is Detroit beats Chicago and Philadelphia beats Washington. If you want Philadelphia, which is what you're talking about, Sterling, and Philadelphia becomes the 3 and you play them as the 6, you need Washington to beat Philadelphia or Chicago to beat Detroit. So Chicago beats Detroit. It does not matter if Philly wins or loses versus Washington. Philly would be locked into the 3, and you would get the Niners. So again, in my opinion, I want the Bears before I take the Eagles. So if the Niners are the 6, which means Niners lose and Rams win, I think Niner fans should be rooting for Detroit to beat Chicago and Philadelphia to beat Washington. That would push Chicago down to the 3, Philadelphia up to the 2. That also, I think, does something interesting. That would put Philadelphia up to the 2, which means the 7-seeded Packers would play Philadelphia in the first round. You also want to try to figure this thing out where maybe you could get the Rams to play a really good team, but the Rams are going to be the 5 seed in this scenario, and they would take on Tampa Bay or Carolina. But for me, I want to avoid the Philadelphia defense at all costs, and the only other option is Chicago, which means I'm rooting for Detroit and I'm rooting for Philadelphia to win. So the Niners in this scenario would get Chicago in that wild card round.
I mean, the easiest way to put this is that, hey, Niners, take care of business tomorrow night, and Seattle goes to the 5th seed, the Rams are the 6th seed, and you have Seattle against whoever wins the NFC South, and then you are what seems to be, if all things go well, maybe it's Rams and Philadelphia at the link in the wild card, which is a rematch of last year's playoffs, and maybe could be a way for the Rams to get knocked out or whatnot. So to me, it's like, how can you avoid playing your same division for a third time? That's what I want to avoid in the playoffs, and if you do that, hopefully you get Carolina, who has played the Rams, or played the Seahawks tough, but beat the Rams early in the year, and hopefully Rams get Philadelphia on the road, which anything can happen. Darnold in January can turn into a pumpkin, and Stafford has shown a lack of, I guess you could say MVP-level performance over the last 4 weeks or so, with multiple turnover games against the Falcons and against the Panthers. So it's all up in the air, but really, Niners get the win. It makes everything a lot easier for you, and hopefully you can avoid playing the Rams or Seahawks once again in the playoffs.
Yeah, you're right. And this is what the 510 just texted on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. 510 stating the obvious to begin. You want the 1 seed, and then you want the Eagles and Rams to play each other in Wild Card Weekend. And yeah, you're absolutely right, 510. That's the way that is the dream scenario, in my opinion. Right. Because that means you get the 1, you get the bye, you advance already to Wild Card Weekend. And the Rams have to go on the road to Philadelphia for a really, really tough matchup. Now, if I'm doing the math right in my head, Sterling, that would mean the Seahawks would be the 5 and the Rams would be the 6, which means you would need the Eagles to be the 3. And the way, again, the Eagles are the 3 is if Washington beats them or if Chicago beats Detroit. So this is, of course, going to hinge, in my mind, obviously it's going to hinge on what happens in San Francisco between the Niners and the Seahawks, of course. But because I want the Niners to play the Bears in a first round, and I would be eager for the Rams to play the Eagles, I'm going to change who I'm rooting for in those matchups based on what happens tomorrow. Because if the Niners lose, I'm rooting for Detroit and I'm rooting for Philadelphia. If the Niners win, though, I'm rooting for Washington, and I'm rooting for Chicago. But in that instance, I only need one of those teams to pull that out in order to set up Eagles versus Rams in the wild card. Does that track? Can you follow?
Dude, I am following you to the end, Grandy. But another wrinkle into this is that Philadelphia is resting a lot of their starters, so it seems like they're pretty content as the number 3 seed, knowing they can guarantee a playoff spot, but can't guarantee a rise in the standings. So Philadelphia seems not okay, but they're pretty safe as at least a 3rd seed. So they seem okay losing on Sunday against the Commanders, who are also starting their 3rd-string quarterback, Josh Johnson. So
Josh Johnson, still gathering a paycheck.
Hey, man, good for him. Generational wealth as a 5th-string quarterback in the NFL doesn't come very often. When you can get it, you'll take it. So,
how many teams has he been on now? Like 17?
He is the Octavio Dotel of the NFL. It's everybody.
He's the Ish Smith of the NFL. Or Ish Smith is the Josh Johnson of the NBA. Was the Josh Johnson of the NBA. Yeah. Okay. Well, I hope that makes sense because it is a lot of moving parts. The Niners can be the 1 seed, they can be the 5 seed, they can be the 6 seed. The 5 seed seems the least likely because that would mean a Rams loss to Arizona. That would be a major, major upset. Although the Rams, I think I heard Sean McVay say that they're going to play everybody, even though they kind of don't really care about where they're seated. They said they're planning on playing everybody. I think they're lying. I think they care about where they're seated because everybody wants that 5 seed. And all they need to be the 5 is for Seattle to win and for them to win as well, which, again, it's a coin flip and then a heavy favorite. So they seem like a relatively safe bet for the 5 seed. We'll see how it all plays out, of course. But you would absolutely, Sterling, rather be the 5 and take on either Baker Mayfield, who's forgotten how to play football, and Bryce Young, who maybe never learned how to play football, versus either the Rams or the Bears in the first round. There's no doubt.
Yeah, I mean, that's the unfortunate part is here is that like you have to have a little more help for that to happen, right? If you don't win, you're praying for a Rams loss, which, I mean, even if the Rams rest their starters, it's still Tutu Atwell and Jordan Whittington playing receiver and Jimmy Garoppolo as their backup quarterback. Yeah. And I know Jimmy G isn't a world beater, but it's better than what the Cardinals have to offer at this point in time, knowing how many guys are hurt and how bad they've been. But like, just look at the difference here. Like, you're either the number 1 seed playing having a bye week and playing whoever wins in the wild card round, or you're playing Philadelphia essentially. Like that's kind of what you're looking at, either on the road in Philadelphia at the Link, which maybe scares other people more than it does myself, but clearly Philadelphia is still a good team with the defense they have, or you have a week off. That is the kind of spectrum you're playing within, and in there is playing the 4th seed, but that seems like a long shot. But it's like that's the two realities that are probably going to face San Francisco. Bye week, or you're playing Philadelphia on the road. Obviously, bye week is much more, that's much more appealing to Niner fans, and I'm sure the team as well, because nobody, even if you are one of the best teams in football, nobody wants to go play at the Link in the winter months because snow. And no one likes snow, especially with Brock Purdy playing quarterback who, the rain affects his hands. So hopefully it doesn't happen in the playoffs.
Well, okay, let's take it even a step further, because obviously the first round is a big deal, and who you play, whether it's a bye or playing, say, in Philadelphia, is a big deal. Let's say that the Niners finish as the 6th seed, and Seattle's the 1, Chicago's the 2, Philadelphia's the 3, Tampa Bay or Carolina's the 4, the Rams are the 5, the Niners are the 6, and Green Bay is the 7. That would mean first-round matchups, you have Chicago versus Green Bay, you have Philadelphia versus the Niners, and you have Tampa or Carolina versus the Rams. You pick the Rams to win that matchup, of course.
Yeah.
You pick, Green Bay, Chicago, assuming Jordan Love is back, is not going to be a blowout either way.
Toss-up.
Without Micah Parsons, it certainly becomes more difficult for Green Bay, but I could see either team winning that game. And then you have Niners versus Philadelphia. And just for the sake of this argument, let's say the Niners win that game and beat Philadelphia in Philadelphia, but it's a very tough game. The next round, Sterling, that would mean, let's just say that Chicago at home gets the job done and beats Green Bay, which is probably the likeliest outcome, given that would be a home game for Chicago. If that happens and the Niners beat Philadelphia, the Niners would have to go to Seattle for the divisional round. Let's also say, of course, the Rams beat Carolina or Tampa in the first round. That would set up Chicago versus the Rams and Seahawks versus the 49ers. 49ers in Seattle. I would favor the Rams to go into Chicago and beat Chicago. That would be my pick. Yeah. And then let's say the Niners somehow up in Seattle win that game in Seattle versus the Seahawks. So now you're looking at a win in Philadelphia and a win in Seattle. Your reward would be taking on the Rams, who's probably the best team in the NFC.
Yeah.
So the difference in winning or losing tomorrow, Sterling, is looking at having to go to Philadelphia, Seattle, and LA to take on the Rams in your 3 NFC games in the postseason. And that, I don't care if Brock Purdy plays like Tom Brady for those 3 games. I don't think the Niners are winning all 3 of those games. That seems impossible to do.
No, what is that? That's the best defense probably in the entire playoffs, at least in the NFC bracket. Then you're playing the Seahawks, who probably have the second best defense in your conference, who you're going to play tomorrow too. So you're playing them 2 times in 3 weeks, which doesn't bode well for any team, no matter who they're playing.
Yeah.
And then you have to play the best quarterback in the entire league this year.
Yeah.
Like it's not a great a great path to the Super Bowl. And if you win that, you're probably playing, obviously, the best AFC team out there, with whether it's Denver or the Patriots or whatnot, or maybe it's Josh Allen. It's like you'd rather have the easiest path. Every team would, and it's not open to a lot of teams to have the number 1 seed still, right? It's you or Seattle, basically. And it's like when you have opportunities like this, you got to grab that brass ring, because like you laid out just now, Philadelphia on the road, Seattle on the road, Rams on the road. That is a gauntlet that most teams can never overcome. Winning 3 of those games, let alone 1 of those games. Like beating Philadelphia is its own Herculean effort and test, but then beating Seattle and the Rams, just, you hate to say that the Niners' Super Bowl odds end or continue tomorrow, but you can certainly make that case that if they lose tomorrow, you can say sayonara to this team ever winning a Super Bowl in their own place this season.
Now, it's not as if the other is an easy path either. It just means you get a guaranteed win, and you're already on to the division round, and you get to be at home, right? You'd be in Philly, in Seattle, in LA. But let's say you are the 1 seed, and just continue this out for a little bit. Niners are the 1, say Chicago's the 2, Philly's the 3, Tampa Bay, Carolina the 4, Seattle the 5, the Rams the 6, Green Bay the 7, which is, I think, the likeliest outcome for all of the seeds if the Niners were to win. tomorrow versus the Seahawks. That would set up Chicago and Green Bay. It would set up Philadelphia and the Rams, and it would set up Tampa Bay or Carolina versus Seattle. You would favor Seattle to win that game. You would, again, somewhat of a toss-up, Chicago and Green Bay. I would lean Chicago at home. And then you would probably, Philadelphia, the Rams, we saw that matchup already in Philadelphia this year, and Philadelphia won on a dramatic special teams play at the end. The Rams, though, I think deserved to win that game more than Philadelphia did. And I think in this matchup, I would probably favor the Rams just a little bit. Would you agree with that? Would you favor the Rams over Philadelphia, Sterling?
Probably, just because how good Stafford's been and the offensive weapons they have, but Stafford's also played pretty bad recently, so that may be a toss-up too, but yes, for this exercise, we'll favor the Rams in this case.
Now then, that would mean with Chicago beating Green Bay and the Rams beating Philadelphia and Seattle beating Carolina, the Niners would get to host the Rams in the Niners' first playoff game, which also is not easy, but it's the first playoff game you've had to play, and you're at home, and then you'd have Chicago versus Seattle in Chicago. I would favor Seattle in that game, and that would mean a potential NFC Championship game, if you were to beat the Rams, is Niners-Seahawks. So you're looking at having to play your division foes likely anyway. That's just how good the NFC West is. So the difference, Sterling, isn't really that by being the one you're getting an easy matchup in your first game. It's just that you're home, you get a bye, and you already advance in the postseason. It's not really about the opponents as much as it is about the bye, getting the rest, getting healthy, and obviously already being only a win away from the NFC title game.
Well, and we're missing a big factor in this is that, Fred Warner might come back.
True.
And that's the biggest difference of, can you avoid playing a game during the bye week, and in the upcoming practices leading into the divisional round, you get your best defensive player back, your leader back, and the heart and soul of your defense on the field again. And I don't know what Warner's status would be and how healthy he'd be, and maybe there'd be a snap count or some hindrances involved and whatnot, but I'm sorry, you put Fred Warner in the middle of San Francisco's defense against any quarterback, my money's on Fred Warner coming out on top. So, again, there is wrinkles to everything, and, whether it's the Rams game, the Panthers game, the Seahawks game, Niners game, Bears, it doesn't matter. All those games matter in some kind of way, but really it comes down to Niners need to win to at least give Fred Warner a chance to come back, and that gives their defense a chance to maybe be better and more formidable against what seems to be quarterbacks like Stafford and Hurts or Donald, who they probably will play in the next month if they can get that far. So, again, tomorrow means not everything, but it means a heck of a lot because this team desperately needs a bye week, and they need Fred Warner back. I want to see Fred Warner come on that Levi Stadium field, carrying the flag and running out. You cannot imagine the roar of that crowd, how hyped this defense would be. There's something to say about momentum, right? Winning 6 games in a row. You can win 7 maybe tomorrow night against Seattle, but also you win 7 in a row with a bye week, beating your division opponent at your place for the number 1 seed for the division, and then Fred Warner comes back 2 weeks later. I'm getting goosebumps, Mark. Grandy, I'm getting goosebumps. Forget Grandy's grades. I have Grandy's goosebumps right now, man.
That's weird.
That's how hyped. That's just how crazy things can be, and how special things can be for San Francisco with the win tomorrow night.
Yeah. So that is simple. Win tomorrow, and everything else will sort itself out. If you happen to lose, I do think the Niners should be rooting for Green Bay to get up to the 2, which would mean, Philadelphia to get up to the 2, which would mean a Philadelphia win and a Chicago loss. We'll see, of course, though, how it all plays out. We will know, of course, what the Niners should be rooting for, or in your opinion, what they should be rooting for, based on what happens tomorrow at Levi's. Niners-Seahawks for the division, for the 1 seed, 5 o'clock tip from Levi's. It'll air on ESPN. More on the Niners in a sec. First, though, it's time for Triples for Autism, which is brought to you by Pettinelli Financial Partners and the Autism Society San Francisco Bay Area. The Warriors made 24 three-pointers on New Year's Eve versus Charlotte, which means another donation from Pettinelli to the Autism Society San Francisco. Steph and Pods, they made 5 each. Gee and QP, Quentin Post, both made 3. Al Horford and Draymond made 2 each, and a few others chipped in with the make. That's the 34th donation of the season for Triples for Autism. Great job, as always. Of course, to make a donation to autism yourself or to get involved, go to sfautismsociety.org. That was Triples for Autism, brought to you by Pettinelli Financial Partners and the Autism Society, San Francisco Bay Area. Pettinelli is here for you, offering financial guidance and support throughout life's milestones. Go to pettinellifp.com. All right, we've got about 10 minutes before we hit a break here, Sterling. I wanted to bring up Shanahan specifically. I know we talked about it a little bit and how great he's been this season. I want to take it a step further. I know I said the Niners win tomorrow. He will win Coach of the Year. Frankly, I think he probably should win Coach of the Year regardless. I will predict that he will win the award if the Niners win tomorrow. He won't if they lose. I think he's done the best job out of any coach in the league so far this year. This is a year where there's so many quality candidates that are deserving of it. I think Shanahan has done the most with the least, regardless of what happens tomorrow. But I'll take it a step further, Sterling. I think Kyle Shanahan, because of all the injuries the Niners have had, I think it takes the quarterback out of the running. You could say now Brock Purdy is the most important piece on the Niners roster because he's healthy and playing at a high level. But over the course of the entire season, Sterling, given everything the Niners have been through, everything Shanahan has been tasked with, and the fact that they're a win away from the one seed in the NFC, I think Kyle Shanahan has been the most valuable Niner this season. That's player, that's coach, that's front office executive, that's owner, that's everybody involved with the Niners. That's fans that have an impact at Levi's on the road. The most valuable and the most impactful Niner, any kind of Niner, player, coach, again, anyone, has been Kyle Shanahan. And considering that this is a players' league that is driven by the quarterback that you have, the talent that you have, not that a coach doesn't have an impact on that, because of course they do, especially Shanahan, the CEO type who is involved in the front office decisions and roster decisions and personnel decisions and all the scheming and all of that. Even with that, I think it's rare for a coach to be the most impactful piece on a football team's season, but I think Shanahan has been that. The fact that they are where they are, I think, is credit first and foremost to Kyle Shanahan and what he's done with this job against Sterling. I think Shanahan, the most valuable Niner so far this season.
I don't think you're crazy, Grandy. I promise you that one. There are many times when you see coaches come in, like take Ben Johnson, for example. Like Ben Johnson, you can see his fingerprints all over the construction of the Bears roster and the growth Caleb Williams has made in year two. And the Bears are obviously vying for the number 2 seed in the NFC tomorrow and on Sunday, excuse me. But a lot of that comes down to roster construction and things done during the offseason, improving the offensive line and whatnot, and getting in some more defensive players throughout the draft. But you can see that while Ben Johnson has impacted the Bears a lot of that is players making plays, defense getting turnovers and forcing takeaways. Niners defense doesn't get any takeaways. They don't get any sacks. They don't get any pressure. They lost all their defensive stars minus Lenore, who, having a fine year, not having an all-pro year like he usually does. And it's been up to Shanahan's unit to carry that load of the deficiencies by the defense. And that doesn't erase the deficiencies the offense has had. We can mention every injury they've gone through, quarterback stuff, Mac Jones. Even Mac Jones play hurt at times this season. Yeah. And really, I think that stretch of play indicates why Shanahan has been so good. Obviously, the last 6 games with Purdy back have done that too, but you talk about, oh crap, we've lost Fred Warner, we've lost Nick Bosa. The defense can't stop a semi-truck going through it on the ground in the running game, and the offense just lost George Kittle week 1 against Seattle, which, funny enough, scored the first touchdown in the season against the Seahawks and didn't play the next month and a half, or just over a month. You lose Pearsall, your number 1 receiver. Your other top receiver's AWOL throughout the season. You have no idea where he's at. You're taking away his guarantees during the offseason, and your quarterback goes, and it's like, okay, we need someone to stop the water flow, put the dam back up, and just reduce damages. And Shanahan didn't just build the dam back up and stop damages. That dude built a bridge over the water and said, we are on dry land, brothers. Here we go. And I think that, to me, that stretch of Mac Jones without Kittle, without Pearsall, losing defensive players, that is where your point, I think, is made. That's why Shanahan has become or at least has been the most important San Francisco 49er this season. The ability to keep things afloat and keep this team's head in the right direction. This team is vying for the number 1 seed, because of players who made plays, but because, like you're saying, Kyle Shanahan has been so freaking good in 2025, leading backup quarterbacks to what could have been, winning records and all this stuff. Like, he's just been so good, getting guys open, losing receivers, tight ends, offensive linemen. I mean, Mike, this guy has lost everybody and has found a way to help this team persevere. There has been nobody else who has lost so much, yet still come out successful like Kyle Shanahan has done in 2025. So you were 100% right. He's the most important 49er this season.
Yeah, obviously, just keeping the team afloat amid injuries is amazing, and it's one of the things that he's been tasked with, but I think it's really just the tip of the iceberg. It's amazing, and there's so many teams that I think would have just quit around the league based on what happened injury-wise to all their stars. But that's, again, just one of the many things that he was tasked with this year. I mean, go back to the offseason. As, the CEO-type head coach, right? Think of him, along with Sean McVay and along with Sean Payton in Denver. Those are guys that have personnel responsibilities. I know they have GMs. Shanahan has John Lynch. But these are head coaches.
Yeah, he's the guy.
Yeah, he's the guy. The buck stops with him. And he, if push came to shove, is the guy making the ultimate decisions in the rooms in a lot of these instances. So he has that. It's not just about drafting, but it's about this offseason, which was a dramatic one for the Niners, saying bye to Debo, figuring out which players, and really more accurately, what money to move off of, because you essentially got a mandate from ownership saying, hey, we can't lose and spend this much money. You got to get cheaper, and oh, by the way, you got to get cheaper and win more football games. So go do that. And Shannon had to figure out, all right, I hate to do it, but I got to say bye to Debo. Much like he hated to say bye to DeForest Buckner a handful of years ago. Same kind of decision. Maybe this one was
Greenlaw, Tano Hufanga.
Yeah, exactly, Dre Greenlaw and Hufanga as well this season. He then had to figure out which players, of course, to keep, which goes hand in hand with who you're getting rid of. He then had free agency and trade moves on the margins, because that was the only thing that I imagine ownership greenlit for him to make. And he settled on Mac Jones, who kept the Niners season afloat. They would not be in this spot without Mac Jones. Who knows? Their season, they probably wouldn't make the playoffs. Their season would probably already be over. They traded for Sky Moore right before the season began, and while it was a little questionable early, Sky Moore has been great and has been a big reason why their special teams unit has suddenly become one of the best in the NFL. He added Keon White along with, again, John Lynch, who's involved in all these decisions. But again, Kyle Shanahan, as the CEO, is driving the bus. He added Keon White, again, for a 6th-round pick and got a 7th round back in return. And Keon White has been positive for the 49ers. You signed Cleveland Ferrell off the street, which is, whatever. That's just the guy off the street. That's not a difficult decision. You needed a body. He's been all right. You keep the ship steady with some minor Juwan Jennings drama late in the offseason and early in the season. You somehow avoid major drama with the Brandon Ayuk stuff, which would have caused so many issues in other locker rooms. As you're talking about, you find a way to overcome all of these injuries. You made 3 great hires in your coaching staff this offseason. Robert Saleh was a home run. He doesn't get credit for that. That's the obvious one. But Brant Boyer on special teams, Gus Bradley to help out on defense as well. Shanahan has basically every step of the way, given the limitations he was asked to follow, Sterling. I think he's maybe, other than the decision to not go after something more at the trade deadline, he's basically made every single right decision almost on every single one of these one of these spots.
Well, it's like every time he's been asked to pivot, he somehow finds the right place to step. And a lot of guys couldn't do that. A lot of coaches would have folded. You saw the Vikings this year lose McCarthy, who I know isn't Brock Purdy and probably will never be, but they folded. The Vikings came into the year feeling like, okay, we have a good defense and a quarterback that yet to be proven, but they folded. The Lions this year, who came in with Super Bowl aspirations, lost a ton of players and they folded. They're missing the playoffs. It is a lost season for a team that came in thinking they should be in the Super Bowl when the year's over. Meanwhile, San Francisco, off a down year last year, really the vibes weren't that good for the fan base either. You had no idea what they were doing in the offseason. Whenever your ownership group mandates you cut spending, that usually spells another down season for the franchise. And Shanahan said, no. We're still going to make this thing work. We're going to persevere, and we're going to pull through. And we already laid out every facet in which he succeeded, but they're all right. Again, maybe the one thing in not getting another body at the deadline, but that's kind of hearsay of like, maybe you couldn't pull a deal off because the asking price was too high. And I think, he gets so much credit for the play on the field, and that clearly has his fingerprints all over it. But when you kind of bring in everything into the picture, it's like, oh my gosh, this guy has been borderline perfect all year long in every step they've made. Shanahan deserves Coach of the Year and deserves, really, maybe even Executive of the Year. That's how great he's been. It's just nuts to say, but that's the case.
Yeah, I think he's been absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. And that's why I think he's been the most valuable Niner this year. Player, coach, front office, personnel, everybody involved with the Niners organization, everybody on the Niners payroll. Shanahan has been the most valuable, and maybe that doesn't sound shocking to you because he is the face of the franchise. Like, it's Kyle freaking Shanahan, but that's normally not the case with head coaches in the NFL. Coaching, of course, has a gigantic impact in the NFL, but generally speaking, the player that's going to have the biggest impact, the person that's going to have the biggest impact on a football team is one of the players, and specifically it's going to be the quarterback. But Shanahan has been able to, I think, outshine everybody in that regard, and the Niners would be lost if anybody else was their head coach, in my opinion. All right, we got to hit a break, but coming up tomorrow, of course, the biggest game of the year, and you know where to be. That's hanging out with Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings at Laughing Monk Brewing, right down the street from the stadium. And, of course, if you're going to the game, there's a free shuttle back and forth, and all you have to do is sign up at 957thegame.com. But you better do it quickly because seats on the shuttle are going fast. That's 957thegame.com, and we're sponsored by the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans. It's Willard and Dibbs, but Sterling and Grandy in will wrap things up coming up next on 95.7 The Game.
In 2023, 1,355 people were killed in alcohol-related crashes throughout California. Driving under the influence of anything is dangerous, illegal, and has serious consequences. Don't be the I in DUI. Go safely, California.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-554-4706. 800-554-4706. That's 800-554-4706. Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people people are really people friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. This holiday season through January 4th, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
It's the RV Mega Show and Sale, January 2nd through 11th at Cordelia RV Center. All 2025 models must go. All reasonable offers considered. Family-owned, top brands, and the best deals of the year. CordeliaRV.com. We do business with a handshake.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
At Straight Talk, we get it. You say no a lot.
Mom, can I get a tarantula?
No.
Coffee?
No. So we're giving you more reasons to say yes, like a free 5G phone with real unlimited data with select plan activation.
Can I use the free phone?
Yes. See? Doesn't it feel good to say yes to more?
Absolutely. Face tattoo?
Absolutely not. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. In-store activation of Gold Unlimited plan or higher required. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Sterling, let me ask you this, and welcome back, Willard and Dibbs. Grandy and Sterling in for Willard and Dibbs. They're back on Monday. Happy Friday. Happy New Year's to everybody out there. What game, Sterling, has you more fired up? Warriors OKC tonight without all of the Warriors players, or Niners-Seahawks tomorrow?
I'm not even going to indulge you, Grandy. I think we both know the answer to that. But, again, we know Tim Roy is going to call a classic tonight.
Oh, of course.
And having been out there in Oklahoma City and seen that stadium, man, that's a fun place to be around. The nightlife is awesome, and they have a little canal that goes through all downtown OKC.
The nightlife in OKC is awesome? Is that what you just said?
You really wouldn't think that. You really wouldn't think that. I'd say it now. But they have that whole thing redone. It's not just a bunch of little podunk shops and candy stores now. It's an actual functional city downtown, which is surprising, but still it's nice. But I think we both know what game is a little more exciting. That doesn't matter how many Kamingas or whatever Tim will yell out tonight on the microphone.
Okay, well,
still the Niners and Seahawks.
I want to make sure I get this right. So I'm gonna look it up and confirm. I was talking about how I thought Kaminga was going to get a ton of run, but this tweet from Anthony Slater less than an hour ago, Jonathan Kaminga is now questionable for the Warriors tonight with lower back soreness. Opportunity for minutes available to him tonight with a ton of guys out, but his status versus the Thunder is also in doubt. Let me look at the official NBA injury report and see if the Warriors have made an official ruling on him just yet. This is more of a job for Warriors Live, which begins in 11 minutes with yours truly. But before we get to that, let me just provide you
pre-show right
with
now.
a little bit of an update. Let's see if I can go and find this here. The Warriors injury report. Jonathan Kaminga has been downgraded to out.
Yay!
So Jonathan, yay, Cam. Jonathan Kaminga is out and will not be playing. And we have a Warriors starting lineup. Pajemski, Moody, Will Richard, Guy Santos, and Quentin Post. That's the starting five for the Warriors. So no Steph, no Jimmy, no Draymond, no Jonathan Kaminga, no D'Anthony Melton, and no Seth Curry. Al Horford is probable, and Trace Jackson Davis is available. That's the injury report for the Warriors tonight.
To give people insight behind the glass, these are the games you love to work on because it's so much easier to cut highlights. The highlights have dwindled down from about 65 because Curry's always going off for whatever he does, and he's magical, obviously. But as soon as you hear none of the starters are playing, you're like, this is going to be a great night at the office because it's going to be a lot faster and quicker. But look, we all know the Dubs have a tendency to shock some teams. Obviously, OKC is a tremendous team, defending champions for a reason, but you never know. That's why you got to tune in to Tim Roy out there calling a doozy against OKC. But I thought you were going to ask me what song the bumper music was from, because I was going to say, have you not heard of and seen of the dance classic? No, it's not Step Up. It's You Got Served, Grandy. I know Ken knows what I'm talking about. You Got Served, the early 2000s classic with the Marion. It was a tremendous movie. Probably outing myself now as an idiot, but still, great movie. Great movie. We all love the music, Cam. Thank you so much.
Nice work, Cam. Nice. Cam on the ones and twos in the back, taking over for Risotto, who switched over to the other side. Great work by both those guys. We got just a few more minutes left here, Sterling, before we get on out of here. It's unfortunate because of the timing of this Niner game. We don't have overtime tomorrow. Today, I guess, worked as our replacement show. It's more of a pregame show, of course, than a postgame show reacting to what happened. But I'm glad we at least got to talk Niners, even though it's not the postgame show coming up tomorrow. But before we get on out here, I figured we should give our predictions for this game, our score predictions and our winners. I'll just give you what Vegas thinks, Sterling. The Seahawks are 2.5-point favorites. I think it opened as Niners 1.5-point favorites. Then pretty quickly it got bet to Seahawks by 1.5, and now it's up to Seahawks by 2.5 points, and the over/under is 47.5 points, Sterling. So what do you think? Give me your score prediction for Niners and Seahawks in tomorrow's game.
I think it'll be back and forth for a large part of it, but we know these games usually are a little closer than we think they'll be. I know Vegas has it, one-score game, 2.5 points in Seattle's favor, but I think this will be a field goal difference. So a little over what Vegas believes. I think San Francisco wins 30-27. I think Sam Darnold throws 2 interceptions. I think Brock Purdy throws 1 as well. These teams mirror each other in many different ways on offense especially, but I don't know. Maybe it's me feeling high on San Francisco. Maybe it's my homerish ways, but I just feel like San Francisco has the hot hand, the hotter offense right now, and I just don't feel comfortable betting against Brock Purdy and Kyle Shanahan in big games like this. I mean, don't forget the last time they played a playoff game, they walked off the field offensively with the lead in the Super Bowl. And so to me, it's like that side of the football does seem to take care of business when it matters most. And I think San Francisco wins 30-27. I think George Kittle has a big game. These Seahawks safeties and linebackers don't scare me one bit. So I think the Niners have the ability to continue the offensive push they've done, but the defense will give up plenty of points on the other end, but not enough to cost San Francisco the 1 seed. 30-27 is my score prediction.
Well, I'm not cheating off you, Sterling. I wrote my score down before you said yours.
Don't you lie, Grandy. You came over to my house, you broke into my phone, and you saw my notes, and now you're going to say cheers on the air right now.
Dang, I thought I was pretty sly. How did you realize? I didn't have the same exact score. I had the same margin, and I had very nearly the same score. Instead of 30-27, I said 31-28. 31-28 Niners. So we're